Chapter 1. After finishing this bottle of wine, we shall divorce. Loving Sang-chu was the most successful and romantic endeavor of my life. Peichun, Lin City, 11 o'clock at night, Jean's show garden. The woman, adorned in a silk nightgown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine delicately held in her hands, gazing at the gentle rain falling outside. Though the weather was dismal, a sense of inexplicable ease enveloped Sang-chu's heart. Suddenly, the sound of a notification pierced the stillness, and the screen of the phone on the bed flickered to life. Sang-chu turned and approached the bedside, picking up the device. Huanyang 1808, 20 minutes. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside, her gaze unfazed. Swiftly, she donned a jacket and grabbed her car keys, preparing to venture out at this late hour. Both the driver and the maid had retired for the night, and Sang-chu did not wish to inconvenience anyone. The rain caused some traffic, yet Sang-chu drove with fervor until she reached Huanyang. Upon arrival, she scarcely had time to park before rushing inside, her footsteps echoing as she dashed into the bar. Finding room 1808, she grasped the doorknob and twisted it open, laughter and banter spilling forth from within. "Brother Jiang, it's already been 20 minutes. Why hasn't Sang-chu arrived? Could it be she is disobedient? Surely not. Who doesn't know the illustrious Sang's devotion? Though she is referred to as a wife, she resembles more a devoted dog to Brother Jiang, always at his beck and call. Have you forgotten the incident when she jumped in to retrieve his phone? Indeed, Sang's loyalty is unwavering. She jumped in without a second thought, even in such frigid weather. Just watching was chilling." Sang-chu's gaze fell, her thoughts drifting to the events of months prior. At that time, the young elite of Lin City had gathered, led by Jiang Ruofing. A man of remarkable talent and intellect, Jiang Ruofing had propelled the Jiang family business to unprecedented heights, establishing himself as a formidable presence in Lin City. His achievements at such a young age naturally placed him at the forefront of his generation, earning him the respect of even the older generation. As Jiang Ruofing's wife, Sang-chu was naturally present. They had gathered at a resort, a lively scene of drinking and dancing under the stars. With a swimming pool nearby, a beautiful young girl stood beside Jiang Ruofing, delicately leaning against him, when her phone accidentally slipped into the pool. "Oh, President Jiang, my phone," she gasped, covering her mouth in feigned surprise, and with her eyes scanning the crowd, she pinpointed Sang-chu, speaking sweetly. "I cannot swim, and I've heard that you are quite adept at it, dear sister. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it for me?" Sang-chu remained silent, her eyes fixed on the individual surrounded by admirers. If they desired her assistance, it was only necessary for him to speak. She felt no connection to anyone, standing apart from the throng. Jiang Ruofing furrowed his brow, his voice indifferent yet bearing an air of command. "Go retrieve it." Laughter erupted around them, the onlookers reveling in the spectacle. In such cold weather, will there be any repercussions? "Not at all. I've heard that Sang-chu is an excellent swimmer. It's merely retrieving a phone." The young girl regarded Sang-chu with a smug smile, exclaiming, "Then I shall trouble you, dear sister." Upon hearing Jiang Ruofing's words, Sang-chu tore the hem of her dress without uttering a single word and leaped into the water. Before long, she retrieved her phone. Emerging from the water, she was drenched, her white dress clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful curves, drawing the gaze of those around her. Some even whistled in admiration. Yet, with an impassive expression, she handed the phone to a young girl and turned away, leaving behind the derisive laughter that echoed in her ears. The biting cold wind enveloped her. What thoughts occupied her mind at that moment? She pondered her proficiency in swimming, realizing it was something she owed him, and she was on the verge of repaying that debt. A familiar voice brought her back to reality. The man, slightly intoxicated, scoffed. She lacks the capability. His tone dripped with blatant disdain, as if she were nothing more than a frivolous plaything. This was a stark contrast to the gentle elder brother she once knew. Sang-chu's eyes dimmed momentarily, only to regain their tranquility. In the past, she indeed lacked that capability, but after this night, she would possess it. Sang-chu glanced at her phone, which displayed the time as 11:30, 10 minutes past the 20 minutes Jiang Ruofing had mentioned. In half an hour, a new day would dawn. She felt a sense of relief as she turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The private room was ablaze with vibrant lights, the music reverberating loudly, with young masters and ladies gathered in clusters, drinking and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere. It was an entirely different realm from the outside. A single door separated the two worlds. Upon her entrance, the room seemed to hit the pause button as every pair of eyes turned towards her, filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Everyone was aware that President Jiang had mentioned 20 minutes, and now Sang Chu had arrived late. They were eager to witness how President Jiang would respond to her tardiness, well aware that whatever he dictated, Sang Chu would comply. Ignoring their gazes, she focused on the man seated in the center. Jiang Ruofeng reclined languidly on the sofa, flanked by two beautiful women. He was handsome, exuding a warm demeanor, with an unmistakable air of nobility. His gaze fell upon Sang Chu, assessing her from head to toe. Perhaps due to her hasty exit, her hair was somewhat disheveled. She wore a coat over a white silk nightgown, and her feet were clad in soft slippers. Having been caught in the rain, her hair was slightly damp, her slippers were a bit soiled, and the nightgown hugged her figure closely. Jiang Rufeng's expression turned icy as he tugged at his lip. I mentioned 20 minutes. Sang Chu adjusted her coat, remaining silent. You're 10 minutes late. What does President Jiang intend to do about it? A woman beside her pointed at Sang Chu, tracing circles on Jiang Rufeng's chest. Everyone knew that President Jiang, a frequent visitor here, held little regard for his wife, swapping female companions one after another, while Sang Chu, a devoted follower, complied with his every whim. Over time, she had become the subject of ridicule, a situation that had become all too familiar. Anyone could share a remark. As long as Jiang Ruofeng was present, Sang Chu dared not utter a word. Jiang Ruofeng brushed off the woman's hand, lifting his chin to glance at the table adorned with several bottles of liquor. Being late warrants a drink as an apology, he declared, his presence commanding even more authority. Sang Chu remained the sole figure standing. Wow, drink, drink. The private room erupted with excitement, all eyes eagerly fixed on Sang Chu, anticipating her to partake in the drinking. The bottles of liquor were potent, consuming, even one could incapacitate a person. Jiang Ruofeng watched Sang Chu, his gaze laced with impatience. What? Do you have a problem? If you do, then let's just get a divorce. Sang Chu gazed steadily at him, hoping to find a trace of the gentle smile her brother once wore. Yet, no remnants remained. After we finish this bottle, we shall divorce. Chapter 2. A clean break, let's go big. The resounding voice of Sang Chu echoed throughout the private room, momentarily silencing the laughter that followed. Who among them was unaware of Sang Chu's deep affection for Jiangge? How could she possibly agree to a divorce? Surely, it was a ploy to evoke his sympathy. Come now, if she could manage that, a sow could climb a tree. Such jest from Sang Chu was hardly amusing. It would be wise to drink quietly and avoid provoking Jiang Ji's ire. They would intercede on her behalf, if necessary. The chatter around her was lively, yet unanimously, no one believed Sang Chu's words. Setting aside the fact that the Jiang and Sang families were united through marriage and shared numerous collaborative ventures, their relationship had been a long-standing friendship dating back to their grandfathers. It was inconceivable that such ties could be severed so easily. Moreover, Sang Chu had spent years trailing behind Jiang Ruofeng, displaying a devoted demeanor that made a genuine divorce seem implausible. Thus, her declaration was dismissed as mere frustration aimed at garnering his attention. Jiang Ruofeng, too, was of the same mind. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze dripping with derision as he leaned back casually and remarked, "Drink up. Once you've finished, I shall consent to the divorce, provided you don't regret it." An inexplicable silence settled over the room. The guests exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Sang Chu stood there, her expression calm as she regarded the aloof figure on the sofa, and a wave of understanding washed over her. He was no longer the gentle older brother who had once shielded her and saved her life. He had transformed into a stranger. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 10 minutes remained. It marked the 3-year anniversary of their marriage. With a slight tug at her lips, she cast one last look at Jiang Ruofeng, seized a bottle of liquor from the table, uncapped it, and tilted her head back to drink. Her graceful neck arched beautifully, the motion of swallowing enticing and captivating. The room's occupants were drawn to her, unable to avert their gaze. Jiang Ruofeng watched Sang Chu, his expression darkening. For reasons unknown, her recent glance had unsettled him, igniting a vague sense of irritation as though something had slipped from his grasp. Little did he realize how profoundly he would regret this moment in the future, haunted by it in the dead of night, yearning to return to this instant and seize her in a fervent embrace. This marked the beginning of Sang Chu's departure from him. Sang Chu finished the entire bottle in one go, displaying it upside down before setting it on the table. She fixed her earnest gaze upon Jiang Ruofeng, her tone resolute as she declared, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." With those words, she glanced at the clock once more, then turned her back on the room, striding away with an air of liberation and grace. This was the first time Sang Chu had left without waiting for Jiang Ruofeng to speak. The guests instinctively turned to him. The man who had earlier been dismissive and mocking now wore a dark countenance, brimming with anger. Silence enveloped the room, no one daring to utter a word. Who would believe such a thing? A voice suddenly broke the stillness. Sang Chu's declaration of her intention to divorce Jiang Gu seemed implausible, undoubtedly a ploy to capture his attention, prompting him to console her. Tomorrow, she would undoubtedly regret her words and seek his forgiveness. Once he voiced his thoughts, the atmosphere grew lively again, with others chiming in. Indeed, we all knew how deeply Sang Chu cherished Jiang Gu. Her words were surely mere bluster. Yang Yi, do not take her remarks to heart. Simply await her return. Yes, let us not allow her to dampen our spirits. Let the festivities continue. The crowd exchanged various sentiments, collectively convinced that Sang Chu's words were nothing but a momentary outburst of frustration. Despite their unusual nature, the consensus was that she would never truly follow through with a divorce from Jiang Ruofeng. No one took her seriously. Yet, a girl in the corner timidly interjected, "I believe she is quite serious this time." The demeanor and gaze Sang Chu displayed were all too familiar to her, reminiscent of the time she had let go of her former boyfriend. As soon as she uttered her thoughts, the lively gathering fell silent once more. A companion tugged at her sleeve, and upon looking up, she met Jiang Ruofeng's icy stare, causing her to shrink back in fear and silence. She had inadvertently triggered memories of her past relationship, and now she was filled with regret. Her family, being of lesser standing in this realm, had only recently managed to forge a connection within this social circle, allowing her the chance to partake in their revelries. Offending Jiang Shao with her careless words was simply unacceptable. She was merely jesting. There is no need to take her words to heart. Let's continue. Fortunately, a gentleman stepped forward to diffuse the awkwardness, signaling to the two women beside Jiang Ruofeng to comfort him. Understanding his cue, the two women approached him, cooing sweetly. "Jiang Shao, please do not be upset. She is but one woman. You still have us, your devoted companions. Indeed, we shall drink with you, Jiang Shao." Jiang Ruofeng scoffed, pushing the two women aside, and disdainfully remarked, "Do you honestly believe you are worthy to compare yourselves to her?" The two women turned pale, retreating at his rebuke. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion regarding Jiang Ruofeng's stance. What did his words imply? Was he defending Sang Chu? Yet, he had previously remained indifferent when others criticized her. His demeanor had not indicated any fondness for her until now. Or was it in response to the girl's earlier comments? But had he not long desired a divorce? Shouldn't he be pleased? An awkward tension enveloped the gathering. Jiang Ruofeng raised a glass and downed its contents in one go. The others exchanged uncertain looks, interpreting his actions as a reaction to the affront to his pride caused by Sang Chu's initial defiance. "Let's drink. A toast to Jiang Shao." One man lifted his glass, glancing at the others, and addressed Jiang Ruofeng. He promptly finished his drink, prompting the rest to follow suit. As Jiang Ruofeng drained his glass, his countenance improved slightly. Meanwhile, Sang Chu remained oblivious to the unfolding drama in the private room, unaware that her proclamation of divorce had prompted Jiang Ruofeng to defend her for the first time in many years. After consuming an entire bottle of strong liquor, her mind felt foggy, and she sensed a disorienting heaviness within her. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself wide awake. She was acutely aware that when she passed through that door, it was already past midnight, marking the dawn of a new day. 3 years had elapsed. She had repaid her debts and fulfilled her promises, striving to make amends. And now she was free to part ways with Jiang Ruofeng. At this moment, she stood unencumbered, merely awaiting a divorce certificate. Soaked by the rain and slightly inebriated, Sang Chu felt somewhat disheveled, yet the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted. She felt an exhilarating lightness coursing through her, ready to embrace a grand adventure. Chapter 3. A bold kiss with a dashing gentleman. On the other side, separated by a mere wall, the private room was equally quiet. He Qingyan glanced at the man sprawled on the sofa, eyes closed and an icy demeanor etched on his face, and could not suppress a moment of exasperation. After much persuasion, he had finally managed to coax this gentleman out, only for him to remain utterly silent, wearing a frosty expression as if he had been wronged. The irony was that no one dared to provoke him. He Qingyan gently pushed aside the woman beside him and cheerfully suggested, "We're here to have fun, so let us enjoy ourselves. How about I join you for a drink?" It was well known that this gentleman preferred not to have women near him. Thus, he hesitated to invite a woman to accompany him, opting instead to propose a drink. The man shot him a cold glance and immediately rose to his feet. His tall stature exuded a formidable and aloof presence, causing He Qingyan's heart to tighten as he began to reflect on what had displeased this esteemed individual. When the man abruptly strode out without uttering a word, He Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit. They had agreed to have fun together, so why was he leaving first? As he reached the doorway, he froze in disbelief. The previously aloof man was now being embraced by a woman, who was kissing him passionately. The fierce and domineering manner in which she did so was unmistakable. He was being forcefully kissed. The renowned and reclusive heir of the capital's elite was being kissed against his will. Who would believe such a tale? In the very next instant, He Qingyan instinctively pulled out his phone and activated the camera to capture this momentous event. This was a significant occurrence that simply had to be documented. He would relish the opportunity to tease the proud Pei Chun later, the illustrious heir, who always carried himself with an air of superiority. Treating He Qingyan like a mere servant, was now experiencing the indignity of being kissed by a woman. He would now possess a secret to hold over Pei Chun. How delightful! As He Qingyan excitedly snapped pictures, he began to sense something amiss. Why had Pei Chun not pushed the woman away despite the passage of time? Just as he lifted his gaze, he noticed the woman releasing Pei Chun, taking a step back, saying something to him before leading him away. She had brazenly taken him away right before his eyes. He Qingyan was stunned. While he enjoyed the spectacle, he could not merely stand by and watch Pei Chun being taken away. He had never seen this woman before, and what if something were to happen? Just as He Qingyan contemplated pursuing them, a single glance from Pei Chun immobilized him. The man was being obediently led away by the woman, casting a warning look in He Qingyan's direction that left him hesitant to move. Well then, while he was agitated, who was to say that Pei Chun was not enjoying himself? He Qingyan felt a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Did Pei Chun know this woman? He was not one to casually walk away with someone he had just met. Let us not even mention the fact that after being forcefully kissed, he did not exhibit any anger. It is worth noting that this gentleman was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, leading an effortless life where he could have anything he desired. Countless women have sought his favor, yet he remains unmoved, to the extent that even in his 20s, he is still an innocent and unblemished virgin, a fact that would surely provoke laughter if divulged. However, after today, that may no longer be the case. He Qingyan stroked his chin, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he sent out the photo from earlier. Let us rewind to the moment when Sang Chu stepped outside. After enduring 3 years in silence, she was finally at the end of her tether. Tomorrow, upon receiving her green booklet, she would be a free woman. In celebration, she yearned to embark on a bold adventure, a definitive farewell to her past. Just as she contemplated her plans, she lifted her gaze and spotted someone emerging from next door. Upon closer inspection, she noted his tall stature, broad shoulders, and long legs. As he raised his head, his extraordinarily handsome face was revealed, inciting a rapid heartbeat within her. As a manager with a keen eye, she immediately recognized that he was an exceptional beauty, surpassing even her trainees in looks. What a serendipitous encounter to meet such a striking man right after liberating herself from that crowd. Thus, Sang-Chu charged forward. She strode up to him, seized his collar, and stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips. As their eyes locked, she noticed a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Yet there was no trace of disgust or aversion. The soft sensation of his lips and the refreshing scent that wafted from him nearly weakened her knees, her mind swirling with exhilaration. After all these years, she had finally kissed a man. What significant progress! Withdrawing slightly, she gazed into his eyes, which revealed unmasked interest. And in a seductive tone, she inquired, "Would you care to join me?" His striking features and fair complexion were complemented by a hint of bashfulness as he gently nodded in response. Although clad in a suit, he exuded youthfulness, suggesting he was likely a worker in the vicinity. With such striking looks, he was undoubtedly a male model. She adored this charming yet shy demeanor. Since she had taken a liking to him, she resolved to take him with her. "Come with me. I shall pay you tenfold for today as wages," she declared, grasping his hand and leading him away. Upon exiting the bar, Sang-Chu directed her steps toward a nearby hotel, fortuitously situated across the street, a convenience for many patrons of the bar. Despite the rain, they chose not to use an umbrella, instead dashing into the downpour. As she pulled them along, they ran faster, feeling the exhilarating sting of raindrops against their faces. Upon reaching the hotel, she found herself completely drenched. Turning to glance at the male model, she noted that he was no better off. Water clung to his handsome face, rendering him even more ethereal. Sang-Chu could not help but admire him. Even among male models, he must surely be the most attractive. It was likely he was the most popular in the bar as well. She had fortuitously found the finest among them. What splendid luck! The hotel receptionist was accustomed to late-night guests seeking rooms, given the bar's proximity. However, this particular couple caught her eye, compelling her to steal an extra glance. There is no denying that the appearances of these two individuals are remarkably striking, making them an exquisite match. Typically, one encounters either a beautiful woman paired with an unattractive man or a handsome man with a wealthy woman. It is indeed a rarity to witness two such aesthetically pleasing individuals together. "Here is your room card. Please keep it safe." Upon receiving the card, Sang-Chu realized that the front desk had not even inquired whether they required a single room. She smiled, pondering whether their intentions were so transparent. As they departed, Sang-Chu cast a glance at the person beside her. He exuded an air of composure, suggesting that he was well accustomed to such situations. Perhaps others had long been battle-hardened. She couldn't shake off the impression that he had appeared somewhat shy moments ago, almost innocent. How naive of her! Amused by her own thoughts, Sang-Chu soon arrived at their room. The moment they entered, the man closed the door and was swiftly pressed against it by Sang-Chu. In the next instant, a torrent of kisses descended upon him. Unlike the fleeting pecks exchanged earlier at the bar, this kiss was imbued with urgency, as if he were eager to release something pent up, fervently kissing the person before him without restraint. Chapter 4. Haven't you been taught? Initially taken aback, the man allowed Sang-Chu to kiss him haphazardly, their teeth occasionally clashing, producing a cacophony of sound. After a while, he seemed to grow weary, or perhaps he could no longer endure the situation. He took the initiative, seizing control, cradling Sang-Chu's head, and his passionate kisses deepened. He meticulously traced her lips with a tenderness that stirred a flicker of doubt within her, yet her thoughts were swiftly interrupted by his increasingly fervent kisses. Sang-Chu felt her mind becoming hazy as she followed him, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. When she regained her senses, she found herself in the bathroom, her coat having fallen to the floor. She had merely donned a coat over her nightgown when she left, and now, stripped of the coat, she was left in nothing but her nightgown, which clung closely to her figure, revealing her form in its entirety. Pei-chun, tall and imposing, merely had to lower his gaze to behold the enticing sight before him. His eyes darkened as he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of desire. "Shall I help you take it off?" His deep, melodious voice echoed in Sang-Chu's ears, and in the next moment, his warm breath brushed against her ear, his tone lingering. "Sister?" Sang-Chu trembled slightly, nodding in response. She thought to herself that he was indeed a male model, adept at seduction. With his long, fair fingers, he delicately lifted her shoulder strap, effortlessly tugging at the slender string, causing her white nightgown to cascade to the ground. A chill swept over her, causing her body to quiver, yet her heart burned with fervor. Striving to maintain her composure, unwilling to display any weakness before him, she fixed her gaze upon him with a hint of discontent, commanding imperiously, "You take yours off too." Pei-chen offered no verbal reply. Instead, he met her gaze and silently began to remove his own clothing. His coat fell to the floor, the tie loosened, and soon his shirt joined the heap. Before long, he stood bare-chested before her. His skin was fair, yet not fragile. Instead, it boasted an impressive 8-pack, perfectly defined, pleasing to the eye without being exaggerated. Sang-Chu felt a surge of satisfaction, involuntarily reaching out to caress his torso. The sensation was delightful. The sensation of touching abdominal muscles is truly remarkable. Beyond the tactile experience, it evokes a profound psychological joy. Pei-chen remained silent, allowing her to explore for a while. Suddenly, a pair of large hands grasped hers firmly. Pressing her hand down, a flutter coursed through Sang-Chu as she observed him pressing his hand against his belt. The voice above resonated. "Could you help me remove it, sister?" The man's voice, softly emanating from his throat, was alluring in its subtlety. The temperature in the bathroom began to rise gradually. Sang-Chu was overwhelmed by the sound of sister echoing in her ears, her heart racing like a small rabbit, bouncing erratically. How infuriating! He had heard her refer to herself as sister earlier and was now mimicking her. What shamelessness! He was clearly attempting to seduce her. Yet despite this, who could resist such good looks, a splendid physique, and that enchanting voice? Sang-Chu found it impossible to decline. Furthermore, she had no desire to refuse. After all, she had never unfastened a man's belt before. How thrilling! Sang-Chu realized she had acquiesced. She extended her hand, lowering her gaze to examine the belt closely. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt somewhat clumsy, unable to undo it after a considerable time. Perhaps feeling a bit bashful, her face flushed as she involuntarily defended herself. "It's my first time. I'm not very skilled at this." A delightful laugh rang out, leaving Sang-Chu mind in disarray and her patience waning, causing her movements to become even more chaotic. Just as she contemplated giving up, a pair of hands enveloped hers, guiding her along. With a crisp snap, the belt came undone. Pei-chen watched her intently as he helped her extract the belt, discarding it on the floor. Once the belt was loosened, the pants followed suit, leaving the man clad in nothing but his underwear. Meanwhile, Sang-Chu was left in a sleek black ensemble, under the bathroom lights. The black attire contrasted sharply with her fair skin, exuding an alluring charm that silently beckoned the man before her. Sang-Chu had never been in the habit of wearing lingerie after a shower, but due to Zhang Ruofeng's frequent unexpected calls, she had gradually come to wear it until bedtime. Pei-chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he drew closer to Sang-Chu, who instinctively retreated under his intensely penetrating gaze until her back pressed against the wall, bringing with it a chilling sensation. With no room left to retreat, she felt somewhat flustered as the man propped his hand against the wall behind her, and his lips descended upon hers. This was not their first kiss. Compared to their previous awkward encounters, there was now a burgeoning sense of synergy as they began to synchronize with one another. Sang-Chu closed her eyes, suddenly feeling as if the roles had reversed. Was she not the boss? How was it that she now felt vulnerable, taken advantage of? Perhaps male models were trained in such ways, unbeknownst to her. Her hand slowly rose, encircling his neck, as the pleasant scent of masculinity invaded her senses. The man's hand slid from the wall, gently maneuvering her, and with a splash, water cascaded down from above, instantly soaking them both. Sang-Chu tightly shut her eyes, surrendering to the man's hands resting on her waist as they embraced closely, their lips meeting in a kiss that was punctuated by droplets of water sliding down their faces. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the man finally released her, planting kisses gradually downwards, burying himself between her collarbones. His hands roamed upwards, exploring her back. He intended to assist her in loosening her garment, but encountered difficulties, fidgeting for a while without success. When Sang-Chu opened her eyes, she couldn't help but smile, finding him reminiscent of how she had once unfastened a belt. Pei-Chen paused, his dark eyes fixed intently on her, a hint of grievance evident. For reasons unknown, Sang-Chu perceived him as a fluffy puppy, playfully seeking her affection. She raised her hand, teasingly unfastening her own attire while mocking him. "Haven't you been taught? How did you treat your guests before?" Her words instantly darkened the man's expression. He realized that Sang-Chu had mistaken him for a male model. Earlier, he had not fully grasped her words, preoccupied with following her departure. It was only now that he sensed something amiss. As Sang-Chu focused on unbuttoning her clothing, she remained oblivious to his discomfort. Once the button was undone, she leaned in closer, their bodies merging seamlessly, the warmth of their skin bringing a slight improvement to the man's demeanor. Unfazed by his silence, she reached for his waistband. Pei-Chun swiftly pressed her against himself, resuming the kiss. Their bodies' temperatures gradually escalated, whether due to the warmth of the water or something else remained uncertain. Both were bare, entwined in a rudimentary bath. Sang-Chu had no recollection of when he had carried her to the bed, only that he seemed to have carelessly wiped them both with a towel before tossing her onto the bed. Chapter 5. My sister must take responsibility. The man's fervent body rolled with hers on the bed, and it was only when a sudden sharp pain jolted her back to reality that she momentarily regained her senses. Her small face scrunched in discomfort, and Pei-Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this your first time?" A glance at the sheets revealed a startling crimson stain, blooming like a flower on the pristine white fabric. Sang-Chu was in agony, her gaze filled with disdain for the perpetrator of her suffering. "Isn't it obvious?" she exclaimed, twisting his arm with all her might. Yet he remained unfazed, appearing more fatigued than she was. Alas, his muscular frame made it nearly impossible to inflict any real discomfort. Pei-Chan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and waited for her to recover before continuing. His actions were considerably more tender than before, awakening a sense of pleasure within Sang-Chu. The night stretched on as they lost track of time, eventually embracing and succumbing to a deep slumber. Sang-Chu appeared weary as she drifted off, while Pei-Chun wore a contented expression. The following morning, it was the sun that roused Sang-Chu from her slumber. Shielding her eyes with her hand, she slowly opened them, and as she moved, she was abruptly pulled into an embrace. The moment she stretched, the memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Fiery kisses, heated breaths, and the tantalizing whispers in her ear, each scene flickering before her like a film. Startled awake, she shot upright in bed. "Ouch, that hurts!" Her sudden movement had strained her back, causing her to grimace in pain. The man, still in slumber, was roused by her movements, instinctively drawing her into his embrace. Without even opening his eyes, he leaned in and pressed a sticky kiss against her. A perplexed expression adorned Sang-Chu's face as she hastily raised her hand to block him. How did he manage to act so naturally? Although she felt quite satisfied with last night, she had never anticipated a continuation. Pei-Chun, thwarted by her hand, regained consciousness and opened his eyes, a look of confusion in them, as if questioning her actions. There was a hint of a scoundrel's gaze in his eyes. Sang-Chu, under his scrutiny, felt a twinge of guilt, as if she were the heartless villain in this scenario, forsaking him after their encounter. However, she quickly composed herself, adopting a businesslike demeanor. "I was quite satisfied last night. How much do you charge for a night? I will transfer the payment shortly." With that, she began searching for her phone, glancing around until she finally spotted it on the carpet. In their fervor from the previous night, they had both lost track of where they had tossed their belongings. As she prepared to stand and retrieve it, a sharp pain shot through her. It must be said, this male model had proven quite impressive, brimming with vigor, though his service attitude left much to be desired. By the end of the night, she had grown weary, yet he had persistently drawn her back into the fray until she seemed to have lost consciousness altogether. The memory of it made her somewhat irate, feeling as though she had been the one used. After collecting herself, she attempted to rise once more. As she stepped out of bed, she stumbled precariously, nearly falling, but the man was quick to catch her. Once steady on her feet, she shot him a glare and swatted his hand away. If not for him, she would not be in such a disheveled state. The fleeting pleasure of indulgence was soon overshadowed by a bitter aftertaste. Pei-chun, taken aback by her treatment, raised an eyebrow but remained silent, his gaze fixated on her. Initially, Sang-chu did not grasp the implication, but a moment later, she realized she was completely bare. The clothes from the previous evening lay discarded in the bathroom, while the remnants of her attire had been shredded. Though she had not been particularly bothered by her nudity, the intensity of his gaze made her feel somewhat uneasy. Yet, she quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, he had seen her entirely before, leaving no part unexamined. If he wished to stare, so be it. Her physique was not lacking. With a huff, she glanced down at herself, only to be met with a shock. Her skin was adorned with a myriad of red marks, a sight both startling and distressing. This man truly had the appetite of a beast. Pei-chun, meanwhile, was admiring the evidence of last night's escapades when he caught her fierce glare. He observed her every move, instantly discerning her thoughts. Raising his head, he offered an innocent smile, secretly reveling in his triumph, his gaze betraying an undeniable fondness, tinged with a hint of regret. Sang-chu chose not to comment further, making her way to her phone. As she bent down, another wave of pain surged through her, but she gritted her teeth and bore it. After a struggle, she managed to retrieve her phone, first placing an order for clothes to be delivered promptly. After a moment's thought, she also ordered a set for Pei-chun. Regarding sizes, after the previous night, she had no doubts. She would simply err on the side of caution and choose larger fits. In truth, she felt a sense of satisfaction in this decision. Initially, I believed him to be tall and handsome, perhaps merely a decorative facade. However, it appears he is indeed of substantial quality. Although there is pain, the pleasure is undeniably exquisite. Even at tenfold the price, this experience is not a loss. Yet, she harbored a hint of confusion in her gaze, for this handsome man seemed somewhat unfamiliar. He had sought her assistance after an extensive search last night. Could it be that this was his first encounter? Was she fortunate enough to be the one? It seems yesterday was indeed a fortuitous day. Having completed the necessary tasks, Sang-chu approached Pei-chun, looking down at him from her elevated stance. "Please input your card number," she instructed, extending her phone towards him. Pei-chun hesitated, glancing at her before gently curling his lips into a smile and accepting the device. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, and he returned the phone to her. As Sang-chu prepared to enter the digits, she realized that the screen was not the transfer page, but rather the WeChat friend request page. He had just sent her a friend request using his own phone. She lifted her gaze to him, only to see him tapping on his phone, which immediately prompted a notification on hers. Without the time to inquire, she glanced down to find that he had accepted her friend request. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived. Pei-chun, a simple two-character name, which she found rather pleasant. Is it really necessary to add a friend for a mere transfer? Even if one does, is it essential to disclose one's name? While there could have been an explanation before, this time it was utterly inexplicable. She looked at Pei-chun, ready to question him. When he spoke, "Sister, you should know that last night was my first time." His dark eyes locked onto hers, his tone a mixture of inquiry and certainty. So it was indeed his first time, despite her earlier suspicions. It was only upon hearing it from him that she could be completely assured. Uncertain of the implications of his statement, Sang-chu hesitantly nodded. Seeing her assent, Pei-chun smiled gently. His handsome features, initially appearing somewhat aloof, transformed into a warmth that felt like a gentle spring breeze. He had smiled last night too, but then it had been more alluring, unlike the present moment. Tilting his head slightly, his smile broadened. "Then, sister, you must take responsibility for me." Chapter 6. I want sister to support me what? Sang-chu thought she had misheard. Yet, the expression on his face confirmed that she had not. What did he mean by taking responsibility? It was her first encounter. What was the significance? She had asked him for anything. In this day and age, do male models also require someone to take responsibility for them? Sang-chu felt somewhat speechless. It wasn't he that she looked down upon such matters. She merely believed in a degree of professional ethics. After all, should every customer expect to be held accountable? Pei-chun detected her indignation. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he nodded in acknowledgement of her disbelief. He gazed at her, explaining, "You are different, sister. I gave you my first time." His demeanor, with those small, pleading eyes, seemed to accuse her, as if she were an unforgivable femme fatale. Sang-Chu felt an unbearable ache in her teeth. Initially relieved that her hangover had spared her a headache, she soon realized how naive she had been, as the pain became excruciating. She pressed her hands to her head, a twinge of regret stirring within her. Perhaps she should not have succumbed to temptation yesterday, only to find this man unexpectedly discussing feelings with her. Pei Chun, noticing her distress, gently pulled her onto the bed. Lacking his strength, Sang-Chu toppled backward, losing her balance and instinctively reaching for something to grasp, only to be enveloped in his embrace. As she looked up, she found herself staring at the man's chin. At that moment, her first reaction was not anger, but rather a sense of wonder. Even from this angle, he was undeniably handsome. Responsibility seemed less daunting now. Pei Chun lowered his gaze and noticed her enraptured expression, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Sister, who was it that kept professing their affection for me last night?" His words caused Sang-Chu's cheeks to flush with a sudden heat. Some people might forget their drunken escapades, but she was acutely aware of every detail. She vividly recalled wrapping her arms around him, her voice trembling with declarations of her feelings. Each confession made her cheeks burn with embarrassment upon reflection. How utterly insane. She had let herself become so caught up in the moment, showering him with sweet words during her inebriated state, completely oblivious to what she was saying. Her boldness had indeed been remarkable, engaging intimately with a stranger. Sighing heavily, Sang-Chu found solace in the fact that he was not a bad person, at least not by her standards. She shot him a glance, contemplating the potential repercussions of their encounter. Pei Chun was unfazed by her eye roll. Instead, he grinned. "Sister, since you admitted to liking me, should you take care of me?" His tone was as innocent as a child's, his eyes devoid of guile. Such an unashamed demeanor would likely leave those who knew him in disbelief, questioning his sanity. Nonetheless, Sang-Chu found herself at a loss, somewhat exasperated by Pei Chun's persistence. What should she do? Speaking of responsibility, it was impossible to consider it in the past, despite her relationship with Jiang Ruofeng being little more than a formality. She was still a married woman. Although Jiang Ruofeng was unfaithful, she felt bound by her own sense of obligation. However, after yesterday, all debts had been settled between them. Today, she could obtain a divorce from Jiang Ruofeng, thus freeing herself to take responsibility for the man before her. He appeared somewhat younger than her, and it was understandable that he would expect her to care for him, given that she had taken an interest in him first. Setting aside other considerations, he was at least clean, strikingly handsome, and possessed a commendable physique and abilities. Taking responsibility for him seemed increasingly plausible. While Sang-Chu pondered this internally, she maintained a calm exterior, gauging his intentions. Recognizing her subtle shift in demeanor, Pei Chun, ever the opportunist, was not one to shy away from pursuing what he desired. Little did he know the meaning of subtlety. "I want you to support me." Although Sang-Chu was psychologically prepared, she could not help but let out a cold snort upon realizing his true intentions. It was evident that he intended to cling to her. Seeing through his motives, she pushed him away, stepping back from his embrace and crossing her arms as she gazed at him. "Speak, how much do you want for a month?" This was her first endeavor in such matters, and she was unfamiliar with the market price, yet he seemed well acquainted with it. Pei Chun pretended to ponder for a moment, then extended his hand. 5 million. Sang-Chu furrowed her brow, taken aback. Observing her reaction, Pei Chun shook his head and revised his offer. 50. Noticing that Sang-Chu still wore a frown, he quickly adjusted his proposal to 50,000. 50,000 was not an insurmountable amount. Clearly, the market was not thriving, and this sum would suffice. While Sang-Chu had enough money to cover 5 million, the thought of maintaining someone at that expense was somewhat burdensome. Anything beyond a million was unacceptable to her. When he initially mentioned 50, she was still contemplating the 5 million, calculating her remaining funds, and had entirely missed his words. By the time she realized she could only afford a million, he had already settled on 50,000, which she found rather reasonable. However, she had allowed him to voice his terms, and he must have done his homework, ensuring she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. For her, naturally, the less she spent, the better. Even if she were wealthy, money did not simply fall from the sky. It was essential to be prudent with her expenditures. Thus, she decisively agreed. All right, 50,000 a month it is. Pleased with her decision, she recalled another question. Do you have a place to stay? Pei-chun shook his head, his demeanor somewhat pitiable as he lowered his gaze. No, if he Qingyan were present, he would surely mock him for being so adept at feigning humility. How could he not have a place to stay with so many villas and lynching? Surely he was not the only one lacking accommodation. Sang-Chu reasoned that if he were not financially constrained, he would not have resorted to this arrangement. However, since she was supporting him, it would be impractical for them to meet at a hotel every time. How inconvenient. Moreover, she did not wish to be so stingy as to deny him even a modest residence. I will provide you with a key to a villa. You shall reside there, and I will visit when I can. As for what they would do during her visits, they both understood implicitly. Upon hearing this, Pei-chun lifted his head, his eyes brimming with delight, and his voice full of excitement. Really? You are simply wonderful. He resembled a child who had just received a sweet, his eyes sparkling as he leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. Thank you, sister. You are so kind. Though initially taken aback by his kiss, Sang-Chu felt her earlier discomfort dissipate upon hearing his heartfelt words. To him, perhaps she had rendered him a significant favor. This realization softened her attitude towards him. I have purchased some clothes, which will be delivered shortly. I have other matters to attend to. I will have someone bring you the key. Once you have settled in, you can move in. Chapter 7. Long time no see. Sister, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Sang-Chu rose to answer it, but was abruptly pushed back onto the bed. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, she heard his voice. Sister is not in a position to go, so I shall take her place. He tugged at the blanket, covering her completely, and after ensuring she was adequately concealed from head to toe, he rose from the bed. As Sang-Chu observed him getting up, she caught sight of his strong, muscular back, firm and well-defined. He seemed wholly unconcerned about her gaze, casually picking up a towel from the floor and wrapping it around his waist, only to suddenly turn and face her. Sang-Chu was taken aback by his unexpected movement, her eyes glued to him and unable to retreat in time. Thus caught in the act, Pei-chun smirked slightly before turning to open the door. He had undoubtedly been amused by her reaction. How infuriating! Sang-Chu thumped the bed in frustration, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He had seen her. Why shouldn't she look at him? What was so laughable? When Pei-chun returned with their clothes, he noticed her sulking with her head bowed, which only heightened his amusement. He placed the bag aside, approached the bed, lifted the blanket, and effortlessly scooped her up in his arms. Startled by the sudden embrace, Sang-Chu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes wide with surprise. What are you doing? Pei-chun, carrying her steadily towards the bathroom, replied nonchalantly. I send tea my sister in pain. I'm taking you to freshen up. Upon hearing his words, Sang-Chu ceased her struggles. After all, it was he who had helped her get to this point. As her benefactor, it was only right for him to care for her. Now, she realized that while she felt somewhat uncomfortable upon waking, she also felt remarkably refreshed. It seemed someone had attended to her last night. Who could that be? She didn't wish to ponder. She had noticed how attentive he could be. This revelation slightly improved her impression of him. Unbeknownst to Pei-chun, Sang-Chu was contemplating his character at that moment. He carried her into the bathroom, first placing a towel on the countertop before setting her down gently. Little gestures can often leave the most profound impact. Once Sang-Chu was settled, he prepared a toothbrush, diligently applying toothpaste before handing it to her. Only after she began brushing her teeth did he start to ready himself. As they stood opposite each other at the sink, brushing their teeth in tandem, the intimacy of the moment struck Sang-Chu as peculiar. They had only met yesterday, yet their rapport felt as if it had been forged over many years. It was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, her childhood friend, Jiang Ruofeng, who was now her nominal husband, felt like a stranger. Was it the physical proximity that created this difference? Pei-chun noticed her scrutiny, but wore an expression of complete ease. After they finished brushing, he carried Sang-Chu back out. Once she was seated on the bed, he retrieved the bag and pulled out their clothes. Sang Chu selected a set of athletic wear for herself, prioritizing comfort and mobility, while for Pei Chun, she chose a simple white shirt and jeans. Finally, Pei Chun extracted an item from the bag, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Sang Chu. Did my sister prepare this for me too? Sang Chu felt a hint of mischief in his gaze. It seemed her sister knew him quite well. Not wishing to engage with him, she turned her attention to her own clothes, preparing to dress. Who knows what was stopped by Pei Chun? She wore a puzzled expression, tinged with impatience. What does this person want now? Pei Chun met her eyes, which simmered with suppressed anger, and smiled. I will help my sister put it on. Consider a review. His gaze drifted towards an alluring object, and an image from the bathroom last night flashed in Sang Chu's mind. No need, she exclaimed, reaching out to don it herself, only to have her hand restrained by the man. He insisted on dressing Sang Chu, fastening each button with meticulous care, and only released her when he was satisfied. That will do. Seeing the pleased smile on his face, Sang Chu felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. She once again questioned who the true benefactor was between them. Finally dressed, Sang Chu had no desire to linger and quickly departed. Her hurried exit reminiscent of someone fleeing from a pursuing threat. Once she had gone, Pei Chun gazed at the closed door, his dark eyes deep and contemplative, before a low chuckle escaped him. It has been a long time, sister. After leaving the hotel, Sang Chu called Jiang Ruofeng. Their escapades the previous night had stretched late into the morning, and with further delay, it was now nearing noon. Fortunately, she could still process the divorce paperwork in the afternoon. All she needed was to retrieve their marriage certificate from home. However, on the other end, he did not answer her call, whether by design or not. Sang Chu had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Ruofeng had always loathed her, never answering her calls throughout the years. He only communicated with her to issue commands. Otherwise, he completely ignored her, rendering her existence inconsequential. Even when she wished to inquire about her husband, she had to go through his assistant. What wife finds herself in such a predicament? It was indeed a dismal failure. Fortunately, she harbored no romantic feelings for him. With the call failing to connect, she resorted to sending a text, informing him to meet her at the Civil Affairs Bureau that afternoon to finalize their divorce. After sending the message, Sang Chu felt utterly drained, lacking the strength to drive. She called for the driver to return the car and decided to take a taxi home to gather her belongings. Meanwhile, at Zhang's group, Jiang Ruofeng had left shortly after Sang Chu the night before. He arrived at the office as usual, seemingly unfazed by the divorce she mentioned. When Sang Chu's call came through, he was in a meeting. The peaceful conference room was abruptly interrupted by the ringing, causing an immediate hush to fall over the attendees, who dare not speak. To defy the protocol of silencing one's phone during a meeting was quite bold. Yet, when they witnessed Zhang's expression as he retrieved his phone, their admiration quickly morphed into astonishment. Whispers of speculation circulated among them as they wondered whose call it was. Zhang had never behaved this way during meetings before. It was indeed a first. Just when they anticipated he would answer what they assumed to be an important call, he merely glanced at the screen, showing no intention of picking up. This left everyone perplexed about the significance of the caller. Only Zhang's assistant, who inadvertently glimpsed the name on the screen, understood the reason. It was a lady's call. Jiang never answered her calls. Yet, he could not help but feel surprised that his phone was not on silent today. In the conference room, the only sound that punctuated the silence was the ringing of a mobile phone. No one dared to urge or complain until the call was automatically disconnected. Shortly after the phone call ended, the sound of a text message notification echoed through the room. Jiang Ruofeng did not open it, but caught a glimpse of the content on the illuminated screen. He memorized it instantly. Divorce? Merely a tactic to capture his attention. Chapter 8. I want to divorce Jiang Ruofeng with a disdainful glance. Jiang Ruofeng disregarded Sang Chu's message and, with a solemn expression, addressed the assembly, commanding them to continue. The attendees hastily composed themselves and resumed the meeting, though the matter lingered in their minds. Jiang Ruofeng listened to the presentations from his subordinates, appearing completely unperturbed. As the meeting concluded, individuals departed in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Did you notice? It seemed like President Jiang was lost in thought. When the marketing manager finished his report, he didn't even react. Yes, I noticed too. It was Assistant Chun who pointed it out. I wonder who called him to distract him so. Who is this mysterious figure? I've never heard of President Jiang having a romantic interest. Neither have I. But I believe I overheard someone say that President Jiang is married. It's just that no one knows who his wife is. Once the room was cleared, Assistant Chin quietly addressed Jiang Ruofeng. President Jiang, do you think it's necessary to return your wife's call? Although Assistant Chun was assigned to Jiang Ruofeng by Chairman Jiang and was aware of the dynamics between the Jiang and Sang families, he could not help but inquire upon seeing the call from the lady. Jiang Ruofeng turned to him, his gaze laced with scrutiny. What? Do you wish to speak on her behalf? Recognizing the anger simmering within Jiang Ruofeng, Assistant Chun promptly fell silent. Sang Chu took a taxi back to the Jinsho Garden, their marital residence. Although it was termed their marital home, since their marriage, Jiang Ruofeng had never spent a single night there. Upon her return, the housekeeper, seeing her, could not help but express concern. Madam, lunch is ready. Would you like to dine now? The kind-hearted housekeeper felt a pang of sympathy for Sang Chu. For 3 years of marriage, the young master had not set foot in this villa, leaving Sang Chu to occupy it alone. In this expansive house, apart from her, only the staff kept her company. Although she was considered part of the Jiang family, they genuinely felt for her. Sang Chu treated them exceptionally well, never making things difficult for them. She allowed them to take whatever they needed and granted them time off for any matters that arose, making her the most considerate mistress they could imagine. As the young master remained absent, their hearts gradually swayed, and they even began to silently harbor resentment towards him. Sang Chu, lacking an appetite due to a hangover and the aftermath of a vigorous night, felt utterly exhausted and unable to eat. Nonetheless, considering the time and the fact that she hadn't eaten since the previous night, she acknowledged that she ought to have something. All right, she consented. Upon hearing her agreement, the housekeeper quickly began to prepare the meal, her spirits lifted. Watching the housekeeper scurry about, Sang Chu felt her mood lighten, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. She intends to divorce Jiang Ruofeng. This is their marital home, purchased by the Jiang family, and naturally, she must vacate it after the divorce. She harbors no attachment to this place, as it holds no cherished memories for her. However, she feels a twinge of reluctance to part with Aunt Zhang, who has cared for her over the past 3 years, and she has grown accustomed to her presence. Perhaps she could persuade Aunt Zhang to leave with her. She wonders if Aunt Zhang might be willing. As Aunt Zhang brings the dishes to the table, she notices the lady's silent gaze fixed upon her, shimmering with an intensity that makes her momentarily uneasy, fearing she may have displeased her. Madam, is there something you wish to discuss? Sang Chu rests her chin on her hand, taking Aunt Zhang's hand and urging her sit. Aunt Zhang hastily declines, but ultimately relents and takes a seat, albeit with a slightly anxious demeanor as she casts uncertain glances at Sang Chu. Is the lady considering dismissing her? Sang Chu, holding Aunt Zhang's hand, decides to be forthright. Aunt Zhang, I'm getting a divorce from Jiang Ruofeng. Would you care to leave with me? Fearing Aunt Zhang might refuse, she reassures her, rest assured. The terms will remain the same as here, and should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. I will accommodate your needs as best as I can. Aunt Zhang is taken aback that the lady is confiding in her about such matters. More importantly, what did she just say? She intends to divorce the young master. Is this true? How is she unaware of this? Seeing Aunt Zhang silent for a moment, Sang Chu mistakenly believes her response is a refusal, her eyes dimming as she withdraws her hand. Before she can pull away, Aunt Zhang suddenly clasps her hand with excitement, exclaiming, Madam, you have finally come to your senses. This is indeed a good thing. You are no longer clinging to that crooked tree of the young master. Since the marriage, he hasn't even visited this place once. I have shifted from favoring him at first to feeling pity for you. Initially, I wondered if you were at fault, but as I got to know you, I realized it was you who was too good. It was the young master who held you back. Now that you wish to divorce, I am overjoyed. I am willing to accompany you wherever you go. As for the young master, she knows nothing of him. Sang Chu is touched by Aunt Zhang's words, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang waves her hand dismissively, feeling a bit shy, no? It is you who is wonderful, madam. Sang Chu refrains from further conversation and instead pulls Aunt Zhang to dine together. Yet Aunt Zhang, firm in her principles, resolutely declines her request, insisting that the lady should not eat alone. In the end, Sang Chu dines by herself, perhaps buoyed by Aunt Zhang's earlier words. Her appetite, which had been poor, improved, and she consumed a fair amount. After the meal, Sang Chu ascends to retrieve their marriage certificate. She opens the drawer to find 2 marriage certificates neatly placed inside. As for why they are both in her possession, it is simply because Jiang Ruofeng had no desire for them. She still recalls his words vividly from the day they emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau when he disdainfully tossed the certificate to her, his expression marred by loathing that lingered in his eyes. This is what you desired. Are you now satisfied? Here it is. Merely the sight of this object repulses me. Were it not for you, Qing Ruo would not have been compelled to drop out. It is all your fault. Sang Chu talked to her lip, her eyes filled with derision. She could not fathom what she had done to warrant such pressure that could drive someone to abandon their studies. When one harbors animosity towards another, it often appears utterly senseless. Sang Chu picked up the marriage certificate and placed it into her bag. Given Jiang Ruofeng's disdain for her, he must surely be elated at the prospect of their divorce. She felt a sense of relief as well. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly time to depart for the Civil Affairs Bureau. The driver had already returned with the car, and she instructed him to take her there. Upon arrival at the bureau, Jiang Ruofeng was absent. Sang Chu paid little mind to this, waiting for him in the vehicle. After half an hour had passed, a sense of unease crept in. Even if Jiang Ruofeng were running a bit late, it should not take this long. After pondering for a moment, she turned to the driver and asked, "Uncle Ma, may I borrow your phone to make a call?" Uncle Ma readily agreed, saying, "Madam, what are you saying? Please, use it as you wish." He handed her the phone, and Sang Chu expressed her gratitude. Taking the phone, she searched for Jiang Ruofeng's number and dialed. This was her first time using someone else's phone to contact him. In the past, when he did not answer her calls, she accepted it with ease, reveling in the liberation. Now, however, it was merely a matter of necessity. The call connected relatively quickly. "Hello." A familiar voice emerged through the receiver. Sang Chu felt no stir of emotion. "I am at the Civil Affairs Bureau. We are getting divorced. I'm waiting for you here." Her tone was devoid of warmth, treating him as if he were a stranger. No, even strangers would exhibit kindness. This felt more akin to hostility. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Ruofeng's demeanor instantly chilled. His impatience was palpable as she broached the subject of their divorce, and Sang Chu decided to temper her approach. She was acutely aware that they could not divorce. Their father would never consent. This spectacle was merely for whose benefit? Did he truly think it was he who did not wish to part ways? Sang Chu understood his concerns. Their father would acquiesce, if only he would come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Ruofeng was perplexed by her antics, but lacked the energy to indulge her whims. Sang Chu, return home now. If you wish to wait, then wait. With that, a series of beeps signaled that the call had been disconnected. Sang Chu attempted to call again, but the line was now unreachable. Holding her phone, she fell into silence. Uncle Ma sensed the shift in atmosphere and cautiously observed her expression through the rearview mirror, wary of her potential distress. However, Sang Chu felt little. Perhaps she had anticipated that divorce would not come easily. Jiang Ruofeng evidently dismissed her words, perceiving her as merely causing a scene. She felt no sorrow. Had she not endured enough of his mockery over the years? Sang Chu returned the phone to Uncle Ma and headed back to the Jingxiwa garden. If he believed her actions were a performance, she would clarify that she had never sought anyone's attention nor engaged in theatrics. Upon returning to the resplendent garden, Sang Chu began to prepare for packing her belongings. "Aunt Zhang, please help me with the luggage. We shall depart today." Aunt Zhang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such haste. However, she quickly regained her composure and eagerly agreed, "Of course, I will start packing right away." Sang Chu ascended the stairs to gather her things. Although she had resided there for several years, her possessions were relatively few, primarily consisting of clothing. Many items were already available in the new villa, rendering their transport unnecessary. Furthermore, clothing could easily be purchased anew, making it impractical to bring everything along. Embracing this notion of a fresh start, Sang Chu decided to pack only valuable jewelry and handbags, and soon had everything arranged. When she descended the stairs, Aunt Zhang was already waiting with her belongings. In comparison, Aunt Zhang had evidently packed her items much more swiftly. Upon seeing Sang Chu, she promptly stated, "Madam, I have finished packing. When are we leaving?" Sang Chu smiled at her words. "Aunt Zhang, please refrain from calling me madam. Just call me Xiao Chu." "Oh dear, how thoughtless of me. Indeed, I should not refer to you as madam anymore. Henceforth, I shall call you miss. However, calling you Xiao Chu is certainly out of the question. One cannot address the mistress of the house in such a manner." Sang Chu understood Aunt Zhang's nature and realized that once she had made up her mind, her own opinions held little sway. Regardless of how she preferred to be addressed, she decided to let Aunt Zhang call her as she wished. Uncle Ma ascended the stairs to load Sang Chu's packed belongings into the vehicle, and the group prepared to leave. It is worth noting that while in the car, Uncle Ma had overheard Sang Chu's conversation with Jiang Ruofeng and voluntarily offered to accompany her, which delighted her immensely. After all, both Aunt Zhang and Uncle Ma had been with her for several years, and they had developed a bond. It was certainly a pleasure to have them accompany her. Regarding the resplendent garden, she intended to send the keys to Jiang Ruofeng. Jiang Ruofeng might presume that Uncle Jiang opposed their divorce, a notion that was not entirely unfounded, as he had indeed disapproved in the past. However, the time had come. She should seek out Uncle Jiang to facilitate the divorce agreement. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at another villa in Clearwater Bay, which was under Sang Chu's name, a property bequeathed by her mother. The villa in Clearwater Bay was comparable in size to the resplendent garden, but boasted superior location and amenities. After a brief tidying up, Sang Chu felt utterly fatigued and collapsed onto the bed. She had been busy all day and was utterly exhausted. She longed to rest for a moment. Just as she closed her eyes, a message arrived. Sang Chu picked up her phone and squinted at the screen. Upon seeing the sender's name, her eyes widened in surprise. The message was from Pei Chun, inquiring when she would deliver the keys and inform him of the villa's location. His reminder struck her. She seemed to have forgotten to arrange for someone to deliver the keys to Pei Chun. Since returning, she had been so preoccupied that the thought of him had completely slipped her mind. Had he not reached out to assert his presence, she likely would have never remembered. Having promised to support him, she naturally had to take responsibility. She hurriedly replied to the message and promptly arranged for someone to deliver the keys to him. Just as she sent the message, a video call popped up. The name displayed was unmistakably Pei Chun. Though Sang Chu was reluctant to answer in her fluster, she accidentally accepted the call instead of declining it. Soon, Pei Chun's strikingly handsome face filled the screen, magnifying his captivating features. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Noticing her weary expression and furrowed brow, he expressed concern, asking, "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Sang Chu shook her head, not wishing to elaborate. Pei Chun did not press her further. If she chose to share, she would, and if not, he had his ways of finding out. "Sister, when will you come to see me?" His tone carried a hint of anticipation, and his earnest gaze was fixed upon her. For some inexplicable reason, Sang Chu's spirits lifted considerably. Perhaps this was the advantage of being exceptionally handsome. Merely gazing upon his face could brighten her mood, not to mention his endearing demeanor. However, she had matters to attend to and could not visit him immediately. "I've been rather busy these days. Take care of yourself. I'll transfer your allowance for this month shortly." Upon hearing this, Pei Chun's face visibly fell, yet he obediently nodded in understanding. "But sister, once you're done, you must remember to contact me." Sang Chu nonchalantly nodded and then ended the video call. She transferred the monthly funds, which he quickly acknowledged with a cute emoji to express his gratitude. Ignoring it, she sent someone to deliver the keys and casually tossed her phone aside. Chapter 10. After Pei Chun ended the call, the obedient expression on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming indifference. So she had forgotten about him. How heartless of her. He accepted the funds sent by Sang Chu and made a phone call. It connected swiftly. Find out what Sang Chu has been up to today. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. If Sang Chu were present, she would sense something amiss, for she had never divulged her name to Pei Chun. How'd he come to know it? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Pei Chun gazed at the bustling streets below, lost in thought. Just then a call came in, displaying He Qingyan's name. Pei Chen frowned, intending to decline, but then reconsidered and answered. Be it about last night. As soon as the call connected, He Qingyan's eager voice rushed in. What on earth is this? Pei Chen interjected. Before he could respond, He Qingyan continued. Who would have thought the illustrious Pei Yi would indulge in a fleeting romance? It's utterly astonishing. If this were to return to the capital, no one would believe it. Everyone in the capital circle knows about the prince's extreme aversion to women. One might think he was a monk. Yet last night, he was forcibly kissed and didn't he resist, obediently following along. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly, men. Pei Chen, weary of the trivialities spewing forth from his companion, interjected abruptly, demanding the photos taken the previous night. His mere utterance silenced He Qingyan. How curious. This individual had been kissed just yesterday. How could he possibly know about the clandestine photography? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that, in a fit of excitement, He Qingyan had indiscreetly disseminated the photos. Had he known the man was aware, he would have exercised greater caution. Clearing his throat, He Qingyan, feeling a twinge of guilt, inquired, How did you discern that I had captured images? Have you grown eyes in the back of your head? Pei Chen, uninterested in further trivial exchanges, insisted, hand them over. Perceiving the impatience in Pei Chen's voice, He Qingyan swallowed hard and murmured, Let me share something with you. But please, do not take offense. An ominous premonition stirred within Pei Chen, prompting a curt acknowledgement. He needed to steady the man. He Qingyan, sensing no hostility from Pei Chen, relaxed and divulged, I accidentally sent that photo out yesterday. Pei Chen's expression darkened immediately, his tone cooling. Yet He Qingyan remained oblivious. Where did it go? He inquired. Not detecting any displeasure from Pei Chen, He Qingyan felt entirely reassured. Oh, it was just our childhood friends group chat, he explained. Pei Chen, however, was not part of that group, which comprised 4 members known as the Victim Alliance. It was clear that Pei Chen was the perpetrator, and the purpose of this alliance was to vanquish him. Yet, after all these years, they had not succeeded. Add me to the group, Pei Chen requested. Although he was aware of the group's existence, he had never shown interest in joining. His mention now was merely to address the photo. Noting Pei Chen's lack of anger, He Qingyan eagerly added him to the chat. Upon entering, Pei Chen located the image without hesitation and saved it. With a few deft movements, the entire group was subsequently silenced. Simultaneously, several members' phones went dark, displaying an image of a pig leisurely extending its middle finger. Damn you, Pei Chen! He Qingyan fumed, hurling his phone away. He regretted trusting Pei Chen's dubious words. Now, the group was gone, and they had been publicly ridiculed. After completing his task, Pei Chen tucked away his phone just as a knock sounded at the door. He opened it to find the person sent by Sang Chu to deliver the keys. The individual, upon witnessing Pei Chen's commanding presence, instinctively lowered their voice. You must be the one the young lady mentioned. I have come to deliver the keys and to escort you. Pei Chen nodded, promptly shutting the door behind him as he departed with the messenger. The person outside, taken aback by his decisiveness, had not anticipated such a swift exit, seemingly without a moment for preparation. However, this was not within their purview. Their sole task was to fulfill the lady's instructions. The following day, after breakfast, Sang Chu summoned a local courier to deliver the keys to Jin Xiuhua Garden for Jiang Ruofeng. Once the courier departed, she ascended to her room to change her attire and apply a light touch of makeup. Feeling significantly better upon waking, she gazed into the mirror at her radiant reflection. Eliciting a smile, she donned a snug-fitting bodycon dress, painted her lips a seductive fiery red, and styled her hair into glamorous retro waves. Clad in a pair of high heels, she gracefully stepped out. Today, she intended to head to the office. Sang Chu, as a talent agent, had established a moderately successful entertainment company, gaining a modest reputation in Lin City. However, the celebrities under her management were not particularly renowned, mostly consisting of lesser-known figures. Her aspiration was to cultivate a top-tier star or an acclaimed actor. Opting for high heels today, Sang Chu decided against driving herself and instead requested Uncle Ma to take her there. Xingji was located in the city center. making the journey from Qing Shui Bay significantly quicker than from Jinshiu Garden. Had it not been for Jiang Ruofeng, she would never have chosen to reside in Jinshiu Garden. However, if she approached Uncle Jiang for assistance, Jiang Ruofeng would undoubtedly believe her genuine desire for divorce. This would grant her complete freedom. Although their relationship seemed tenuous at present, the mere thought of their names appearing in the same script brought her distress. "Mrs. Here," Uncle Ma announced as he dropped Sang Chu off at the entrance of Xingji. After bidding farewell to him, she entered the company only to be met by an energetic young girl who rushed towards her, seizing her hand and pulling her inside without a word. Confused and somewhat anxious, Sang Chu inquired, "What is wrong? What has happened?" The petite girl, with a surprisingly loud voice, exclaimed, "Something has happened to Miss Sang. Tian Xiaoya is vying for Tianxiao Bashang against Duan Yi." Duan Yi was the leading lady at Xingji, a key figure nurtured by the company, always prioritized for major roles. She was commendable, boasting both beauty and acting prowess, coupled with a pleasant personality, which Sang Chu greatly appreciated. "Who is this Tian Xiaoya? I don't recall such a person within the company," she pondered. Chapter 11. Who do you think you are? The young girl, known as Shen Xiaoyu, halted abruptly at the mention of Tian Xiaoya, her body stiffening as she awkwardly glanced back at Sang Chu. The scrutiny made Sang Chu feel slightly uncomfortable. Shen Xiaoyu was her personally recruited assistant, a recent university graduate with a vivacious and straightforward demeanor whom she liked quite a bit. She suddenly paused, evidently connected to the situation, prompting Sang Chu to ask, "Does this Tian Xiaoya have anything to do with me?" After a moment of hesitation, Shen Xiaoya nodded, her eyes veiling uncertainty and retreat. Sang Chu was well aware that she had never encountered anyone named Tian Xiaoya, and Shen Xiaoya would not lie, implying a direct correlation to her. Realizing this, her expression darkened. "Come with me," she commanded, leaving no room for refusal. "Let's go see." With that, she strode away purposefully, exuding an air of someone seeking retribution. Shen Xiaoyu, initially bewildered by her sudden departure, quickly fell in a step behind Sang Chu, who was exuding an impressive aura. However, her confusion soon transformed into a sense of excitement and surprise as she observed Sang Chu's confident figure. "Miss Sang seems different." Upon her arrival, the conference room was in disarray. Duan Yi and her agent occupied one side, while a strikingly beautiful young girl sat across from them, presumably accompanied by her own agent. A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. That young girl must be Tian Xiaoya. Upon casting a glance, Sang Chu gauged the atmosphere and gracefully stepped inside. The individuals within, alerted by the sound, turned their attention towards her, resulting in a notable decrease in chatter. Duan Yi and her manager immediately adopted a more subdued demeanor, while Tian Xiaoya appeared utterly indifferent, engrossed in her phone. Her manager, with an air of arrogance, regarded Sang Chu as if she were of little consequence. Following closely behind, Shen Xiaoyu felt a surge of indignation at the ostentation displayed by Tian Xiaoya and her manager, perplexed by their bravado in the presence of the esteemed Sang. Sang Chu proceeded to the center of the room and seated herself, surveying her surroundings until her gaze landed on Duan Yi. "Duan Yi, what is the situation here?" she inquired. Duan Yi epitomized classical beauty, her presence exuding a refined elegance reminiscent of an ancient figure. Each time netizens voted for the most enchanting period drama star, she was invariably included. Approaching 30, she had risen to prominence through period dramas in recent years, becoming the leading actress at Xingji, whom Sang Chu was keen to promote. Xingji, though not a large company, had finally cultivated a successful figure in the entertainment industry and thus directed all resources toward her. The project Tianxiao Bakong, which Sang Chu had acquired at a considerable expense the previous month, was based on a beloved historical romance novel. Sang Chu intended to adapt it into a period drama, with Duan Yi in the lead role. Having read the novel, she recognized that although it was a romance, it narrated the story of an overlooked prince's ascent to power, with a female lead playing a significant role in his journey, distinguishing it from mere frivolous narratives. Sang Chu aspired to invite the author to contribute directly, aiming to elevate the themes and broaden the scope of the production. intent on crafting a remarkable series that would establish her reputation. The character of the female lead seemed tailor-made for Duan Yi. However, she had yet to select a male lead, when unexpectedly, Tian Xiaoya emerged, intent on competing with Duan Yi for the role. San Jufi Sapata. The female lead was a noble woman of refined lineage, possessing an innate grace, whereas Tian Xiaoya, though beautiful, was utterly unsuitable. She resembled a protagonist from a contemporary school romance who had unwittingly stumbled into a tale of political intrigue. Sang Chu immediately perceived Tian Xiaoya's mismatch. Setting aside any further considerations, how could she assert herself as the rightful choice for the role? Tian Xiaoya, displaying her discontent at Sang Chu's request for Duan Yi to speak, interjected. Her expression held no semblance of respect for her superior, instead revealing a hint of disdain. Merely a sycophant lacking her husband's affection, what was there to be proud of? To reach such depths as a woman was nothing short of disgraceful. If she were in the same position, she would undoubtedly capture Mr. Zhang's favor. Sang Chu frowned, regarding Tian Xiaoya with a cold, piercing gaze, not failing to notice the subtle triumph in her demeanor. What do you think you are? Have I permitted you to speak? She asserted, her presence commanding yet poised, leaving the audience taken aback. This was the first occasion they had witnessed her ire since founding Xingji. Previously, she seemed perpetually occupied, often absent for days, and when present, she delegated matters to her assistant. Were it not for her illustrious deeds, they might have forgotten the existence of such a formidable boss. Even in her absence from the company, her presence frequently graced the entertainment news. In other words, her fame eclipsed that of any artist within the organization, often trending on social media. Now, as Sang Chu spoke with a frosty demeanor, the crowd dared not utter a word. It was evident that her cold visage commanded fear, a testament to her noble lineage. The reality was far from the humiliating portrayals depicted in the news. Tian Xiaoya, taken aback by Sang Chu's retort, initially felt a pang of trepidation, but soon regained her composure, feeling somewhat humiliated. How could she allow herself to be intimidated by Sang Chu in front of so many colleagues? Would they not think her afraid of Sang Chu? Since joining Xingji, she had always regarded herself as the princess of this realm, demanding adoration from all and looking down upon others. This incident had certainly tarnished her image. The Tyrant's Beloved was a grand production. With such a well-crafted female lead, even a fool could discern that a well-developed character would undoubtedly attract fans. This small company had scarce resources, and after finally acquiring a significant project, it was only natural for it to be hers. Why should it go to that old woman? Duan Yi? And what of Sang Chu? Did she even realize who she was confronting? Fuming, Tian Xiaoya slammed her hand on the table, incredulously glaring at Sang Chu, and exclaimed, Sang Chu, how dare you treat me this way? Do you believe I want to inform young Master Zhang? With that, she looked down at Sang Chu, expecting to see a flicker of panic. However, there was none. Sang Chu merely regarded her as one would a fool. The meeting room was steeped in silence, all eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. As Tian Xiaoya noted Sang Chu's unflinching demeanor, a sense of unease crept into her heart. What was happening? Why was Sang Chu so unperturbed? She must be feigning it. With a calm expression, Sang Chu crossed her arms, her eyelids slightly lifted. Who is young Master Zhang? Go ahead and tell him. The indifference in her gaze nearly caused Tian Xiaoya to falter in maintaining her facade. Young Master Zhang was a friend of General Jiang, and she was his girlfriend. How could she dare to treat her this way? Was she not afraid of inciting General Jiang's ire? Perhaps invoking Jiang Ruofeng gave her newfound confidence, as a smile returned to her face. If you kneel and apologize and grant me the female lead, I might consider asking young Master Zhang to intercede on your behalf. Chapter 12. Now you are dismissed. The thought of Sang Chu apologizing to her later filled Tian Xiaoya with exhilaration. What did it matter if she was a scion of a wealthy family? What of marrying General Jiang? It was evident that without General Jiang's favor, her status was of little consequence. Now, she would be the one demanding an apology. It was truly pitiable. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoya's remarks, the people in the conference room collectively inhaled sharply, instinctively shrinking their presence. Duan Yi and her manager, upon hearing her words, also sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that the role of the female lead in the tyrant's beloved was slipping from their grasp. Who did not know that President Sang held a deep affection for her husband, famously devoted to him? Once General Jiang was involved, President Sang would undoubtedly acquiesce. Duan Yi had been with Xing Ji since its inception. In the entertainment industry, she is neither particularly young nor old, yet her accomplishments are mediocre, rendering her virtually invisible within the confines of a major corporation, where promising scripts elude her grasp. With the backing of the Sang and Jiang families, Sang Chu established her own company, leading many to believe she was merely indulging in a whimsical endeavor, doubting her capacity for true success. Initially, Duan Yi had no intention of joining, but was personally approached by President Sang, who expressed a belief in her potential and an affinity for her. The conditions offered by President Sang were appealing, alongside a promise of preferential resources, prompting her to take a leap of faith and accept the opportunity. Although Xingji may not be substantial in size since her arrival, President Sang has indeed fulfilled her commitments. The only drawback lies in President Sang's tendency to compromise when it comes to matters involving President Jiang. In this instance seems no different. Duan Yi has already surmised the outcome, relinquishing any hope for this role. It's no wonder that Tian Xiaoya is so audacious. She is evidently convinced that President Sang would not dare confront her. If she truly has President Jiang as support, her confidence is indeed justified. Sang Chu is unfamiliar with Tian Xiaoya, as she had been preoccupied with matters concerning Uncle Jiang and had not been present at the company recently. Little did she anticipate that the resolution of those issues would bring about such a surprising turn of events. Even without prior acquaintance, Tian Xiaoya's earlier remarks sufficiently illuminated Sang Chu's current predicament. In essence, Tian Xiaoya is leveraging her status as the girlfriend of Jiang Ruofeng's friend, brazenly asserting her position here. Sang Chu smirked slightly. This was indeed intriguing. As everyone presumed Sang Chu would swiftly apologize to Tian Xiaoya, she instead smiled and said, "I do not know Mr. Zeng. If you wish to file a complaint, feel free. But as of now, I must dismiss you from your position as the company's owner." Her voice grew increasingly frigid as she concluded her statement. The unexpected nature of Sang Chu's words left the audience in astonishment. Tian Xiaoya, momentarily taken aback, quickly turned to face Sang Chu, her serious demeanor indicating that she was far from jesting. But how could this be? Was she not afraid of inciting President Jiang's ire? Previously, Sang Chu had always yielded to President Jiang. Had she lost her senses today? Sang Chu shrugged. "You are no longer an employee of the company. Please leave immediately." The crowd buzzed with whispers, astonished by Sang Chu's demeanor, while some secretly mocked Tian Xiaoya. Though her tenure had been brief, Tian Xiaoya possessed a notoriously fiery temperament, having offended many. Witnessing her expulsion brought considerable joy to those around. After all, she was merely a minor model who had climbed into Mr. Zeng's bed, mistakenly believing herself to be of significance. Did she truly think she could vie for roles against Sister Duan? Could she even act? President Sang was undeniably impressive. Many had anticipated she would relent upon hearing President Jiang's name and apologize to Tian Xiaoya, but this was a delightful surprise. Did anyone else notice that today, as President Sang seemed distinctly different from her usual self? The onlookers, whether intentionally or not, spoke loudly enough for Tian Xiaoya to overhear, darkening her expression further. These individuals were clearly mocking her. Tian Xiaoya glared at those seated, her chest heaving with indignation, and pointed at Sang Chu, declaring, "Just wait. I will call Mr. Zeng right now. You are finished. I will ensure he avenges me." Sang Chu remained unfazed, her hands spread in a gesture of indifference, gazing at her with an air of nonchalance. Tian Xiaoya initially wished to witness Sang Chu begging for mercy, yet to her surprise, the latter exhibited no fear whatsoever. With her phone in hand, she found herself uncertain whether to make the call. This marked her first encounter with Sang Chu, but it was common knowledge that Sang Chu was infatuated with Jiang Ruofeng to the point of madness, making her the most renowned sycophant in lynching. Zeng Xiao, also known as Zeng Tian, was her boyfriend and they had only been together for a month. Information regarding Sang Chu had been relayed to her by Zhang Tian himself. Zhang Tian was a notorious playboy in Lincheng, hailing from a wealthy family, and was known for his rapid turnover of girlfriends, yet he was generous in his expenditures. Despite his notorious reputation, many still flocked to him, hoping to gain some financial advantage. Tian Xiaoya had managed to connect with Zhang Tian at a gathering, leading to a night spent together in a hotel room. Originally a modest model, she had signed with a small agency after graduating from university. And upon her association with Zhang Tian, she sought his assistance in securing acting opportunities, aiming to transition her career. Given her age, she was eager to change paths. Zhang Tian had arranged for her to join Xingji and had mentioned Sang Chu in passing. Sang Chu is merely a sycophant. Do not concern yourself with her, were Zhang Tian's exact words. Upon further inquiry into Sang Chu's circumstances, she finally grasped the rationale behind his statement. It was evident that Sang Chu lacked dignity in front of Jiang Ruofeng, dutifully complying with whatever demands were made of her, even tolerating her husband's infidelities and mistreatment from other women. For a young lady of such standing to be reduced to this state, Tian Xia naturally held her in contempt. This role was one she was determined to claim. She had initially expected Sang Chu to acquiesce upon her departure from Jiang. Yet now it appeared that Sang Chu was utterly unfazed. Was this truly the famed sycophant circulating outside? At this juncture, she felt compelled to make the call. Tian Xiaoya glanced at Sang Chu and dialed Zhang Tian's number. The line did not connect immediately, and as she observed the skeptical expressions of those around her, a sense of urgency crept into her heart. If the call failed to go through, she would be the subject of ridicule. The conference room was silent, all eyes on Tian Xiaoya, speculating whether General Manager Sang had undergone a transformation. Just as she was about to hang up in frustration, the call finally connected. "Hello," came a languid voice, accompanied by the thumping of loud music, suggesting he was indulging in festivities elsewhere. Tian Xiaoya smiled, her demeanor shifting to one of sweet persuasion as she cooed, "Zheng Xiao, could you possibly come over? I've encountered a little predicament." With a gleam of triumph in her eyes, she shot a furtive glare at Sang Chu. Whatever Zheng Tian said next seemed to elicit an even broader smile from her. "All right, I'll be waiting for you after concluding the call." She leaned back in her chair, casting a domineering glance at Sang Chu. Zhang Xiao said he'll be here shortly to speak with you personally. Once Zhang Xiao arrived, she could hardly believe that Sang Chu would dare to dismiss her. Sang Chu, unfamiliar with the significance of Zhang Xiao, remained unfazed. "His arrival will not sway my decision to terminate your employment," she stated resolutely, rising from her seat. The protagonist of Tianxia Bachan is Duan Yi. Everyone should proceed with their business. As for Zheng Xiao, she would await his arrival to address her directly. With that, she turned and departed, clearly dismissing Tian Xiaoya. Chapter 13. You think you can command me? You. Tian Xiaoya, seething with anger, glared at Sang Chu's retreating figure and shouted, "Just you wait. I will make you regret this." Upon witnessing Sang Chu's departure, Duan Yi felt a sense of relief and prepared to leave as well. Her manager followed suit. As they passed by Tian Xiaoya, Duan Yi cast a fleeting smile in her direction, choosing silence as they exited. This only fueled Tian Xiaoya's fury. She believed it was all a deliberate front. Do you really trust what Sang Zong said? Is this role truly ours? Duan Yi's manager harbored some reservations, for it was widely known that Sang Zong held a fondness for Jiang Zong. If that Chun Xiao were to arrive, it was uncertain whether he would remain steadfast in his decision. Such occurrences had transpired before. While Sang Zong usually displayed commendable behavior when faced with Jiang Zong, she seemed to lose her composure entirely, rendering her reliability questionable. "Rest assured, this time it is genuine," Duan Yi replied, recalling Sang Chu's demeanor earlier, her voice imbued with conviction. This version of Sang Zong is markedly different from before. It appears she has truly come to terms with things. Once Duan Yi and her manager departed, the remaining individuals in the conference room, sensing the excitement had dissipated, gradually exited as well. Ultimately, only Tian Xiaoya and her manager remained. Has Sang Chu lost her mind? How dare she treat me this way? The more Tian Xiaoya pondered, the angrier she became. Initially believing the role was rightfully hers, she now faced not only rejection but also dismissal by Sang Chu, becoming the subject of ridicule. What then was the purpose of her association with Chun Xiao? She was determined to make Sang Chu regret her actions. She resolved to wait for Chun Xiao's arrival. Observing the fury etched on her face, her manager chose to remain silent and accompanied her in anticipation. In the past, she would have easily spoken her mind about Tian Xiaoya, deeming her merely a minor model under her wing. Yet, who could have predicted that Tian Xiaoya would strike such fortune, aligning herself with Chun Xiao, who facilitated her entry into Xingji and appointed her as Tian Xiaoya's exclusive manager. Thus, her manager dared not voice any objections. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She sensed that Sang Chu did not appear to be jesting, and Tian Xiaoya's prospects seemed grim. Of course, she would never articulate these thoughts aloud. Upon exiting the conference room, Sang Chu made her way directly to her office. The incident with Tian Xiaoya served as a reminder that she would sever ties with Jiang Ruofen, and it was time to cleanse her company of any remnants associated with him. All individuals placed by Jiang Ruofen were to be dismissed. Shun Xiaoyu followed Sang Chu into the office, relieved yet puzzled to see Sang Chu perusing the documents on her desk, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. Noticing her prolonged silence, Sang Chu glanced up and observed the young girl's conflicted expression. With a light chuckle, she encouraged, "Feel free to speak your mind. I wouldn't want you to bottle it up." Sang Chu was fully aware that her recent actions were surprising, and it was entirely normal for the young girl to harbor questions. However, this would be the new normal. She would no longer have any dealings with Jiang Ruofen. It would serve her subordinates well to understand her stance. Shun Xiaoyu, oblivious to the displeasure on Sang Chu's face, mustered the courage to speak. Sang Zong, "Are you truly unafraid of Tian Xiaoya summoning that Chen Xiao? If you regret it later, it may be too late. What is there to fear?" She replied with a smile, "Do you think I would waver because of Jiang Ruofen? I will not reconsider my decision regarding Tian Xiaoya." Shun Xiaoyu hesitated before nodding. It was not just her. She believed others shared the same sentiment. Sang Chu understood their thoughts, as her previous actions had indeed been excessive and foolish. Rest assured, there would be no further delays in company matters due to Jiang Ruofen. The interests of the company would take precedence. Her solemn demeanor left Shun Xiaoyu momentarily speechless, compelling her to trust. It seemed that President Sang was sincere. Do you understand? She was indifferent to whether Shun Xiaoyu believed her, simply instructing her to compile a list of the company's affairs. Understood. Shun Xiaoyu left the office in a daze. Sang Chu had not attended to company matters for some time and discovered a considerable accumulation of tasks. The sight was startling. Many issues required her decisive input. Quickly, Sang Chu immersed herself in the documents, entirely forgetting about Tian Xiaoya. By the time Shun Xiaoyu mentioned Zhang Tian's arrival, she nearly overlooked the matter. "Oh, let him in then." Her languid tone reassured Shun Xiaoyu, who felt comforted by President Sang's clarity of mind. Just as she prepared to escort the visitor, the door swung open, and a man entered with an air of arrogance, followed closely by Tian Xiaoya. "Sang Chu, how dare you fire my employee? You have some nerve." Upon raising her gaze, Sang Chu encountered a man whose familiar disdain struck her. This look was one she had seen countless times during her years alongside Jiang Ruofen. Even if she did not recognize him, his demeanor made it clear he was acquainted with Jiang Ruofen, for only those in his circle would address her in such a manner. "Hey, how dare you speak like that?" Shun Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself at Zhang Tian's insolence, stepped forward to defend Sang Chu. Afterward, she cast a regretful glance at Sang Chu, feeling she had failed to prevent their entry. Sang Chu offered her a reassuring look, urging her not to dwell on it, before finally directing her attention to the man who had entered. "Who are you? And do you know who I am to speak to me in such a way? Do you believe I won't have Sang Chu dismiss you?" Zhang Tan boldly seated himself on the office sofa, crossing his legs and gazing at Sang Chu with arrogance. Tian Xiaoya sweetly clung to his arm, leaning against his shoulder, exuding a facade of gentle charm. "Zheng Xiao, President Sang says she will fire me, and I'm so frightened," she feigned, patting her chest as if genuinely alarmed. Sang Chu found her affected display amusing. Yet, Zheng Xiao seemed to relish it, patting her back and soothing, "Don't worry, your brother Tian has arrived. She wouldn't dare fire you." Leaning back in her chair, hands clasped before her, Sang Chu replied coolly, "And so, what if I did? Tian Xiaoya was never my employee to begin with. I am merely clearing my ranks." A sardonic smile graced her lips as she raised her chin slightly. "What authority do you possess to dictate whether I keep her? The Zheng family? I have yet to hear of any Zheng family in Lincheng. A singular Zheng family dares to command me? Even if it existed, it wouldn't hold her interest. It never did, and it certainly does not now." The words of Sang Chu left the assembled individuals in shock, and Zheng Tian felt as though he had received a stinging slap to the face, the sensation burning fiercely. Enraged, he immediately rose and approached Sang Chu, declaring, "Do not push me, Sang Chu. Everyone knows you harbor feelings for General Jiang, yet he despises you. If I were to inform him, and he becomes incensed, the consequences for you would be dire. I advise you not to provoke my wrath, unless you are unafraid of inciting General Jiang's anger." Zheng Tian forced himself to contain his emotions, casting a cold gaze upon Sang Chu. Chapter 14. A slap in the face for Zheng Tian indeed. The Zheng family could not compare to the Sang family, yet Sang Chu adhered to General Jiang's directives. As long as she wished to avoid inciting his ire, she would heed her own counsel. Zheng Tian had witnessed Sang Chu's lack of dignity in front of Jiang Ruofeng and had no doubt of her concern for him. He believed that by mentioning General Jiang, she would undoubtedly regret crossing him. However, he was mistaken. Had this been before yesterday, she might have indeed endured for the sake of Jiang Ruofeng, allowing Tian Xiaoya to remain. But after yesterday, that possibility was forever lost. Zheng Tian awaited an apology from Sang Chu, only to be met with her mockingly disdainful gaze. "Tell whomever you wish. This is my company, and only I hold the authority here. As for Jiang Ruofeng," she said with a faint smile, "what is he to me?" Ignoring the astonished expression on Zheng Tian's face, Sang Chu turned to the dazed Shen Xiaoyu and commanded the security to expel the two intruders, insisting that no more riffraff be allowed inside. Shen Xiaoyu, captivated by her formidable boss, nodded in agreement, still starry-eyed. Once Sang Chu had made her arrangements, she returned to her work, dismissing the two with indifference. Shen Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure and, with a stern expression, ushered Zheng Tian and Tian Xiaoya out. Tian Xiaoya, taken aback that even with Zheng Tian's presence, Sang Chu remained unyielding, felt both frustrated and embarrassed, and hurriedly supported Zheng Tian. "Zheng Xiao, what should we do now? Am I truly going to be dismissed?" She had only just entered the entertainment industry and had yet to begin her acting career. She certainly did not wish to return to modeling. Zheng Tian, already vexed by Sang Chu's actions, became further agitated at Tian Xiaoya's words. He violently shook off her hand, glaring at her with undisguised animosity, his tone brusque. "This is all you're doing." Clearly, he was venting his frustrations on Tian Xiaoya. Zheng Tian had thought that by invoking General Jiang's name, Sang Chu would be intimidated into compliance, yet now he could not fathom her inexplicable defiance. For such a trivial matter, he could not genuinely seek out General Jiang. While he was acquainted with him, they were hardly close. Previously, he had relied on Sang Chu's affection for Jiang Ruofeng to assert his influence, claiming to be a friend of General Jiang, though in truth, he had only encountered him on a few occasions amidst larger gatherings. This was also why he could only manage to arrange for Tian Xiaoya to enter the modest company. Xingji, Sang Chu's claim of never having heard of the Zheng family stemmed from the undeniable fact that the Zheng family paled in comparison to the Sang family. Just a few years ago, the Sang family was the wealthiest in Lincheng, a stature that even the current Jiang family could not rival. Had it not been for the union between the Sang and Jiang families, and the support that the Sang family extended to the Jiang family, particularly through Jiang Ruofeng, the latter would not have ascended to the position of the new wealthiest family. Zheng Tian found himself utterly at a loss, daring to approach Sang Chu only after witnessing her demeanor in Jiang Ruofeng's presence on 2 occasions, mistakenly believing that upon hearing Jiang Ruofeng's name, she would not pursue the matter further. Little did he anticipate the turn of events that ensued. Filled with a sense of frustration and helplessness, he abandoned Tian Xiaoya and departed. Tian Xiaoya, upon encountering Shun Xiaoyu's gleeful expression, stomped her foot and hurriedly followed after him. Shun Xiaoyu was utterly delighted, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. As she emerged, she was met with the sight of several individuals crouching cautiously at the door, bending over and preparing to speak. Upon noticing her readiness to make a sound, they swiftly covered her mouth. Shun Xiaoyu widened her eyes, nodding vigorously. Once the others saw her acquiescence, they released her. Did President Tseng not agree? Who would have thought that President Tseng would be so indifferent to this Xing Xiao? Could it be that she has finally given up on Jiang Ruofen? I saw that Zheng Xiao's face was utterly grim, and Tian Xiaoya even chased after him. Ha! This is simply too amusing. I have long been weary of her arrogant demeanor. I never expected her to find herself in such a predicament today. I assert that President Tseng has made the right choice. She must have truly let go of that Jiang surname. President Tseng possesses a commendable character. As a business leader from a well-to-do background, she has never adopted an aloof attitude. On the contrary, she treats her employees with kindness and offers generous benefits. Most importantly, those at Xingji have never acquiesced to underhanded dealings. They also uphold a meritocratic principle, which is why everyone is willing to remain in this small company. Logically speaking, the Tseng family holds a significant position in Lin City, and it seems unlikely that the eldest daughter of the Tseng family would struggle so. However, for reasons unknown, President Tseng has not relied on her family's influence, but has achieved everything through her own efforts. Moreover, there appears to be subtle oppression at play. The identity of the oppressor remains unclear, but some speculate it to be Jiang Ruofeng. Over the years, they have observed the excessive treatment from the Jiang family towards President Tseng, and now that she appears to have moved on from the Jiang surname, they are filled with joy. In their eyes, President Tseng is young, beautiful, and of good character. If she is no longer fond of Jiang Ruofeng, they can only imagine how much more content she must be. Today, they finally witnessed that transformation. Unbeknownst to Tseng Chu, her employees were celebrating her newfound liberation. She was engrossed in reviewing company documents. The earlier incident had not affected her, merely serving as a trivial interlude. Having not visited the company for some time, Tseng Chu diligently attended to the paperwork, remaining until dusk. As the sky darkened outside, she prepared to leave, intending to return home. Regarding her divorce from Jiang Ruofeng, she felt it necessary to inform her father. As for Uncle Jiang, she planned to wait until she had spoken to her father before visiting him the following day. Upon exiting the company, Tseng Chu drove home, not to Qingshui Bay, but to the Tseng residence. Since her marriage, she had spent most of her time at Jinshu Garden, seldom returning to the Tseng family home. It was not that she did not wish to return. Rather, the memories of events from a decade past were inescapable and often cast a shadow over her mood, prompting her to avoid such recollections. As long as it remains unseen, one's mood will remain unaffected. Out of sight, out of mind. The relationship between the Tseng and Jiang families is remarkably cordial, with their villas situated in the same affluent neighborhood of Yuling City in Linqing. The drive takes approximately an hour. By the time Tseng Chu arrived at the Tseng residence, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. As her car entered the courtyard, someone promptly came out to greet her. Mrs. Back, quickly inform a master. Upon exiting her vehicle, Tseng Chu spotted Uncle Wang, the family steward, and greeted him politely. Uncle Wang, beaming with a smile, remarked, "Miss, it has been quite a while since your last visit." Tseng Chu chose not to respond and proceeded inside. Just as she reached the entrance, a beautiful woman hurriedly approached her. "Xiao Chu, you have returned. Your father must be overjoyed." This woman appeared to be in her 40s, but the passage of time had left no marks on her visage. Rather, age had only enhanced her allure, rendering her even more graceful. It had been a long time since Tseng Chu last saw her, and each encounter stirred discomfort within her. Undoubtedly beautiful, she had entered the Tseng family after her mother's passing. The sight of her instantly recalled the events of the past, which was one of the reasons Tseng Chu was reluctant to return home. "Aunt Bai," she acknowledged. Bai Wan nodded gently. "Have you eaten? If not, I can have the kitchen prepare something for you." Chapter 15. This is what you should do. Tseng Chu pursed her lips, feeling a heaviness in her heart. Once upon a time, this was her home, yet now, her return felt akin to that of a guest. Even with an empty stomach, her appetite was non-existent. She shook her head. I have already eaten. No need to trouble yourself. Observing this, Baiwan refrained from pressing further and ushered her inside. This is your home. There is no need to worry about inconveniencing anyone. It has been ages since you last visited. It's good to remember you have a home. Just as Sang Chu stepped into the living room, she heard footsteps descending the stairs. She looked up to see Sang Zemin, dressed in casual attire. In his 50s, Sang Zemin had maintained a rigorous fitness regimen, and it was evident that he had aged well, still exuding the charm of his youth, now resembling a handsome gentleman. He settled onto the sofa, and noticing Sang Chu still standing, he glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "Have a seat. We can discuss matters once you're comfortable." For years, Sang Zemin had held a prominent position, and even seated, he emanated an air of authority that commanded respect. Sang Chu complied and took a seat, while Baiwan brought over a glass of juice. "Here, Xiao Chu, have some juice." "Thank you, and Bai." After setting down the juice, Baiwan took a seat beside Sang Zemin. The three of them were now positioned face to face, with Sang Chu on one side and the other two across from her. "Speak your mind." After marrying off this daughter, she had become increasingly disinclined to return home, and each visit seemed to carry a purpose. Sang Chu lifted the glass of juice to her lips, took a sip, and then turned her gaze to Sang Zemin. "Father, I have come to inform you of my divorce from Jiang Ruofeng." She looked directly at Sang Zemin, unwavering and unflinching. "What? Xiao Chu, you wish to divorce Ruofeng? Will his family agree to this?" Baiwan exclaimed, her surprise evident as the words slipped out. Sang Zemin cast a displeased glance in her direction. Realizing her mistake, Baiwan quickly covered her mouth after catching his reproachful gaze. "Aunt Bai speaks in jest. She is merely confused." Sang Zemin, upon noticing her silence, turned his gaze towards Sang Chu. In contrast to Baiwan's astonishment, Sang Zemin maintained his composure. He merely cast a calm glance at her and inquired, "Why?" Sang Chu understood that he was asking why she had chosen to divorce Jiang Ruofeng. The 3 years had come to an end. She had fulfilled her promise to Uncle Jiang, and now she owed him nothing. Today, Sang Chu felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart, allowing her to breathe freely for the first time in years. It was all due to the debt she believed she owed Jiang Ruofeng, a debt she was now ready to repay. However, she had already settled it, and from the moment she consumed the last drop of alcohol the previous night, they were no longer indebted to one another. Sang Zemin displayed no surprise, nor did he respond to Sang Chu's words. A profound silence enveloped the living room. What does Uncle Jiang have to say about it? The union of their families had been orchestrated by Jiang Chenghua, and naturally, their divorce required his consent. Sang Chu exhaled, reassured that her father would likely acquiesce. "I will discuss it with Uncle Jiang tomorrow. Today, I simply wish to inform you of this matter." Sang Zemin's expression was inscrutable. Does that young man from the Jiang family also agree? Upon hearing this, Sang Chu could not suppress a smirk, her smile laced with irony. If Uncle Jiang agrees, I believe he must be eager to do so. After all, for so many years, he must have found her insufferable, wishing for her to vanish so that his beloved could return. In his eyes, she was merely an obstacle to his true love, longing to sever ties with her. Meanwhile, she had long grown weary of him, unable to find any trace of the gentle neighborly brother he once was. Both had grown to despise one another. Why prolong the torment? Sang Zemin recalled the years of Jiang Ruofeng's attitude towards Sang Chu and recognized the truth in her words. He had indeed heard the rumors circulating outside, but they were undeniably at fault and could only accept their fate. This is what you ought to do. San Chu Su De. Her heart beginning to chill. Though she had grown accustomed to it and recognized her own faults, her father's words still sent a shiver down her spine. She let out a cold laugh, her gaze devoid of warmth as she looked at her father. "Let us not forget that it was you who hastily brought him home all those years ago." Sang Chu shot a frigid glance at Baiwan and rose from her seat. Baiwan averted her eyes, retreating slightly behind Sang Zemin. "You." Sang Zemin, caught off guard by her retort, felt his pride wounded and was infuriated. "You ungrateful daughter." Sang Chu regretted her return. This home was no longer the sanctuary of her memories, nor did it harbor anyone who cherished her. I have said all I needed to say, so I shall take my leave. Without a backward glance, Sang-Chu departed. Go. If you possess the courage, never return. I shall pretend you are not my daughter. Sang Zemin seemed genuinely enraged by Sang-Chu's words, uttering such harshness for the first time. Sang-Chu felt her heart ache as if numb to the pain, or perhaps indifferent to it. She hesitated momentarily, but resolutely continued her exit. Miss, Uncle Wong approached her with quickened steps. Miss, do not be disheartened. The master was merely speaking in anger. Do not take it to heart. He sighed, lamenting how a simple visit home had devolved into such chaos between father and daughter. The young lady had not returned home for quite some time. Sang-Chu shook her head, aware that her father spoke the truth. He was indifferent to her well-being. Even his consent to her divorce stemmed merely from a sense of lost face over the years. However, Uncle Wong was among the rare few who genuinely cared for her. She did not wish to burden him with worry. Rest assured, Uncle Wong, I feel quite at ease now. I have never experienced such joy before. Uncle Wong remained skeptical. Yet seeing her devoid of sorrow, he could only nod in acceptance. Unbeknownst to her, rain began to fall outside, despite the absence of any forecasted precipitation for the day. Sang-Chu declined Uncle Wong's suggestion of having the driver take her home, opting instead to drive herself. The journey from Yulin City to Qingshui Bay spanned nearly 2 hours, with the night enveloped in rain. Alone in her car, under the shroud of darkness, her mind replayed her father's earlier words. Was this truly what she ought to do? How absurd! Had she not already endured enough over the past few years? Her dignity trampled underfoot. She felt a far cry from her once spirited self, and the irony was almost laughable. Visions of Jiang Ruofeng's treatment towards her and the scornful gazes of others haunted her thoughts, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of heaviness in her chest. She pressed the accelerator, her speed increasing. Suddenly, a ringing pierced the silence of the night, disrupting her turbulent thoughts. She slammed on the brakes, yet her anger remained undiminished. The phone screen on the passenger seat flashed persistently, revealing an unfamiliar number. Irritated, Sang-Chu snatched the phone and answered, unleashing her frustration. What do you want? Are you sick? Why do you keep calling? Do I know you? The voice on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback by her outburst, falling silent. Chapter 16. Sister, I miss you. After venting her anger, Sang-Chu felt a considerable weight lift from her chest. Noticing the silence on the other end, she contemplated hanging up, wondering if perhaps it was a misdial. Just then, a voice broke through. Sister, are you unhappy? The familiar, melodious tone caught her off guard. She hadn't anticipated that it was Pei-Chen calling. The day had been overwhelmingly busy, causing her to completely forget about him. Now, as he reached out, she recalled that she had been financially supporting this youthful companion. The memory of her earlier tirade against Pei-Chen quelled her anger inexplicably. Yet, the thought of apologizing eluded her, leaving her in silence. Not hearing her response, he cautiously spoke again. Sister, I miss you. Could you come find me? The man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his dark eyes gazing out at the torrential rain. His handsome visage inscrutable, yet his tone was surprisingly obedient. Yes, obedient. Sang-Chu felt that describing a man as obedient was somewhat inappropriate, yet was undeniably true. With the rain continuing to pour down, she had not initially planned to return home right away, but upon hearing Pei-Chen's words, she found herself inexplicably agreeing to his request. His evident delight was palpable, a soft cheer escaping him, his voice filled with joy. Sang-Chu hung up the phone, momentarily bewildered by her own acquiescence. Images from last night flashed through her mind, stirring a rush of blood that left her feeling somewhat stifled. Quickly pressing down on the accelerator, her car shot forward like an arrow, vanishing into the darkness. After hanging up the phone, Pei-Chen slightly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the documents on the table. He approached, picked them up, and flipped through the pages. If Sang-Chu were to see this, she would recognize that it contained her entire dossier along with the events that transpired at Xingji today. Sang-Chu, the daughter of the Sang family in Lincheng, had been married to Jiang Ruofeng for 3 years. Upon noticing her marital status, Pei-Chen furrowed his brow slightly and continued reading. The introduction was quite detailed. encompassing not only her identity, but also an extensive account of her social connections, both significant and trivial. After a brief perusal, Pei-chan gained a general understanding and turned his attention to the final page, which detailed the events involving Sang Chu at Xingji today. His dark eyes deepened as he scanned the text. Zheng Tian? Sang Chu drove swiftly, her newly assigned villa conveniently located near the Yulin Garden. Fueled by a surge of emotion, she sped through the streets, arriving in just half an hour. Pei-chan was somewhat taken aback when he realized she had already arrived. But that surprise quickly transformed into delight. Upon seeing him gaze at her with sparkling eyes, Sang Chu turned her head away, feeling a tad uncomfortable. "Sister, you're here," Pei-chan exclaimed, bounding towards her like an exuberant puppy, enveloping her in a warm embrace that he refused to relinquish. He playfully nuzzled against her neck, his affection overwhelming. Having grown up, Sang Chu could hardly recall the last time she had shared such intimacy with anyone. She felt a bit stiff, unable to reciprocate his embrace. "That's enough. I'm here now. You should rest early. I must be going," she said, standing there for a moment. Noticing that Pei-chan showed no sign of letting go, she spoke in a cool tone, preparing to push him away. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Pei-chan tightened his grip even further. His fluffy hair brushed against her skin, causing a slight tickle. "Since sister is here, you shouldn't leave," he murmured softly, displaying reluctance. "Do you not like me, sister?" One odd connection to make. How did it turn to matters of affection? Besides, were they really that familiar? They had only met the previous night and had merely shared the same bed. After all, what could there possibly be to like? Sang Chu pondered whether this was simply the nature of the people in their circle, or if male models were trained to behave in such a manner. Was it customary in their profession to act so coyly? Sang Chu felt a sense of helplessness. Pei-chan, unusually silent, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed she genuinely believed in the persona of a male model he portrayed. Had anyone who knew him been present, they would undoubtedly be taken aback and vocally dispute her assertions. Who had ever witnessed the prince of the capital in such a light? It was hard to imagine him acting coy. He could barely manage a neutral expression. It could only be said that Sang Chu was rather naive. Pei-chan finally released her, creating some distance, tilting his head as he regarded Sang Chu and asked, "Does sister not enjoy my playful side?" His adorable and innocent demeanor was particularly enchanting. Sang Chu found herself immediately captivated, staring blankly at his face. Pei-chan's appearance is undoubtedly exquisite. Throughout the years, he has been the most handsome individual I have ever encountered. Naturally, someone with such striking looks can make any expression or gesture endearing. When Pei-chan merely smiled, Sang Chu couldn't help but recall certain vivid scenes from the previous night, which gradually intertwined with the figure before her. However, the man had been quite fierce in bed last night, yet now he presented an entirely different demeanor. Sang Chu could only marvel at the prowess of male models, excelling both in and out of the bedroom. She swallowed hard, feeling a flicker of irritation ignited by her inner turmoil. Aware that the person in front of her was tantalizing her, Sang Chu slowly smiled, extending her hand to lift Pei-chan's chin. "Should we indulge in something?" She gazed at him, her voice cool, yet irresistibly alluring. Pei-chan felt a rush of excitement coursing through his body, his heart racing wildly at her words. "What does my sister wish to do?" He restrained his own eagerness, smiling as he asked, his gaze fixated on her, brimming with desire and fervor. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly suggestive, the temperature soaring as they locked eyes, both recalling the intimate entanglements of the previous night. Sang Chu curled her lips into a smirk, her gaze taking on a mischievous glint as her delicate fingers pressed firmly against his lips. "Naturally, it is to devour you." Barely had the words left her lips when the man's expression shifted abruptly, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. As he fiercely captured Sang Chu's mouth with his own, her lips were cool, and his warmth immediately enveloped her, first tracing her contours delicately before launching a fervent, irresistible assault. As the man's advances warmed her body, she found her hands instinctively wandering, eager to unbutton his shirt. With every kiss, Pei-chan guided her deeper, their garments falling to the floor piece by piece. By the time they reached the sofa, They were devoid of clothing. Sang Chu found herself pinned against the sofa, the man ensuring to protect her head as she made contact with the couch. At that moment, Pei Chun released her lips, his kisses trailing downward. Drawing from the previous night's experience, he was acutely aware of her preferences, executing his desires with skillful ease. "Bad dog, who permitted your touch?" The woman's exasperated voice broke through. "Does my sister not enjoy this? You seem rather exhilarated, if I may say." The man's expression conveyed innocence tinged with a hint of grievance. "I do enjoy it." Chapter 17. The Value of a Male Model. Sang Chu felt as though she had truly fallen from grace. Yet she could not help but reciprocate the kiss, allowing the man to entwine their fingers forcefully. Their beautiful forms glistened with sweat, and eventually, Sang Chu succumbed to fatigue, unable to lift a single finger, drifting into unconsciousness. When she awoke, she felt refreshed, as if someone had tidied up after them. A hand was firmly draped across her waist, the owner of which was still soundly asleep. His features were undeniably attractive. Intricately handsome, exuding an aura of gallantry that did not evoke femininity in the slightest. With his eyes closed, he appeared utterly harmless. Although she had not consumed any alcohol the previous night, she had still indulged recklessly with him. Reflecting on those fiery moments, she thought that perhaps having someone like him around was not so bad after all. At the very least, his stamina was commendable. Sang Chu gently stirred, preparing to rise. Yesterday, she returned home and confided in her father about her desire for a divorce. Today, it was time to seek out Zhang's father. The Zhang residence was also located in the Yulin Garden, not far from the Sang family, which meant she would have to make another trip today. Sang Chu silently regretted not having invited him to accompany her. It would have spared her the trouble of running back and forth. As she moved, the man instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist, grumbling softly, reluctant to let go. How clingy he was. However, during the day, Sang Chu was resolute, directly extricating his hand and rising without mercy. Perhaps her sudden motion roused Pei Chun, who opened his eyes, still in a daze, and murmured, "Sister, are you leaving?" If Sang Chu had turned at that moment, she would have seen clarity in his gaze, entirely unlike someone just awakened. Unfortunately, she was facing away from him, dressing without a clue. Sang Chu responded with a soft acknowledgement, not turning back or offering further explanation, a stark contrast to her alluring demeanor from the previous night. Pei Chen's dark eyes deepened, devoid of any mirth. How callously she had changed. He preferred the sister from last night. "Will you come back tonight?" His tone held unmistakable anticipation, causing Sang Chu to pause momentarily in her dressing. Silence enveloped the room, and Sang Chu offered no reply. The absence of an answer equated to refusal. Pei Chun said nothing further. Just when Sang Chu thought he might be upset, she felt someone lean against her from behind. A fuzzy head resting on her neck, arms tightening around her. "Then I will miss you, sister." His voice resonated with profound affection, oddly endearing. Did he seem so dependent on her? Sang Chu mused that their male model was indeed impressive, even providing emotional support. Not only was he handsome, but he also excelled in other aspects, leaving one feeling as though they were his entire world. This made her question whether the 50,000 she had given him was insufficient, considering the remarkable value he offered. Sang Chu's expression softened. She hesitated before pushing him away. "I'll transfer you some pocket money later, as a reward for your excellent service last night." Pei Chun, unaware of her thoughts, did not desire the money. Did she assume he was motivated by financial gain? He wished to say more, but Sang Chu turned away, heading towards the bathroom. Pei Chun gazed longingly at the bathroom's direction. It was the first time he had been dismissed with money. As Sang Chu departed the villa, Pei Chun also rose. That woman was truly heartless, leaving without even a kiss, treating this place as a gilded cage for her whims, coming and going as she pleased. Infuriatingly, he had to patiently wait for her, a stark contrast to his usual behavior. Pei Chun chuckled silently, just as a notification pinged on his phone. He picked it up to find that Sang Chu had transferred him his pocket money. Gazing at the digits, Pei Chun's expression was inscrutable. Sang Chu had arranged for him to stay in the villa, providing him with money while neglecting him otherwise. In other words, he was quite free. Not long after Sang Chu departed, a Bentley rolled into the courtyard. Pei Chun emerged from the interior, and the driver promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for him. "Young master, please," he said. Pei Chun nodded slightly and entered the car. Once the driver closed the door, he returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. The sleek black Bentley swiftly left the villa, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence. Pei Chun sat in the back, exuding an imposing presence that rendered the air almost suffocating. The driver cautiously glanced back and inquired, "Young master, are we heading to the company?" This young heir had only recently arrived in Lincheng. It was rumored that Pei Zong intended for him to gain experience in preparation for inheriting the Pei Corporation. After all, the Pei Corporation was a vast empire, the wealthiest in Huagua, rivaling nations in its affluence. Such a colossal conglomerate demanded an heir of exceptional capability, hence this journey to Lincheng. Being the designated driver here, this was the first time he had encountered the legendary heir, and he approached the situation with utmost caution. It was said that the young master possessed a cold demeanor and ruthless tactics, distinguishing himself as a prodigy of the business world, shrouded in mystery. No photographs of him had surfaced in public. Even those who had glimpsed him remained unaware of his identity as the Pei heir. Assigned to accompany him, the driver, Uncle Jiang, felt an immense sense of pride, believing he had been entrusted with significant responsibility. The only downside was the overwhelming aura that the young master emanated, making it difficult for him to relax in his presence. Truly, he was deserving of the title heir. He naturally presumed that the young master was bound for the company. However, their destination lay elsewhere. Sang Chu was somewhat taken aback upon encountering Jiang Ruofeng at the Jiang residence. She had arranged to meet Uncle Jiang, not anticipating that he would summon Jiang Ruofeng back. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, Jiang Ruofeng had seldom resided in the Jingxua garden, often spending most of his time in an apartment in the city center, only occasionally returning to the Jiang family home. She found it hard to believe that Uncle Jiang had not orchestrated this reunion. Yet, she was left pondering his intentions. According to their prior agreement, she was free to pursue a divorce. Did he perhaps reconsider? Nevertheless, it ultimately depended on her own willingness. Taking a deep breath, Sang Chu approached Jiang Zhang, her gaze unwavering. "Uncle Jiang, what is your intention?" she asked, smiling at the middle-aged man seated on the sofa, though her smile did not reach her eyes. The two men present paused at her address. Since their marriage, Sang Chu had always referred to Jiang Zhang as dad, and it had been quite some time since she had used the term uncle. Before Jiang Zhang could respond, Jiang Ruofeng erupted upon hearing her address. "Sang Chu, enough." He scowled, irritation evident in his voice. "There is a limit to this farce. Your antics will only deepen my disdain for you." He had initially planned to go to the company, but had been summoned back by Jiang Zhang early in the morning. Upon his return, however, he had received no explanation, and only now, with Sang Chu's arrival, did he begin to grasp the situation. It was certain that Sang Chu had gone to their father to lodge a complaint. Chapter 18. I Could Never Be With You. Sang Chu did not spare Jiang Ruofeng a glance. The time had come for their emotional ties to sever, and there was no need to engage with him any longer. She gazed at the middle-aged man seated on the sofa, eager to discern his intentions. Jiang Zhang, nearing 50, had evidently enjoyed a life of comfort, preserving his appearance remarkably well, unlike most men of his age who had succumbed to the inevitable weight gain. Shadows of his youthful visage still lingered. In recent years, the Zhang family had thrived, surpassing the Sang family to become the wealthiest in Lin City. Although Zhang's father held the title of chairman, he had delegated considerable authority to Jiang Ruofeng, allowing him a more leisurely existence, and his demeanor appeared quite sprightly. Upon hearing Jiang Ruofeng's words, Zhang's father cast an irritable glance at him and reprimanded coldly, questioning his manner of speaking to Xiao Chu. If you lack the ability to converse properly, then remain silent. Jiang Ruofeng, still intimidated by his father, obediently closed his mouth but shot an impatient glare at Sang Chu. Once he complied, Zhang's father turned his attention to Sang Chu, adopting a congenial demeanor as he invited her to sit down. "Xiao Chu has arrived. Let us take our time to discuss." He chose to overlook Sang Chu's form of address, seemingly indifferent to it. Despite her inner doubts, Sang Chu had no choice but to sit, curious about what Zhang's father intended to convey. 3 years had passed, and according to their agreement, She was entitled to divorce Jiang Ruofeng. Today, without fail, she would initiate the divorce. Jiang Ruofeng, noticing that Sang Chu had not spared him a single glance since her arrival, felt an unsettling discomfort and an indescribable irritation. Recalling the phone call he received the previous night, his expression grew cold. Ah, how convincingly you feign, he thought. In the living room, they were three, each occupying their own sofa, with Jiang's father positioned centrally. The atmosphere felt peculiar, with no one daring to break the silence. Jiang Ruofeng was the first, unable to contain himself. "Father, you summoned me today and brought her along. What exactly do you wish to discuss?" His tone was tinged with impatience. "I have business at the office, so if there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." With that, he stood up. It felt as if they were engaged in some cryptic riddle, and he alone was left in the dark. "Sit down," Jiang's father commanded, his voice imbued with authority. Reluctantly, Jiang Ruofeng complied, though he mentally noted his disdain for Sang Chu. "If it weren't for father, there's no way I would ever be with you," he thought, casting a scornful glance at Sang Chu across from him, his words laced with malice. He had always relished uttering such hurtful remarks, taking pleasure in her humiliation, while she never dared to retort. Yet this time, he miscalculated. Sang Chu regarded him with a blank expression, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if observing a stranger. "Coincidentally, I feel the same. Hence, today I wish to discuss our divorce. Since we find each other detestable, let us part ways." Had he not failed to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, they would have already been ex-spouses. It was not too late, however. Jiang Ruofeng, witnessing her boldness in front of Jiang's father, believed she was shamelessly prepared for this confrontation, intentionally provoking him, knowing full well that his father would disapprove. The old Sang Chu would never have dared to contradict him, leaving Jiang Ruofeng momentarily stunned. Just as he was ready to chastise her, Jiang's father interjected. "Enough," he warned, casting a significant look at Jiang Ruofeng. "We are here to discuss this matter." He then faced Sang Chu, saying, "Xiao Chu, I believe you should consider this matter carefully. Is your father aware? Is this an attempt to pressure her using her father?" Sang Chu had long anticipated that Jiang's father would not acquiesce so readily. After all, had it not been for the Sang family, one could only speculate whether the Jiang family would still exist in Lin City, let alone attain the status of the wealthiest. This was an understanding between Sang Chu and Jiang's father. What does Uncle Jiang mean by this? My affairs are mine to decide, and I am resolute in my intention to divorce Jiang Ruofeng. She met Jiang's father's gaze unflinchingly, articulating her thoughts with clarity. Uncle Jiang is well aware that I have always been the architect of my own destiny, has he not? Whether 3 years ago or 3 years hence. Jiang's father, upon locking eyes with her, seemed to grasp something and chose silence. It appeared that this matter left no room for negotiation. "In that case, you shall accompany Xiao Chu to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Jiang's father's words were directed at Jiang Ruofeng, thereby consenting to their divorce. A sigh of relief washed over Sang Chu. As long as Uncle Jiang agreed, she would proceed with the divorce regardless of any dissent, although it would inevitably consume some time. However, she was unwilling to squander any more time on Jiang Ruofeng. Jiang's father's pronouncement left Jiang Ruofeng in shock. He gazed incredulously at his father. "Dad, you want me to divorce Sang Chu?" Over the past 3 years, he had contemplated divorce, harboring a profound disdain for Sang Chu. Were it not for her, Xiaoyu would not have departed. Had Sang Chu not obstructed him, his wife would have been Xiaoyu. He had never desired to marry Sang Chu. It was his father's coercion, and he had been forbidden from seeking a divorce. Why the sudden approval now? Apart from astonishment, Jiang Ruofeng felt a twinge of discomfort. He could not pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it was the sense that he was granting Sang Chu an undeserved victory. She could leave at will, but why should it be so? Previously, when he sought divorce, she had refused, had she not? What is this? Hadn't you always wanted this? Jiang's father regarded Jiang Ruofeng, perplexed by his astonishment, his expression far from jubilant. He furrowed his brow. Upon hearing his words, Sang Chu turned to look at Jiang Ruofeng, finally granting him a glance since entering the room. Jiang Ruofeng realized he had overreacted and quickly composed himself, maintaining a neutral demeanor. "Of course, I wish to divorce. I am merely overwhelmed with joy." Sang Chu was indifferent to his protests. With Uncle Jiang's approval, she could proceed with the divorce. The matter was resolved, and with other obligations awaiting her, she decided not to linger with Uncle Jiang. Rising, she nodded towards Jiang's father, then cast a condescending glance at Jiang Ruofeng. Tomorrow morning at 9. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, she turned and strode away without a glance back. Jiang's father observed her unyielding departure, exhaling a soft sigh. Upon exiting the Jiang residence, Sang Chu had no intention of visiting the Sang family, opting instead to head directly to Xingji. In the days to come, she would possess ample time and energy to cultivate her own career. As she approached her car and opened the door, a voice echoed behind her. Sang Chu, do not presume that these antics will earn you my respect. The sardonic tone could only belong to Jiang Ruofeng. Sang Chu hesitated for a moment, contemplating ignoring him and leaving, but the persistent voice behind her refused to relent. It has come to my attention that you have dismissed a young starlet by the surname of Tian. I implore you to reconsider. Your tone remains as haughty and commanding as ever, a manner to which you have grown accustomed in front of Sang Chu. Only upon hearing about Xing Ji did Sang Chu turn her gaze towards him. Jiang Ruofeng felt a sense of relief as she finally acknowledged him, his earlier displeasure gradually dissipating. Chapter 19. Do you think I have affections for you? He mused that Sang Chu could not possibly ignore him. It must be a deliberate act of seduction through feigned indifference. Was this not an exposure of her true intentions? Sang Chu regarded Jiang Ruofeng. He possessed a handsome appearance, clearly hailing from a wealthy lineage, and having achieved considerable success at a young age, he exuded confidence and charisma. He could certainly be deemed a promising talent of his generation. Yet, to Sang Chu, he increasingly felt like a stranger, vastly different from the image she retained in her memory. My company is not under the purview of Jiang. As the owner, I reserve the right to dismiss anyone I choose, she declared. To put it bluntly, who are you to interfere? Sang Chu, strikingly beautiful with captivating fox-like eyes that sparkled with charm when she smiled, could convey an icy demeanor when she did not. Her expressionless, indifferent gaze left Jiang Ruofeng both astonished and somewhat bewildered. It seemed as though Sang Chu had always possessed this air of superiority, adored by all, and seemingly spoiled by the attention. It had been quite some time since she had treated him with any warmth, to the point that Jiang Ruofeng struggled to recall the last time she had shown any emotion, always acquiescing to him without displaying her own temperament. Perhaps it was after that incident that everything changed. What do you mean by that? That person named Zeng has reported you to me, claiming you unjustly dismissed a young actress, acting with arrogance and abusing your status as the wife of the CEO of Jiang Corporation to oppress those beneath you. Do not overstep your bounds. Listening to this litany of accusations, Sang Chu nearly burst into laughter. To twist the truth to such an extent is truly remarkable. Even more absurd was the fact that someone actually believed it. One might say, if one wishes to frame another, one shall always find a pretext. Overstepping? You just stated that I possess a certain status. If so, what of it if I choose to exert my influence? Sang Chu found further discourse with him to be a mere waste of time. She turned to depart, only to be halted by Jiang Ruofeng's grip. How have you become this way? Sang Chu turned to regard his hand clasping her arm. Frustrated by her silence, Jiang Ruofeng's gaze shifted to their connection, and upon realizing the proximity, he withdrew his hand as if burned. Sang Chu, if you seek to draw my attention, know that such tactics are futile. They will only serve to deepen my disdain for you. Jiang Ruofeng's voice suddenly rose, revealing his agitation. His demeanor prompted Sang Chu to regard him curiously. How had she not noticed his striking confidence before? Do you genuinely believe I harbor feelings for you? She scrutinized his expression, arriving at this conclusion. Coupled with Jiang Ruofeng's earlier remarks, she found herself pondering more deeply. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ruofeng's eyes, filled with complexity, bore a clear message. Was it not so? Sang Chu was left speechless, uncertain of who had instilled such a misconception in him. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. She ceased to engage in idle chatter with him, promptly entering the vehicle and driving away. Jiang Ruofeng detected the acrid scent of exhaust fumes as he watched the car disappear, his expression growing increasingly troubled. What did saying Chu truly mean? Had she comprehended his words? Given their status, it seemed utterly unnecessary to target a mere celebrity. As for the visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, he chose to conveniently forget. He was well aware that Sang Chu would never contemplate divorce. It was likely a mere ploy to capture his attention. If her intention was indeed to draw his gaze, she had succeeded splendidly. At the very least, he was now curious to see what Sang Chu intended to do. Upon arriving at Xingji, Sang Chu found herself halted at the entrance. To her surprise, it was none other than Tian Xiaoya and Zheng Tian from yesterday. She hadn't anticipated that these two would arrive so early to wait for her. They certainly had time on their hands. Zheng Tian and Tian Xia were not particularly eager to be there, but one feared actual dismissal from Xingji, while the other, having forthrightly contacted the elusive general manager Jiang the previous night, was eager to witness Sang Chu's embarrassment after hearing that the manager was willing to assist him. Naturally, his remarks would not be kind. Indeed, General Manager Jiang was as indifferent as reported, agreeing to allow Tian Xiaoya to return. With her character, it was no wonder she was unlikable. She simply did not deserve someone as admirable as General Manager Jiang. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ruofeng was merely perpetuating his suppression of Sang Chu rather than genuinely wishing to assist Zheng Tian, who mistakenly perceived Jiang Ruofeng as benevolent. As they approached the entrance, ready to strut in, the security guard stopped them. Sang Chu had made it clear yesterday that no unrelated individuals were to enter the company. The company was small, and every incident spread like wildfire. Everyone was aware of the situation between the two. Given the rules in place, the guard, however dim-witted, could not let them in. Thus, Zheng Tian and Tian Xiaoya were left waiting at the door. After a considerable time, their legs weary, they finally spotted Sang Chu. Sang Chu, General Manager Jiang stated you cannot dismiss me. Tian Xiaoya, still shaken from yesterday's events, dared not glare at Sang Chu, her neck stiff as she spoke, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Compared to yesterday, she was now acutely aware of her fear. Zheng Tian, wrapping an arm around her waist, cast a disdainful glance at Sang Chu. Do you dare defy General Manager Jiang's words? Should I call him to speak to you personally? I hear he never answers your calls. With that, Zheng Tian chuckled triumphantly. Unlike Tian Xiaoya, he felt no trepidation towards Sang Chu. After all, his family had some wealth, and he had directly contacted Jiang Ruofeng, receiving a reassuring response. Now emboldened, he felt invincible, wielding his influence like a tiger's might. In Linsheng, who did not know that Sang Chu was most obedient to Jiang Ruofeng. When he instructed her to go east, she would never dream of heading west. She resembled not a wife, but rather a pet dog kept by Jiang Ruofeng. Zheng Tian was not the least bit concerned that Sang Chu might disregard him. In his eyes, today was merely about conveying General Manager Jiang's message, while simultaneously mocking her and inviting her to let them in. However, they had miscalculated. Just a few days prior, Sang Chu would have heeded Jiang Ruofeng's words, but now, she was entirely indifferent. She cast a cold glance at the two individuals before her, letting out a soft scoff. How fortuitous! Just moments ago, I had rebuffed him in Jiang Ruofeng's presence. This is my company. Must I heed his words? Sang Chu continued, asserting that if they remained obstinate, they could attempt to call her, but as for her company, they could forget about gaining entry. A smile graced her lips, her already stunning beauty becoming even more captivating, leaving Zheng Tian utterly mesmerized. It was clear that her company was not a place for just anyone to enter. With that, she turned her back on the astonished and disheartened expressions of the two and strode directly into the company. Zheng Tian reached out, attempting to seize her, only to be swiftly intercepted by the vigilant security guard nearby. The two exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Zheng Xiao, wasn't it said that Sang Chu would surely listen to President Jiang? What is happening here? At this moment, Tian Xiaoya was genuinely alarmed, finally realizing the disparity between herself and Sang Chu. Chapter 20. Who do you want to cast as the male lead? It became apparent that Sang Chu was not someone she could easily bully. If it came to a contest, she stood no chance whatsoever. She cautiously glanced at Zheng Tian, acknowledging that even the man she had painstakingly managed to attach herself was of no help. In a fit of anger, Zhang Tian kicked the door. Still unable to fathom why Sang Chu was not heeding Jiang Ruofeng's directives. The circles they moved in were all saying the same thing. How could it possibly be false? Of course, he remained oblivious that this was merely the beginning. From this point forward, Sang Chu would never listen to Jiang Ruofeng again. In fact, not long after, it would be Jiang Ruofeng chasing after Sang Chu. Ultimately, Zhang Tian and Tian Xiaoyao were left to leave the premises in embarrassment. Upon entering the company, Shen Xiaoyu joyfully walked in. She placed a cup of coffee on the desk. President Sang, I just saw Tian Xiaoyao at the entrance. She couldn't even get in. It was hilarious. As Sang Chu's assistant, Shen Xiaoyu often handled matters in the company when Sang Chu was absent, and she had endured her fair share of grievances from Tian Xiaoyao. Seeing her in such a disheveled state was immensely satisfying. Sang Chu, noticing Shen Xiaoyu's delight, couldn't help but smile. This little girl, with her straightforward nature, was rather endearing. All right, you may go back to your tasks. Yes. Shortly after Shen Xiaoyu exited, there was another knock at the door. Without lifting her gaze from the documents in her hands, Sang Chu instructed, "Come in." As soon as the words left her lips, someone entered without uttering a word. Sang Chu, somewhat puzzled, looked up to find a hesitant Duan Yi before her. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "Do you need something?" Although Duan Yi was the leading figure at Xingji, her interactions with Sang Chu had been limited, primarily due to Sang Chu's frequent absence from the company, making it difficult for anyone to meet her. Xingji was still on shaky ground, having been established for only a few years. And Duan Yi was among the first batch of veterans to join. She had been discovered by Talent Scout while still in high school and signed with the company. However, in her youthful ignorance, she had entered into a lopsided contract, with the company reaping the majority of the profits, 80 to the company and a mere 20 to her, with a binding term of 10 years. After enduring until she could finally terminate the contract, her career remained lukewarm. Having left her former employer, she had become cautious and hesitant to sign with another entity. It was during this period that she encountered Sang Chu. At that time, Sang Chu had just established Xingji, and the union between the Sang and Jiang families was the talk of the town, with many insinuating that Sang Chu was the one pursuing the match. The Jiang family was facing a financial crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately in need of investment. All businesses turn a blind eye, unwilling to extend a helping hand, not even former partners. Yet, Sang Chu stepped forward, willing to assist the Jiang family. Soon after, the Sang and Jiang families were united in marriage, and the Jiang family swiftly navigated through their crisis. Consequently, rumors began to circulate that Sang Chu harbored feelings for Jiang Ruofeng, seizing the opportunity to compel him into marriage. Moreover, as photographs surfaced of Jiang Ruofeng living alone, this further substantiated the claims. A classmate of Jiang Ruofeng even emerged, stating that he had already been enamored with someone else at that time. This placed Sang Chu under intense scrutiny, leading to a largely unfavorable public perception of her. Duan Yi, though not a prominent figure, had been in the entertainment industry for a decade and had heard whispers about Sang Chu. To be honest, she did not harbor any animosity towards her. The Sang family was affluent, and her ability to marry into the Jiang family was a testament to her own merit. Who says that a good family background negates one's capabilities? In her eyes, it was evident that Jiang Ruofeng was taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Instead of expressing gratitude for Sang Chu's support during her trials, he chose to mock her, inciting unfavorable sentiments. Thus, upon encountering Sang Chu, Duan Yi found herself quite intrigued. It was her first time meeting the fabled wife of the Jiang family as president. When she learned that Sang Chu sought to recruit her into her company, her interest deepened. She recalled that Sang Chu had simply donned a casual outfit, white top paired with jeans, exuding a youthful vibrancy that was hard to ignore. Had it not been for her striking features, she might have gone unrecognized. Duan Yi distinctly remembered Sang Chu's words that day. "Join my company, a fair 50-50 split. Resources will be subject to equitable competition. And most importantly, with me around, you shall not face any underhanded dealings." Sang Chu spoke with conviction, her gaze resolute. compelling belief in her promises. This declaration persuaded Duan Yi to agree. The absence of underhanded dealings, while seemingly straightforward, is a complex reality in this industry. Indeed, as Sang Chu had foretold, upon entering Xingji, Duan Yi encountered no such improprieties. Resources were allocated based on merit, fostering fair competition, just as in this instance. As the most experienced artist at Xingji, her position was not solely due to her prominence, but also because she was exceptionally suited to the role of the female lead in Tian Xiaobachong. Upon reading the script, Duan Yi was immediately captivated, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to perform. She sensed that if she executed her role well, it would undoubtedly become her signature work. For an actor, having a representative piece is far more significant than mere fame. Yet, nearly derailed by Tian Xiao's interference, Duan initially felt apprehensive upon hearing Jiang Ruo Feng's name. After all, Sang Chu had previously shown an unwavering allegiance to him. Fortunately, this time she did not heed his counsel, and Duan Yi was grateful for that. Today, she had come to express her gratitude in person. Feeling somewhat bashful, she spoke up without hesitation when Sang Chu glanced her way, exclaiming, "Thank you, President Sang. The production team behind the Overlord's Pet is exceptional, and the investment is substantial, reflecting a grand ambition. Sang Chu is determined to achieve remarkable success. Given this wonderful opportunity, she naturally feels gratitude." Upon seeing her, Sang Chu anticipated her intentions. Now, hearing her words, she smiled, seemingly indifferent. "This is what you deserve. That role suits you perfectly. Moreover, I promised you that if you sign with my company, you would not regret it." These were indeed Sang Chu's words, which Duan Yi had almost forgotten. She only recalled the assurance of not being subjected to unspoken rules, failing to fully absorb the sentiment behind the statement. Although Sang Chu is the daughter of the Sang family and the president of the Jiang family, many are aware of the delicate nature of her relationships with both families. Xingji had not received much assistance. Rather, she relied predominantly on her own efforts. Reflecting on Sang Chu's earlier words made her smile as well. "You are right, President Sang." Sang Chu discerned her thoughts, recognizing that Duan Yi had not taken those words to heart previously. "In the time ahead, prepare well. The male lead has yet to be finalized. Do you have any thoughts?" The characterizations of the male and female leads in this drama are striking, yet the main narrative revolves around the male lead's growth, akin to that of a traditional male-centric storyline. As such, the selection of the male lead is of paramount importance. With few artists under Xingji, there were no suitable candidates, and she wished to invite a skilled male actor for the role. Furthermore, he would become Duan Yi's partner, and Sang Chu was eager to hear her opinion. Duan Yi was taken aback that Sang Chu would seek her input, yet she had contemplated this matter as well. Chapter 21. She yearns for your form. Upon realizing that Sang Chu intended for her to play the female lead, Duan Yi pondered potential partners. If one disregarded discrepancies in status, she indeed had a hopeful candidate in mind. "I believe Gu Xingji, who just won the Best Actor award last month, would be a perfect fit. I heard he has not joined any new projects recently, but I'm uncertain if he would be willing to accept." Gu Xingji is 30 this year, possessing both looks and acting prowess, having just reached the pinnacle of his career. Sang Chu was certainly familiar with his name. Although she had not considered him before, Duan Yi's mention prompted her to realize that in terms of image, acting, and age, Gu Xingji was indeed very suitable. Having just secured the Best Actor title, persuading him to take on the male lead would generate significant buzz. However, as Duan Yi noted, it ultimately depended on his willingness. Contemplating this, Sang Chu recognized that this drama represented her fresh start and a critical opportunity to advance her career. She aspired to achieve commendable results. From every angle, Gu Xingji appeared to be an ideal choice, and she could not simply forego the chance without a try. Abandoning the possibility without an attempt was not her style. "I will personally approach Gu Xingji for a discussion. This will demonstrate my sincerity." She would not entrust this matter to anyone else. Noticing Sang Chu's serious demeanor, Duan Yi understood that there was no need for her to worry further. She could leave the remaining matters in the capable hands of President Sang. After Duan Yi departed, Sang Chu summoned Shin Xiaoyu. Please gather Gu Xingji's information and see if we can arrange a meeting with him. Shen Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. Gu Xingji, is he the one who just won the Best Actor award? Shen Xiaoyu spoke with a hint of excitement, for she was indeed a devoted fan of Gu Xingji. She adored the drama, for which he had won an award, and eagerly awaited each episode's release. Hearing Sang Chu's words naturally filled her with joy. Sang Chu chuckled, confirming, yes, it was indeed Gu Xingji. Are you a fan of Gu Xingji? Shen Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing. Gu Xingji was not only handsome, but also an exceptional actor, and most importantly, he possessed remarkable character, particularly virtuous. In the entertainment industry, possessing good character is rarer than exceptional acting, and his integrity made him a refreshing presence. Sang Chu, not being a fan of Gu Xingji, had less knowledge about him than Shen Xiaoyu. However, after hearing her words, her impression of Gu Xingji improved significantly. It seemed he truly was admirable. Sang Chu found herself somewhat looking forward to meeting him. I will promptly organize his information for the boss. Make it quick. After saying this, Shen Xiaoyu hurried off. Indeed, she was swift. Within half an hour, she had compiled all of Gu Xingji's information, detailing not only his career post-debut, but also some of his personal habits and taboos. Sang Chu perused the documents and nodded in satisfaction. However, upon looking up, she noticed Shen Xiaoyu appeared somewhat dejected, lacking her earlier exuberance. She set the documents aside and asked, "Did you fail to secure an appointment?" Given Xingji's current prominence, it was not surprising if they were unable to book him. Shen Xiaoyu nodded, explaining that the studio indicated Gu Xingji's schedule was quite full, and he likely wouldn't have time to accept this role. Sang Chu understood. Both Xingji and the female lead were relatively unknown, and considering Gu Xingji's current stature, it indeed seemed inappropriate. No matter, please provide me with Gu Xingji's contact number. I wish to speak with him directly. The studio had declined, yet she was determined to make another attempt. Shen Xiaoyu promptly provided Gu Xingji's number before bustling off to attend to other matters. In the ensuing days, Sang Chu remained at the office, evaluating the company's progress over the past 2 years, which kept her quite occupied and pressed for time. After receiving Gu Xingji's number, she refrained from calling him immediately, opting to finalize her divorce proceedings first. After a long day, she left the office only after dark. Upon picking up her phone, she noticed several messages. "Sister, what are you doing? Do you miss me? I miss you so much. Are you still busy, sister? Why aren't you replying? Are you coming over tonight? I'm waiting for you." Most of the messages were from Pei Chun. She responded succinctly, not coming. Pei Chun, who had waited all day for her message, immediately grabbed his phone upon hearing it ping, only to find those 3 cold, unfeeling words. He stared at the screen, his expression darkening. After waiting so long, he received such a brief reply. Was this indeed the light that could not be seen? It was she who had taken him away that night, and she had been the one to initiate it. Just last night, her warmth had been palpable, and now she acted as if they were strangers, causing Pei Chun to grit his teeth in frustration. Furthermore, according to his investigations, Sang Chu had not yet finalized her divorce. He Qingyan was perplexed by the sudden change in demeanor of the elderly man beside him, who had picked up his phone and appeared visibly displeased. What could have possibly upset him? Such volatility was unusual. He glanced at the man kneeling on the ground, whose face was battered and smeared with tears and snot, fervently pleading for mercy from the dignitary in the center. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air. How would they choose to handle this situation? This man had somehow offended Master Pei, ending up in this predicament, and had already soiled himself in fear after only a couple of blows, displaying a cowardly demeanor. If Sang Chu were present, she might need a moment to recognize the individual on the floor, Zheng Tian, who had swaggered into Xingji that very morning. Upon hearing He Qingyan's words, Zheng Tian hurriedly bowed his head, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Please spare me, Master Pei. I realize my mistake. I failed to recognize your greatness." Zheng Tian was terrified, having shed his earlier arrogance, desperately seeking leniency from the man before him, promising never to cross his path again. He could never have imagined that the illustrious young master of the imperial capital had come to Linsheng and that he had inadvertently offended him. In truth, Zheng Tian was at a loss as to how he had wronged this esteemed figure, But at this moment, seeking forgiveness was undoubtedly the correct course of action. He wished for a bit more time to live. Pei-chun did not even cast a glance at the man on the ground. Instead, he turned to He Qing'an. What does it signify when a woman is ardent in bed but cold and indifferent upon rising? His voice, though soft, enveloped the room in silence. His tone was filled with genuine confusion, as if he truly did not comprehend the matter at hand. He Qing'an's initial reaction to this statement was to chuckle, but he restrained himself upon meeting Pei-chun's cold gaze. Was it not simply a case of being duped? Who would have thought that the imperious young master of the imperial capital would find himself in such a predicament, prompting He Qing'an to share the news with his friends for their amusement? Reflecting on Pei-chun's sudden change in demeanor after glancing at his phone and recalling the incident at the bar a few nights prior, He Qing'an quickly grasped the situation. It seemed he was merely a lovesick young man. He Qing'an cleared his throat. I believe there is but one reason for the situation you described. He intended to create a sense of suspense, but under Pei-chun's increasingly frigid gaze, he continued, it is that she desires your physical form. Chapter 22. I shall avenge you. Pei-chun lowered his gaze, remaining silent. To desire his physical form? In other words, could it be that she sought to use his body for ulterior motives? If she coveted his body now, would she later seek his heart? After contemplating this, Pei-chun resolved to strategically employ his advantages to entice Sang-chu. His primary objective was to obtain a divorce, paving the way for his ascendance. She had planned to divorce Jiang Ruofeng within the next few days. The day of his rise would soon be at hand. Pei-chun's mood brightened, and his expression became less sour. He Qing'an watched in bewilderment as Pei-chun's countenance gradually improved. What was there to be pleased about if it was merely a matter of physical desire? Was it He Qing'an who misjudged the situation, or was Pei-chun's understanding flawed? How had he not noticed before that this man was so infatuated with romance? After solidifying his thoughts, Pei-chun stood and exited the private room. Hey, how should we deal with this person? He Qing'an shouted at the retreating figure, but received no response. Sighing deeply, he lamented the familiar scenario. He always had to clean up the mess himself. Young Master He, one of the black-clad bodyguards holding Zhang Tian in check, addressed He Qing'an. What should we do? Impatiently waving his hand, He Qing'an replied, throw him out. Understood. The bodyguards promptly dragged Zhang Tian away, his pleas for mercy echoing in the air. Speaking of which, he was still curious about that audacious woman from that day. He truly admired her courage. Yet, despite his curiosity, he refrained from investigating further. It was evident that the young heir was quite taken with her, and it would be prudent for him to refrain from interfering. In due time, he would naturally have the opportunity to meet her, but the young heir would likely face some challenges ahead. Sipping his drink, He Qing'an chuckled with schadenfreude. We shall have a good show to watch soon. He sent a voice message in their group chat, which instantly erupted with activity. Messages flooded the screen. This was a new victim alliance group. The previous one had been compromised by Pei-chun and was no longer available. He Qing'an had created a new one, still free of Pei-chun's influence. What is going on? I want to know everything in 1 minute. Is it that woman from last time? I knew it. He Qing'an observed the flurry of messages, enjoying the suspense he had created, and chose not to respond. After all, they had not accompanied the young heir to Linsheng, so they had no right to know. After replying to Pei-chun's message, Sang-chu addressed the others. Just as she finished, another message from Pei-chun arrived. Has my sister eaten? I haven't had dinner yet. Can I eat with you? Sang-chu read the message, instinctively imagining Pei-chun's tone. The messages kept coming, revealing a surprisingly clingy side to him. Although she had not yet dined, she had no intention of sharing a meal with Pei-chun. Meeting 2 consecutive days felt excessive to Sang-chu. The first day had been due to her inebriation, and last night had been marred by her foul mood. Today, she decided to skip it. Early tomorrow, she had to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to process her divorce, so it was best to avoid seeing him for now. Although she felt no guilt towards Jiang Ruofeng. After all, he had never shown her any kindness. She had never been this close to a man before, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was merely a matter of keeping a young man, yet felt akin to being in a relationship. Sang-chu regarded their connection as mutually beneficial. She provided the funds, while Pei-chun needed the money, nothing more. If it weren't for Pei-chun's insistence, she would not have wished to continue this arrangement. She was not particularly concerned about romantic matters. That day had merely been a moment of impulse. After the divorce, she preferred to avoid interactions with men for the time being. Later, she would find an opportunity to give Pei Chun some money to terminate their arrangement. Upon returning to Qing Shui Bay, Aunt Zhang greeted her with a smile. "Miss, you're back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I prepared dinner, and it will be ready shortly." Sang Chu slipped on the shoes Aunt Zhang handed her. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. I'll go change clothes and come down shortly." "All right, let me arrange the meal first." Sang Chu ascended the stairs to change into casual attire before descending to dine. At the dining table, she found herself alone. She attempted to invite Aunt Zhang to join her, but the latter steadfastly declined, citing adherence to propriety. Aunt Zhang was known for her strong principles, leaving Sang Chu with no recourse. While Aunt Zhang contemplated inquiring about the divorce, she noticed the young lady's somber expression and decided against her question. After dinner, Sang Chu jet oopsti. Once she had attended to some company matters, she headed to the bathroom. Upon her emergence, she heard a phone ringing. Glancing at the caller ID, her demeanor softened, and a smile graced her lips as she answered without hesitation. "Chu, I heard you're getting a divorce. And you said in front of Jiang Ruofeng, 'Wow, darling, you've truly grown a backbone.' How impressive." The exuberance in the voice on the other end was palpable. Lin Ting was, of course, thrilled. After all these years, her friend had finally stood up for herself. It was exhilarating. She regretted not being present to witness such a spectacle. Hearing her friend's voice made Sang Chu's lips curve upward. Lin Ting was her dearest friend, and her presence always uplifted Sang Chu's spirits. "Yes, I'm getting a divorce," she affirmed, which only amplified Lin Ting's excitement. "When are you going to handle the paperwork? I wish it could be done immediately. I never agreed to you marrying that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng. You insisted on marrying him out of gratitude. Look at what he has done over the years. He has treated you with utter disregard. It infuriates me." Lin Ting's frustration grew as she spoke, and the most vexing part was that she was abroad. Even if she wanted to support Sang Chu, she felt powerless. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have stayed back from studying abroad. Just hearing about him treating you this way pains me. I dare not imagine what I would feel if I witnessed it firsthand. I might even have the urge to confront Jiang Ruofeng." Lin Ting, the mayor's daughter of Lin City, had grown up alongside Sang Chu, forging a deep bond. They often spent nights at each other's homes, sharing the same bed. After high school, Lin Ting chose to study abroad, and after graduating, she continued her education there, nearing completion of her studies. "Knowing that you worry about me, aren't you returning soon? You will have plenty of time to stand up for me. Just don't let it affect your health." Over the years, due to Jiang Ruofeng, the social circle had aligned against Sang Chu, leaving her with few friends. Yet, she was indifferent to this. The quality of friendship mattered more than quantity, and having Lin Ting was enough. When Lin Ting spoke of her impending graduation, her excitement was infectious. After all these years, she had finally persevered. "Wait for my return. I will definitely stand up for you." Chapter 23. Who is on the other end of the call? "All right, I await your return," Sang Chu replied with a smile. "However, I have another matter to discuss with you." Sang Chu briefly recounted the situation regarding Pei Chun. The reaction on the other end was immediate, filled with fervent exclamations, prompting Sang Chu to hold the phone away from her ear. "What? Ah, how remarkable, Chu, that you have ventured into the realm of fleeting romances. Ha ha ha. If Jiang Ruofeng, that vile cur, were to find out, he would undoubtedly be consumed by fury. I can scarcely imagine the pallor of his countenance. You have done well in this endeavor, and I wholeheartedly support you." Hearing the incessant chatter of Lin Ting, Sang Chu could not suppress a smile. That day, in a moment of impulsiveness fueled by alcohol, the visage of Pei Chun, with his devilishly handsome features, drifted through her mind, prompting her to silently muse on the folly of lust. He truly is dashing. Any man who could capture the attention of our esteemed Miss Sang is certainly exceptional. Lin Ting suddenly lowered her voice, conspiratorially inquiring, "So, tell me, was he skilled in that department?" Sang Chu hesitated, and Lin Ting persisted with relentless curiosity. She recalled the fervor of that night and the ache in her legs the following day, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in her eyes. He was indeed impressive, after all. Youth is often marked by vigor. Lin Ting, with a mischievous grin, exclaimed from your tone, "It seems he was quite remarkable. But how does he compare to Jiang Ruofeng?" Sang Chu sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "You know that nothing ever transpired between us." Lin Ting, unfazed, replied, "Of course I know. I simply wish to ascertain who appears more formidable." "You must express your own sentiments." Sang Chu retorted. "When you see him, you'll be able to judge for yourself." It was entirely possible that by the time Lin Ting returned, she would have already dismissed Pei Chun. Yet, she refrained from voicing this thought. Lin Ting, undeterred, pressed on. "Are we no longer close friends? I am simply curious. Do share." Sang Chu, unable to resist Lin Ting's playful entreaties, reluctantly drew a comparison between the two. "Well, he does have the advantage. After all, Pei Chun is taller than Jiang Ruofeng, and his physique beneath that suit is quite impressive, with 8 well-defined abs and powerful thighs. I have not seen Jiang Ruofeng's body, but from what I recall of him in swim trunks, he doesn't measure up." Upon hearing this, Lin Ting erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "Ah, this is undoubtedly a quintessential little wolf dog, fierce in bed and calling sister incessantly outside of it. What a delightful contrast. Em utterly captivated." Lin Ting was astonished at the rapid succession of events. First, her friend finally opened her eyes and decided to divorce that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng. Then, in silence, she had embraced the trend, taking on a toy boy. How exhilarating. Just the thought of it made Lin Ting eager to return. Sang Chu had grown accustomed to Lin Ting's exuberant personality, always brimming with vitality. She understood that Lin Ting's concerns stemmed from a place of care, worrying about her well-being. The two continued their conversation for another half hour, discussing recent happenings in Lin City. Despite Lin Ting's absence, she was more informed than Sang Chu, who had distanced herself from the social circle, perhaps due to Jiang Ruofeng's influence, leading to a lag in her awareness of certain events. Lin Ting, being the daughter of the mayor, commanded a level of respect that deterred most from crossing her, prompting many to seek her favor. Had Lin Ting remained in Lin City over the past few years, Jiang Ruofeng and his sycophants would likely have thought twice before mistreating Sang Chu, considering her connection to Lin Ting. Certainly, Sang Chu did not wish to drag Lin Ting into her troubles. This was a decision she made for herself, not wanting Lin Ting to suffer due to her own discontent. "Next month, I shall return to my homeland, and then the two of us, the twin beauties of Lin City, shall wreak havoc, utterly vanquishing that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng." Even if Sang Chu were to remain silent, Lin Ting would undoubtedly not grant that wretched man any semblance of kindness upon her return. Though she had spent these years abroad, she was well aware of the happenings in Lin City. Initially, she refrained from sharing her concerns with Lin Ting, but she was fully cognizant of the situation. Upon her return, she was determined to teach that vile man a lesson. A warm sensation enveloped Sang Chu's heart. After her mother's passing, her father became indifferent. Yet Lin Ting remained steadfastly by her side. With such a remarkable friend, she considered herself fortunate. That night, Sang Chu experienced a rare and peaceful slumber. However, in another villa, Pei Chun was restless and unable to sleep. After Sang Chu declined his invitation to dinner, he bombarded her with numerous messages, all of which fell into silence. Were it not for the absence of a red exclamation mark, he might have suspected he had been blocked. Pei Chun was uncertain whether she was simply occupied or deliberately ignoring him. Tossing and turning, he found himself unable to rest and ventured to the bathroom to scrutinize his reflection. With chiseled features, a prominent nose, and supple lips, he could not fathom how he could possibly be unattractive. As for his physique, he felt the firmness of his 8-pack abs, a testament to his dedication to fitness. How could he be so well regarded in Kyoto, yet face indifference from Sang Chu? Initially, it was her admiration for his looks that had led her to bring him home, and now she seemed to disregard him entirely. Pei Chun could not help but question his allure. Something felt amiss. Had Sang Chu changed her mind? Did she no longer wish to divorce that man named Jiang? Perhaps her heart belonged to another, leaving her disinterested in him. Despite his attempts to restrain himself, Pei Chun ultimately succumbed to the urge and called Sang Chu. This was the phone number he had surreptitiously obtained after others had fallen asleep the previous night. "The number you have dialed is currently busy," the cold, mechanical voice echoed, causing Pei Chen's heart to sink, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. She must have been occupied, he reasoned. He was aware that Sang Chu had established an entertainment company and had been busy with its affairs. That oblivious Zheng Tian likely intended to infiltrate it. After a short while, Pei Chen tried again, only to be met once more with a frigid electronic response. Unfazed, he persisted, calling every few minutes, yet remained engaged. A growing heaviness settled in his heart. He nearly considered enlisting someone to investigate whom she was conversing with for such an extended period. Finally, he managed to connect, yet no one answered. Pei Chun lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling throughout the night. The previous nights had been filled with tender embraces. Tonight, without Sang Chu beside him, he felt an emptiness within. The following morning, Sang Chu awoke feeling refreshed. Her restful slumber had restored her vitality from the previous days. She remembered that today was the day to finalize her divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. To ensure Jiang Ruofeng did not forget, she even used Aunt Zhang's phone to send him a reminder message. After having breakfast, she requested Uncle Ma to escort her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, arriving with half an hour to spare before the appointed time. Sang Chu did not remain idle. She was perusing the materials that Shen Xiaoyu had compiled about Gu Xingji. Regarding the selection of the male protagonist, she aspired to invite Gu Xingji as much as possible, despite the inherent difficulties. By the time Sang Chu had familiarized herself with Gu Xingji's information, the clock struck 10. "Miss, the young master has yet to arrive," Uncle Ma informed her. Having once served the Jiang family, he was accustomed to referring to Jiang Ruofeng as young master. Sang Chu furrowed her brow. Jiang Ruofeng's repeated absence from the Civil Affairs Bureau was gradually exhausting her patience. Whether it stemmed from disbelief or some other reason, she merely wished to sever any ties with Jiang Ruofeng as swiftly as possible. Once she resolved on a course of action, she was determined to see it through. "Uncle Ma, please call Jiang Ruofeng and urge him to come," she instructed. This would be Jiang Ruofeng's final opportunity, should he fail to appear. She would have no choice but to pursue legal proceedings. At that point, if either family's reputation were to suffer, it would be of no concern to her. After all, she had already lost any semblance of dignity and was indifferent to such superficial matters. "All right, I will call the young master right away," Uncle Ma replied, letting out a sigh inwardly as he quickly retrieved his phone to contact Jiang Ruofeng. He was perplexed by the young master's mindset. He and the miss had grown up together, sharing a close bond in childhood. Their families were akin to sisters, frequently visiting each other, with their homes situated next door. Yet, after their marriage, the young master had grown cold towards her, never returning to the Jinfa garden and repeatedly subjecting her to public humiliation. A pair once deemed a match made in heaven now found themselves in such disarray, a lamentable turn of events. Now that the miss had finally come to a resolution and was willing to divorce, the young master chose to remain absent. Uncle Ma felt a sense of aging. He could hardly comprehend the thoughts of today's youth, which were far more complex than in his own time. The call connected, but there was no answer on the other end. "Miss, no one is picking up," he reported, turning to Sang Chu. "There's no need to continue calling. Let us head to the company, Uncle Ma," she replied. She understood that Jiang Ruofeng was intentionally avoiding the Civil Affairs Bureau and deliberately ignoring Uncle Ma's calls. Though she could not fathom his motives, it seemed he was purposefully trying to annoy her, and she had no intention of engaging him further. In light of this, she decided to have her lawyer draft the divorce agreement and proceed with the lawsuit. Uncle Ma sighed and turned toward Xingji. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruofeng gazed at the dimming screen of his phone, his expression complex, lost in thought. What secrets lay between Sang Chu and his father that had led her to suddenly seek a divorce? Over the years, he had nearly been elevated to a position of reverence in her life, while everyone in Linqing knew of her deep affection for him. Her sudden desire for divorce was undoubtedly an attempt to capture his attention and elicit more concern from him. Jiang Ruofeng scoffed, regardless of her intentions. He now found himself harboring a modicum of interest in her. However, he would never forgive her. Life was rather mundane, and playing with her could provide some amusement. With a subtle tapping of his fingers on the table, he slowly curved his lips into a smile. A knock at the door disrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he said. A man clad in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, entered. This was Gao Fei, the secretary of Jiang Ruofeng. "President, the heir of the Pei family has declined your request for a meeting." Jiang Ruofeng lowered his head, lost in contemplation, unable to fathom why the heir would refuse. Recently, he had received news that the scion of the illustrious Pei family was coming to Linxiang for training, preparing to return and inherit the family business. The prominent families and enterprises in Linxiang were abuzz with this news, many of them calculating their potential gains. The arrival of the Pei heir indicated a quest for collaboration with local enterprises. The Pei family, renowned for their extensive holdings in various lucrative sectors, including real estate, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy, was a formidable force that could sway the economy of Huagua with a mere stamp of their foot. Although Linxiang, a coastal city, boasted commendable economic development, it paled in comparison to Kyoto, let alone a titan like the Pei family. Consequently, upon receiving the news, Jiang Ruofeng had instructed Gao Fei to arrange a meeting, eager to establish a familiar presence before the Pei heir. As the leader of one of Linxiang's foremost enterprises, he could not afford to be overshadowed by others. Securing a partnership with the Pei family would solidify Jiang's position for the next 5 years, possibly elevating it further, even extending to Kyoto. However, he was puzzled as to why the Pei heir had refused. He stroked his chin and inquired, "Have you managed to ascertain what the Pei heir looks like?" Gao Fei intended to report on this matter. "Unfortunately, no. There hasn't been a single photograph of the Pei heir circulating in the market. Even attempts to procure one have proven futile. This individual is remarkably well protected. The public knows of his existence, yet remains oblivious to his appearance, personality, or hobbies. It is nearly impossible to make any advances." Gao Fei shared his frustration, as he had never encountered someone so elusive. Without any information, the situation became precarious. They could not allow others to seize the initiative. "I will devise another strategy. You continue to pursue the meeting. We cannot relent. Collaborating with the Pei family is paramount for the notable enterprises in Linxiang, and Jiang Ruofeng cannot afford to give up." He aimed to demonstrate his capabilities to his father, proving that Jiang's legacy could flourish even more under his stewardship, engendering regret in his father for underestimating Qingrua. Jiang Ruofeng waved his hand, signaling for Gao Fei to leave. As Gao Fei turned to exit, Jiang Ruofeng called out again, "Investigate what Sang Chu has been up to lately." Sang Chu's recent behavior had been somewhat peculiar, and Jiang Ruofeng wished to keep matters well within his control. Gao Fei paused, puzzled, yet promptly agreed. After all, Sang Chu was the president's wife, a fact known throughout the company. Yet, the president seemed indifferent towards her, even dismissive. This very attitude had led some unmarried female employees within the company to harbor secret affections for the president, believing they still had a chance. He followed closely behind the president, rarely hearing any mention of the lady from him. Now, however, he was tasked with investigating her. Could it be that the president had a change of heart? Gao Fei felt a surge of joy, believing that Sang Chu's hardships were finally yielding sweet rewards. As the president's secretary, he had encountered the lady before. In his eyes, her beauty and character were beyond reproach, and her relationship with the president was commendable. Every time he witnessed the president's playful torment of her, he felt a pang of sympathy. It was indeed a positive development that the president was now showing interest in her. Gao Fei promptly set about fulfilling Jiang Ruofeng's request. After he left, Jiang Ruofeng continued to ponder the enigmatic heir of the Pei family. It was unlikely that this heir could remain hidden indefinitely. Yet, it was unclear what his intentions might be. This prince was truly shrouded in mystery. Upon returning to Xingji, the first thing Sang Chu did was call Gu Xingji. She was determined to arrange a meeting with him. Chapter 25. There is no corner that cannot be turned after approximately 10 seconds of ringing. The call connected. "Hello." A warm and melodious voice greeted her, prompting Sang Chu to silently commend its charm. She had not anticipated Gu Xingji's voice to be so pleasant. Remembering the purpose of her call, she introduced herself. "Hello, Teacher Gu. This is Sang Chu, the owner of Xingji." There was a brief pause on the other end, likely due to his recognition of her name, leaving him puzzled as to why she was calling. Do you need something from me? Sang Chu's assumption was correct. Gu Xingji had indeed heard of her, or rather, it was rare for anyone not to know her name. The esteemed wife of the Jiang family. The daughter of the Sang family, unrequited in love, a devoted admirer of Jiang Ruofeng, possessing beauty yet perceived as lacking substance. Public opinion had never spoken kindly of her. For someone like her to call, Gu Xingji found it difficult to comprehend the reason. Yesterday, I had my assistant reach out to your studio to schedule a meeting, but the request was declined. Gu Xingji replied with a nonchalant indicating that he was unaware. Since he had ascended to the status of a leading actor, his worth had surged, drawing numerous scripts for television, film, and variety shows, an overwhelming abundance. Most studios filtered through these, forwarding only the most promising to his agent, who would then present the best options to him. This meant that any script reaching Gu Xingji had already undergone 2 rounds of scrutiny. The world's most adored hadn't even passed the first round. Gu Xingji refrained from voicing this, as it would spare Sang Chu any embarrassment. Sang Chu was unperturbed. Even without his words, she understood the situation. Given their small company, it was natural that they would not command much attention. I have an excellent script here, and I believe the role is a perfect fit for you, Teacher Gu. I would like to invite you to play the male lead. We can discuss the details in person. Gu Xingji did not respond immediately. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I'm sorry, my schedule is full." It was a polite refusal. Sang Chu had checked Gu Xingji's availability, knowing he had time before even considering him. In just a few exchanges, she gleaned that although he appeared gentle and capable, he was not easily approachable. It is quite normal for those navigating the entertainment industry, particularly for those who have achieved their own success, to appear more accessible than they truly are. They are undoubtedly astute individuals, each possessing their own methods. However, since Sang Chu has made this call, it is evident that she is unwilling to concede. This script is perfectly suited for Teacher Gu, with diligent refinement. I believe it could become a sensational success, contributing to Teacher Gu's career and perhaps even ushering in another glorious chapter. Teacher Gu surely does not wish for his reign as the emperor of acting to be a fleeting moment, but rather to become a pinnacle of achievement. I earnestly hope that Teacher Gu will consider this prospect and make a decision after reviewing the script, as encountering an exceptional script is a rare opportunity. Sang Chu, appealing to both emotion and reason, found her tone becoming increasingly assertive as the conversation progressed. There was no alternative. She was determined to seize this opportunity and make a remarkable debut. A silence enveloped the air, with neither party speaking. Just as Sang Chu feared the conversation was heading towards a dead end, Gu Xingji finally spoke. "Send a script to my email. If it is feasible, I will reach out to you." As soon as the words fell, the call was abruptly terminated. A smile graced Sang Chu's lips. There was hope. She promptly made an internal call, instructing Shun Xiaoyu to send the script to Gu Xingji immediately. The rest was now in his hands. Meanwhile, Pei Chen's first action upon waking was to check if Sang Chu had replied to his messages. To his dismay, there was nothing. Despite having made numerous calls the previous day, not a single response had come through. Feeling wronged, Pei Chen lamented, "Is there no dignity in being a benefactor? Even a cat deserves attention and care for its feelings." His chest tightened with frustration. How could the heir of the Pei family be treated with such indifference? In just a few days, had he truly become so worthless? He sat on the bed, simmering in anger before sending another message to Sang Chu. "Good morning, sister. Today is another day filled with thoughts of you. Why are you ignoring me, sister? Have I upset you?" After sending the messages, Pei Chun stared intently at his phone, awaiting a reply that never came. This is maddening, he thought to himself. He then recalled Sang Chu's divorce and decided to call Su Ji. Su Ji was the personal assistant assigned to him by his family, a graduate of a prestigious university and an all-around capable individual hired at a handsome salary. Pei Chun found him to be quite useful. The call was promptly answered, a relief indicative of the treatment he deserved. He almost feared his phone was malfunctioning. "Young master," came Su Ji's respectful and formal tone, unmistakably the mark of a competent assistant. "Please check if Sang Chu has divorced Jiang Ruofeng." "Understood." Su Ji's icy, emotionless voice conveyed no hint of surprise at the potential scandal. Even if the young master harbored interest in a married woman and had taken on the role of a mistress, Su Ji maintained his professional integrity, showing no concern or asking further questions. His only obligation was to fulfill the young master's requests. After concluding the call, Pei Chun continued to watch Sang Chu's chat window, filled with his messages, to which she responded only sporadically and briefly. His dark eyes revealed a depth befitting a benefactor. He clicked on Sang Chu's profile picture, which displayed a cluster of vibrant red roses, symbolizing warmth and romance. The sensation he experienced was remarkably akin to that of Sang Chu. However, it remained uncertain whether this exquisite rose would find its way into his embrace. No, it was imperative that it should. Su Ji, ever the astute assistant, swiftly uncovered the details surrounding Sang Chu and Jiang Ruofeng. Young Master Pei, it appears that Sang Chu and Jiang Ruofeng are not yet divorced. Reports indicate that Jiang Ruofeng has failed to appear at the Civil Affairs Bureau on 2 occasions. Sang Chu is currently preparing the necessary documentation to initiate legal proceedings for divorce. Pei Chun listened to the report, a chilling aura enveloping him. Jiang Ruofeng, that scoundrel, had professed disinterest in Sang Chu, yet he was not proceeding with the divorce. Had his vision finally cleared, prompting a last-minute change of heart? In an instant, Pei Chun's expression transformed, a smile gracing his lips, his ability to shift emotions as swift as lightning. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that his sister was indeed resolute in her decision to divorce. She truly embodied the spirit of their lineage. Since Jiang Ruofeng was unwilling, it was time to give him a nudge. He instructed to seek out a certain Su Qingruo and stoke the flames, urging them not to delay. The mere thought of his sister sharing a household registration with another man ignited a fierce rage within Pei Chun towards that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng. Had he not been the first man in his sister's life, he would not have exhibited such restraint. Naturally, Jiang Ruofeng would not escape unscathed. Is there not a woman he longs for? Pei Chun mused, deciding to lend Jiang Ruofeng a hand. He believed firmly that no wall was insurmountable, only unmotivated mistresses. His self-awareness was keen. Young Master Pei, the Jiang family has been eager to pay you a visit these past few days. Chapter 26. Our affair has been discovered by my husband. Let us part ways. Upon learning of Pei Chun's interest in Jiang Ruofeng, Su Ji relayed the recent activities of the Jiang family, anticipating that Pei Chun would be pleased. Indeed, as Pei Chun absorbed Su Ji's words, a playful smile crept upon his lips, suggesting he had conjured a delightful thought. If He Qing'an were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as a portent of misfortune for someone. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruofeng, who was desperately trying to align himself with the Pei family's grand enterprise, remained blissfully unaware, still dreaming of the Jiang family's ascendance. When the moment of reckoning arrived, the expression on his face would be nothing short of spectacular, akin to a spilled palette of colors. There was no rush. Let him stew in his anxiety. Under the pretext of hosting a banquet to which the elite of Lin City would be invited, Jiang Ruofeng would certainly not be overlooked, though only after his divorce. Pei Chun was determined to prepare a grand surprise for him. Su Ji, sensing the chilling intent behind the young master's words, silently lit a candle for Jiang Ruofeng. This unfortunate man had provoked the wrath of the young master, known for his volatile temperament and cunning. Su Ji understood that the matter of locating Su Qingruo was pressing, and dared not linger on it, returning instead to his duties with diligence. Following the phone call, Pei Chun's mood improved considerably, though his sister chose to ignore him. Her determination to divorce was unwavering, even impatient. This realization brought him uncontainable joy. For so long, his sister had shown no inclination to divorce, yet upon meeting him, she had swiftly resolved to do so. Was it not because of him? Previously, she had harbored affection for that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng, but now it was clear she had shifted her affections. Otherwise, such a transformation would not be conceivable. Pei Chun could hardly fathom the kindness his sister bestowed upon him. Like everyone else, he believed that Sang Chu was utterly infatuated with Jiang Ruofeng. For years, this notion had persisted among all, as it seemed the only explanation for her unwavering devotion to him, almost elevating him to a pedestal. Was this not love? However, Such sentiments would soon belong to the past. From now on, his sister would solely belong to him. He could hardly contain the urge to reveal his true identity to her. Unbeknownst to Sang-Chu, a misunderstanding had transpired, leading her to concoct an elaborate narrative of her own. This was triggered by a phone call from Gu Xingji. That afternoon, after reviewing the script, Gu Xingji reached out to Sang-Chu, suggesting they meet. A smile graced her lips as she anticipated this moment, and she couldn't help but feel elated. Promptly agreeing to the rendezvous, they scheduled their meeting for the following noon. The sooner this was established, the better. Once the cast was finalized, she would swiftly arrange for them to start filming, hastening the process to aim for a release by next summer. Sang-Chu envisioned a promising future just within her grasp. With the project taking shape, her thoughts began to wander toward other ventures. Previously, she had been at Jiang Ruofeng's beck and call, planning for marriage right after graduation, which had hindered her career progress. Now, she yearned to break free and achieve notable accomplishments. Beyond traditional television dramas, star shows, and web series, short dramas had also emerged, becoming a source of entertainment for many. Given the modest scale of Xingji and the limited number of actors, coupled with her constrained budget, short dramas might present a viable avenue for development. Their brief production timeframe and lower costs could enhance actors' visibility, proving to be a worthy path. It would also provide opportunities for the lesser-known actors in her company, ensuring they remained employed. Without hesitation, Sang-Chu summoned Shin Xiaoyu to draft a plan for their subsequent meeting. In addition to dramas, Sang-Chu also aspired to delve into variety shows. If dramas required substantial investment with minimal returns, variety shows undoubtedly offered a swifter route. Numerous actors sought to establish familiarity with audiences through variety shows. Yet, while the ideals were commendable, funding remained scarce. Not to mention, just the production team for Tianxiao Bakong alone demanded an investment in the billions. In her divorce from Jiang Ruofeng, she did not intend to claim any assets. For 3 years, although the Sang and Jiang families had formed a union, there had been no financial transactions between Sang-Chu and Jiang Ruofeng. Moreover, considering Jiang Ruofeng's disdain for her, it was improbable that he would share any wealth. All that Sang-Chu possessed were her own funds, inherited from her late mother. Following her mother's passing, her father swiftly returned with another partner, and he was no longer just her father. Had she not stumbled upon her father and his mistress that day, she might never have fled. Perhaps she would not have owed Jiang Ruofeng her life. Fortunately, all of that was now behind her. Once the legal procedures were finalized, regardless of Jiang Ruofeng's attitude, their relationship would be irrevocably severed. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a workaholic demeanor, spending entire days at the office, rarely leaving before dusk. Lunch was brought to her by Shin Xiaoyu. Having lived a fulfilling life, Sang-Chu had completely forgotten about Pei Chen's existence. If it weren't for their unexpected encounter at the company entrance, she might have entirely overlooked the fact that she was maintaining a relationship with a younger man. Their acquaintance was too brief, and Sang-Chu perceived their connection as merely a physical transaction, each fulfilling their own needs, together when necessary and apart when not. This seemed entirely normal to her. However, Pei Chun, feeling an unsettling sense of urgency, could not remain passive. If the mountain would not come to him, he would go to the mountain. Standing at the entrance of Xingji, the once aloof and striking figure transformed into a pitiable puppy the moment he laid eyes on her, gazing at her with a look of longing. Sang-Chu, taken aback by his gaze, found herself questioning her own actions. Had she truly done anything wrong? Why did it feel as though she had betrayed him? "What brings you here?" she asked awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. She was more curious about how he had discovered her whereabouts. Who had informed him? Sang-Chu distinctly recalled not divulging the location of her company to him. "I had no choice but to come find you since you were ignoring me," Pei Chen lamented, his eyes fixed on her with a hint of accusation. Sang-Chu retorted, "Am I your only benefactor? Why do you only focus on me? If you had a few more patrons, perhaps you wouldn't have the time to seek me out." Pei Chen's expression darkened, his tone turning ominous as he questioned, "What do you mean by that, sister?" A sense of danger emanated from him, rendering Sang-Chu momentarily speechless. "Do you think I have many benefactors? Or do you wish for me to have more?" He inched closer, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized her every reaction. Sang-Chu felt the urge to retreat. What was with this interrogative tone? Who was truly the patron, and who was the one being supported? She gently pushed him away, though it was in vain. As she was still married to Jiang Ruofeng, she had anticipated that the divorce would swiftly follow the expiration of their contract. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Ruofeng had yet to finalize their separation. Sang-Chu's focus was solely on advancing her career, having already shared an intimate moment with the younger man. She intended to conclude their relationship. Since he had come today, it was the perfect opportunity to inform him. Stepping back a couple of paces to create distance, she retrieved a check from her bag. I forgot to mention, I have a husband. Our affair has come to his attention, so let us part ways. Chapter 27. Do you have other patrons? Sang-Chu had no desire to maintain a relationship with a younger man, yet he was rather clingy. Although tall and handsome, he often appeared weak in her presence. Perhaps it was best to end things. Pei Chun's expression soured as he absorbed her words. He was taken aback that she would resort to monetary compensation to sever ties. In his time with her, Pei Chun had endured a myriad of emotions. He scoffed, his demeanor darkening. Are you truly serious about this breakup? I will grant you another chance to retract your statement. Sang-Chu noticed the shift in his countenance. She understood that her decision to end their arrangement after such a brief period would not be met with enthusiasm. She could empathize, as it was not easy to find a reliable source of support. Truly, I am sorry, she said, her gaze locking with his, a twinge of guilt washing over her. Indeed, there lingers a sense of reluctance. My younger brother is quite commendable, robust, and strong, which brings me a measure of satisfaction. Alas, I have yet to resolve my own matters, and the timing of Jiang Ruofeng's consent to divorce remains uncertain. However, Pei Chun felt that the woman's unhesitating words pierced his heart. He pulled her into his embrace, his hand firmly encircling her waist. His eyes reddened with a sinister glint as he threatened, if you dare to break up, I will end your husband's life. Sang-Chu felt the tightness around her waist, furrowing her brow in discomfort. She struggled, but could not free herself. Hearing Pei Chun's words, she perceived them as the desperate utterances of a frustrated child rather than a genuine threat. Do not speak in anger. This money will suffice for a while. Let's part ways here. Suddenly, Pei Chun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. She appeared utterly unconcerned about her previous remarks. He ceased his words and instead bent down to hoist her over his shoulder, striding towards the Rolls-Royce parked at the roadside. They were unceremoniously tossed into the car, and while Sang-Chu attempted to flee, he held her tightly in his embrace. He coldly instructed the driver drive. The chauffeur, sensing the severity of the young master's demeanor, dared not utter a word and promptly complied, without a specified destination from his master. He took a bold chance and headed towards the villa where the young master had been residing lately, assuming that they were returning at such a late hour. Sang-Chu struggled to extricate herself from his grasp, but he only tightened his hold. With no choice left, she could only sit in his arms, fuming quietly. It was then that she noticed something amiss. If her eyes did not deceive her, this vehicle was indeed a Rolls-Royce. Her gaze scrutinized him, and though his attire bore no labels, it was of exquisite quality, unmistakably not ordinary fare. Had male models truly amassed such wealth? Pei Chun, noticing her inquisitive glance, instinctively straightened his posture, believing she might finally recognize his true identity, his heart fluttering with anticipation. What's your take? Do you regret how you treated me just now? But to his surprise, she blurted out, do male models earn a lot? Pei Chun replied, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Are you implying I am merely a male model? He found it perplexing. Did he truly resemble one so much? Sang-Chu retorted, so you have other wealthy benefactors? Pei Chun, rendered speechless, fixed his dark gaze upon her. If you utter another word, you'll face the consequences. Sang-Chu, sensing the gravity of his demeanor, silenced herself. Though internally she bristled at the irony of the situation, wasn't she the one in a position of power? Yet, under the current circumstances, she could not best him and thus chose to remain quiet. The driver accelerated, seemingly aware that he had overheard something he ought not to have. It appeared that the young master and this young woman were entangled in a significant secret, prompting him to diminish his presence. Reassured that the young master had not indicated a wrong destination, he pressed the accelerator, managing to shorten the journey by 20 minutes. As they arrived, before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Pei Chun lifted her out. Sang Chu, unwilling to surrender, kicked out defiantly, only to be firmly subdued by the man. He cast a fleeting glance at her, causing Sang Chu to pause momentarily before obediently placing her hand on his neck. Yet, a tempest of indignation brewed within her, accompanied by profound regret. Upon reflection, she realized that on that fateful day, she had merely encountered him at the bar, intoxicated, and had naively assumed he was a male model, which led to an impulsive dalliance. At that moment, he neither denied the title nor refrained from suggesting she could take care of him, leading anyone to believe he fit the role. In hindsight, he had never claimed to be a model. It was merely her misunderstanding. Sang Chu felt as though she had entangled herself in a considerable predicament. This sensation intensified as the man tossed her onto the bed. She attempted to flee, but he seized her ankle, dragging her back before him. As she recoiled, she watched in disbelief as he shed his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique marked by the remnants of her earlier encounter. Sang Chu was at a loss as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Had she foreseen such a transformation, she would have refrained from suggesting a breakup. Wait, you cannot do this. I genuinely have a husband. You are acting as the other woman, and that is wrong. Pei Chun began to unbuckle his belt, scoffing. If you were truly so virtuous, how could you have forcefully kissed me at the bar? Sang Chu swallowed hard, managing an awkward smile. I was drunk and had no idea you were like this. Pei Chun swiftly disrobed, bending closer to her. Are you regretting it now? It's too late. You were the one who pursued me, and now you must face the consequences. With that, he claimed her lips in a forceful kiss. Unwilling to entertain any further vexing remarks, Sang Chu pounded on his shoulder in protest, only inciting him to become even more audacious. That evening, Pei Chun revealed a side of himself that was far more unrestrained than before, akin to a wild stallion now free from its constraints, exhibiting an overwhelming vigor that no one could contain. On the bed, in the bathroom, on the windowsill, and even on the carpet, his energy was boundless, as though he wished to devote it all to her, leaving Sang Chu in a state of despair. Ultimately, she collapsed in his embrace, losing consciousness. In the fleeting moment before darkness enveloped her, she lamented her impulsive decision. This was no mere clingy puppy. He was a ravenous wolf, one that devoured without leaving a trace. She seethed with resentment. When Sang Chu awoke, her gaze was vacant as she stared at the ceiling, feeling as though life held no significance. She was utterly exhausted, not wanting to lift a single finger. A hand rested possessively around her waist, asserting its dominance even in slumber. Turning to behold the face of the man beside her, so striking yet so insufferable, she recalled the shameful words he had compelled her to utter the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. What a wild affair it had been. Seething with anger, she resolved to take action, and without restraint, bit down on his face. Chapter 28. A young man in bloom follows you. Her bite was merciless, fueled by the desire to inflict pain, as if she wished to tear away a piece of flesh and mar his handsome visage. The man let out a low hiss, his eyes fluttering open. Ultimately, Sang Chu found it difficult to be resolute. She did not bite down, yet a vivid mark remained, suggesting it would not fade away in a matter of days. Was her sister contemplating the murder of her husband? Such fervor first thing in the morning. If one must indulge in biting, I would rather my sister direct her affections elsewhere. The man, far from angered, gazed at her with a teasing tone. After a night of intense competition, Pei Chen's fury had dissipated. Regardless of his sister's thoughts, she could never rid herself of him. As for the matter of divorce, it appeared he must hasten the process. Otherwise, what was the legal team nurtured by the Pei family for? Sang Chu was acutely aware of the implications in his words. He was utterly shameless. In a fit of frustration, she bit down on his shoulder once more. Sister, do it harder, I enjoy it. His tone, filled with pride, seemed less like a response to disgust and more akin to delight. Enraged, Sang Chu released her grip. Pei Chen glanced at the delicate bite mark on his shoulder and chuckled. This would undoubtedly make it known that he was taken. It would be difficult for anyone to overlook such a conspicuous mark. Regret washed over Sang Chu. Her actions had not displeased him, but instead seemed to gratify him. She looked at the mark on her face and quickly turned her head away, donning a mask. Pei Chun tenderly stroked her, declaring, "I do not mind. I relish it. Anything given by my sister is cherished." He buried his head in her embrace, inhaling deeply, akin to a beguiled spirit savoring its essence. One could be invincible in their shamelessness. Sang Chu realized that she could never outmatch him. With a sigh, she helplessly asked, "Do you truly not wish to part ways?" Upon hearing this, Pei Chen's expression darkened, his gaze turning stern. Sang Chu noted the shift. It was as though her words activated a mechanism that triggered a change in his demeanor. "There will be no breakup. You might as well relinquish that hope," Pei Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. "I, a pure and unblemished young man, have pledged my loyalty to you. You must take responsibility." His tone was laced with a melancholic air that left Sang Chu feeling defeated. It was as if she were not the pure maiden he claimed her to be. Although married, she too was indeed still innocent in many respects. Let it be as it is then. His vitality was boundless, and his charms myriad. Sang Chu would never admit to feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Really?" Pei Chen looked at her with skepticism, curious if she was concocting some scheme. Unfortunately for him, Sang Chu spoke the truth. "Upon reflection, you are handsome, clean, and fit, not to mention remarkably capable. It would be a pity to part ways." Pei Chen nodded in agreement. "Having dined on someone as refined as I, my sister would find it impossible to swallow anything less delectable." Indeed, such self-admiration was remarkable. Nevertheless, there was one matter she had yet to clarify with him. "You're not a male model. Thus, our arrangement for financial support ceases here, and you shall no longer require my monetary assistance." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. She was uncertain of his true status, but he certainly did not appear to be lacking in wealth. That car alone was not something an ordinary person could possess. Pei Chun took her hand and kissed it lightly, asserting, "Naturally, if my sister desires anything, I can provide it." Sang Chu, without a moment's hesitation, declined. "We have now transitioned from monetary transactions to mere physical exchanges, rendering money obsolete." "What does this imply?" Sang Chu rose from his embrace, indicating that they are now merely friends. "Do you understand?" Pei Chun attempted to pull her back, but Sang Chu, disregarding her aching body, swiftly dismounted the bed. "Do not force my hand. Otherwise, I shall sever ties with you without hesitation." Sang Chu, with her stubborn disposition, had already let yesterday slide. And now that she had gotten out of bed, she was unafraid of him. If he dared to coerce her, she would rather face death. For she had no one she cherished. Pei Chun discerned the seriousness in her gaze and gradually returned to his seat, momentarily at a loss for words. He contemplated his strategy in silence. Regardless of the situation, Sang Chu had not entirely severed ties with him. He could afford to take his time, confident that she would not flee. If all else failed, he could resort to the same approach as last night, if necessary. He would remain by her side until she was willing. With this realization, Pei Chun lay back calmly, leaning against the bed as he observed her. Whatever my sister says goes. Everyone listens to her. When it came to the speed of changing expressions, no one could rival Sang Chu. She cast him a satisfied glance before turning towards the bathroom. Pei Chun leisurely followed her downstairs. Sang Chu glanced at her reflection in the mirror, rolling her eyes at the man clinging to her back. She was now fully aware of his audacity and felt no obligation to present a pleasant demeanor. Just walking had her grimacing in pain, all thanks to the man before her. As she brushed her teeth, Pei Chun embraced her from behind, resting his face against her back, his hands wandering inappropriately, one moment touching here, the next there, as if she were an irresistible toy. Pei Chun understood well that Sang Chu's reluctance to inquire about his identity stemmed from her desire to avoid further entanglement. Thus, he remained unhurried, planning to surprise his sister in due time. From washing up to changing clothes, he clung to her like a koala. With every step she took, he followed closely, an affectionate nuisance. Eventually, she grew weary of his antics and forcefully pushed him away, donning her clothes as she exited, too indifferent to greet him. a clear indication that she still harbored resentment from the previous day. Pei-chan paid no heed to her indifference, tracing the marks on his face with a hint of nostalgia. By the time Sang-chu left the villa, it was already late. She had arranged to meet Gu Xingji, and the timing was just right. "Miss, please get in the car." The driver immediately opened the door upon her appearance. Since Pei-chan had brought her here yesterday, she had not driven. It was only natural for the driver to take her home. Refusing to compromise her comfort, Sang-chu settled into the car. The driver breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the tension from the previous day, fearing she might object. "Where to, miss?" "Wangang Pavilion, Sang-chu Ziplit." And silence enveloped the car until she disembarked. Wangjiang Pavilion, a renowned upscale restaurant in Lin City, boasted a lofty dome structure imbued with rich vintage charm. Proudly situated in the city center, offering a panoramic view of the entire metropolis. Sang-chu had reserved a private room, and upon her arrival, the space was already occupied. As the man turned to acknowledge her presence, she too scrutinized him in return. Gu Xingji possesses an exceptional appearance, characterized by a gentle demeanor and a pair of eyes that convey a sense of deep emotion when he gazes at others. Fans often remark on his amiable nature, and he indeed seems to embody this quality. With a smile, she took a seat and extended her hand, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Sang-chu." He returned her smile, further enhancing his warmth. Gu Xingji. Neither of them initiated the conversation with business matters. Instead, Gu Xingji handed her the menu, suggesting she choose what she desired. "I am uncertain of your tastes, so I ordered a few items at random." Sang-chu had frequented this place before, and after casually selecting several of her favorite dishes, she handed the menu to the waiter. "Very well, please hold on a moment." After the waiter departed, Sang-chu turned her attention to the man across from her. She had long heard of Gu Xingji's gentle nature, and upon meeting him today, it proved to be true. She smiled, finding her initial impression of Gu Xingji somewhat unexpected. While it is said that Gu Xingji has a gentle temperament, she perceived a hint of complexity beneath his surface. Nonetheless, she hoped to persuade him to accept the role of the male lead. "Sang Zong is quite different from my expectations," Gu Xingji remarked, his expression amiable yet tinged with amusement. In Lin City, it was common gossip that Sang-chu was a devoted admirer of Jiang Ruofeng. Initially, Gu Xingji held little anticipation for their meeting, but it seemed that reality diverged from the rumors. As they encountered each other for the first time, both were taken aback by their respective impressions. Sang-chu smiled, disregarding the underlying implications of Gu Xingji's words. "I shall take that as a compliment from the esteemed Gu." With a playful flick of her hair, she beamed with confidence. Gu Xingji's interest deepened, and he reclined against the sofa, hands crossed before him. "To be honest, I find the script for Tianxiaobaqian quite appealing. I wonder what Sang Zong's intentions are regarding it." In Lin City, Sang-chu's name was well known, yet few were familiar with her company, Xingji. Gu Xingji was unaware of the extent of Sang-chu's commitment to Tianxiaobaqian or the initial funding she intended to allocate. He was pleased with the script, but if the production team lacked capability, the result would still be subpar. Having reached his current status, he no longer felt compelled to accept roles. Everything was dictated by his preferences, and he wished to preserve his reputation. There is no need for concern on that front. "Esteemed Gu, I plan to invest 500 million into Tianxiaobaqian, employing the finest production team to ensure a polished outcome, avoiding any shoddy work or undue influence from capital." Both were astute individuals, fully aware of each other's priorities, and Sang-chu opted for directness. "If what Sang Zong claims is true, I believe it is something to look forward to." Gu Xingji was indeed interested in these matters, and Sang-chu had anticipated his concerns. However, one point she felt necessary to clarify with Gu Xingji was the selection of the female lead. "Oh," Gu Xingji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Who is it?" "It is someone from my company, Duan E." Fearing Gu Xingji's discontent, Sang-chu added, "You may audition alongside her, and I assure you will be pleased. She is exceptionally suited for the role." Though she had a personal interest in promoting her company's actress, her choice was not arbitrary. For her inaugural grand production, Sang-chu was meticulous, unwilling to let anyone tarnish this work. Duan was indeed fitting for the role. Since Sang-chu had expressed her sentiments, I found myself compelled to harbor expectations. For what I observed, the two engaged in jovial conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Before the dishes arrived, they had largely settled their discussions. During the meal, work-related topics were set aside. Throughout their dialogue, Sang-Chu exhibited clarity of thought and thoroughness, which took Gu Xingji by surprise, igniting his curiosity regarding the previous rumors. "Dare I say, Sang, you are quite different from what I had imagined," he remarked. "What did Gu, the esteemed figure, envision me to be?" Sang-Chu was genuinely intrigued to hear his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xingji replied nonchalantly, "Someone with a romantic fixation? Lacking independent thought, rather dull." His words were subtly phrased, yet she was well aware of the whispers circulating outside. Gu seemed to imply that she was akin to a sycophant, devoid of intellect. He set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and while wiping his hands, commented, "So, Sang, you're aware of this. It inevitably raises suspicions about whether you were merely playing the fool all along." Sang-Chu placed her utensils down, meeting his gaze directly. "Is that truly your perspective, Gu Xingji?" Their eyes locked, both refusing to shy away, eager to discern the intentions reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, they both broke into smiles, signaling a pleasant collaboration. As they exited the restaurant, preparing to leave, they heard someone call out to Sang-Chu. She halted and turned to look. "Sang-Chu, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. Who are you dining with?" A woman clad in a pink dress approached. Her expression was one of disdain as she approached, intending to scrutinize whom Sang-Chu was dining with, only to be met with the sight of Gu Xingji's face. Her countenance immediately froze. "Gu Xingji," she exclaimed, astonished. Recently, he had been gaining notable recognition, and she was aware of his name. "How do you know each other? Dining together?" The woman was so taken aback that she failed to moderate her tone, sounding almost accusatory. Gu Xingji's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Sang-Chu surveyed the woman before her, raising an eyebrow in amusement. "Su Zhenzu, do I need to explain who I dine with to you? Do we share such a close relationship?" Su Zhenzu was taken aback by Sang-Chu's audacity, having previously been accustomed to a more submissive demeanor from her. Unbeknownst to her, Sang-Chu had simply chosen to ignore her, disinterested in further provocation from Jiang Ruofeng. Now that her contract had expired, she felt liberated to speak her mind. "What do you mean by that, Sang-Chu? Do you not believe I will call Ruofeng immediately and inform him that you are dining with another man behind his back?" Su Zhenzu glared at Sang-Chu, whose face bore a smile, nearly losing control of her expression, which appeared somewhat grotesque. Her fists were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. It was this very face, exuding both allure and arrogance, that drove her to a frenzy of jealousy. "How splendidly dramatic your world of the elite is," Gu Xingji observed, watching the unfolding scene with amusement as he turned to Sang-Chu, fully enjoying the spectacle. He gazed at Su Zhenzu with a look that was hard to articulate, as if questioning the sanity of those within affluent circles. Sang-Chu shrugged, explaining that this individual was Jiang Ruofeng's cousin, an understanding that was all too familiar. The casual exchange between the two, devoid of regard for their surroundings, only served to infuriate Su Zhenzu further. "What do you mean, Sang-Chu?" Su Zhenzu felt her face flush with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she caught Gu Xingji's gaze. Unable to confront him directly, her ire shifted towards Sang-Chu. Sang-Chu rolled her eyes, feeling utterly speechless. The message was clear: do as you wish, and if you must inform Jiang Ruofeng, simply mention that I am currently pursuing legal proceedings and urge him to agree to the divorce expeditiously. Without awaiting Su Zhenzu's stunned reaction, she departed with Gu Xingji, leaving behind a seething Su Zhenzu. Upon exiting the restaurant, Sang-Chu bid farewell to Gu Xingji. "Should anything arise, I will have my assistant contact you." Gu Xingji lingered, looking at her intently, and inquired, "Is President Sang preparing for a divorce?" Chapter 30. Sang-Chu's infidelity. Sang-Chu did not shy away from the truth. She candidly affirmed, "Indeed, I am already divorced in spirit, though the paperwork remains unfiled. I am currently navigating through legal channels and anticipate a swift resolution." Gu Xingji chuckled, expressing his hopes for her success. "Thank you." Su Zhenzu observed the retreating figures of the pair, momentarily at a loss for words. Once she regained her composure, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to hastily retrieve her phone and capture images of them. She accessed her cousin's WeChat and sent the photographs with urgency. "Cousin, Sang Chu is dining with a man behind your back. She even mentioned wanting a divorce. Could this possibly be true? Is she cheating?" With no response forthcoming, Su Jinju felt a surge of anxiety, recalling Sang Chu's earlier commanding demeanor. In a fit of impulse, she shared the photos in a group chat titled Lin City Aristocrats, a gathering of the city's elite young men and women, where gossip about the affluent was rampant. The Su family, while only a secondary player in Lin City's elite hierarchy, held a modicum of influence through her cousin Jiang Ruofeng, which granted her a sense of superiority. Her favorite target for derision was none other than Sang Chu. The Sang family had long been a prominent fixture within Lin City, their stature at times eclipsing that of the Jiang family. Due to the camaraderie between Jiang Ruofeng's mother and Sang Chu's mother, the two families enjoyed a cordial relationship, even residing as neighbors. As Jiang Ruofeng's cousin, Su Jinju spent much of her childhood at the Jiang residence, frequently crossing paths with Sang Chu. In her youth, Sang Chu was a breathtaking and proud figure, akin to a princess. Jiang Ruofeng was particularly fond of spending time with her, often treating her with more affection than he showed his own cousin, which fueled Su Jinju's jealousy from an early age. However, at some point, Sang Chu underwent a transformation. She lost her previous arrogance in the presence of Jiang Ruofeng. Her boundaries eroded, ultimately becoming subservient. Jiang Ruofeng's affection for her waned, giving way to disdain. Even after marrying her cousin, Su Jinju found that her status had not improved. In fact, his aversion towards her only intensified. With each strike against Sang Chu, Su Jinju felt a surge of pride, as if the feelings of neglect from her childhood had dissipated. It seemed that only through such actions could she convince herself that her life was indeed satisfactory. This pattern had persisted for years, yet who could have anticipated the change that had now unfolded? Sang Chu had audaciously declared her intention to divorce her cousin, despite his reluctance. Her tone suggested she regarded him with utter disdain. How could this be possible? On the night Sang Chu announced her desire for divorce, Su Jinju was present. Sang Chu had consumed copious amounts of alcohol and proclaimed her wish to separate from her cousin, yet no one took her seriously. For it was common knowledge that Sang Chu was deeply enamored with him. However, it appeared that Sang Chu was not joking after all. Su Jinju felt an unsettling sense of chaos, an involuntary panic rising within her. Who is this? Could it be Sang Chu? She is with another man. Is Sang Chu dining with another man? How dare she treat Mr. Jiang this way? What is happening with Su Jinju? Is this at Wangjiang Pavilion? That must be Sang Chu. Who is she dining with? A photograph suddenly ignited a flurry of activity within the group. Despite the disdain some held for Sang Chu, her influence was undeniable. Everyone relished the tales of her and Jiang Ruofeng. A malicious glint passed through Su Jinju's eyes as her fingers flew across the keyboard. I happened to be dining at Wangjiang Pavilion and chanced upon Sang Chu leaving with a man. Their actions were intimate, and Sang Chu even mentioned divorcing her cousin. Could she be cheating? Surely not. I refuse to believe she is that kind of person, especially given her love for her cousin. Su Jinju's words were deliberately ambiguous, emphasizing their closeness and hinting at infidelity. No way. This is as unbelievable as a pig climbing a tree. When Sang Chu last mentioned divorce, could she have been serious? Has she truly given up, no longer fond of Jiangge? So, Sang Chu could not withstand the loneliness and has strayed? In truth, considering Jiang Ji's attitude towards Sang Chu, one could understand. Watching the group erupt in disbelief and fervently discuss Sang Chu's alleged infidelity and divorce, Su Jinju felt a sense of vindication. A fierce determination flickered in her eyes. If Sang Chu wished to divorce, then she would ensure everyone was aware of her supposed betrayal, challenging her audacity to speak to her in such a manner. Su Jinju was intent on making Sang Chu regret her decisions. Today's meeting concludes here. You may disperse. Jiang Ruofeng announced from his central position in the executive chair. As soon as he declared the meeting over, his subordinates promptly vacated the room. Once they had departed, Jiang Ruofeng inquired, Is there still no news from the Pei family? He pinched the bridge of his nose, visibly fatigued, clearly troubled by the heir's refusal to meet. Gao Fei replied, "The heir of the Pei family continues to decline meetings. However, we have learned that he plans to host a banquet soon, inviting all the prominent figures of Lin City." Is this information reliable? Absolutely. It was obtained through a contact within the Pei family. Jiang Ruofeng was taken aback by the heir's intentions. It appeared he wished to foster fair competition among all enterprises. He smiled faintly, wondering if this would instill any fear in him. Regardless, he would ensure that the heir of the Pei family understood that only the Jiang family was truly qualified to collaborate with them. With that in mind, there was no need for further meetings. In due course, the true intentions of the Pei heir would be revealed. Having resolved a significant matter, Jiang Ruofeng felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Gao Fei. "Have you found out what Sang Chu has been up to recently?" Gao Fei hesitated, contemplating the results of his investigation while gauging the president's expression. Jiang Ruofeng's eyes grew impatient, his voice turning icy. "What is it?" "Well, President, it appears that the madam is filing for divorce and has already initiated judicial proceedings. This morning, we received a court summons. Ordinarily, this would not happen so quickly. It seems someone is applying pressure," Gao Fei reported, choosing his words carefully. Jiang Ruofeng's expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated that Sang Chu would take such decisive action, even filing for divorce. Was this not merely a ruse? Had he misjudged the situation? She had not gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday. Yet she had filed so swiftly. Indeed, someone was stirring the pot. Who could possibly influence the Jiang family in such a manner? Could it be his father? After all, his father had suggested that he divorce Sang Chu. Gao Fei also sensed that the madam had been acting strangely in recent days, but specifics eluded him, as if someone had wiped her tracks clean, which he found rather peculiar. Furthermore, the madam had moved out of the Jingsua garden. Chapter 31. Jiang Ruofeng realizes Sang Chu has someone else upon finishing his statement. He lowered his head. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. He wished he could vanish on the spot. In truth, Gao Fei held a certain admiration for the madam. Previously, she had pursued the president relentlessly, while he remained indifferent. Now, awakened, she had opted for divorce and ceased all communication with him, which was indeed thrilling, almost like a novel. Despite his lower gaze, his thoughts were tumultuous. She had moved out of the Jinxiua garden. Jiang Ruofeng's voice suddenly rose. When did this happen? The Jinxiua garden was their marital home. Although he had not visited in 3 years, Sang Chu had remained there all along. Now she had left? Was she serious? Gao Fei cautiously replied. "It was the day after your 3rd wedding anniversary. The same day, the madam first requested you to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Jiang Ruofeng's expression was beyond merely displeased. It was a storm cloud of fury, as he recalled Sang Chu's recent peculiar behavior. He finally took her claims of wanting a divorce seriously. She had approached his father, moved out of their home, and now filed for divorce. Clearly, she was resolute. Noticing his deep contemplation, Gao Fei quietly added, "Aunt Zhang, who cooks, and Uncle Ma, the driver, have also left." He thought to himself that the president was truly inconsiderate, even disregarding his own household staff. "Get lost." Jiang Ruofeng snapped at the now low-key Gao Fei with a kick. "You useless fool. Why are you only telling me this now? Go and do your job, and stop being such an eyesore." "Understood, President." Gao Fei, suppressing his voice and disregarding the pain in his leg, swiftly exited the room. Internally, he silently criticized the situation, thinking how it was unfair to blame him now when he had not been consulted previously. Once Gao Fei left, only Jiang Ruofeng remained in the office, a mysterious surge of anger bubbling within him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Perhaps it stemmed from the unsettling feeling of losing control over Sang Chu, a sensation he despised. Jiang Ruofeng would never admit to feeling a twinge of melancholy. Once he calmed himself, he picked up his phone, intending to call Sang Chu. However, upon unlocking the device, he found a message from Su Jinju. After reading the contents, his previously tranquil heart was once again stirred, igniting a wave of anger. Infidelity? He scoffed coldly, questioning if Sang Chu's insistence on divorce was due to another man. Jiang Ruofing enlarged the photograph, revealing only a silhouette, leaving him in ignorance of the identity behind it. Yet, the proximity of the figures, combined with the photograph's haziness, lent it an air of ambiguity. Jiang Ruofing laughed bitterly. If she wished for a divorce, so be it. She had previously refused, so what gave her the right now? His original intention to discuss matters with Sang Chu immediately shifted. He could dismiss her, but he would not allow her to abandon him. The thought of her sharing her life with another man was utterly unacceptable. Instead of calling Sang Chu, he dialed Su Jinju. The call was answered promptly. Jiang Ruofing wasted no time, directly inquiring about the identity of the man involved with Sang Chu. Su Jinju, dining with friends from the industry, had just been venting about Sang Chu when her cousin's call came through. Sensing a slight shift in his tone, she wondered if her cousin cared for Sang Chu. She quickly dismissed the notion. It was impossible, as everyone knew how much he despised her. He was merely upset over Sang Chu's indiscretions. Caught in the arms of another man. She recalled the name Gu Xingji and quickly clarified, worried that Jiang Ruofing might not recognize it, adding that he was from the entertainment circle. Jiang Ruofing repeated the name, savoring the answer he sought before abruptly ending the call. Su Jinju, eager to understand how her cousin planned to confront that woman, found herself disconnected. Curiously, one of her companions inquired, "How does President Jiang intend to deal with Sang Chu?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing that President Jiang was the youngest and most accomplished man in Lin City, adored by countless women, albeit married. Yet, with Sang Chu's infidelity, a swift divorce seemed imminent, rendering him a coveted bachelor once more, a prospect that thrilled her. Su Jinju remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, but it did not dampen her spirits. She raised her chin, exuding confidence, believing her beauty would attract attention. After all, her cousin had never liked Sang Chu, surely. He would not tolerate her betrayal. Besides, Sang Chu had declared her desire for divorce, clearly smitten by Gu Xingji. There was a genuine possibility that the divorce might indeed materialize. Really? A companion stepped forward, linking arms with Su Jinju, playfully asking, "Will President Jiang consider me then? As long as we succeed, we will certainly not neglect you." Su Jinju glanced at her with a look of disdain, assessing the situation. The other person, unfazed, continued to speak at length, filled with disparagement of Sang Chu and flattery toward Su Jinju. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruofing ended the call and contacted Gao Fei directly, instructing him to investigate Gu Xingji. Gao Fei was perplexed by the sudden request from the president to look into Gu Xingji, questioning its relevance. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he complied. He murmured to himself, "The president is becoming increasingly inscrutable." Sang Chu, oblivious to the rumors of her infidelity circulating widely, immersed herself in work upon her return. In her estimation, the investment in the overbearing love would be substantial. With the lead secured, other tasks needed to be scheduled. However, a significant challenge loomed. Where could she procure the necessary funding? Over the years, she had depleted her mother's legacy, and the remaining funds were insufficient to support the overbearing love. Securing investment had become urgent. With Gu Xingji's involvement, there was a glimmer of advantage. Yet the crucial question remained: whom to approach? She was well acquainted with the enterprises in Lincheng, yet due to her connection with Jiang Ruofing, those individuals kept their distance. Offering no mockery would be considered a blessing. How could she expect them to invest in her? Should she consider reaching out to her father? Just as she pondered this, her phone rang. The screen displayed her father's name. Sang Chu rarely communicated with him. Both had tacitly agreed to avoid each other. His unexpected call certainly signified something important. She answered the phone. "Are you considering divorce due to infidelity? The entire circle is abuzz with this news. Do you still have any shame left? You've brought disgrace upon me. Where are you? Hurry back." The moment the call connected, Sang Chu was met with a barrage of scolding before she could utter a word. She listened with a stony expression, her eyes laced with mockery. It seemed there was no need for further deliberation. Her father would undoubtedly not invest in her endeavors. "Did you hear me? Come home tonight. I have things to discuss with you." Chapter 32. Arriving at work with bite marks after a considerable pause. Sang Chu finally responded with a curt acknowledgement before swiftly ending the call. Indeed, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. She felt a profound sense of pity for her mother. He Qingyan observed the beaming figure across from him, feeling averted. The man before him was clad in a well-tailored suit, signing documents with an air of elegance, embodying the quintessential domineering CEO. However, if one overlooked the conspicuous bite mark on his face, his handsome visage could easily incite envy. What was even more perplexing was the lack of shame exhibited by the individual in question, who seemed rather pleased with himself. If those in Kyoto were to witness him in this state, they would surely be taken aback. He Qingyan stroked his chin, feigning profundity. "Are you quite idle yet?" The next moment, he quickly pulled out his phone and captured a photograph at the instant Pei Chun looked up. Glancing at the clearly visible bite mark in the photo, he smiled with satisfaction. Such an amusing occurrence was too delightful not to share with his friends. He Qingyan moved swiftly, quickly sending a message to the group before promptly placing his phone aside. This entire sequence of actions took merely half a minute, executed with remarkable proficiency. Pei Chun cast a fleeting glance in his direction, surprisingly refraining from asking him to delete it. Was he perhaps displeased that their new group had lingered for too long? That indifferent remark caused a smile on He Chang'an's face to instantly fade. What a charming impression those teeth marks left. It was evident that he had a good set of teeth. Here I was kindly documenting it for you, and rather than expressing gratitude, you choose to wound a brother's heart. Such a transgression. Pei Chun paid him no heed, his attention fixed on the documents in his hands. He Qingyan, relieved that he had managed to evade the situation, soon found himself feeling somewhat bored. What is this? Have you truly developed feelings? In recent days, it was as if he had transformed into a different person, shrouded in mystery. One moment elated, the next sullen, embodying an unpredictable temperament. It mirrored the experience of being in love. A man in love is notoriously capricious. Pei Chun, disinterested in his idle chatter, allowed him to fidget about. "I heard you intend to host a banquet, inviting all the prominent figures of Lin City?" Pei Chun responded with a nonchalant confirming that indeed was his intention. Upon hearing this, He Qingyan grew intrigued, leaning in closer. "Is this your way of announcing the arrival of the Pei family's young master in Lin City? Such a bold and ostentatious display, quite unlike your usual demeanor." In He Chang'an's eyes, Pei Chun was excessively low-key. There were no photographs of him circulating publicly, and many within the circle had never laid eyes on him, merely aware of his existence. Yet, those in the know spoke of him as a prodigy, skipping grades, entering university at a young age, completing his studies in 2 years, and furthering his education at a prestigious institution abroad, where he even founded a successful company, making a name for himself in the Chinese community. Now, upon returning to the country, Pei Chun's father wished to pass the reins of the Pei family business to him, while he and his wife embarked on global travels. Little did they know, this young master had no desire to shoulder such responsibilities and had come to Lin City under the pretense of seeking experience. In truth, he required no such experience. If he desired it, the Pei family business would already be his. Yet, here he was in Lin City, displaying the demeanor of someone enamored, prompting He Qingyan to justifiably suspect that this was all part of a larger scheme. After all, he was not one to engage in meaningless endeavors. However, even if he wished to uncover the truth, he surmised that the individual before him would remain tight-lipped, leaving him to await future revelations. His interest was piqued, but Pei Chun offered no further explanation. After all, when the day arrived, everything would be revealed. "I heard that the president of the Jiang family sought you out several times, wishing to meet, only to be turned away by you." Unlike Pei Chun, He Qingyan had no desire to inherit his family's enterprise, which was why he had come to Lin City for a peaceful respite. As long as he stayed close to Pei Chun, his family business would remain secure. Thus, he hoped to enjoy a few more years of leisure, confident that remaining with Pei Chun was the right choice. Upon arriving here, he had naturally inquired about local affairs, gathering information about Lin City's landscape to better prepare for the future. Jiang Ruofeng, the president of the Jiang family, was undoubtedly a distinguished figure among the younger generation in Lin City. His willingness to approach Pei Chun indicated a promising potential for collaboration with the Pei family. This individual possesses considerable capability. Do you truly wish to forego collaboration with him? Choosing to partner with the Jiang family would constitute a formidable alliance, effortlessly leading to commendable achievements, requiring little intellectual exertion. Such a partnership would undoubtedly alleviate their burdens. Pei Chun lifted his gaze from the documents and regarded him for a moment, asserting that whomever he chooses shall find success, rendering the identity of that individual inconsequential. What truly matters is his selection. He Qingyan conceded, acknowledging the validity of this statement, unable to mount a rebuttal. Do as you wish, after all. I am not acquainted with this person, he replied. There is no sense of fondness or disdain, merely a passing mention. Matters of work do not concern me. With your presence, I fear no unforeseen complications. He Qingyan raised an eyebrow at him, inquiring when he might introduce his sister-in-law for a meal to formally meet. Despite Pei Chun being the earliest graduate among them, he is in fact the youngest in age, yet the most formidable to provoke. Over the years, numerous heiresses in the capital have been enamored with him, vowing never to marry anyone but him, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Now, having only recently arrived in Lin City, he has changed, prompting He Qingyan's growing curiosity about the woman who could capture the heart of the Pei family's heir. Pei Chun cast a cold glance in his direction, cryptically replying that he would soon find out. After that, he ceased to engage with He Qingyan, who persisted in his inquiries, only to find himself increasingly frustrated. Even though Sang Chu was reluctant, by evening she returned to the imperial forest city. Upon entering the villa, Bai Wan immediately approached her. "Xiao Chu, you're back. Dinner is ready. Why don't you eat with old Sang before we chat?" Her voice was gentle, gazing at Sang Chu as if she were her own child. However, Sang Chu found this insufferable. She walked straight inside, dismissing the meal, urging for swift conversation. "What is this? You refuse to eat at home now? Have you truly outgrown your father?" The voice echoed from the living room, and upon entering, Sang Chu spotted Sang Zemin seated on the sofa. With a mocking smile, she retorted, "Since you do not regard me as your daughter, why should I consider you my father? You ungrateful girl." Sang Zemin, upon hearing this, was incensed, his chest heaving as he glared at Sang Chu. Undaunted, she met his gaze, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Bai Wan, noticing the escalating situation, hurried out to mediate. "Old Sang, please calm down. Xiao Chu did not mean it." She rushed to alleviate Sang Zemin's ire, continuously urging him. "Both of you should refrain from further remarks. Let us sit down and eat." This meal was prepared by Xiao Chu herself upon her return. Chapter 33. Past affairs, then, I may have even less appetite. Sang Chu observed his face, and images of their previous encounters in bed flooded her mind, inducing nausea. Not to mention her current pretense of being a gentle and devoted wife. Bai Wan's complexion instantly paled, and she lowered her head, suppressing her emotions, remaining silent. Witnessing her distress, Sang Zemin swiftly redirected his wrath towards Sang Chu. "Aunt Bai was delighted to learn of your return and personally prepared a feast. How could you utter such words? Do you understand the principles of respect and hierarchy? Is this how I have raised you? Have you absorbed nothing from your education?" Sang Chu, seemingly amused by some thought, unexpectedly burst into laughter. "An aunt 10 years my senior? The very woman who, just after my mother's passing, hurried into our home and climbed into bed? How affectionate she is! For all these years, she has shown no concern for me. Yet now she adopts the tone of a mentor, questioning her qualifications. You ungrateful daughter, do you even comprehend the words you utter?" Sang Zemin's neck flushed with anger, his gaze directed at Sang Chu as though she were a mortal enemy. "Old Sang bore no fault. It was all my wrongdoing. Had it not been for me, you two would not be at odds. If my love for you had not been so profound, none of this would have transpired. If only little Chu had not run away back then, she would not have fallen into the sea. Bai von nestled in so minch embrace, weeping softly." She possessed the delicate beauty of a blooming flower, and though barely past 30, her appearance remained that of a youthful maiden, tears glistening like dewdrops on petals. Sang Zemin, most susceptible to her charm, felt his heart ache at the sight of her, comforting her with gentle words. "How can this be your fault? Emotions cannot be controlled. It is her own frailty that led her to this plight." Her mother has passed, and we have done no wrong. It is her own fate that led her to fall into the sea. Sang Chu felt a chilling sensation coursing through her body, realizing her father's true thoughts about her. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated that perhaps it would have been better to have perished that day, thus sparing Jiang Ruofeng a debt of life, and not to have served him for so many years. She laughed, though the sound was far from pleasant. I have no time to witness your melodrama. Surely you did not summon me for any significant reason, so I shall take my leave. Sang Chu turned to depart, unwilling to remain in that place any longer, fearing she might succumb to the urge to retch. Wait, Sang Zhe Min called out to her, and for reasons unknown, she halted her steps. However, his subsequent words shattered her final shred of hope. News has spread everywhere that you have strayed. Is it true that you are divorcing the Jiang family scion because you have someone else? How can you be so shameless? How could I have birthed such a daughter? Just like your mother. Sang Chu whirled around, glaring at Sang Zhe Min with fury. You have no right to speak of my mother. Anyone can, but not you. She cast a scornful glance at Baiwan nestled in Sang Zhe Min's arms, causing Baiwan to shrink back, startled by the intensity of Sang Chu's gaze. For a moment, she feared that Sang Chu might wish her harm. If you are so eager to rid yourself of me as your daughter, then let the woman in your arms bear you another child. After all, she is still quite young, and your prowess has certainly not waned. Having said this, Sang Chu turned to leave, pausing at the doorway to cast one last look. Oh, and so what if I have strayed? Did I not learn from you? Even if I am shameless, what does that make you? At times, I truly wish to pry open your heart to discern its true color. Compared to you, I yearn to believe that I am not your daughter. This time, Sang Chu departed without a trace of longing. Sang Zhe Min was taken aback by the sorrowful and desperate look in her eyes, his mouth opening as if to say something, even wishing to call her back. He realized he might truly lose this daughter. At that moment, Baiwan tugged at his sleeve, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Zemin, did I truly err? I should never have been with you. Now Xiao Chu despises me. Her heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of herself, relying on him as if he were her world. Sang Zemin immediately set aside his fleeting sense of panic and hurried to reassure her, do not overthink it. We're not at fault. You merely have feelings for me. Zemin, you are truly wonderful. I am fortunate to have you, Baiwan murmured, weakly leaning into Sang Zemin's embrace, a smug smile gracing her lips. The old butler shook his head and sighed. After leaving the Sang residence, the pent-up frustration within Sang Chu did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Over the years, she had believed her temper had improved and that she could face them calmly. Yet it still shattered in an instant. How could such shameless and blind individuals exist in the world? She had grossly underestimated Baiwan's theatrical skills and manipulative tactics while overestimating Sang Zemin's conscience. Fearing that her heightened emotions might lead to trouble, Sang Chu paused to regain her composure before preparing to leave, only to be called to a halt. Sang Chu looked toward the newcomer, her brows knitting together further. Jiang Ruofeng had not anticipated that a brief return home would lead him to encounter Sang Chu at the doorstep. Observing her demeanor, it was evident she had just emerged from the Sang household. Uncertain of the events that had transpired, she regarded him with an expression of palpable impatience. He suspected it was likely a quarrel with Uncle Sang. The two families were neighbors and had been intertwined for generations, having formed a marital alliance for 3 years. He possessed a fair understanding of the Sang family circumstances. Sang's parents were each other's first loves, and their relationship had always been harmonious. After Sang Chu's birth, they doted on her like a little princess. However, at some point, their bickering escalated, with each suspecting the other of infidelity. Ultimately, following a heated argument that culminated in Sang's mother storming out, she tragically perished in a car accident. This incident remained a deep-seated anguish for Sang Chu. Back then, their relationship had not been as strained as it was now, and Jiang Ruofeng had comforted Sang Chu for a considerable time. Little did he know, on the day of her mother's funeral, Sang Chu inadvertently stumbled upon her father and aunt Bai in a compromising situation. Unable to accept her mother's death, compounded by her father's betrayal and change of heart, she collapsed, fleeing to the seaside in a frenzy. That day a typhoon was raging, and she was swept into the tumultuous waves, nearly drowning, only to be rescued by Jiang Ruofeng, who had pursued her. When they awoke, both found themselves in the hospital, with Jiang Ruofeng suffering from a fever for several days. Upon learning of this, Sang Chu felt immense guilt. Subsequently, she became much more subdued, no longer as willful or ostentatious, treating Jiang Ruofeng with kindness and gradually developing a dependence on him. During that time, their relationship flourished. Had he not discovered that Sang Chu did not harbor feelings for him, and had she not selfishly driven away Qing Ruo, perhaps they would not have arrived at their current state. Jiang Ruofeng snapped back from his reverie, regarding Sang Chu with a complex gaze, uncertain of his intentions. Sang Chu found it perplexing that he had called out to her, yet remained silent, merely observing her. Was there a hint of nostalgia in his eyes? Was he unwell? Chapter 34. A chance encounter at the bar. Speak your mind if you have something to say. Sang Chu had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with him at that moment, and her demeanor reflected her displeasure. Regardless of the impending divorce, the debts of affection have been settled, rendering the matter inconsequential. Jiang Ruofeng was taken aback by Sang Chu's unabashed demeanor, his throat tightening as he genuinely believed she was resolute in her desire to terminate their marriage. However, he increasingly suspected that Sang Chu had someone else in her life, which explained her behavior towards him. If it were not for this, how could she have changed so drastically? This thought extinguished any sympathy he had when he observed her distress earlier. I am aware of your intention to file for divorce, and I vehemently oppose it, he declared, his countenance darkening as he spoke coldly. The word is already circulating in our circles that you have been unfaithful. Tell me honestly, is it because of that man that you wish to divorce? Jiang Ruofeng's demeanor resembled that of a husband who had caught his wife in the act of infidelity, his gaze tinged with a hint of bitterness. Sang Chu, bewildered, thought to herself, how could they possibly know about my affair with a younger man? She hardly mingled with others in their social circle, so it was perplexing to her that both Sang Zemin and Jiang Ruofeng were aware of her situation. Yet, what did her divorce have to do with Pei Chun? She had intended to divorce before engaging in an affair. So why did they assume her actions were the catalyst for her desire to part ways? Nevertheless, Sang Chu had no inclination to clarify her situation to Jiang Ruofeng. Our divorce is a matter that concerns no one else, she remarked with a disdainful smile. If we are to speak of infidelity, I fear I would have to concede defeat, for Mr. Jiang has hardly maintained a virtuous reputation over the years. Do not act as though I am somehow at fault. I have not, Jiang Ruofeng blurted out, immediately regretting his words. He had caught a glimpse of profound disdain in Sang Chu's eyes. She actually detested him? This revelation was intolerable for Jiang Ruofeng. Is there nothing? Sang Chu remained unfazed by his words, as she had already discerned his intentions. He merely felt embarrassed by her perceived betrayal, opposing the divorce out of pride. Jiang Ruofeng attempted to voice his thoughts, but Sang Chu interrupted him decisively. There is no need to elaborate. I am indifferent. Since we both find each other repugnant, it would be prudent for Mr. Jiang to acquiesce to the divorce. I am perfectly capable of prolonging this charade, but the scene would become rather unpleasant. Do not regret it later. Having articulated her thoughts, Sang Chu felt a surge of calmness return to her. With a final wave towards Jiang Ruofeng, she opened the car door and departed with an air of resolution. Jiang Ruofeng, left in her wake, felt a mix of emotions. While her mood seemed to improve, his soured dramatically. He clenched his fists tightly and watched her retreating figure, pondering how a mere performer could so thoroughly enchant her. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this individual. In his anger, Jiang Ruofeng turned to enter his car, abandoning the thought of questioning his father about the divorce agreement, thus missing the opportunity to discover the truth. This added yet another layer to his regret. At Huanyang, the blaring music reverberated throughout the venue, with men and women dancing amidst the vibrant lights and intoxicating atmosphere, providing an escape from the pressures of the day. Bring me the strongest drink you have, Sang Chu boldly declared to the bartender while perched at the bar. The bartender was captivated by Sang Chu's stunning beauty and could not help but advise her, it's not advisable for a girl to drink something too strong. Allow me to prepare something else for you. Sang Chu smiled at him, her gaze enchanting and alluring, causing the bartender's face to flush instantly. Her voice carried a teasing lilt as she replied, "Then I shall insist on the strongest." Well, if that is your wish, he conceded. Before long, the drink was served. Sang-Chu took a sip, finding it rather unremarkable, and continued to drink. "This cocktail has a potent after-effect. You shouldn't consume it so swiftly," the bartender cautioned. However, Sang-Chu paid him no heed, idly surveying her surroundings. She rarely frequented such establishments, but now found a certain relaxation in the experience. Outside the bar, He-Ching observed the sullen expression of the man who had just stepped out of the car. Why the long face? Coming to a bar is all about having a good time. He felt a surge of frustration at not being able to voice his thoughts about the man's brooding demeanor. If all men approached romance as he did, perhaps it would be best for them to forego it altogether. Is he really this worked up? Pei-Chun mused, glancing down at his phone, noticing that Sang-Chu had yet to respond to his message. What would she be doing? Still working late? Or has she already returned home? He turned to seek her out, only to be halted by He-Ching's firm grip. "Where do you think you're going?" Pei-Chun shot him a cold glare, insisting. "Let go." He-Ching, having endured enough of this man's emotional distance since childhood, refused to release him. "Not a chance. Now that we're here, we must have some fun. I've met someone interesting, and we should all hang out together." Seeing Pei-Chun still frowning, He-Ching forcibly pulled him along. "Don't think I don't know. You just want to find that girl. Let me tell you, men shouldn't be so clingy. It annoys women. You need to offer her some novelty. Don't be so eager." Pei-Chun remained skeptical. "Really?" He-Ching, sensing his belief, confidently asserted, "Of course. I'm older than you. You should heed my advice." Although he had never been in a relationship himself, that did not deter him from dispensing guidance. Noticing Pei-Chun's momentary distraction, He-Ching seized the opportunity to drag him into the bar. Pei-Chun recalled Sang-Chu's remark about his clinginess and hesitated, yet he was swiftly pulled inside. Upon entering, the manager promptly approached them. He-Ching was no stranger to this place, having visited frequently during his time in Lin City, and the manager recognized him as a generous patron. "Mr. He, you've arrived. I presume you're here with Mr. Fu. He's already waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." He-Ching turned to Pei-Chun, saying, "Fu Yunqi is my new acquaintance. He's quite an intriguing character. I shall introduce you." Pei-Chun remained silent, not particularly interested. At his level, he had encountered too many people, most of whom merely sought to make his acquaintance. However, out of respect for He-Ching, he agreed to meet him. As they approached the elevator, the manager gestured for them to enter. Just then, Pei-Chun casually glanced over and spotted a familiar figure at the bar. He immediately made his way over. "Hey, where are you going?" He-Ching noticed his abrupt departure and hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the bar, Pei-Chun swiftly delivered a punch, sending someone flying, then hoisted another individual onto his shoulder and strode away. Alas, it seems today is not destined for success. He might as well venture out alone. "Let us go," he remarked to the manager beside him. Pei-Chun had caught sight of Sang-Chu, who appeared to be intoxicated, slumped over the bar, while a man nearby attempted to escort her away. He rushed over, dealt the man a sound thrashing, and hoisted Sang-Chu onto his shoulder, despite the bartender's concerned voice trailing behind him. Chapter 35. Be my boyfriend and let me kiss you. Who could have guessed that moments ago he had been gripped by a murderous intent? Had it not been for his concern for her well-being, he would not have let that man off so easily. How dare she come to a bar behind his back and get drunk? Was she hoping to pick up another man while inebriated? Pei-Chun was seething with anger, feeling both furious and wronged. Was he not enough for her? Why seek out others? He had been thinking of her constantly, believing she was busy with something important, while she was here indulging herself. Meanwhile, the person draped over his shoulder was restless, squirming and hurling insults at him. "Let me down. Put me down." Sang-Chu, in a daze, felt herself being hoisted away and instinctively knew it was not with good intentions. She struggled, resolute in her refusal to be taken away, kicking her legs vigorously, landing several blows against his chest. Pei-Chun pressed his lips into a firm line, his frustration boiling within him. The instigator was being defiant, pushing him to the brink as he slapped her backside. "Settle down and stop squirming." Immediately, she froze, as if a pause button had been pressed, becoming compliant once more. Pei-Chun's fingers grazed over her soft form, a fleeting moment of nostalgia capturing him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Yet, the moment was fleeting as she erupted in a fierce struggle, exclaiming, "How dare you slap my backside? You scoundrel! I'll make you pay." Clutching his neck tightly, she bore the semblance of a vengeful adversary seeking retribution. Pei-chan felt his breath quicken as he hastily reached the car, flinging the door open and depositing her inside. Even within the confines of the vehicle, Sang-chu clung to him, incessantly berating him as a lecher and a pervert. Pei-chan mused. Having a sense of danger is commendable, but facing him renders the experience rather unpleasant. He extricated his neck from her grasp and pinned her down onto the seat. Her hands were ensnared by one of his, rendering her immobile, and she glared at him with furious eyes, resembling an angry kitten, more endearing than intimidating. It was the first time Pei-chan had witnessed such a sight, and he couldn't resist reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair. "You scoundrel! You're inhuman! How could you slap my backside? No one has ever done that to me before. You are the first. I shall have my vengeance." The inebriated Sang-chu had lost all reason, fixating solely on the perceived offense. Pei-chan found her fury amusing, his dark eyes brimming with affection. Knowing she shouldn't be slapped, yet still daring to come to a bar alone and get drunk was quite the irony. Her indignant expression was too adorable. He couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Such an audacious act would be unthinkable if she were sober. Had it not been for our encounter, do you have any idea what might have transpired, and what then could you possibly expect me to do? Upon reflecting on this, Pei-chun felt a surge of frustration. Fortunately, he had arrived today. Otherwise, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Pei-chan silently resolved to seek someone to discreetly protect Sang-chu in the future, ensuring that she would be informed immediately should any mishap occur. He could hardly fathom the lengths he would go to if anything were to happen to her. At that moment, Pei-chan felt grateful for his presence at Huanyang. Otherwise, he would surely have been plagued by regret. Sang-chu, unable to comprehend his words, merely muttered that he was a scoundrel, leaving them unable to communicate effectively. With a sense of helplessness, Pei-chan secured her seatbelt and gently coaxed, "Once we return home, you can hit me however you wish. I'll have my sister retaliate on your behalf. All right?" It was unclear whether she understood, but to his surprise, she complied. Sitting quietly in her seat, her wide-open eyes fixed on some unknown point. As long as she remained still, Pei-chan felt a sense of relief and proceeded to the driver's side, starting the car and heading towards Sang-chu's villa. The villa, Minghua Hall, was smaller than Yuling City and Jinxiu Garden, but still quite expensive. Fortunately, it was not far from Huanyang, and after half an hour of driving, Pei-chan arrived. During the journey, Sang-chu had been unusually quiet, and upon parking, he discovered she had fallen asleep, slumped to one side. He couldn't help but smile as he bent down to lift her from the car. This time, he opted for a princess carry instead of a fireman's lift. Perhaps startled by the movement, Sang-chu opened her eyes and gazed intently at him. Pei-chan anticipated she might speak, so he leaned down to meet her gaze. To his astonishment, after a moment of scrutiny, she exclaimed, "You are truly handsome." Pei-chan's lips curled into a smile. He knew that her initial attraction had been due to his appearance, which had caught her eye at Huanyang. Now, in her inebriated state, her feelings were unmasked. "You must keep an eye on me, lest someone else snatch me away," she declared with earnestness, nodding emphatically, her serious demeanor causing Pei-chan to stifle a laugh. He carried her into the room and gently placed her on the bed, removing her shoes and covering her with a blanket. Pei-chan intended to have some hangover soup brought to her, but as he reached for his phone to call Su-ji, Sang-chu seized his hand, preventing him from leaving. With his hand held captive, making the call was impossible. Pei-chan had to soothe her gently. "Just rest for a bit. I'll have someone bring us something, all right? Be a good girl." Sang-chu shook her head, her eyes fixed on him, refusing to let go. Drawing on past experiences, he realized that any words he spoke would be futile, so he remained still. "What do you wish to do?" "I want to move, I promise." She nodded, her gaze unwavering and intense. Pei-chan recalled how she had looked at him that night, and an inexplicable understanding dawned upon him. As expected, after a while, she remarked, "You are handsome, and your lips are quite appealing. I wish to kiss you." Her gaze lingered on his thin lips, and she quietly swallowed, her eyes glimmering with desire. Pei-chan smirked, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, and teased, "Sister, do you wish to kiss?" Without hesitation, Sang-chu nodded. He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, a fleeting touch before withdrawing immediately. Sang-chu frowned slightly, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. "I want more," she declared, leaning in again, clearly eager for another kiss. Pei-chan was taken aback. It seemed that a tipsy Sang-chu had turned rather bold, captivated by his allure. However, this also indicated that, at the very least, she was quite pleased with herself, even while intoxicated. Nonetheless, he was not going to let her have her way so easily. He stepped back, denying her the kiss, and when Sang-chu pouted in displeasure, he provocatively suggested, "If you agree to let me be your boyfriend, I will grant you a kiss." Pei-chan discreetly reached for his phone, activating the recording function. "Boyfriend?" Sang-chu asked, puzzled. "Indeed, boyfriend. As long as you agree, you may do whatever you desire with me. Even the more outrageous things," he replied. Sang-chu appeared to grasp the implication, though she was uncertain if it was a bad thing. She focused on his lips, attempting to steal a kiss while he was distracted, but Pei-chan, ever watchful, thwarted her attempt. No title, no kisses, he firmly denied. Sang-chu, feeling a mix of grievance and anger, glared at him, as if questioning his unfairness. "I am not the one being unreasonable here. It is you who indulges without commitment. So, I must be cautious," he countered, leaning closer until their foreheads touched and their noses almost brushed, creating an intimate proximity. Just as Sang-chu felt the urge to kiss him, Pei-chan's enticing voice broke the moment. "No title, no intimacy. Do you want me to be your boyfriend?" After a moment's contemplation, Sang-chu nodded in agreement. "Then I shall be your boyfriend." Pei-chan's smile broadened, his eyes sparkling with delight as his voice resonated with joy, imprinting a soft sigh on her red lips. "As you wish." They tumbled onto the bed, and Sang-chu obediently wrapped her arms around Pei-chan's neck. Pei-chan opened one eye, picked up his phone, and pressed stop on the recording. He tossed the device aside and, with a firm motion, lifted Sang-chu, securing her against his waist. They resembled conjoined twins. Sang-chu clung to him like a koala, tilting her head to kiss him, while Pei-chan supported her with one hand beneath her. They made their way towards the bathroom. Upon entering, Pei-chan placed her on the sink, the cold surface prompting a disgruntled whimper from Sang-chu, which only elicited more fervent kisses from him. As he kissed her, he began to remove her clothing, followed by his own. Once they had shed their garments, he carried her beneath the shower head, pressing the switch to let warm water cascade over them, instantly soaking them both. A tipsy Sang-chu was quite demanding, her whims shifting rapidly. One moment she was dissatisfied with this, the next she was complaining about that, treating Pei-chan as though he were a servant. Yet, he displayed no signs of impatience, instead relishing every moment. He occasionally amused others with his laughter, but when Sang-chu became truly obstinate, he would simply silence her, retaliating with a fierce reprimand. Due to Sang-chu's lack of cooperation, their bathing session took considerable time. Concerned that she might catch a chill, Pei-chan meticulously washed her, then wrapped her in a towel and carried her out of the bathroom, unceremoniously depositing her onto the bed. Sang-chu attempted to struggle, muttering her discontent, her body trembling slightly from the cold. At that moment, a warm body pressed against her, and sensing the warmth, she instinctively leaned closer, as if offering herself in sacrifice. Pei-chan, witnessing her fondness for him, felt his heart soften and leaned down to plant gentle kisses on her lips. Sang-chu embraced him, yearning for more, clearly craving to continue their intimacy. Pei-chan quickly blocked her advances, and when she expressed her dissatisfaction, he softly coaxed her to call him brother in exchange for a kiss. At that moment, Sang-chu felt dazed, succumbing to his request. She giggled and sweetly called out brother. Pei-chan, feeling a surge of desire, bit down on her lip with a hint of aggression, remarking that she had brought this upon herself. With another utterance of brother, Pei-chan felt as though he would lose control. The room filled with enticing laughter, and before long, suggestive sounds echoed, leaving a blush upon their ears. When sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, it gilded the bed where they lay entwined, resembling a pair of lovers in a golden embrace. Sang-Chu blinked her eyes open, her head pounding, awakening in a haze. Upon opening her eyes, she found a familiar, handsome face nestled against her neck, soundly asleep, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. How'd he end up here? How had she gotten here? As if to answer her questions, last night's memories flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Once she comprehended the situation, she was left in stunned disbelief. What a blunder! Had she known such embarrassment awaited her, she would never have pretended to be sophisticated and demanded the strongest liquor. Now, she felt utterly humiliated. Sang-Chu lamented her lack of courage to face others. To her dismay, this rogue seemed to relish the situation, shamelessly demanding her to call him brother. The innocent facade he once wore was clearly a ruse. He was, without a doubt, a wolf in sheep's clothing, or rather, a lecherous wolf. Sang-Chu felt that when she had bitten his face that day, she had been far too gentle. She should have bitten off a chunk of flesh to see how he would gloat then. It was yet another day of fatigue. Ever since she had met him, she had not experienced a single day of respite. His stamina was astonishing. Sang-Chu was filled with regret. After lying still for a moment, she prepared to rise and leave. However, as she moved ever so slightly, Pei-chun awakened. Well, here we go again. She had never successfully slipped away unnoticed and had grown accustomed to it. Where does my sister wish to go? Pei-chun murmured, eyes still closed, pulling her back into his embrace, nuzzling like a large, affectionate dog. Here it came again, this clinginess every time he awoke. Sang-Chu pushed his head away, feeling too bashful to meet his gaze. I need to go to work. She now had no means to procure funds from the Sang family. She needed to devise a plan to attract investors, for Gu Xingji could not wait. After all, he is currently at the pinnacle of his career. His schedule is incredibly packed, making it quite challenging for him to find free time. She needed to act swiftly. Pei-chun opened his eyes, not releasing her, but rather lifting his head to inquire. Do you remember what transpired last night, sister? What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Sang-Chu was already aware of this. She offered an awkward smile. Hee, what are you referring to? I tend to black out when I drink, so I can't recall. In any case, he was oblivious to whether or not he had blacked out. He would rather die than admit it. Oh, Pei-chun narrowed his eyes. Is sister planning to deny it? Sang-Chu turned her head away, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Were they not supposed to adhere to mutual consent? There is no need to be so harsh with your words. How could I possibly be that kind of person? I simply drank too much and forgot. Perhaps it was you who made the first move. She understood precisely what Pei-chun was insinuating. Ultimately, it was about denial, with Jiang Ruofeng's situation still unresolved. Sang-Chu had no intention of hastily entangling herself with a boyfriend, setting everything else aside. The crux of the matter was that this person was physically strong and quite clingy. If this continued day after day, she feared she would become a woman who perished in bed. That would be utterly mortifying. Is that so? Pei-chun's tone held a hint of amusement as his dark eyes fixed intently on Sang-Chu. Shall I offer sister another opportunity? Do you truly not remember? Upon hearing his words, a sense of foreboding swelled within Sang-Chu, yet she stubbornly nodded. This is just an old habit of mine. You simply are unaware. Chapter 37. She cheated, but the object of her affection was not you. Is that so? Pei-chun whispered softly in her ear, his words akin to a devil's whisper. In the next moment, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Without a title, without intimacy, does sister want me to be your boyfriend? I do want you to be my boyfriend. Those brief exchanges caused Sang-Chu's toes to curl in distress, wishing fervently for death at that moment. It felt like a public execution. How outrageous! You actually recorded this. You are utterly despicable. Who could have anticipated that this scoundrel would record her? Now, her esteemed reputation was in ruins. Had she known he was recording, she would have simply confessed instead of pretending to have blacked out. Now, it was all rather embarrassing. He truly had not spared her. Pei-chun's dark gaze remained locked on Sang-Chu as he murmured, Now, does sister acknowledge me as your boyfriend? Sang-Chu closed her eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze or respond. Pei-chun continued to scrutinize her, replaying the recording once more. The dialogue echoed again. I knew sister wouldn't acknowledge it upon waking, Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Last time, sister was like this, unwilling to take responsibility. With each word Pei Chun uttered, it felt as though a knife twisted in Sang Chu's heart. He recounted her misdeeds like a wronged lover, leaving her at a loss for words. If she remained silent, Pei Chun would continue. The more she listened, the more foolish it sounded, becoming unbearable. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she shouted, "Enough!" Sang Chu opened her eyes wide, staring directly at him. Pei Chun returned her gaze, neither willing to concede. Just as Pei Chun thought Sang Chu was about to say something, she lunged forward, attempting to grasp his hand and snatch his phone. Pei Chun naturally could not allow her to seize the phone. As he gently lifted his hand, Sang Chu found herself grasping at air. However, she refused to relent, persistently reaching for his hand in an attempt to retrieve the device. She was determined to obliterate the evidence. Pei Chun held the phone aloft, raising it each time she reached for it, causing her to miss. When she leapt again, he intentionally lowered it, only to elevate it once more in a perpetual cycle. The two resembled a game of teasing a cat, with Sang Chu as the feline and the phone as the enticing toy. After several attempts, Sang Chu realized his intentions were deliberate. She ceased her attempts to snatch it, glaring at him with fierce determination. "Delete it." Pei Chun looked at her with a sorrowful expression. "If I delete it, my sister will certainly deny that I am your boyfriend. She never acknowledges it anyway." His eyes brimmed with sorrow and disappointment, regarding Sang Chu as if she were a heartbreaker. Sang Chu scratched her head, feeling overwhelmed. "Do you ever tire of this? I acknowledge it. Isn't that sufficient? Please, just turn it off. I can't bear to hear it anymore." Pei Chun's eyes flickered with excitement. Is what my sister said truly genuine? She waved her hand impatiently. Yes, really. Just turn it off. Then my sister must give me a kiss. And I will turn it off, he boldly proposed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor, as if his tail would be wagging if he had one. Sang Chu glared at his handsome face, feeling the urge to strike him. She should never have let herself be enchanted. The more attractive a man, the more dangerous he is. She had learned that lesson before. Controlling her hands, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't push your luck." Pei Chun was oblivious to the meaning of moderation, relentlessly probing Sang Chu's limits. "Is it too much to ask for a sweet kiss from my girlfriend in the morning?" He lamented. "How hurtful. Wasn't it just yesterday that you sweetly called me brother? I happened to record it. Would you like to hear it?" "I do not want." Sang Chu felt herself on the verge of exploding. It was all the result of that drunken night. "Let me reiterate. Drinking leads to trouble." Pei Chun winked at her, his innocence palpable. He pointed to his face, making it abundantly clear. To have him relent, she would have to kiss him. Taking a deep breath, Sang Chu repeatedly reminded herself to remain calm. It wasn't as if she had never kissed before. She had nothing to lose, so it was no big deal. Yet, she felt an intense frustration towards this rogue. After a moment to gather her resolve, she closed her eyes and leaned in for the kiss. Pei Chun, watching her, found her utterly adorable. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, he turned his face, pouting his lips in anticipation. As their lips met, Sang Chu opened her eyes to see his handsome face magnified before her, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Fuming, she pushed him away, causing Pei Chun to tumble onto the bed. "You didn't brush your teeth," she exclaimed, throwing this remark over her shoulder as she rose and headed straight for the bathroom, her back radiating fury, reminiscent of an explosive rabbit. Pei Chun's deep laughter resonated within him, convinced that today would indeed be a splendid day. After meticulously preparing herself, Sang Chu firmly declined Pei Chun's offer to escort her. Leaving in a huff, Pei Chun could only leave her with a promise to pick her up after work before her figure vanished from sight. In stark contrast to Sang Chu, Pei Chun was far less committed, arriving at the office as he pleased. As the boss, he relished the liberty to come and go at his discretion. He picked up his phone and recorded a segment once more, the enchanting and sweet voice of his sister resonating, stirring a delightful flutter within him. This was the result of his coaxing her to call him last night. After listening to it twice more to his satisfaction, he finally turned it off. To prevent any unforeseen loss, he uploaded a backup. Deleting it was out of the question, as such a precious keepsake deserved a lifetime of cherishing. It stood as a testament to their bond. He even contemplated setting it as his ringtone, so he could hear his sister's voice every time a call came in. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if others heard it? He would undoubtedly feel jealous. His sister's voice was a treasure meant solely for his ears. Perhaps it was best to keep it to himself. In a buoyant mood, Pei-chen fiddled with his phone and sent a message to the pinned contact of Sang-chu. Sister just left, and I'm already missing her. How pitiful. Sister drank too much last night. I've ordered her some hangover soup. Please remember to drink it. After dispatching the messages, he scrolled down to find He Qingyan's name at the top. He casually tapped on it, his eyes narrowing. Without hesitation, Pei-chen called He Qingyan. Awakened from a deep slumber after a night of revelry, He Qingyan groggily grabbed his phone without looking at the screen and answered. What do you mean? What do you mean the news of Sang-chu's infidelity has spread throughout the Lincheng circle? You better explain. Upon reading this statement, Pei-chen felt a surge of joy and excitement. Was he finally able to be open about their relationship? Was he witnessing the clouds parting to reveal the moon? He could hardly contain his exhilaration, having just confirmed their relationship. Now everyone knew. However, He Qingyan's next words darkened his expression. But her affair isn't with you. He Qingyan had been dreaming of kissing a beautiful woman when the phone call jolted him awake, inciting his ire. Yet, upon recognizing Pei-chen's voice, his angry retorts were swallowed. His remaining composure reminded him of the previous night's events, and indeed, Pei-chen's words confirmed his assumptions. Hearing Pei-chen's excitement regarding Sang-chu's infidelity being common knowledge left him puzzled, prompting him to blurt out without thought, "But her affair isn't with you." The moment the words left his lips, silence enveloped the air. He Qingyan's instinct for survival kicked in, and he nervously swallowed, preparing to offer a remedy for his blunder. Just then, he heard a cold laugh on the other end, followed by the chilling words, "How was I to know she had other lovers?" Truly splendid. The voice, laced with mirth, sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him unnerved. It was over. He Qingyan instantly regained clarity. It may be a misunderstanding. I have seen the photograph. It merely depicts the silhouette of my sister-in-law alongside a man. Perhaps there is no substance to the rumors at all, and they are merely the result of reckless gossip. The image is quite blurry, and had I not encountered my sister-in-law on 2 occasions and noted her striking beauty, I would not have recognized her at all. After Pei-chen departed last night, He Qingyan ascended the stairs alone to join Fu Yunxi in their revelry. Fu Yunxi, a friend he made upon arriving in Lin City, shares a similar temperament, and as a result, they often enjoy each other's company. Being a local, their conversations inevitably drifted towards matters concerning Lin City, particularly after they had indulged in a few drinks. Fu Yunxi was aware that He Qingyan hailed from the prestigious He family in the capital and had accompanied the esteemed heir of the Pei family on this trip to Lin City. News of the Pei heir's arrival had spread throughout the city, yet no one had laid eyes upon him, stirring curiosity among the locals. When Fu Yunxi learned that He Qingyan intended to bring the Pei heir along for entertainment, he felt a sense of anticipation, only to discover that they had departed before reaching the ground floor. However, he was not overly concerned, for he had no intention of ingratiating himself with anyone. Rather, he was simply curious about the legendary Pei heir. Since they were in Lin City, he felt it appropriate to share recent happenings. And thus he recounted the scandal surrounding Sang-chu's infidelity, a topic that had become the talk of the town. Currently, the Jiang family dominates the social hierarchy in Lin City, with the Sang family closely following. To comprehend the intricacies of Lin City's affairs, one cannot overlook these 2 families, as their events invariably affect the other clans and enterprises within the city. Fu Yunxi first elucidated the entanglements between these families before broaching the subject of Sang-chu's impending divorce due to her alleged infidelity. Enthusiastically, he retrieved the photograph circulating in their social group and presented it to He Qingyan. The Fu family is also a prominent household in Lin City, and, as a member, Fu Yunxi is privy to this group. Behold, this is the photograph of Sang-chu's betrayal. He extended his phone to He Qingyan, who initially cast a casual glance, intending to return it to Fu Yunxi. However, he suddenly found the image somewhat familiar. As he enlarged the photograph for a closer examination, He felt an increasing sense of recognition, though he could not pinpoint where he had seen it before. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The figure that Pei Chun had escorted away earlier bore a striking resemblance to this one. He recalled the evening when he first encountered Sang Chu. The memory of her silhouette during that unanticipated kiss merging with the figure in the photograph. Could it be that this was indeed his sister-in-law? Recently, Pei Chun's demeanor has been utterly disconcerting. While he could believe in the infidelity, the identity of the supposed paramour was entirely misplaced. Having grown up alongside Pei Chun, He Qingyan could never mistake that silhouette for anyone else. It was categorically not Pei Chun. Thus, two possibilities emerged. Either someone sought to malign Sang Chu, and she was in no way connected to this man, with the entire affair being a fabrication. Or Sang Chu indeed had an association with this man unbeknownst to Pei Chun. Given He Qingyan's understanding of his brother, he leaned towards the former scenario. Pei Chun's possessiveness was profound. He had always obtained what he desired and would never share his affections with another. However, a dilemma arose. He Qingyan, adhering to his respect for Sang Chu, refrained from investigating her. Yet, he inadvertently discovered that she was indeed married. Wasn't Pei Chun then the third party? How could he endure such a revelation? He Qingyan felt bewildered. The world seemed utterly turned upside down. Nevertheless, what mattered now was Pei Chun's attitude and how he intended to handle the situation. He Qingyan recounted the events of the previous night. What do you plan to do about this? Are you certain that man has no connection with your sister-in-law? Upon hearing He Qingyan's words, Pei Chun fell silent for a moment. He recalled how indifferent Sang Chu had been towards him lately, and the fact that her calls went unanswered, his dark eyes deepening with contemplation. I understand. I will handle this matter. With that, he hung up the phone. He Qingyan had spoken at length yet received no definitive response, his frustration boiling over. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Pei Chun vomtili guntastet Suzy. As Pei Chun's secretary, Su Ji was both competent and diligent, having risen early. I instructed you to keep an eye on Sang Chu. Do you have anything to report? Su Ji recognized that this was an inquiry of accountability. Miss Sang has initiated divorce proceedings, and, in addition, she is preparing to invest in a television series, collaborating with Gu Xingji. However, there are financial constraints, and she is seeking investors. Su Ji briefed Pei Chun on Sang Chu's recent affairs. Pei Chun quickly seized upon the name Gu Xingji. Gu Xingji? A trained actor who debuted at 20 and is now 30, possessing both talent and looks. He recently won the Best Actor award and is highly regarded by the audience. Su Ji continued, he has agreed to play the male lead in the series that Miss Sang is organizing. They dined together not long ago. Dining together? Pei Chun surmised the implications. Investigate Sang Chu's infidelity and confirm whether that man is Gu Xingji and uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Understood, young Master Pei. Suzy vidili gomli. Any delay in reporting findings or lack of thoroughness would result in the forfeiture of this month's bonuses. Acknowledging his shortcomings, Su Ji bore no grievances. You should meet with my sister and inform her that Pei Enterprises intends to invest in the series. Yes, young Master Pei. After ending the call, Pei Chun's expression remained grim. It seemed his sister harbored little trust in him, withholding information. Was her visit to the bar for solace due to this issue? It was his fault for not being aware of her troubles sooner, which had inadvertently caused her distress. He was determined to uncover who was behind these machinations. Perhaps it was time to make their relationship known to those involved. Chapter 39. Pei Enterprises invests upon arriving at the office. Sang Chu summoned Shen Xiaoyu. As Shen Xiaoyu followed her, she noticed Sang Chu's somewhat awkward gait, prompting a sudden realization that made her gaze at Sang Chu with a teasing glint. Just as Sang Chu settled into her chair, she caught Shen Xiaoyu's scrutinizing look, prompting her to inquire, "What kind of expression is that?" Shen Xiaoyu approached the desk, leaning in closer with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Sister, last night must have been quite the affair, wasn't it?" Sang Chu coughed abruptly, her eyes wide with shock as she turned to her. Shen Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, come on, it's so obvious. You're practically trembling. We're adults here." I understand. Her knowing expression left Sang Chu speechless, at a loss for words. What more could she say? Let all crumble. It was all that insufferable younger brother's fault. She had initially been drawn to him for his height, long legs, and remarkable stamina, dubbed the electric little motor. Yet now, she found herself equally repelled by those same traits. Clenching her fists, sank to silence the coast Paitian. At that moment, Pei Chun, who had been perusing Gu Xingji's photographs, sneezed, undoubtedly sensing his sister's thoughts about him. He truly was inseparable from her. By the way, summon Duan Yi for me. Over the next couple of days, prepare the materials for Tianxia Bishang, and later, accompany me to meet with the investors. She was eager to send Shen Xiaoyu away. The awkwardness was almost unbearable. She couldn't help but wonder if she would still command respect in front of her subordinates in the future. Shen Xiaoyu, noticing her sister's embarrassment, agreed cheerfully and went about her tasks. However, it wasn't long before she returned with a few items in hand. Sister, this is your takeout from the front desk. I took a glance, and it's a hangover soup and congee from Wangjiang Pavilion. Quite extravagant. They don't even offer delivery. So someone must have brought it specifically for you. Is there something going on? Shen Xiaoyu had noticed something amiss with Sang Chu earlier, but in her eagerness to gossip, she had thought too deeply. Yet, upon stepping out, the realization dawned on her. Her sister was married, and there were whispers of her troubled relationship with Jiang Ruofeng. How could things be so intense? Although her sister had mentioned wanting a divorce from Jiang Ruofeng, it had yet to be finalized. What did that imply? Shen Xiaoyu had stumbled upon a scandal of monumental proportions, but rather than deeming her sister's actions as inappropriate, she felt a swell of pride. Her sister was finally asserting herself. Not long after, she received a call from the front desk, discovering the delivery was indeed for her sister. Wow, looks like this newcomer isn't too shabby after all. Sang Chu hadn't anticipated that Pei Chun would order hangover soup, and it was only when she checked her phone that she noticed his message. After accepting the items, she felt little inclination to engage with him. This was merely his duty, and he shouldn't presume that it would placate her anger. Yet, in front of Shen Xiaoyu, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly ushered her out. There's nothing going on, don't speak nonsense. After Shen Xiaoyu exited with a grin, it was long before Duan Yi arrived. Recently, she had halted her other commitments to immerse herself in the script for Tianxia Bishang. Having been in the industry for years, she had always played gentle, kind supporting roles. This was her first opportunity to step into the limelight as the lead. Naturally, she was determined to seize this chance. Duan Yi had a premonition that if she performed well, this role could catapult her career to new heights. Thus, when she heard that Sang Chu was looking for her, she rushed over at once. Sitting down, she regarded Sang Chu across the table and asked, "Did you need something, President Sang?" Gu Xingji has agreed to portray the male lead. Really? Duan Yi exclaimed, somewhat astonished that Gu Xingji had actually accepted the role. Though she believed that Gu Xingji's persona was perfectly suited for the male lead and admired his commendable acting skills, she did not expect him to accept the role. After all, he was in high demand, with scripts aplenty at his disposal. It was unlikely he would be interested in this particular project. While she appreciated the script's quality, her company lacked renown, and the investors were yet to be secured, making it entirely reasonable for Gu Xingji to dismiss the opportunity. Duan Yi held little hope, merely voicing her thoughts when President Sang inquired. To her astonishment, President Sang managed to persuade Gu Xingji. Duan Yi glanced at Sang Chu, feeling an involuntary admiration for her. Sang Chu, noticing the shift in Duan Yi's gaze, merely nodded in affirmation, stating that he indeed agreed to take on the role. However, he was cautious and wished to assess the female lead's acting ability, so prior to filming, he would engage in a scene with her. She needed to prepare, for whether or not she could impress him would depend on her performance. With her hands crossed, she smiled, indicating that while she had faith in Duan Yi, her subordinate, if she failed to excel, there would be little she could do to assist her. In essence, without Gu Xingji's endorsement, Duan Yi's position as the female lead was precarious. As the boss, Sang Chu was not a philanthropist. She naturally wished for her team to flourish, but would not indiscriminately place individuals in roles. You needn't worry. I will be present on set as well. If Gu Xingji falters, I can replace him. Just focus on delivering a stellar performance. Should Duan Yi excel and Gu Xingji feign dissatisfaction, Sang Chu would certainly defend her. Duan grasped Sang Chu's intent and nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Rest assured. I shall perform to the best of my abilities. Go on, I have faith in you." After Duan left, Sang Chu began to fret. Everything was prepared. Now, only the funding was missing. Without sufficient capital, all efforts were moot. Perhaps her thoughts summoned fortune, for at that moment, she received a phone call. "You wish to invest in the world's domineering pet. May I ask who you are? Hey group, shall we meet this weekend to discuss?" Excellent. After ending the call, Sang Chu found herself momentarily dazed. Just moments ago, she had been troubled by financial concerns, and now, a resolution seemed to have materialized. Was this fortuitous turn of events truly possible? A vague sense of unease lingered, but she could not pinpoint the cause, ultimately deciding to set it aside. After all, a meeting was scheduled for the weekend, and clarity would soon follow. With the investment issue resolved, her thoughts turned to Gu Xingji. The circles they moved in were rife with speculation that he was her infidelity partner, that she had brought him into disrepute. This situation was somewhat delicate. She needed to expedite her divorce proceedings with Jiang Ruofeng. It was impractical to claim she had not involved anyone. She had indeed sought companionship. If she asserted that the person was not Gu Xingji, then who could it be? The more she attempted to clarify, the more convoluted the situation became. It was indeed a vexation. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to inform Gu Xingji of her situation. Thus, she called him to arrange an evening meeting. Gu Xingji agreed, mentioning he had matters to discuss with her. Having tended to these affairs, Sang Chu's gaze fell upon the items on her desk. She studied them for a moment before ultimately deciding to open them. Gu Xingji? An actor, merely having won the title of Best Actor. Could he possibly rival my charm? Could he possess my wealth? Could he share my affection for my sister? Pei Chen's three piercing inquiries left Su Ji at a loss for words. One could only remark on the terrifying nature of infatuation. Even the astute and capable Pei Xiao is not immune to its whims. As Pei Chun perused the materials in his hands, he could not help but voice his grievances, feeling a surge of envy akin to being squeezed by a lemon upon witnessing images of the two dining together. It was then revealed that the reason his sister had ignored him that day was due to her dining with him. Pei Chun felt a pang of sorrow. His rightful position as her boyfriend had yet to experience a proper date. So how could he tolerate this? Chapter 40. Long time no see. Ruo Feng, as he observed Sang Chu finishing her meal and subsequently encountering Su Jinju. Pei Chen's gaze lingered on this individual. This Su Jinju was indeed the one who had shared photos of his sister, alleging her infidelity, correct? Yes, Pei Xiao, I possess surveillance footage from Wangjiang Pavilion, revealing Su Jinju capturing those moments. Pei Chun accepted the disc Su Ji handed him and connected it to the computer, where the images of the three individuals rapidly materialized. The surveillance lacked audio, leaving their words unknown, yet it was evident that his sister bore an unflattering expression, indicating that the woman was undoubtedly causing her distress. Upon witnessing Sang Chu and Gu Xingji depart, while Su Jinju took photos, Pei Chen's demeanor darkened, enveloped in an atmosphere of low pressure. Su Jinju, indeed, was rather intriguing. How infuriating it was that she dared to target his sister, the most outrageous part being that he was, after all, the one truly deserving of her affection, her boyfriend, while this woman appeared utterly blind. As he observed the footage of Sang Chu maintaining her distance from Gu Xingji throughout, Pei Chen's spirits lifted once more. It seemed his sister still favored him, not casting a glance at any other man. He briefly reviewed Su Jinju's information, gave it a cursory glance, and then tossed it aside. The Su family, was it? Perhaps it was time to assign them some tasks to manage their daughter better, and, incidentally, to stir up matters for the Jiang family as well. What had the Jiang family done? Nothing of significance, merely irked him. Complaining, he thought to himself, who did he believe he was to act as though he could dictate to anyone? By the way, Pei Chun turned to Su Ji. How is the matter I asked you to handle progressing? I have already contacted Miss Sang regarding the investment and scheduled a meeting for the weekend. Su Ji, wary of provoking the lovesick Pei Xiao, answered obediently, fearing that next month's salary and bonuses might vanish. Pei Chen scrolled through his chat history with Sang Chu, still met with silence, which irked him further. What the person you were to find? Why is the divorce yet to be resolved? He was now a man of recognized status, yet an unwelcome presence still loomed before him, necessitating swift resolution. That matter is already on the agenda. It should be settled within the next few days. Jiang Ruofeng has persistently resisted the divorce. After conducting his investigation, Su Ji discovered the general circumstances surrounding Sang Chu and Jiang Ruofeng. He could not fathom Jiang Ruofeng's thoughts. Previously eager to divorce, he now seemed to oppose it. The data indicated he harbored no affection for Miss Sang, even exhibiting a rude demeanor, allowing others to mock and bully her. He had long desired a divorce. Yet Jiang's father had disapproved. Now, with Miss Sang proposing the divorce, Jiang Ruofeng's refusal was genuinely perplexing. You have successfully located the individual I requested, and contact has been established. It appears the matter is now in the hands of higher authorities, is it not? Pei Chun wore a knowing smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. It seemed that a divorce was imminent within the next few days. A woman clad in a white dress, her feet adorned with high heels, stood beneath the towering Jiang Corporation building. She gazed at the imposing structure with an air of determination. Ruofeng, after such a lengthy separation, you must have missed me, she mused, breaking into a charming smile that conveyed an innocent allure, captivating the attention of passers-by. Hello, I am here to see Jiang Ruofeng, she announced. The receptionist, upon hearing the request from Mr. Jiang, looked up to find a strikingly beautiful woman she had never encountered before. Do you have an appointment? She inquired. Without an appointment, Mr. Jiang cannot receive visitors. The woman responded with a confident smile. Could you kindly place a call to Secretary Gao on my behalf? Just mention my name, and he will allow me access. The receptionist, albeit skeptical, ultimately dialed Secretary Gao, recognizing that the woman did not appear to be deceitful. She feared that this individual might indeed be someone of significance to Mr. Jiang. Years of indulging in gossip and novels had taught her to be cautious. She understood that the receptionist's role could easily lead to embarrassment or worse, incurring the wrath of the CEO, resulting in termination. She cherished her position at Jiang Corporation, relishing the opportunity to encounter handsome individuals and earn a generous salary while indulging in the latest gossip, all within one of Lin City's leading enterprises. After a minute, she felt immense relief at her earlier decision. Secretary Gao, upon hearing the name, reacted with surprise, instructing her to keep the woman there, as he would come down personally to greet her. It was a rare sight to witness Secretary Gao display such flustered demeanor. Based on her extensive experience with novels, she surmised that this enchanting woman likely shared an intricate relationship with Mr. Jiang. Could she possibly be his long-lost love? It was well known that Mr. Jiang was not fond of his wife, and the receptionist's mind raced with scenarios of a beloved returning home or tales of a substitute. Her curiosity was fervently ignited. Please hold on, Miss. Secretary Gao will be down shortly, the receptionist informed, her gaze fixed intently on the woman until Gao hurriedly descended from above. Upon seeing her, Secretary Gao exclaimed in delight and swiftly led her upstairs, casting a glance back at the receptionist that seemed filled with approval. The receptionist's suspicions were further reinforced, and she discreetly captured a photograph of the pair's retreating figures, sharing it in the company's gossip group. In a chat group humorously dubbed Jiang Family Gossip, the moderator, known as Gossip King, posted the image with the caption, "The beloved returns, a blind guess that this beauty has ties to the CEO." This declaration sent ripples of excitement through the group. This group operated without leadership, armed with first-hand gossip. The receptionist had assumed the role of moderator, surrounded by individuals eager to partake in the latest rumors. Wherever one may be, there is never a shortage of those eager to indulge in juicy tales. What a level of significance! They even sent Secretary Gao to personally operate the elevator. I bet a spicy snack that this is indeed the CEO's beloved. The reason behind the discord with his wife. This beloved truly possesses allure. Her beauty is undeniable. It seems we are in for some entertainment. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to endure another dull day at this place. Is there anyone in the secretary's office on the top floor? We need real-time gossip updates. The secretary's office received a notification, and Secretary Gao led the newcomer directly into the CEO's office, where a meeting was still in progress. It would be approximately 10 minutes before the CEO arrived on the scene. The family members were filled with excitement, having prepared sunflower seeds, eagerly awaiting the anticipated moment. Let us conclude for today. The Pay Corporation is our most significant project, and everything hinges on our future endeavors. Understood? Understood, CEO. After everyone had departed, Jiang Ruofeng glanced at his watch and exited the conference room. The secretary's office was eerily quiet, prompting him to feel a sense of bewilderment as he pushed open the office door. Long time no see, Ruofeng. Chapter 41. I shouldn't have come to find you. Jiang Ruofeng gazed at the radiant woman before him, momentarily believing he was lost in a dream. Her black hair cascaded to her waist, and she wore a delicate white dress, standing gracefully and beautifully, her pure and innocent face embodying the most cherished memories. Qingruo? Jiang Ruofeng uttered her name in disbelief, finally comprehending why the secretary's office had been so subdued and where those inquisitive gazes had originated. It's me. I've returned. Ruofeng. Shen Qingruo observed Jiang Ruofeng, clad in a well-tailored suit. Time had not altered his appearance. Rather, it had rendered him more mature and composed, exuding an aura of authority that was both formidable and admirable. He appeared even more radiant than before. Perhaps the sentiment expressed by others was indeed accurate. Her return was a commendable decision. Jiang Ruofeng gazed at Shen Qingruo, seemingly unable to satiate his longing. His eyes fixed upon her, instilling a sense of confidence within Shen Qingruo. His demeanor conveyed that she still occupied a place in his heart. Would you not invite me to sit? Shen Qingruo chuckled, clearly at ease compared to Jiang Ruofeng's astonishment. Of course, Qingruo, please take a seat. Jiang Ruofeng regarded her with a complex expression and called out, bring in a cup of coffee. Those outside exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with curiosity, eager to serve the coffee, but ultimately fell silent under Gao Fei's stern gaze. Gao Fei proceeded to the pantry, secretly thinking that he would not relinquish his position as the observer of this unfolding drama. Having personally brought her in, he was more eager than anyone to uncover what would transpire next. However, with the return of this bright moonlight, it seemed inevitable that the marriage would end. Once Shen Qingruo sat down, Jiang Ruofeng regained his composure and followed suit. Where have you been all these years? He had tirelessly sought her out, attempting to uncover any news of her, but to no avail. Now that she stood before him, he felt not only joy, but also a twinge of melancholy. With Qingruo's return, was it not more certain that Sang Chu would pursue a divorce? Jiang Ruofeng could not fathom why such thoughts crossed his mind. In that fleeting moment, the notion emerged. He found himself at a loss on how to balance these relationships. I've been abroad for several years. It's a long story, Shen Qingruo replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ruofeng, filled with an indescribable sentiment. Ruofeng, I've missed you. Jiang Ruofeng met her gaze. Astonished by the emotions reflected in her eyes, his heart gradually warming as memories of their past resurfaced. She used to look at him in that same way, always beside him as if no matter what transpired, she would remain. Yet ultimately, she had departed, driven away by Sang Chu. A surge of anger and nostalgia welled up within Jiang Ruofeng. The two exchanged silent glances, their eyes brimming with unspoken affection. The atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by a series of knocks on the door. Shen Qingruo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, while Jiang Ruofeng cleared his throat and called out, "Come in." Gao Fei entered, immediately sensing the awkwardness in the air. He cautiously glanced at the pair, noting their discomfort. After placing the coffee down, he couldn't help but wonder if he had intruded upon something private. "Miss Shun, please take your time," he said before departing. Once alone again, an air of unease lingered between them. With others nearby and Jiang Ruofeng yet to divorce, a sense of clandestine infidelity hung over their interaction, making him feel somewhat constrained. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ruofeng turned to Shen Qingruo, unable to suppress a lingering question that had haunted him for years. What happened to our child? 3 years prior, they had indeed had a child. It was conceived during a night of drunken recklessness after Jiang Ruofeng learned that Sang Chu did not reciprocate his feelings. An unexpected encounter with Shen Qingruo, who had rushed to find him, led to their brief entanglement. At that time, Qinghua had been cast aside by Sang Chu, already pregnant. And despite his search for her, Jiang Ruofeng was informed by his father that he was to marry Sang Chu. The realization that Sang Chu did not love him was painful enough, but he had envisioned a life with Qinghua, raising their child together. Instead, she had been driven away, and he was coerced into a marriage with someone who did not care for him. This was a wound that Jiang Ruofeng could not heal, a source of resentment towards Sang Chu. Had it not been for her, perhaps he would have married Qinghua and they would have been a happy family. All their dreams were shattered by Sang Chu's actions. Her indifference to his happiness fueled his bitterness. Yet now that Qinghua had returned, he felt compelled to clarify the fate of their child. Shun Qingruo's gaze faltered, evading his question. I will tell you later, Ruofeng. I do not wish to discuss it now. Please do not press me. Her tone was fragile, as if recalling a painful memory she preferred to keep hidden. Jiang Ruofeng instantly relented. All right, if you are unwilling to share, I shall wait for the day you are ready. I will never force you. His gentle words moved Shun Qingruo, and she gazed at him with deep affection. Have you been well these years? She asked, her voice tinged with melancholy. I heard you married Sang Chu? Jiang Ruofeng's heart tightened. An inexplicable urge to deny the truth surged within him as he blurted out, We are about to divorce. Really? Shun Qingruo was taken aback, but quickly realized her excitement was inappropriate. Embarrassed, she added, It's not that I wish you ill. I'm just so envious of her. Shame washed over her as she lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Ruofeng's gaze, feeling guilty for her relief at their divorce. The sight of her evasion and guilt pained Jiang Ruofeng's heart. It was clear that Shun Qingruo had endured great hardship over the years. Despite her love for him, she had been forced away by Sang Chu and had to raise their child alone, burdened by struggles. The more he contemplated, the heavier Jiang Ruofeng's heart grew, leading to a deep sense of inadequacy and an intensified disdain for Sang Chu. Upon hearing that Sang Chu intended to divorce, he had initially felt a reluctance to sever ties with her. Yet, in retrospect, such sentiments appeared utterly absurd. Given her selfish, venomous nature, what was there to lament? Jiang Ruofeng eagerly wished to finalize the divorce at that very moment. Qingruo had endured years of suffering for his sake, and he was determined to compensate her, to provide her with a rightful status, to offer their child a stable home. In a surge of emotion, Jiang Ruofeng could not help but embrace Shun Qingru tightly. Shun Qingru gasped in surprise and attempted to break free, but Jiang Ruofeng held her even closer. Qingruo, you have toiled for so long. In the days to come, you shall have me by your side. You need not fear Sang Chu any longer. Nestled in his embrace, Shun Qingru concealed a triumphant smile in a place unseen, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Yet, her voice trembled as she softly replied, Ruofeng, thank you. Am I not utterly useless? I never wished to be this way. I simply cannot control myself. I should not have sought you out. Qingruo, do not say such things. This is not your fault. It is all Sang Chu's doing. You must not blame yourself. Jiang Ruofeng felt the fabric of his shirt dampen, and his heart ached even more. He was resolute in protecting his woman and child. His gaze was particularly steadfast. Unbeknownst to Sang Chu, her husband, on the verge of divorce, was enveloped in another's affectionate embrace. Had she been aware, it would likely have brought her joy. After a long day of labor, she prepared to meet Gu Xingji for dinner. This time, they opted for a well-known private dining establishment in Linsheng, named Jianghu Meiwei, rather than their usual spot, Wangjiang Pavilion. Upon her arrival, it was the peak dining hour. Are you Miss Sang? A waiter approached her immediately upon sighting Sang Chu. Surprised, she nodded in affirmation. Excellent, Mr. Gu is already here. Please follow me. Raising an eyebrow, she followed the waiter, not anticipating that Gu Xingji had indeed arrived. Jianghu Meiwei prided itself on tranquility amidst the hustle, its decor reminiscent of garden artistry. Complete with artificial mountains, flowing water, and a variety of flowers, creating a breathtaking ambience. Each private room was named after a flower, exuding elegance and charm. A favored locale for Linsheng's elite. The establishment also boasted exceptional privacy. Once the door was closed, no one could peer inside, and entry was restricted to those with reservations. The waiter escorted Sang Chu to the peony garden. Mr. Gu is inside. Please enter. Sang Chu nodded and pushed the door open. Hearing the sound, Gu Xingji turned to look at her. I apologize for keeping you waiting. As she took her seat, she noticed that Gu Xingji had already ordered the dishes. Just in time, the food had just arrived. She glanced at the spread, recognizing her favorite flavors. It seemed that Gu Xingji had remembered her preferences from their previous meal. He remained silent as he poured her a glass of water. Sang Chu, not one to pry excessively, was now quite hungry and promptly picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal. There are no rules against speaking while eating, are there? She inquired, feeling at ease. Please. Enjoy, Gu Xingji replied, allowing her to relax. Cough. Actually, the reason I sought out Gu Shidi today is to convey something important. Gu Xingji raised his gaze towards her, inquiring, what is it? Sang Chu set down her chopsticks, feeling somewhat hesitant. However, having inadvertently tarnished another's reputation, she felt compelled to offer her sincerest apologies. Thus, she composed herself and solemnly declared, Gu Shidi, I owe you an apology. Gu Xingji responded, what do you mean, Miss Sang? Realizing that this was a conversation that needed to be had, Sang Chu steeled herself, closed her eyes, and spoke in one breath. The elite circles of lynching believe we are involved, claiming you are my illicit partner. After articulating her confession, she awaited Gu Xingji's reaction, yet silence lingered in the air. Cautiously, Sang Chu opened her eyes to find Gu Xingji looking at her with an inscrutable expression. Neither anger nor curiosity was evident. Confusion washed over her. Was he rendered speechless out of fury? If she were in his position, faced with rumors of infidelity, especially involving a man of ill repute, she would certainly feel incensed. Yet, Gu Xingji remained unperturbed. Does Miss Sang believe I ought to be angry? He queried, to which Sang Chu instinctively nodded, of course. We have no connection. Yet others accuse us of an affair. That is slander. How could one not be furious? She continued, it all stems from that day we dined together when we encountered a woman. She is my husband's cousin who captured our photo and circulated it in a group chat, claiming we were having an affair. After her explanation, she reassured him, but rest assured, no one knows it was you. They primarily target me. Then why should I be angry? Gu Xingji retorted, since, as Ms. Sang stated, no one knows I am the one involved, and the focus is on you. What relevance does it hold for me? Upon hearing this, Sang Chu felt a sense of clarity. He was indeed correct. Ultimately, it was she who had implicated him, and thus, she should bear the cost of this meal. Gu Xingji gazed into her eyes, his dark irises reflecting a depth of thought. If Ms. Sang finds it burdensome, I am willing to feign a relationship with you. Sang Chu nearly choked on her food, hastily taking a sip of water to regain her composure. You? Me? She pointed at Gu Xingji, then at herself, uncertain of what to make of his proposition. He nodded, what is the harm in it? I have heard whispers of discord between you and President Jiang. Therefore, would you not wish to provoke him a little? His nonchalant tone left Sang Chu momentarily stunned. Gazing at the refined man before her, she reflected on the public's perception of him, momentarily at a loss for words. He appeared anything but the type to willingly play the role of a third party. Was he out his mind? Gu Xingji observed her astonishment but offered no further explanation. Initially inclined to decline, Sang Chu reconsidered. Having someone willing to act as a shield meant that Pei Chun would likely remain undisclosed. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. She had already entangled one person, and there was no need to involve another. After a brief pause, Sang Chu asked Gu Xingji, are you truly willing? He replied, naturally. She sighed, very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my illicit partner. Gu Xingshi, there is no need to speak so harshly. With this matter resolved, the heavy burden on Sang Chuxin's heart has been lifted. She feels no guilt and joyfully indulges in her meal. She remains oblivious to the fact that the dishes she reaches for have been subtly repositioned before her. After a satisfying feast, as she prepares to leave, she senses she has overlooked something. Ah, what was it you wished to discuss with me? Gu Xingshi, dabbing his mouth with a napkin, cast her a nonchalant glance. Indeed, his every gesture exudes elegance and charm. Once he finished wiping his mouth, he broached his own affairs. Have you finalized the director for the world's dominance? Sang Chu shook her head, stating that she was still in the process of securing funding and had yet to form any concrete ideas. From what you imply, do you have someone in mind? Gu Xingshi responded affirmatively, inquiring about Li Munian. Li Munian, the young prodigy director? Upon seeing Gu Xingshi nod, Sang Chuxin's excitement surged. That would be absolutely splendid. At merely 20 years of age, he has already become a luminary in the directing realm. Bursting onto the scene at 16, he garnered the Best Film Award with just one work, establishing his renown. Each of his productions has been a masterpiece, and he has only 4 films to his credit thus far, with none being television series. If we could indeed engage him as our director, his debut television drama would undoubtedly attract a significant audience. Sang Chuxin felt a shameful thrill of excitement. Chapter 43. Are you the cunning man? After the initial joy, a twinge of anxiety crept in. He has never ventured into television, and considering that the world's dominance does not boast a top-tier production team, how could they possibly entice him? It's not that Sang Chuxin underestimates a project, but while the world's dominance contains elements of power struggles, both its original work and television adaptation are fundamentally romantic in nature. Such dramas may become popular and elevate their visibility, pleasing many viewers. Yet for a genius director entrenched in the film industry, it hardly presents an appealing opportunity. A successful execution would yield no advantage for him, while a botched attempt would invite criticism. It appears to be an endeavor fraught with challenges and little reward. Sang Chuxin believed Li Munian had no reason to accept, unless he were foolish. Gu Xingshi leaned back in his chair, raising an eyebrow at her. Has no one informed you that Li Munian and I share a close friendship? From his nonchalant tone, Sang Chuxin detected a hint of mockery. She blinked, wondering if he was jesting. Is Gu Xingshi truly that kind of person? No one had mentioned it to her. All the information she possessed had been gathered by Shan Xiaoyu. Now, without relying on the Sang family, she could only depend on herself, which naturally limited her research. Moreover, as there seemed to be no public gossip regarding Li Munian and Gu Xingshi's relationship, she was left in the dark. How absurd. One is entrenched in the film industry, the other in television. One a director, the other an actor. Who would know of their camaraderie if it were not publicly promoted? Gu Xingshi, however, seemed indifferent to whether she was aware, as if he merely wished to impart this information. So, does this mean that the esteemed Gu can indeed secure Li Munian? In the depths of her heart, Sang Chu was overwhelmed with excitement, her gaze towards Gu Xingji transforming into one of warmth. The arrival of Gu Xingji brought along the unexpected bonus of Li Munian. What a fortuitous occurrence indeed. Gu Xingji, meeting Sang Chu's gaze, slightly averted his eyes and responded with a soft HM. The next moment, Sang Chu's exhilarated voice echoed, "Yea, Gu Shidi is simply remarkable." Though she wished to maintain her composure, how could she possibly hide her enthusiasm for Li Munian? With both Gu Xingji and Li Munian on board, this production was destined for success. This was her inaugural television drama. The prospect of such accomplishment could elevate Xingji to new heights. How could she possibly contain her excitement? Rest assured, Gu Shidi, I will secure substantial investments and dedicate myself earnestly to this production. You shall not be disappointed. It was absurd. Had she not already scheduled a meeting with the investors for the weekend, she would have rushed to discuss funding immediately. Speaking of which, she had yet to inform Gu Xingji about Pei's interest in investing in Tianxiaobacha. By the way, Pei has arranged for me to discuss investment matters this weekend. Pei? Gu Xingji's eyes flickered with interest, suggesting that this production was indeed secure, alleviating Sang Chu's concerns. You weren't aware? The confusion in Gu Xingji's gaze was genuine, leaving Sang Chu equally puzzled. Pei's side indicated that they were considering investment in the drama precisely because of Gu Xingji's interest in starring in it. In other words, their investment was a bet on Gu Xingji, acknowledging his vision and potential, believing that this drama would be a hit. Rather than investing in Xingji, it seemed they were placing their hopes squarely on Gu Xingji. Sang Chu assumed Gu Xingji was already aware of this, but his reaction suggested otherwise. He was completely oblivious. Gu Xingji genuinely did not know, and his dark eyes deepened with contemplation. Perhaps he had simply forgotten. Sang Chu nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. After all, negotiations were with her directly, and informing Gu Xingji would be of no use. As Sang Chu and Gu Xingji exited the peony garden, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Ruofeng and Shun Qingruo across the way. For a moment, all four stood frozen in surprise. It was Jiang Ruofeng who broke the silence first. He glanced at the man behind Sang Chu, noting their exit from the peony garden, and his expression soured. Is this the scoundrel? Jiang Ruofeng's gaze scrutinized Gu Xingji, yet his words were directed at Sang Chu. His veiled tone prompted an immediate retort from Sang Chu. She would not indulge him any longer. And what about you? A shameless harlot? Sang Chu shot a mocking glance at Shun Qingruo, crossing her arms with a cold smirk. It seemed they were acquaintances, with this individual present. She need not worry about the divorce. With such support, it was certain that the marriage would be dissolved. Gu Xingji had intended to assist Sang Chu, but she was quick-witted and sharp-tongued, requiring no aid from him. He simply stood behind her, silently playing the role of her protector. He was content to be her shield. After all, they had discussed the matter earlier, and he was willing to act as Sang Chu's bulwark. Gu Xingji believed that the accusations of Sang Chu's infidelity were unjust and manipulated by those with ulterior motives, unaware that Sang Chu was indeed entangled with someone else. What do you mean by that, Sang Chu? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do you have no shame left? Jiang Ruofeng's countenance darkened as he glared at Sang Chu, his expression a tempest of fury. It was unclear whether his ire stemmed from Sang Chu's defense of the man or her disparagement of Shun Qingruo. Regardless, Sang Chu remained unfazed, well aware that Jiang Ruofeng had always lacked discernment regarding Shun Qingruo's affairs. The thought of this man remaining oblivious for so many years stirred a tinge of sympathy within her. I am fully aware of what I am saying. I stand unrepentant and fear no repercussions. It is you, however, who continues to exhibit a remarkable lack of intellect. Gu Xingji, upon hearing Jiang Ruofeng's insult directed at Sang Chu, felt a chill envelop him. His voice, laced with suppressed anger, cautioned, Jiang Zong, choose your words wisely. Jiang Ruofeng, humiliated by Sang Chu in front of Shun Qingruo and Gu Xingji, was incensed, his face reddening, resembling the bottom of a pot. Shun Qingruo and I are innocent. Sang Chu, do not project your own sordid deeds onto others. Sang Chu regarded the two with a scornful glance, finding the situation utterly amusing. Jiang Ruofeng consistently aligned himself with Shun Qingruo, who merely stood behind him, basking in a glow of triumph. In the past, she might have felt a pang of sorrow at the apparent shift in affection from her once kind neighbor, but now, Sang Chu merely perceived Jiang Ruofeng as a repugnant entity, unpleasant and unsightly. Ruofeng, do not be so harsh. Miss Sang must have her reasons. You are now husband and wife. Do not let me disrupt the bond you share, Shun Qingruo said gently, her eyes wide and innocent. Jiang Ruofeng, upon hearing her words, felt his disdain for Sang Chu intensify. He pulled Shun Qingruo into his embrace, casting a provocative glance at Sang Chu, his voice soothing as he comforted the woman in his arms. It is not your fault, Qingruo. You have returned to me at last, and I shall not allow you to leave again. I have long cherished thoughts of you. You are the one I truly adore. Shun Qingruo's eyes widened in shock, her heart swelling with emotion as she responded, Ruofeng. Jiang Ruofeng returned her gaze, their eyes locked in a moment that disregarded the existence of others. Sang Chu exchanged a knowing look with Gu Xingji, realizing that they too were entangled in this drama. A roll of her eyes escaped her. It was a pity these two did not pursue acting, for Gu Xingji could scarcely rival their performance. Chapter 44. Have they changed again? Jiang Ruofeng and Shun Qingruo lingered in their emotional reverie when the sound of applause broke the air. Their expressions froze, turning to find Sang Chu observing them with keen interest, clapping her hands. Both were perplexed, their annoyance simmering. Why was Sang Chu not angry? Of course, Sang Chu was far from angered. She found the entire spectacle exceedingly entertaining. Jiang Ruofeng, you accuse me of wrongdoing. Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Shun Qingruo, seemingly startled, quickly extricated herself from Jiang Ruofeng's embrace, turning apologetically to Sang Chu. We mean no harm. I know you care for Ruofeng, and I would never intrude upon your relationship. Please believe me. Do you take me for a fool or blind? You are entwined together. Yet you continue to jest with me? Shun Qingrua shook her head, intent on further explanation, but was swiftly pulled behind Jiang Ruofeng. Enough, Sang Chu. Do not cause unnecessary trouble. I merely offered comfort to Qing Ruo. I did not do anything wrong. If you persist in this, it is truly excessive. Jiang Ruofeng's expression darkened, yet a flicker of happiness stirred within him. Was Sang Chu concerned? Did this imply that she still harbored feelings for him? Sang Chu let out a light scoff, her gaze filled with playful mischief as she looked at Jiang Ruofeng. Perhaps you should wipe the lipstick off your mouth. I might just believe you then. As her words fell, Jiang Ruofeng hastily reached to clean his lips. Before he could finish, Sang Chu burst into laughter. Ruofeng, you don't have any lipstick on your mouth. Upon meeting her eyes, Jiang Ruofeng realized he had been deceived. He glared at her in irritation. Sang Chu, do not go too far. Sang Chu laughed even louder, clapping her hands as she praised, President Jiang, you truly are remarkable. You really did kiss her. Just one little tease from me, and you couldn't wait to admit it. And yet, you still have the audacity to accuse me of infidelity. I think it's best you agree to divorce swiftly. With that, she cast a mocking glance at them before departing with Gu Xingji. Once she left, Jiang Ruofeng turned to Shun Qing Ruo, his eyes filled with suspicion. Qing Ruo, what did her words mean? Did she truly drive you away? Earlier, Sang Chu had left a remark. Miss Shun, was it truly me who drove you away? This sparked Jiang Ruofeng's curiosity. He had always believed it was Sang Chu who had expelled Qing Ruo, and since Sang Chu offered no explanation, he assumed it was due to her guilt. However, her bold declaration in front of Qing Ruo suggested she was unafraid. If she was unafraid, did that imply she had not acted wrongly? Jiang Ruofeng could not help but inquire of Shun Qing Ruo, for she alone possessed the truth, being the party involved. If it was not Sang Chu, did that mean he had misjudged her all these years? Shun Qing Ruo, pressed by Jiang Ruofeng's questioning, felt a surge of resentment. This Sang Chu certainly knew how to create trouble for her. Jiang Ruofeng's excited grip on her shoulder caused her pain, and she struggled to maintain her composure. Ruofeng, that hurts. With her soft utterance, Jiang Ruofeng seemed to snap back to reality and released her. I am sorry, Qing Ruo. I was just too excited. It was unintentional. It's all right. I forgive you, Ruofeng. Shun Qing Ruo embraced Jiang Ruofeng, gradually soothing his emotions to help him regain his composure. Yet, her gaze grew progressively colder. It appeared Jiang Ruofeng had slipped from her grasp. She needed to devise a strategy, for she had not anticipated that he still cared for Sang Chu. Ruofeng, what did Miss Sang mean when she said you were unwilling to divorce? Shun Qing Ruo released him and fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Jiang Ruofeng's expression stiffened, and he hesitated to meet her gaze. After a moment, he spoke. I simply do not wish to make it easy for her. He explained to Shun Qing Ruo. At that time, you had not yet returned. I did not want her to think she could marry when she pleased and divorce whenever she desired. Why should she have the liberty to do as she wishes? As Jiang Ruofeng spoke, he also sought to convince himself. Yes, he simply could not bear to see Sang Chu happy with another man. She had shattered his happiness, and why should she be allowed to find joy? Absolutely not. Shun Qingruo appeared to have embraced his explanation. Now that I have returned, if Miss Sang wishes to divorce, is it not feasible for Ruofeng? She gazed at Jiang Ruofeng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Ruofeng, reflecting on her profound love for him, her willingness to leave her homeland, and the fact that she bore a child for him, felt an undeniable obligation to provide her with a home. Overwhelmed by guilt, he immediately addressed Shun Qingruo. You have returned, and I am eager to divorce her at once. I shall proceed with the divorce tomorrow. Is that truly the case, Ruofeng? Wouldn't that be rather unseemly? Shun Qingruo lowered her gaze. I feel selfish for desiring to possess you simply because I love you. I realize my thoughts are misguided. Her look of sorrow deeply pained Jiang Ruofeng, intensifying his feelings of guilt. He enveloped Shun Qingruo in his arms, assuring her, rest assured, Qingruo, I will divorce her and provide you with a home. Furthermore, I will be a devoted father to our child. Shun Qingruo's smile faltered momentarily before she responded joyfully. Thank you, Ruofeng. Are you truly happy? Gu Xingji observed the unexpectedly cheerful demeanor of someone, a hint of surprise in his expression. Sang Chu turned to him, inquiring, "Why should I not be happy?" Noticing Gu Xingji's puzzled look, she chuckled softly and explained, "Shun Xingrua has returned, and Jiang Ruofeng must be eager to divorce me and marry her. I can finally be free from him. Why should I not be joyful?" Hearing her words, Gu Xingji couldn't help but smile slightly, finding her reasoning somewhat valid. "Then I shall extend my early congratulations to you." "Thank you," Sang Chu replied. Her spirits lifted as she anticipated liberation from Jiang Ruofeng. In her buoyant mood, she remained oblivious to the lingering gaze Gu Xingji fixed upon her. "If I divorce, I shall be single, won't I?" Gu Xingji felt his own mood brighten. After bidding farewell to Gu Xingji, Sang Chu returned home. As soon as she arrived, Lin Ting's call came through. "I have been secluded for exams these past few days and completely missed the news of your affair." Recently, Lin Ting had been preoccupied with her studies, eagerly awaiting graduation and her return to the country, thus requiring vigilance. However, she had not anticipated that within such a brief span, the news of Sang Chu's infidelity would become widely known. "What is the situation? Is that man the handsome younger brother you mentioned? He certainly appears dashing from behind. My friend has an eye for talent." Lin Ting was already aware of her friend's indiscretion, but was astonished at how swiftly it had become common knowledge. Sang Chu felt a bit embarrassed and cautiously remarked, "What if I said that the person in question is not the younger brother I previously mentioned? How would you react?" Lin Ting exclaimed, "Chu, you're something else. Have you switched partners again? You are remarkably quick. Hurry, tell me everything." Sang Chu had not anticipated Lin Ting's swift acceptance. She was merely a gossip enthusiast. The scenario she had envisioned, where her friend would not accept the situation, was entirely absent. "It is simply a misunderstanding," she explained, recounting the events to Lin Ting. After listening, Lin Ting fell silent, sensing an underlying tension. "Could it be that Gu Xingji has feelings for you?" Lin Ting speculated otherwise. Why would he willingly act as a shield? That simply does not add up. Chu and he had only met twice, by all accounts. One could hardly deem it a friendship. Yet, he remained unfazed by the misunderstanding surrounding him, even willingly acting as a shield. Is this not indicative of affection? Furthermore, as Chu recounted, he had introduced her to Li Munian, which seemed rather dubious. Perhaps he would even rejoice at Chu's divorce. Sang Chu was taken aback. Could it truly be? He was an illustrious gentleman, blessed with both charm and talent. Surely there was nothing amiss? It was not that Sang Chu belittled herself. She simply did not entertain such thoughts. She never presumed that anyone would find her appealing. However, Lin Ting could see through her fade. How could she not? With such beauty and a delightful disposition. Even handsome young men were drawn to her. Walls could be improbable. It was high time she acknowledged her allure. In Sang Chu's opinion, Chu's lack of confidence stemmed from that insufferable Jiang Ruofeng, leaving her with a muddled self-perception. Chu was undeniably beautiful. Was that not a given? Did Gu Xingji know of her connection with the handsome youth? Doubtful, thought Sang Chu. Should she inform him? It seemed unnecessary. Their relationship was merely professional, hardly even qualifying as friendship. Divulging her personal affairs to him felt unwarranted. To her, his assistance was greatly appreciated, but beyond that, there was no need for further discourse. Lin Ting suddenly grasped the implications. Could it be that he was unaware of her actual involvement with someone else, believing instead that she was a victim of misinterpretation? Was he merely hoping for a smooth divorce while playing the role of a protector? Otherwise, the situation made little sense. Chu had never clarified the reality of her infidelity. She had simply allowed others to misconstrue their relationship. In Gu Xingji's view, might he not be secretly wishing for others to misinterpret their connection, even thinking that once she divorced, he might have a chance? Lin Ting had indeed unraveled the truth. Sang Chu found the notion absurd. Come on, they had only met twice. And such a scenario unfolded. Am I to be likened to currency, universally adored? It seemed Lin Ting had indulged in too many novels, seeing anomalies in every encounter. Sang Chu chose not to dwell further on the matter with Lin Ting, dismissing it with a few casual remarks and shifting the conversation to Lin Ting's return to the country. Rest assured, I am acting swiftly on this front. I should be back before long. I truly wish I could fly back immediately to witness your triumphant return. Let me tell you, divorced women are exuding confidence these days. Have you not seen how celebrities elevate their status post-divorce? Our Choo-Choo will focus on her career, and soon enough, handsome suitors will come flocking in droves. Sang-Chu chuckled at her words, for Lin Ting was genuinely supportive. However, which male model was this handsome youth? When I return, we must go out together. I wish to find one for myself as well. Sang-Chu thought, oh dear. She had yet to inform Lin Ting that Pei Chun did not seem to be a model. Yet, she was uncertain of Pei Chen's true identity. Perhaps it was best to let Lin Ting continue in her misunderstanding for now and clarify later. All right, upon your return, will you not be negotiating a union with the Fu family? Lin Ting had a fiancé, yet their relationship was fraught with discord, neither taking the other seriously. We shall discuss this upon our return. Please refrain from mentioning sensitive topics. Alas, with academic burdens weighing heavily upon me, I must conclude our conversation for now. After Lin Ting finished speaking rapidly, he abruptly hung up the phone. Sang-Chu stared at the disconnected call, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Yet deep down, she found herself eagerly anticipating Lin Ting's return. Just as she prepared to take a shower, another call came in. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Sang-Chu hesitated, ultimately deciding not to answer. The persistent caller tried again, seemingly determined to continue until she picked up. Reluctantly, Sang-Chu answered the call. Sister, who are you talking to? You've been on the line for so long, came the voice on the other end, tinged with a mix of grievance and reproach. This was not the first time Pei Chun had called. He had reached out before, but she had always been unavailable. The last time had been no different, prompting Pei Chun to ponder further. His thoughts drifted to Gu Xingji, who had shared meals with Sang-Chu, intensifying his feelings of jealousy. Sister, do you have someone else? The plaintive tone struck him as oddly reminiscent of a husband being questioned by his wife about infidelity. With this thought, a pitiful image of himself materialized in his mind, resembling a forlorn little spouse. Sang-Chu couldn't help but chuckle softly, her spirits inexplicably lifted. Hearing her laughter only deepened Pei Chen's sense of grievance. Sister, you don't even miss me. You don't reply to my messages, yet here you are laughing at me. Despite his words, a smile crept onto his face. He looked around at the brightly lit room, feeling the weight of his earlier gloom dissipate. What's wrong with chatting with my friends? Do you have an issue with that? With his mood lightened, a teasing tone slipped into his voice. Pei Chun, understanding the playful banter, felt a sense of relief. As long as she considered him a friend, he could live with that as long as it wasn't Gu Xingji. I have no objections, but could you perhaps come out to see me? Sang-Chu Pao said, questioning the implications of his words. As she stepped toward the balcony to look below, she exhaled in relief upon seeing no one. Perhaps she had been overthinking things. However, the next moment, a figure holding a phone emerged from the shadows, gazing up at her with a pitiful expression. Sang-Chu's heart tightened, her surprise evident. What are you doing here? How did you know I lived here? A sudden realization dawned on her. Perhaps Pei Chun was not merely an ordinary wealthy heir, but rather someone with greater means than she had assumed. When you don't reply to my messages or make plans with me, I have no choice but to come find you, he replied, frustration evident in his tone. That damned Gu Xingji has already dined with you twice. How can he not be anxious? We are all men. Who wouldn't he understand his intentions? Pei Chun understood well, feeling both distressed and conflicted. Sister, you're too wonderful. It seems someone is always thinking of you. I truly wish I could keep you by my side, hidden away from prying eyes. Yet, he knew that such thoughts would only anger her. Sang-Chu, left speechless, pondered the absurdity of his reasoning. You wait outside. I'll be down shortly. It was late, and she didn't want to disturb anyone or allow Pei Chun to come upstairs, so she decided to go down herself. She sensed that if she didn't he would remain there indefinitely. Given his clinging nature, she knew he was capable of such determination. Chapter 46. Who smells better, the male model or me? After hanging up the phone, Sang-Chu hurriedly descended the stairs, careful to keep her voice low so as not to disturb Aunt Jean. As soon as she opened the door, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Sister, I missed you so much, came the familiar voice, accompanied by a playful nuzzle against her neck, reminiscent of a loyal dog greeting its owner. Just as Sang-Chu's heart softened, she swiftly regained her composure, for she had witnessed this person's malicious side before, and this display was clearly feigned. Her waist still ached from their previous encounter, where her pleas had fallen on deaf ears. He had been utterly unyielding, disregarding her cries for mercy. Grasping his hair, she pulled him away from her neck. Now confess. What brings you here? Sang-Chu fixed him with a cold gaze, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. Pei-chun, feeling both anger and restraint, pouted. My girlfriend won't even tell me where she lives. I have to investigate myself. Sister, you truly are heartless. He then took the initiative, pushing against Sang-Chu. She smirked, finding his demeanor infuriating, and couldn't help but pinch his ear. So, are you implying that this is my fault? If I had informed you, would you not have searched for me? You certainly have a knack for shifting blame. Unfazed by her grip, Pei-chun grinned and began to plead. How can you blame my sister? It is solely my fault for not being favored by her, which is why she refuses to disclose her whereabouts. With wide, expressive eyes, he half complained, half accused. Sang-Chu tightened her grip slightly. So it's all my fault now, and you think you're justified? She shot him a glare. But under his pitiful gaze, she eventually relented and released him. No sooner had he been freed than he clung to her again. I haven't even mentioned the fact that you went out drinking last night, he said, pulling her hand to his cheek and batting his big eyes at her. You didn't even tell me you were going to a bar. If I hadn't happened to run into you, who knows what might have happened? The bartender was practically staring at you with bulging eyes. Last night, his demeanor had been insistent, coaxing her to call him brother and shamelessly demanding a title. And upon waking to her anger, he had naturally kept silent. However, that did not mean he was not upset. Pei-chun had taken note of it all, including the matter concerning Gu Xingji. Now, he could no longer contain his grievances. Sang-Chu found herself almost laughing in exasperation. His audacity was impressive. It seemed she was the one more wronged in this situation. He still held leverage over her, yet she had refrained from retaliating, while he was the one feeling aggrieved. Why should I have to inform you about my bar visit? What would you do? Introduce me to a handsome male model. She replied sarcastically, clearly intent on making his life difficult. Indeed, as soon as Sang-Chu's words left her lips, Pei-chun's expression darkened. His face changed in an instant, and Sang-Chu watched with crossed arms, a smile slowly creeping onto her lips, amused at his pretense. Sister, were you really going to the bar to find a male model? Did I fail to satisfy my sister, or is the male model more alluring than I am? Pei-chun wore a mischievous smile, deftly unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt and gently tugging at the collar to reveal his exquisite collarbone, casting a somewhat bashful glance towards Sang-Chu. Today, he had gone to the office, and after work, he arrived here dressed in a finely tailored suit, having discarded his jacket in the car and now only wearing a shirt. Pei-chun's hands were long and elegant, the veins clearly visible, evoking a flurry of thoughts. As he stared intently at Sang-Chu, he slowly unfastened his buttons, causing her to involuntarily conjure vivid images. At this moment, he appeared utterly irresistible. Sang-Chu swallowed hard, cursing herself for her lack of composure. She had never considered herself to be so easily swayed. How had meeting Pei-chun awakened this new facet of her? It must be said, Pei-chun's visage was truly exceptional, exquisite and handsome, yet devoid of any effeminacy. His innate charisma exuded an air of opulence. The seductive expression on his face, coupled with the tantalizing glimpse of his physique beneath his clothing, was simply too much to bear. Sang-Chu turned to leave, fearing what further actions he might take. However, just as she made a move, Pei-chun firmly pulled her into his embrace, pressing her head against his chest, where the skin he had previously revealed now lay. The abruptness of his action caught her off guard, and her lips inadvertently brushed against him. Sang-Chu thought, would anyone believe her when she said it was unintentional? The delighted laughter above her head provided the answer. All right then. It seemed she would not be believed. Let go of me, she exclaimed indignantly, her face slightly flushed. This man was insatiable, his mind consumed only with such matters. Yet he would not release her. Pei-chun's resolve was unwavering. Regardless of her struggles, he refused to let go. Sang-Chu recognized that her strength paled in comparison to his, and thus she surrendered her attempts to escape. Regret filled her heart. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have come down. Pei Chen's absence was of no concern to her, even if he stood there all night. It was inconsequential. Yet it was too late to lament such thoughts now. What do you intend to do? They remained in the same position, with Sang Chu cradled in his arms, and Pei Chen's hand transitioned from holding her head to caressing her hair. Upon hearing her question, he tilted his head and took a deep breath of her hair, exclaiming, "Sister, you smell so good. I truly adore it." Sang Chu felt as though she had become catnip, and Pei Chen was the cat. Just as her patience was wearing thin, Pei Chen spoke again. "Sister, you still haven't told me. Who smells better, the male model or me?" Sang Chu. Her silence was deafening. At times, she truly found herself at a loss for words. The man urged impatiently. She rolled her eyes and, through gritted teeth, declared, "You smell good." Pei Chen seemed satisfied, his chest vibrating with laughter. "I think my sister smells delightful as well." Without needing to see, he could envision her flustered expression, all flailing arms and exasperation. "Truly adorable. I believe my sister should refrain from drinking in the future. After all, she wouldn't want to end up in another recording of mine, would she? What do you think, sister?" The voice was deep and ambiguous, yet concealed a subtle threat. Sang Chu immediately recalled the shameful words she had uttered, wishing fervently that those memories would vanish from her mind. "Shall we not proceed? Can you release me now?" She yearned to escape the situation, not wanting to linger for even a second longer. Pei Chen inhaled deeply, delighting in the moment, of course. Just as he prepared to let her go, a shocked voice erupted. "What are you doing? Release her immediately." Chapter 47. Is this your judgment? The pair turned to see Jiang Ruofeng, his face contorted with anger, glaring at them with eyes that seemed to emit flames. A glint of mischief flashed in Pei Chen's eyes. Instead of releasing Sang Chu, he tightened his embrace around her waist, adopting the demeanor of a victor as he looked towards Jiang Ruofeng. Sang Chu, yearning to break free from Pei Chen's grasp, found herself ensnared by the firm hold of his hand around her waist. Struggling proved futile, so she resigned herself to the situation, silently lamenting that being so close was unexpectedly exhilarating. Jiang Ruofeng strode over briskly, positioning himself directly before them, his fierce gaze fixated on Sang Chu's waist. And upon seeing no intention of releasing her, he immediately directed his ire towards her. "Sang Chu, do you have no shame? We are not yet divorced, and you are so brazenly flaunting this. Even with me present, you remain unrepentant, truly scandalous." Jiang Ruofeng could not fathom why the sight of them entwined provoked such a visceral reaction within him, his anger surging forth, and his words were unrestrained. Pei Chen's expression darkened instantaneously, ready to teach this man a lesson, but he was halted by Sang Chu's intervention. He turned to her, and upon seeing her calm demeanor, she shook her head. Noticing that she did not appear upset or distressed, Pei Chen chose to acquiesce. As long as his sister was untroubled, that was all that mattered. The fact that she remained unaffected by Jiang Ruofeng's words and was not averse to being close to him suggested to Pei Chen that she did not hold this man in high regard. This realization uplifted Pei Chen's spirits, granting him a sense of ease. He thought that regardless of the situation, he would always be there to support her. Sang Chu cast a cold smile at Jiang Ruofeng and taunted, "Did you forget to brush your teeth before stepping out? Do you enjoy spewing such filth? When you were surrounded by admirers in the past, I never criticized you, did I? Why is it that the provincial official can set fire to the city, yet the common folk cannot even light a lantern? I once thought you were merely foolish, but now I see you possess an audacity that is quite remarkable." As soon as her words left her lips, Pei Chen could not suppress his laughter. His sister's tongue was as sharp as a dagger, and he found it delightful. This revelation put him at ease. A former husband who repulsed her posed no threat at all. His previous concerns had been entirely unwarranted. Pei Chen watched the unfolding drama with amusement, feeling that he need not intervene. He decided to let Sang Chu have her fun, planning to trip Jiang Ruofeng up later. Jiang Ruofeng's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale with disbelief as he pointed an accusing finger at Sang Chu. Though he comprehended that her temperament had undergone a transformation and that she would no longer be the submissive partner she once was, he was still unprepared for her biting words. "Sang Chu, when did you become this way?" Is your desire for divorce because you have found another man? Jiang Ruofeng gazed at Sang Chu with disappointment in his eyes, which only served to disgust her further. This sentiment was returned to him unchanged. His current demeanor elicited nothing but aversion. Presently, Sang Chu was entirely indifferent to him, and thus his words bore no influence. The notion that indifference shields one from hurt proved true in this instance. However, Jiang Ruofeng clutched his chest in anger, clearly not embodying the essence of indifference. Pei Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that some individuals were foolishly coveting what was not theirs. "Are you truly going to treat me this way?" Jiang Ruofeng implored. His eyes filled with hurt, accompanied by a hint of something deeper. Pei Chen stepped forward, obstructing Jiang Ruofeng's gaze. Only then did Jiang Ruofeng redirect his attention towards him. He scrutinized Pei Chen from head to toe, and Pei Chen allowed this inspection without protest. Noticing Pei Chen's youthful handsomeness and stylish attire, Jiang Ruofeng speculated that he might have ingratiated himself with Sang Chu, spending her money on such finery. Furthermore, he was unaware of when Lin City had produced such a figure. The mere fact that he did not recognize him indicated that this person held no significant importance in Lin City, rendering him inconsequential. Arriving at this conclusion, Jiang Ruofeng cast a scornful glance at Pei Chen and remarked to Sang Chu, "Is this truly your taste? To fancy a good-for-nothing pretty boy?" He regarded Pei Chen from his elevated position, sneering, "A mere callow youth like him. Sang Chu, do not be deceived by him. Today's boys may have charming words, yet they merely squander women's money, achieving nothing." Pei Chen raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Sang Chu, feigning vulnerability. "Sister, this middle-aged man claims I am a pretty boy who is here to swindle your money." He blinked innocently, embodying a pitiable demeanor. Sang Chu, however, recognized his act for what it was. Just moments ago, he had exhibited the arrogance of a wolf, and now he was performing for whom? Were it not for Jiang Ruofeng's presence, she would have rolled her eyes in disdain. No pretty boy behaves so brazenly. He was a quintessential example of someone who, having benefited from another, then feigned innocence. Yet, she had no choice but to play along with the charade. Gently ruffling his hair, her tone soothing, she said, "It's all right. Sister enjoys it when you spend my money. I can support you." Unbeknownst to him, her hand stealthily crept to his waist, delivering a firm pinch. Pei Chen felt moved. Gazing at her with deep affection, seemingly oblivious to any pain, "Sister, you are truly wonderful." The two exchanged glances, completely disregarding Jiang Ruofeng nearby. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruofeng's expression darkened. His eyes coldly fixed on Pei Chen. Were looks capable of inflicting harm, Pei Chen would have perished 1,000 times over. Although Jiang Ruofeng was merely 3 years older than Sang Chu, at 28 he was renowned as a promising young talent in Lin City, with many daughters of affluent families harboring secret affections for him. Yet, in Pei Chen's words, he was reduced to a middle-aged man, prompting Jiang Ruofeng to wish for nothing more than to eliminate him, especially upon witnessing their affectionate exchange, which nearly caused him to choke on his own bile. Sang Chu could not help but stifle a laugh. His tongue was remarkably sharp. Maintaining a facade of composure, Jiang Ruofeng's words seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. His utterance was a blatant threat, causing Sang Chu to feel a twinge of concern. Jiang Ruofeng's influence in Lin City has grown formidable, should he be offended. It is likely that Pei Chen's days will be far from pleasant. Feeling a sense of guilt for inadvertently implicating Pei Chen, Sang Chu experienced a twinge of discomfort. Noticing her unease, Pei Chen discreetly grasped her hand, gently squeezing it to reassure her. "I must admit, I find myself rather intrigued," he remarked. As no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner before, it was quite refreshing. Pei Chen gazed unflinchingly at Jiang Ruofeng, and the two locked eyes, neither willing to yield. Sang Chu, feeling a headache coming on, positioned herself protectively behind Pei Chen and directed her gaze at Jiang Ruofeng, inquiring, "What brings you here? If you have no business, I kindly ask you to leave." Her eyes reflected impatience, eager to expedite his departure. Sang Chu's piercing gaze struck Jiang Ruofeng's heart deeply. Had she truly come to despise him so? She displayed such annoyance at the mere act of conversing with him. Initially, Jiang Ruofing intended to approach Sang Chu to discuss their divorce scheduled for the following day. He had planned to inform her over the phone, instructing her to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning. However, he found himself unable to connect with her, realizing after several attempts that she had blocked his number. In disbelief, he tried sending a message via WeChat, only to discover he had been blocked there as well. Once, it was he who had severed ties with Sang Chu, avoiding her calls. Now the tables had turned, leaving him in a tumult of emotions. He could not recall the last time they had spoken on the phone. Since their marriage, he hadn't answered any of her calls. Any matter she wished to discuss had been relayed through his assistant. At times, he had even instructed his assistant to disregard her calls. Thus, Jiang Ruofing was unaware of when Sang Chu had blocked his number. He could have had Gao Fei contact her on his behalf, but for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to deliver the message in person. If Sang Chu were to express regret, he might still offer her a chance. Consequently, he inquired about Sang Chu's current residence from Gao Fei and drove over that very night. To his surprise, he discovered Sang Chu in an embrace with another man, though not the one from earlier that afternoon. Now, as Sang Chu demanded to know his purpose for being there, Jiang Ruofing opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He had promised to provide Qing Ruo with a home, yet now he hesitated. The silence lingered uncomfortably as Sang Chu grew increasingly vexed. His presence was impeding her sleep, just as she was about to dismiss both men to return to her rest. Shun Qingruo ran up to Jiang Ruofing, exclaiming, "Ruofing, are you all right? Are you injured?" She anxiously surveyed him, her eyes filled with concern. Her arrival injected a new energy into the scene, catching Jiang Ruofing off guard. As he noticed her scrutinizing him, he quickly replied, "I'm fine. What brings you out here instead of sleeping?" Upon hearing Jiang Ruofing's words, she let out a sigh of relief, noticing the perplexity in his gaze. She averted her eyes slightly and spoke, "I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and felt a bit frightened. I intended to seek you out, but upon discovering your absence, I inquired with the housekeeper and learned you had gone out. I was merely worried about you. I had no ulterior motives. Had I known you were looking for Miss Sang, I would not have asked the driver to bring me here." With a face full of guilt, Shun Qingruo grasped Jiang Ruofing's hand, fervently explaining her intentions, hoping he would trust her. "I understand. I believe you, Qingruo. Please do not be upset. I trust you." Jiang Ruofing reassured her, pulling her close and soothing her, fearing her agitation. Ultimately, he enveloped her in his embrace. Pei Chun, with a glimmer of amusement in his dark eyes, leaned towards Sang Chu and whispered playfully, "Sister, this woman's acting is so exaggerated. Is your ex-husband blind?" Sang Chu chuckled softly at Pei Chun's expression, finding his remark quite accurate. "He has always been this way," she remarked nonchalantly. "His blindness isn't a recent affliction. One can't tell if he is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, reveling in his own folly." Seizing the opportunity to profess his loyalty, Pei Chun promptly declared, "Sister, rest assured I am quite astute. Such trivial tactics could never deceive me. My heart will forever belong solely to you." If possible, he would have wagged his tail in eagerness for Sang Chu's belief. Sang Chu smiled again, but chose not to respond. Their light-hearted banter and laughter rendered Jiang Ruofing and Shun Qingruo somewhat uncomfortable. Shun Qingruo, filled with resentment, withdrew from Jiang Ruofing's embrace and gazed at him with a pitiful expression, biting her lip as she said, "Ruofing, should I not have come? Did I upset Miss Sang?" Having uttered this, she feigned just noticing the pair, apologizing to Sang Chu. "It was my worry that distracted me from noticing you. Please don't take it to heart, and do not blame Ruofing because of me." Sang Chu, unimpressed by her clumsy performance, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shun Qingruo. With her silence, Pei Chun, of course, felt no inclination to speak either. He held Sang Chu close, his eyes fixated solely upon her, as if oblivious to everyone else's presence. Their blatant disregard left Shun Qingruo both embarrassed and angry. She turned to Jiang Ruofing, her face reflecting her grievance. Seeing her distress, Jiang Ruofing exploded in anger. Stepping forward like a gallant protector, reproaching, "Qingruo did not mean any harm. Why must you humiliate her so? Sang Chu, this is too much." He shielded Shun Qingrua behind him, casting a disapproving look at Sang Chu. Sang Chu was left speechless. What had she done to deserve such a judgment? Let us speak of matters at hand. I have no time to waste my precious sleep watching your melodrama. This is my doorstep, not your bed. Her unrelenting words turned their faces pale with embarrassment. Sister, it is late. We should return and not squander time here, Pei Chen suggested, taking the opportunity to address Sang Chu. With others present, surely you wouldn't be so heartless as to drive him away. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to having his sister by his side. Without her presence at night, he found it difficult to sleep. Since he had come this far, it was only natural for him to wish to stay. Sang Chu shot him a glare, and before she could refuse him, Shun Qingrua gasped, interrupting their exchange. It was as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Pointing incredulously at Pei Chun, Miss Sang, he doesn't seem to be the same man from this afternoon. Upon uttering this, Shun Qingrua theatrically covered her mouth, too afraid to continue. Sang Chu retorted, "Could you be any more insincere?" Pei Chen's expression darkened instantly. Yet his ire was directed not at Sang Chu, but at Shun Qingrua, coldly stating, "Our matters are none of your concern. Focus on keeping hold of this fool before you. If you continue to be a nuisance before my sister, I cannot guarantee what I might do." The corners of his mouth curled into a semblance of a smile, though his eyes betrayed not a hint of mirth. Shun Qingrua was taken aback by his gaze, a chill creeping down her spine. In that moment, she perceived him as an enigma, someone beyond her reach. However, it was not long before Jiang Ruofeng stood before her, blocking Pei Chen's line of sight. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to Qingrua in such a manner?" He turned to Sang Chu. "Is this how you discipline him?" Sang Chu, caught in the crossfire, shrugged innocently. "You know I have more than one person to look after. It's inevitable that I might overlook some." This left Jiang Ruofeng momentarily speechless. "You promiscuous woman." After a moment of silence, seeing Jiang Ruofeng struggling to get to the point, Shun Qingrua's expression darkened as she grasped his hand, saying, "Ruofeng, don't divorce because of me. Although Miss Sang has someone else, I believe she still loves you." Chapter 49. As you wish, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon hearing this, Sang Chu nearly retched. She interjected, "Please don't. Your words are making me somewhat nauseous." Jiang Ruofeng's face turned slightly awkward, while a fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Shun Qingrua's eyes. "Miss Sang, how can you say such a thing to Ruofeng? I believe he has feelings for you, and your words may wound him deeply." Shun Qingrua spoke softly, as if fearing that their relationship might falter. Sang Chu regarded her with a look of derision, fully aware that Shun Qingrua was terrified of them parting ways. However, it mattered little to Sang Chu. She was eager for their separation. Watching their performance was like losing years off her life. "Since he is so exceptional, I shall lock him away for you. Cherish him well." Shun Qingrua lowered her head, remaining silent, yet her mind was rife with curses directed at Sang Chu. What did she mean by that? Was she implying that she was only worthy of being cast aside? She should reflect on who truly held importance in Jiang Ruofeng's heart before making such remarks. "Sang Chu!" Jiang Ruofeng roared in exasperation. "What do you take me for? Are you so eager to discard me? Do you truly feel no regret?" Hearing Sang Chu dismiss his feelings so nonchalantly ignited a fury within him. Sang Chu, at that moment, continuously reminded herself that she was utterly indifferent to him. Just recently, he had been at her beck and call. Why had he changed so swiftly? Did she ever hold even a sliver of sincerity in his heart? "I'm not deaf yet. There's no need to shout so loudly." Sang Chu pouted, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ruofeng. This attitude only served to further infuriate Jiang Ruofeng, leaving him a loss for words. "Sister, let us return home to rest. There is no need to engage with such tedious individuals. It is simply a waste of time." Once it became clear that Sang Chu held nothing but disdain for Jiang Ruofeng, Pei Chun had no desire to squander any more time on these two. It was late in the evening, and it would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity to sleep alongside his sister. After all, who had time to witness a dog barking aimlessly? He would certainly not let Zhang's family off the hook. As for Shun Qingrua's attempts at sowing discord, Pei Chun did not take the bait as she had anticipated. Ever since the incident where Sang Chu and Gu Xingji were photographed dining together, Pei Chun had instructed his associates to closely monitor Sang Chu's movements and report back to him. He was well aware that there was no connection between Gu Xingji and his sister. He was fully informed about his sister's dinner with Gu Xingji that very evening. To think she could ensnare him in a trap. Did she truly believe him to be foolish? Though Pei Chun felt a tinge of jealousy, he recognized that his sister was exceptional, drawing the attention of others. This was not her fault. His focus should be on that man instead. It was utterly unworthy of his sister to be upset over such trivial matters. The moments spent with her were exceedingly precious, particularly during the night. They should engage in something meaningful. Sang Chu found the arrival of these two men rather perplexing. They had suddenly appeared at her home without addressing any significant matters, and she had no desire to linger any longer in their presence. However, she was also aware of Pei Chun's intentions. Although Shun Qingruo's words bore the risk of misunderstanding, she was unwilling to clarify. If this person were to misconstrue things, perhaps it could bring an end to their relationship. With Jiang Ruofeng's incessant provocations, Sang Chu found men to be exceedingly bothersome. She did not wish to establish an intimate relationship with another man. Pei Chun was indeed not just a male model. Their relationship was transactional, devoid of emotion, thus avoiding complexity. Yet Pei Chun was not merely a male model. He harbored some inexplicable feelings for her, which complicated matters. This left Sang Chu feeling somewhat distressed. Now presented with a prime opportunity, she pushed Pei Chun aside and coldly declared, "You may converse at your leisure. I shall return to rest." With that, she turned on her heel, intending to leave with grace. Pei Chun's expression darkened instantly as he grasped her arm. But Jiang Ruofeng spoke first. "Sang Chu, since you are so determined, let it be as you wish. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning," he stated with a resolute tone, yet his voice betrayed a sense of resignation, as if he were reluctantly acquiescing to Sang Chu's desires. Sang Chu paid little mind to his tone. All she heard was Jiang Ruofeng agreeing to the divorce. She turned in surprise. "Then let us meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Civil Affairs Bureau. We shall not part ways until then." This was Jiang Ruofeng's own suggestion. Unlike the previous two occasions, Sang Chu felt that this time, divorce was indeed attainable, and her spirits soared. She even felt inclined to converse with Jiang Ruofeng. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? Let us return home early to avoid delaying tomorrow's important matters. Jiang Ruofeng's expression was complex. Was she truly so elated? Shun Qingruo had anticipated that she could incite him to provoke further, only to find Jiang Ruofeng voluntarily making the proposal himself. For her, this was nothing short of a blessing. Once the couple divorced, she could marry Jiang Ruofeng. With the current strength of the Jiang family and Jiang Ruofeng's esteemed position within it, she would undoubtedly become a true lady of high society. Who would dare to look down upon her then? Even Sang Chu would have to bow her head in her presence. The thought of this filled her with a subtle sense of pride, her gaze fleetingly sweeping over Pei Chun. This man was indeed handsome, but what did looks matter without power or influence? Sang Chu's good days were numbered. Causing Jiang Ruofeng to feel a tightness in his chest as he turned to leave first. Shen Qingruo immediately followed suit, leaving only Sang Chu and Pei Chun at the door. "You should head back too." Sang Chu waved her hand, dismissing Pei Chun as she walked inside. However, Pei Chun was not about to let her go so easily. He pulled her into his embrace. In a good mood, Sang Chu didn't mind and simply asked him to let go. Pei Chun felt quite pleased. Jiang Ruofeng had finally agreed to the divorce. It seemed bringing him back had indeed been beneficial, achieving a divorce in just one day. Yet, he feigned a pitiful expression as he looked at Sang Chu. "Sister, is it really fair to leave me to return alone at this hour?" Sang Chu nodded, feeling no remorse. What concern should a grown man have? Besides, he had driven here, so it was quite safe. Pei Chun gazed at Sang Chu with genuine eyes, feeling a pang in his heart. She truly thought so. At this moment, Pei Chun felt genuinely wronged. He buried his head in the crook of her neck, refusing to budge. "I don't care. I want to sleep with you." That woman had just mentioned that Sang Chu met another man in the afternoon. Did that mean he was inadequate? If so, he would strive even harder. Pei Chun was aware of the truth, yet it did not quell his jealousy. With the divorce now a foregone conclusion, It was only natural to expect a reward. However, Sang Chu did not play by the rules. She coldly retorted, "Since you've said that, if you truly cannot bear it, perhaps we should just end it here?" Resolving matters with 2 men in one night was a swift accomplishment, and Sang Chu felt quite satisfied. Pei Chun found himself in a predicament of his own making, with no words to express his bitterness, managing only a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. Chapter 50. Preparations for divorce. It seemed that winning his sister's heart was still a long and arduous journey. Did his sister wish to cast him aside for a new suitor? He placed a gentle kiss on Sang Chu's neck, followed by a few tender nibbles. Sang Chu felt a sharp sting, as if pricked by a needle. Upon realizing her discomfort, Pei Chun kissed her again to soothe her. What was this? A slap followed by a sweet date? Sang Chu was furious, tugging at his hair in an attempt to free herself from his grasp. Pei Chun, however, refused to let go, rubbing against her neck and murmuring, "Sister, you won't be able to drive me away. I've finally occupied the position of your boyfriend, and there's no way I'm giving it up." This was no joke. He would soon be legitimate, and there was no way he would allow anyone else to catch up at this moment. That would render all his efforts futile. Am I to be the third wheel for love? Is this how you treat others? Sang Chu. It seems rather unjust to him, portraying her as a heartless individual. But do they truly share such profound feelings? After all, it has only been a few days. Is it not shameless for him to utter such words? Sang Chu could not possibly believe that someone could develop such deep affection in such a brief span of time. Previously, she regarded Pei Chun as merely a male model, perhaps motivated by financial gain. However, now she realizes that Pei Chun might possess some assets and is not simply a model. What then does he seek? She has been divorced and is older than him. Even if she is somewhat attractive, Pei Chun is undeniably handsome as well. Sang Chu found herself perplexed, leading her to a singular conclusion. Pei Chun must be afflicted with some serious delusion. Thus, she gazed at him as one would at a fool, her expression momentarily reflecting a complex array of emotions. Pei Chun, having not heard Sang Chu's voice, emerged from her neck only to find her looking at him with a hint of sympathy. What was that gaze? Could it be that she finally understood his struggles and wished to treat him with kindness? This led to a delightful misunderstanding between them. "I am so young, yet have followed you and even gave you my first time. Sister, do not forget your promise to me. You must take responsibility." Pei Chun lamented pitifully, accusing her like a scorned lover. Sang Chu, unable to comprehend, yet incapable of retorting, chose to sidestep the matter, speaking gently in an attempt to persuade him to leave. "It is quite late, as you have heard. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so you should return home and rest." Tomorrow indeed held significant importance, leaving Sang Chu feeling utterly exhausted, merely wishing to coax him away. She could not entertain the notion of taking him back. This was her home, and she felt it inappropriate to invite him in so easily. The Minghua Hall was one matter, as it was her previous sanctuary, but the Qingshui Bay was an entirely different situation. At this moment, she felt rather despicable. She was quite adept at distinguishing between her domestic and external life. This realization brought her an unusual sense of embarrassment. Her resolute demeanor made it clear to Pei Chun that staying was not an option, at least not for the time being. He understood that there was a barrier within Sang Chu's heart, and penetrating it would not be a simple task. However, with her imminent divorce, he knew that future opportunities would abound. There was no need to rush. Yet, recognizing the reality was one thing. Persuading him to leave was another matter entirely. "If you wish for me to go, that is acceptable, provided you grant me a kiss, and I shall obediently return." Pei Chun pouted, his meaning unmistakable. Sang Chu glanced around, noting the absence of others, and hastily attempted to dismiss him, offering a perfunctory kiss on his lips, as indifferent as could be. Yet, Pei Chun grinned widely, evidently delighted. It seemed to be the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss him while in a lucid state. "All right, can I leave now?" he asked, and she nodded, permitting him to depart. He playfully planted a fierce kiss on Sang Chu's lips and under her irate gaze. He gently said, "Good night, sister." Sang Chu shot him a glare before turning and closing the door with no hesitation, not looking back. Pei Chun stood unmoved. his heart untouched by sorrow. He lingered in place for an indeterminate time, only departing when he noticed the lights in the room extinguished. That evening, Sang-Chu experienced an unusually delightful dream. Upon awakening, she was invigorated and, while selecting her attire, deliberately chose a stunning dress. After applying a meticulous touch of makeup, she descended the stairs. Aunt Zhang, upon hearing the commotion, looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Miss, you look truly exquisite today." Sang-Chu donned a crimson dress, her features striking and her complexion fair. While others may struggle to carry the boldness of red, it suited her perfectly, complemented by a simple red lip. She appeared both alluring and commanding. Over the years, Aunt Zhang had seldom witnessed the young lady adorn herself. As she often remarked, with such beauty, Sang-Chu ought to take pride in her appearance rather than merely orbit around the young master. Now that she had embraced this notion, one could only wonder how many hearts would be captivated. It would be best if the young master could see her, inciting a sense of regret for having overlooked her. Flattered by Aunt Zhang's praise, Sang-Chu's spirits soared, her lips curling into a gentle smile. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." As Aunt Zhang set breakfast on the table, she inquired, "Is there a reason for your cheerful disposition today?" It was rare to witness the young lady in such high spirits, piquing Aunt Zhang's curiosity. Sang-Chu, Naitali, felt no need to conceal her joy. "Jiang Ruofeng has asked me to go to the Civil Affairs office for a divorce today." Her tone betrayed an undeniable happiness. Aunt Zhang shared in her delight, exclaiming, "What wonderful news! It seems the young lady has finally awakened to reality." Yet, the young master has been difficult, refusing to agree. Aunt Zhang, being older and more perceptive, understood the situation clearly. The young master was evidently filled with regret, though he hesitated to admit it. However, she believed their continued standoff was detrimental to both parties. Now that the young master had acquiesced, it was indeed a positive development. Sang-Chu's buoyant mood persisted until her departure. "Uncle Ma, to the Civil Affairs office." "Uncle Ma promptly responded, Miss." Does this mean the young master has agreed to the divorce? He couldn't help but inquire, recalling how the young master had been absent during their previous attempts. "Rest assured, Uncle Ma, this time it is truly for the divorce." "Very well." He felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the Civil Affairs office, when Sang-Chu arrived, Jiang Ruofeng was not yet present, but she felt no apprehension. With Shun Qingrua by her side, she was confident Jiang Ruofeng would not renege on their agreement. Yet, she unexpectedly encountered Pei Chun. He had risen early, his excitement over Sang-Chu's impending divorce having robbed him of sleep. Alone and restless, he chose not to slumber and instead waited at the Civil Affairs office for her arrival. Despite a night devoid of sleep, he appeared remarkably spirited. As soon as he spotted Sang-Chu, he approached her eagerly. "Sister, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for so long." He gazed at her with an expression of pitiful longing, reminiscent of a devoted puppy seeking its owner's affection. "Without you, I hardly slept a wink. I even have dark circles under my eyes." Chapter 51. Who do you think brought you back? As Sang-Chu noticed him approaching, she lowered the car window. Pei Chun leaned against the window, his head peering in, playfully displaying his affection towards her. Upon hearing his words, Sang-Chu glanced at his under-eye area, finding no trace of the dark circles he claimed to have. Upon a closer inspection, he remained strikingly handsome, hardly resembling someone who had not rested well. One might even think he had partaken in some ethereal essence, appearing more vibrant than she did. She offered a nonchalant, devoid of any sympathy. If he was fatigued, he ought to take a nap. What business did he have here? Pei Chun blinked his large, enchanting eyes, fixating intently on her. "Sister, are you truly not going to let me in?" Sang-Chu had indeed contemplated that very notion. "Return home now. You have no business here." Pei Chun clutched his heart, feigning injury as he lamented, "Sister, how could you utter such hurtful words? I came here early for your sake. Moreover," he continued, "as your boyfriend, is it not my duty to accompany you through this divorce? Or is it that you are merely enamored with my youthful physique, only to desire me by night?" Sang-Chu's face flushed instantly, indignantly retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you say such things in public? Is my sister feeling shy?" Pei Chun's long, curled eyelashes fluttered as he grinned, his eyes narrowing with delight. He did not speak so coyly in bed. He added, besides, I have willingly become the third party for love. What do I have to be ashamed of? Be quiet, Sang Chu shouted, unable to contain her irritation, too embarrassed to meet Uncle Ma's gaze. Although Uncle Ma was now her driver, he was still her elder. The thought of uttering such words in front of him made her wish the ground would swallow her whole. How mortifying! She wished she could stitch his mouth shut to prevent him from uttering such shameful remarks. You need not mind me, miss. I have heard nothing. Uncle Ma's muffled chuckle only deepened Sang Chu's embarrassment. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed his eyes were alight with amusement. Uncle Ma remarked, how thrilling. I wish to hear more. Yet Pei Chun was utterly unashamed, or perhaps simply oblivious to the concept of modesty. If my sister wishes me to be silent, a kiss is all it takes. His familiar method of soliciting affection left Sang Chu speechless. She promptly pinched his mouth shut, transforming him into a comical sight, which alleviated some of her frustration. Uncle Ma watched the playful banter between them with evident delight, pleased to see the blossoming connection. Pei Chun, unable to speak with his mouth restrained, wore an amusing expression. Sang Chu couldn't help but laugh aloud at his predicament. Pei Chun knew well that he must look ridiculous, and he pondered whether his sister would still favor him if he were to appear unappealing. In a moment of realization, he gazed at her with a pitiful expression, eager to communicate, yet only able to produce muffled sounds. Sang Chu, undeterred, adopted a serious demeanor, coldly inquiring, will you refrain from speaking out of turn? Pei Chun immediately shook his head, his acceptance evident. Sang Chu felt a semblance of satisfaction, yet did not release him at once. Pei Chun watched, wide-eyed, as she lifted her camera and captured his image, finally relinquishing him. Once freed, he resembled a wilted plant, his expression deflated. Sang Chu paid little heed to his demeanor, engrossed in admiring the photographs on her phone. As she continued to gaze, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of her lips. Pei Chun, observing the transformation of her expression, felt his earlier gloom dissipate entirely. What mattered most was her happiness. Did it not count as affection if she smiled upon seeing him? Pei Chun was eager to engage Sang Chu in light-hearted banter when he heard Uncle Ma's voice remind him, Miss, the young master has arrived. Turning to look, Pei Chun saw Jiang Ruofeng emerge from the car, accompanied by Shun Qingrua. The situation was indeed amusing, coming to finalize a divorce while both parties brought their new companions. Sang Chu naturally noticed as she alighted from the vehicle. Jiang Ruofeng approached, his gaze first resting on Sang Chu before shifting to Pei Chun. Ultimately, he said nothing and proceeded directly toward the Civil Affairs Bureau, with Sang Chu following closely behind. As Pei Chun was about to step forward, he caught Sang Chu glancing back at him. You needn't go. Just wait here, she instructed. He nodded obediently, replying, Then I shall wait here for you, sister. Only then did Sang Chu depart. The moment she left, Pei Chun's expression darkened dramatically. As Shun Qingrua attempted to follow, he stepped decisively in front of her, his dark eyes fixed on her with an intimidating intensity that rendered the atmosphere oppressive. You mustn't go, he asserted. Shun Qingrua looked up defiantly, questioning why not. Pei Chun scanned her from head to toe, his derision palpable as he retorted, What are you, to even be compared with my sister? Jiang Ruofeng's interest in you is indeed a grave misjudgment. His merciless mockery caused Shun Qingrua's complexion to shift uncomfortably, though she was tempted to retort. The moment her gaze met his cold, unfeeling eyes, her courage evaporated. Instinctively, she sensed that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, in Linqiang, she had not heard of his existence, and thus did not recognize him. Yet his inherent aura suggested he was far from an ordinary individual. How had Sang Chu come to be acquainted with such a person? Or had she overlooked something significant? The thought that he might be someone of considerable importance, and that Sang Chu had earned his affection, stirred unease within Shun Qingrua. Why was it that luck always favored her, with people encircling her? Whether it be Jiang Ruofeng in the past, or the man before her now. Upon returning, Jiang Ruofeng's demeanor was somewhat at odds with her expectations. She had presumed he would harbor no feelings for Sang Chu and would focus solely on her. Yet, to her surprise, while he verbally expressed disdain for Sang Chu, He was evidently concerned about her well-being, a sentiment he might not even recognize in himself. Shun Qingruo resolved that she must not allow him to uncover her feelings for Sang Chu. Otherwise, what place would she hold in his heart? This urgency fueled her desire to hasten the divorce proceedings. Brother, do you have any misconceptions regarding me? I truly do not wish to see them together. You may not know Miss Sang well and are unaware of our history, but I bear no resentment toward you. Shun Qingruo swiftly adjusted her demeanor. Looking at Pei Chun with a feeble gaze, tears glistening in her eyes, attempting to elicit his sympathy. Pei Chun let out a cold smile, retracting his repugnant expression. Jiang Ruofeng, that fool, believes in you. His folly is not shared by all, as not everyone mistakes imitation for authenticity. Shun Qingru's complexion paled, her eyes briefly flashing with fury, yet she compelled herself to suppress it. Brother, I believe you may have misunderstood me. Pei Chen's lips curled in a malevolent smirk, his gaze icy as he whispered to her. Do you truly think it was your own volition that brought you back? With a single statement, Shun Qingru felt a chill run down her spine amidst the sweltering summer heat. Chapter 52. Divorce from Jiang Ruofeng. She lifted her gaze, finding Pei Chun observing her with an impassive expression, his eyes condescending, as if he were surveying an insignificant insect. Shun Qingru felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind swirling as she urgently inquired, Was it you? Did you summon me back? All this, just to orchestrate the divorce between Ruofeng and Sang Chu. This is all you're doing. A sudden realization dawned upon her. If it were indeed Pei Chun who had called her back, how immense must his power be? It was the old patriarch of the Jiang family who had exiled her, and for years she had yearned to return, yet it had been impossible. Now, a mysterious figure had informed her of her return, and with Sang Chu's impending divorce, she had hesitantly returned. Initially devoid of hope, she had unexpectedly found herself back. There had been a time when she felt a sense of triumph. Believing that with Sang Chu's divorce, her ascendance was imminent, she would finally become the lady of the Jiang family. Yet now, she realized that after the divorce, Sang Chu had found someone far superior to Jiang Ruofeng, a blow more devastating than death itself. Wasn't Jiang Ruofeng the man she had cast aside? And here she was pursuing him fervently? In an instant, Shun Qingru's worldview shattered, leaving her questioning her very understanding of reality. How could she desire a man that Sang Chu did not? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that you possess such prowess. If you are indeed so formidable, how could you possibly have affection for Sang Chu? Shun Qingru shook her head, rejecting Pei Chen's claims, yet she understood that he had no reason to lie. Moreover, only that enigmatic figure was privy to this information. Pei Chen paid no mind to Shun Qingru's frantic state. The divorce was an inevitable outcome, and he saw no merit in wasting further time with her. Her days of hardship lay ahead. A faint, almost cruel smile graced his lips. Should you dare to inform my sister, your affairs abroad might very well find their way to Jiang Ruofeng's desk. Pei Chen's tone was deceptively gentle, as if offering a well-meaning warning, yet Shun Qingru's body stiffened. Do ensure you maintain your hold on Jiang Ruofeng. After all, I would rather not witness him troubling my sister again. Surely, you wouldn't prove so ineffectual? A slow, strained smile emerged on Shun Qingru's face, yet it appeared painfully rigid. Pei Chen brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, subtly distancing himself from her. His sister was about to emerge, and he could not afford to be seen alongside this woman. As for the tumultuous thoughts raging within her, that was of no concern to him. Shun Qingru's complex emotions persisted until Jiang Ruofeng and Sang Chu appeared. Sister, Pei Chen exclaimed upon spotting Sang Chu, rushing towards her. His voice filled with delight. His eager demeanor and spirited gait resembled that of a man rushing towards his beloved. As Sang Chu barely discerned the figure before her, she was abruptly enveloped in a warm embrace. Sister, I fervently hope that in the future, when I dash forward with uncontainable excitement, I can always leap into your arms. Sang Chu retorted, Do not be so sentimental. She gently pried Pei Chen's head from her shoulder. Pei Chen, pouting in discontent, suddenly brightened as if a thought had struck him. Sister, since you're already divorced, Why don't we go and register our marriage right now? To divorce and marry on the same day, with a divorce certificate in one hand and a marriage certificate in the other. How delightful. He joyfully took Sang Chu's hand, brimming with enthusiasm. The innocence of that day stood in stark contrast to his previous cold demeanor, as if two entirely different individuals inhabited the same body. Shun Xingrua gazed at Pei Chun, her expression growing more complex and increasingly melancholic. Although Jiang Ruofeng's divorce should have brought her joy, she found herself devoid of any elation. To be treated as a mere pawn, how could one bear such a feeling? Sang Chu rolled her eyes, let out a cold laugh, and said mercilessly, "You're dreaming." Pei Chun's face fell, a look of dejection crossing his features as he sighed. Well then, we shall have to choose another auspicious day. Sang Chu deeply? Did I ever agree to that? Who said anything about marrying you? Pei Chun immediately jumped up, exclaiming loudly, "I am your boyfriend, sister. Naturally, we will marry in the future. Or are you merely toying with my affections, wanting me without the intent to take responsibility?" Sang Chu hastily covered his mouth, exasperatedly saying, "We are still in public. Do not speak such nonsense." Shun Qingruo, witnessing this scene, found it particularly jarring. The person who had just displayed indifference transformed entirely in Sang Chu's presence. What was it about her that captivated him so? That man was indeed skilled at feigning emotions, and it was truly remarkable. Jiang Ruofeng had overheard the exchange and was taken aback by the realization that Sang Chu had truly betrayed him. He cast a mocking glance at Pei Chun. Sang Chu's suitors are not limited to you alone. Pursuing marriage with her may prove to be quite a challenge. With that, he turned and strode away, momentarily oblivious to Shun Qingruo's presence. Seeing Jiang Ruofeng depart, Shun Qingruo decided to follow him, regardless of the circumstances. She was currently unaware of his true identity and resolved to catch up with Jiang Ruofeng to investigate further upon her return. As the two departed, Pei Chun flashed a cheerful smile and winked at her. Sang Chu released him, storming off in a fit of anger, ignoring his antics. Pei Chun chased after her, persistently indulging in playful charm. Their shadows intertwined on the ground, painting a picture of infinite beauty. After obtaining her divorce certificate, Sang Chu headed to Xingji. Pei Chun had intended to join her in the car, but was met with her unyielding refusal. Throughout the journey, Sang Chu felt an immense sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. In a bold declaration of her severed ties with Jiang Ruofeng, she unprecedentedly posted on her social media. There was no accompanying text, merely an image of the divorce certificate. This revelation stirred quite a reaction among her acquaintances, although she had not been well received in recent years. Being Jiang's wife and a scion of the Sang family afforded her a considerable number of contacts. The sudden news of their divorce left many in disbelief. Divorced? With President Jiang? Sang Chu, have you lost your mind? That's President Jiang. Sang Chu, you actually went through with it. You're no longer his devoted admirer. You will regret this. The majority of the comments were mocking her, suggesting that she would come to regret her decision. Yet, there were a few who supported her, such as Lin Ting, who was burning the midnight oil across the ocean to complete her thesis. Sister, well done. Ditch that worthless man and become a wealthy, single woman, she exclaimed. Shun Xiaoyu was equally thrilled. President Sang is the best, she declared. Moreover, the exuberant Pei Chun chimed in. So, when are you marrying me, big sister? I can't wait. Among these voices, Sang Chu unexpectedly spotted Gu Xingji. For the sake of future collaborations, they had exchanged contact information. Congratulations, he commented. Sang Chu scrolled through the comments before exiting the app. From that moment onward, no one associated her with Jiang Ruofeng. They were no longer a couple. She felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Chapter 53. Sang Chu suspects Pei Chen's identity after the divorce. Sang Chu approached her work with renewed vigor. As she was scheduled to meet with representatives from the Pei family over the weekend, she meticulously prepared, hoping to leave a lasting impression. At noon, she even forgot to eat until Shun Xiaoyu knocked on her door to remind her. Come in, she called out. Rubbing her temples, she appeared somewhat fatigued. Shun Xiaoyu entered, carrying a takeout order. President Sang, no matter how busy you are, you must eat. Since Sang Chu had let go of her former unworthy partner, she had been engrossed in her work. They noticed her dedication with a mix of happiness and concern. Shen Xiaoyu set the meal on the table. As Sang Chu picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, she suddenly paused, glancing at Shen Xiaoyu. Where did this come from? She inquired, recognizing the food from Wangjiang Pavilion. She hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed from the esteemed restaurant, which was renowned in Linsheng and did not offer delivery service, unless one had the financial means, of course. In the face of absolute power and wealth, many rules become mere formalities. She immediately recalled who might be behind it. Wasn't he at Pei Chun who had previously ordered her the detox soup and congee from Wangjiang Pavilion? It had been left at the company's front desk. Shen Xiaoyu, unaware of the implications, nodded and replied, "Yes, the front desk asked me to bring it over. I hadn't ordered anything for you yet, so I just took it." Sensing that Sang Chu might feel uneasy, she cautiously added, "I noticed you had it last time and seemed fine. It even specified that it was from your boyfriend, so I didn't think much of it. Was there a problem?" Shen Xiaoyu had long suspected that Sang Chu had a new boyfriend, having observed the red marks on her neck and the way she walked somewhat awkwardly. Seeing Sang Chu's inquisitive demeanor, she felt a pang of anxiety. What if the takeout hadn't been ordered by Sang Chu's boyfriend, but rather by someone with malicious intent? That could jeopardize Sang Chu's safety. Noticing the change in Shen Xiaoyu's expression, Sang Chu quickly reassured her, "Don't overthink it. I know who it is, and it's not your concern." She merely felt curious about Pei Chen's true identity. Initially, she had assumed he was just a male model, which was why she had agreed to support him. Although it had been somewhat forced, she found herself content with the arrangement. Later, it became apparent that this individual was not of ordinary stature. His attire and lifestyle suggested he hailed from a well-to-do family. Yet, she did not know him and did not dwell on the matter. The last time, he had arranged for food to be sent from Wangjiang Pavilion, but her mind was preoccupied with other concerns, so she dismissed it. Now, on the second occasion, she could no longer afford to overlook it. Although Wangjiang Pavilion was a restaurant in Linsheng, it was not owned by the locals. It was rumored to be backed by a large, enigmatic enterprise, the details of which remained shrouded in mystery. Even Jiang Ruofeng, the president of the Jiang family, might not have the privilege to receive food from Wangjiang Pavilion. This left only one possibility. Pei Chun was even more affluent than she had imagined. Sang Chu thought it was time to inquire about Pei Chun. She gestured for Shen Xiaoyu to leave, and then picked up her phone to call him. This was her first attempt to contact him since they exchanged numbers. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Pei Chun was lost in thoughts about Sang Chu's divorce. A slight smile gracing his lips as he occasionally chuckled softly, completely oblivious to the discussions taking place around him. Sitting beside him, He Qing'an looked on in disbelief. He had never noticed this side of Pei Chen before. How had he become so infatuated? It was almost unbearable to witness. Regrettably, he could not voice his thoughts. The individuals who had just finished their reports stood nervously, unsure of what to do, too intimidated to remind the president that it was his turn to speak. They feared that doing so would provoke his ire. Yet, remaining silent only heightened their anxiety, leaving them in a state of indecision. He Qing'an surveyed the faces in the conference room. Everyone appeared perplexed, sensing that something was amiss with the president today. Even if they suspected that he might be losing his grip on reality, no one dared to voice such concerns. With a sigh, he exchanged glances with Su Ji. Though Su Ji was reluctant, as the secretary, he had no choice but to muster his courage. He cleared his throat and leaned closer to Pei Chun, whispering, "President, the reports have concluded. It is now your turn to speak." Pei Chun snapped back to attention and noticed that all eyes were fixed on him. Their expressions varied. However, his mental fortitude remained unshaken, and with a composed nod, he replied, "Proceed, next." The individual who had just reported felt a surge of relief. The president had not chastised him this time, which was nothing short of miraculous. Usually, such meetings ended with him being harshly reprimanded, yet this time, he had escaped unscathed. He began to think that perhaps being under the president's leadership had its advantages, at least in this instance. The next person, filled with trepidation, stood up to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a ringing phone. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces paling in unison. Who among them had the audacity to leave their phone on during a meeting? Everyone knew that the president detested distractions during meetings. Just the other day, someone had forgotten to silence their phone and had been penalized with a month's worth of salary docked. If it happened again, the president had made it clear that dismissal would be the consequence. This time, that individual was surely doomed, and it seemed unlikely they would be as fortunate as before. Although the pay corporation had high demands, a heavy workload, and often required overtime, it also offered excellent benefits, high salaries, and overtime pay, making it a coveted workplace that many aspired to join. If I were to be expelled by the Pay family, it would be quite difficult to secure such a commendable position again. As the industry leader, those dismissed by the Pay family are inevitably looked down upon by other enterprises. Whose fault is it? Pei Chen's expression darkened, his formidable aura rendering those around him breathless, as he coldly stated. No one beneath him dared to respond. Just as his countenance grew increasingly grim, He Qingyan pointed towards his pocket, insinuating that it belonged to him. This revelation left everyone astounded. They had speculated about everyone, yet never imagined it would be the president himself. Their astonishment was further amplified in the following moment. The president impatiently retrieved his phone from his bag, glanced at it, and instantly his frown transformed into a beaming smile, his previously sullen demeanor brightening as if basking in a warm spring breeze. The crowd gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing a dramatic transformation akin to the Sichuan opera's face-changing act. Upon seeing the words "sister" flashing on the screen, Pei Chun felt an exhilarating thrill within. If he had a tail, he would have been eager to wag it at that moment. He hastily gestured for everyone to leave, unable to contain his anticipation as he answered the call. As the crowd was ushered out by the president, they hurriedly made their exit, only to hear him tenderly call out "sister" to the person on the other end. They were taken aback, quickening their pace. If the president were to discover that they had overheard him, they feared for their very lives. However, how to indulge in gossip in their group chat later was a matter for another time. At that moment, Pei Chen's face radiated warmth, and he instinctively raised his voice, calling out Sang Chu. It was the first time his sister had taken the initiative to reach out to him, and he felt elated. Chapter 54. How did you know she got divorced? Sang Chu sighed, urging him to be serious as she called, stating she had matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Pei Chen's expression shifted to one of feigned grievance, remarking that he had suspected his sister wouldn't contact him unless there was something urgent, regretting that he had sent others away for her sake, only to discover her heartlessness. Sang Chu mused internally, pondering just how many palace drama series he had watched. For his tone was laden with theatricality. What do you mean you sent people away? Just some inconsequential individuals. Nothing is more important than a conversation with my sister. Sang Chu pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling as if she were babysitting. Speak plainly. Pei Chun lowered his gaze, explaining that he had dismissed the employees during a meeting, which should suffice, right, sister? In truth, the matter was not of great significance. Upon hearing that Pei Chun had sent away employees while still in a meeting, Sang Chu's suspicions were further confirmed. He indeed held an extraordinary status, and it appeared he had no intention of concealing it. Given this, she should be able to uncover the answer she sought. To me, matters concerning my sister are of utmost importance. Sang Chu felt a slight flush in her ears, embarrassed by his words. How could this lad always manage to flirt with her? To mask her inner feelings, she awkwardly cleared her throat and directly inquired, "You ordered the food from Wangjiang Pavilion, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Pei Chen instantly understood the purpose of her call. Yes, he readily admitted. But what concerned him even more was whether his sister had only just now found time to eat. He had arranged for the manager to ensure it was delivered before noon, and now she was only asking him about it, which clearly indicated that she had just finished her meal. Sang Chu was taken aback, not anticipating that he would pose such a question first, leaving her momentarily speechless. Pei Chun immediately recognized her acknowledgement and hastily remarked, "Sister, why are you so careless about your health? It seems I must remind you to eat on time from now on." "There's no need for that," Sang Chu replied with a hint of exasperation. "When a sister is disobedient, such reminders become necessary. Why does it feel as though I'm being reprimanded by someone younger than myself? Setting that aside, who exactly are you?" Sang Chu, fearing the question might lead to a never-ending discussion, cut to the chase. Pei Chun chose not to dwell on the previous matter. After all, he had stated he would remind his sister to eat, and there was no need to continue bringing it up to irritate her. "Why are you suddenly curious about this?" he inquired. "Previously, when you didn't ask, I assumed you were indifferent." He had never intended to conceal anything, yet she had noticed his unusual identity without pursuing it further. Pei Chun had thought she cared little for him, only to be surprised by her inquiry now. Had he known that her curiosity was merely sparked by the dishes from Wangjiang Pavilion, he would have revealed everything long ago. Did his words imply that it was her fault for not asking? "I simply recalled it suddenly. If you find it awkward or are unwilling to share, that is entirely your prerogative," he said, his tone suggesting he was not inclined to divulge. "Of course not. If you wish to know, I would never hide anything from you." He chuckled softly, his voice low and captivating, causing Sang Chu's ears to tingle with intrigue. "You will soon find out." After hanging up, Sang Chu gazed at the meal before her, a look of perplexity crossing her face. Who exactly was he, and why did he conclude with such a statement? She felt as though she had overlooked something significant, but the thought eluded her. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, she resigned herself to the uncertainty. Once Pei Chun ended the call and turned around, he encountered He Qingyan entering through the door, with a mischievous glint in his eye. He approached, brimming with gossip. "That was the Sang family girl on the phone, wasn't it?" Given his unrefined demeanor, it was easy to guess as much. "How did you learn of her divorce? You also know I've become her boyfriend." He Qingyan's expression nearly cracked as he realized the implications. After all, he was still just a dog in this scenario. Whether he knew before was inconsequential. He was aware now. With a stiff smile, he said, "I wish you a swift embrace of your beauty." Pei Chun raised an eyebrow, his handsome face radiating confidence. "Thank you for your kind words. It's merely a matter of time." Miss Shen had arrived. As she stepped out of the car, carrying the meal she had prepared, she entered the Jiang Corporation building. Having learned from her previous experience, this time, no one dared to obstruct her passage. She moved freely through the premises. The entire company was now aware that she was the president's beloved, and who would dare to provoke her? Moreover, internal reports indicated that the president had divorced his wife. The beloved had just returned, and the president's divorce spoke volumes about her influence and standing in his heart. She might soon become their new mistress. As Shun Qingrao ascended to the top floor, those she encountered greeted her warmly, some with flattery, others with envy. Shun Qingrao reveled in their gazes, donning a flawless smile as she entered the president's office. She was destined to be Madame Jiang. It was previously Sang Chu who usurped her rightful position. Now, everything was merely returning to its rightful order. When Shun Qingrao pushed the door open, she found Jiang Ruofeng, his head bowed in frustration. Upon noticing her entrance, he snapped, "Have I not explicitly stated my disapproval of uninvited guests? Do you not understand?" She momentarily froze, her expression shifting dramatically. In her attempt to assert her distinctiveness, she had refrained from knocking. Today, she had come to showcase her status and make her presence felt, but she had inadvertently interrupted Jiang Ruofeng during a moment of agitation. The most troubling aspect was that she had not yet closed the door. His words had reverberated outside, and she could easily envision the mocking laughter of those who had overheard. A fleeting panic coursed through her, as if something was spiraling out of control. "Ruofeng, what troubles you?" A cautious voice emerged, prompting Jiang Ruofeng to lift his gaze in surprise. "Qingrao, what brings you here?" Upon realizing it was Shun Qingrao, his tone softened, and his expression was no longer as grim. Shun Qingrao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She lifted a thermos, speaking gently, "I prepared some dishes for you and intended to bring them over. I accidentally forgot to knock and hope I didn't disturb you." She looked at him with the helplessness of someone who had committed a faux pas, which immediately stirred guilt within Jiang Ruofeng. How could he treat her this way when she cared for him? He swiftly rose and approached her, accepting the food with alacrity. "Why didn't you inform me before coming? I was just preoccupied with a work matter, and it's not your fault." He guided Shun Qingrao to the sofa, saying, "You must be tired. Please sit and rest." Shun Qingrao obediently took a seat, shaking her head. "I'm not tired. You must be the one exhausted." She arranged the dishes meticulously, placing chopsticks in his hands. "Have you encountered any difficulties? You can share them with me." I may not be able to assist you, but I can listen. Chapter 55. Are you implying it's my fault? Jiang Ruofeng accepted the chopsticks, but did not immediately begin to eat. It's nothing significant. You need not worry. He was reluctant to elaborate, believing that Qingruo could not aid him, and sharing his burdens would only serve to exacerbate his troubles. At that moment, a pair of hands reached out to grasp his, holding them tenderly. Now that I am back, I will always be here for you, Ruofeng. Her gaze, a blend of warmth and encouragement, enveloped Jiang Ruofeng, making him feel embraced. Under such a gaze, he found a yearning to speak. It felt as if he could do anything, for Qingruo would always stand by his side. The heir of the Pei family has arrived in Lincheng. I've attempted to secure an audience with him multiple times, yet each effort has been met with rejection. No matter the strategies I devised, none have borne fruit. Although they claim a meeting will eventually occur, if the Jiang family fails to seize the initiative and another enterprise gets ahead, it will undoubtedly hinder our development. Shun Qingruo's eyes flickered with realization. Is the heir of the Pei family the same as the Pei family of the national tycoon? The Pei family's enterprises span the globe, deeply intertwined with the economy of Huagua. In comparison, the Jiang family seemed insignificant. She had been unaware of the heir's presence in the area. It is no wonder that Jiang Ruofeng is so concerned. Jiang Ruofeng rubbed his temples, completely oblivious to Shun Qingruo's emotions, and nodded in affirmation. It is indeed him. Shun Qingruo hastily reassured Jiang Ruofeng, suggesting that perhaps the heir of the Pei family had other considerations, and there was no need for Ruofeng to worry. The Jiang family's standing in Lin City is universally acknowledged. No other enterprise could possibly rival the Jiang family in collaboration with the Pei family. Jiang Ruofeng shared this sentiment internally. The Jiang family's prowess in Lin City is unparalleled. If the Pei family were to choose a partner, it would be illogical to select anyone else. Any competing enterprise must first assess their own qualifications. Observing Jiang Ruofeng's expression ease slightly, Shun Qingruo tentatively proposed. If you have sought an audience and the heir of the Pei family has declined, how about I give a try? Perhaps he might be more amenable to a woman. She added, if I meet him, I could speak on your behalf. Jiang Ruofeng furrowed his brow, hesitating. If he refused to see me, he likely won't see anyone else. Your attempt may be futile. Let us not pursue it. He appreciated Qingruo's intentions. But as the president of the Jiang family, if the heir of the Pei family would not meet with him, it was even less likely he would entertain someone of Qingruo's status. Let us try. Even if he is unwilling to meet me, we have nothing to lose. What do you think, Ruofeng? She gently leaned against Jiang Ruofeng, saying, I simply wish to ease your burdens. Seeing you troubled pains me as well. Her words softened Jiang Ruofeng's heart, and he embraced her tenderly. Very well, give it a try. If anyone inquires, just identify yourself as the wife of the Jiang family. Really? Would that be appropriate? After all, you have just divorced Miss Sang. I fear it may tarnish your reputation. Jiang Ruofeng's expression darkened at the mention of Sang Chu, and he retorted without hesitation. Everyone knows she was the one who strayed first. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Even if people speak ill, it will be of her. He softened his tone, gently assuring her, rest assured, now that I am divorced, I will certainly marry you and provide a home for you and our child. Shun Qingruo's face lit up with sweetness, a hint of pride blooming within her. Ruofeng, you are truly wonderful. Jiang Ruofeng clasped her hand in his, expressing, it is your unwavering devotion that inspires me to give you the very best. At this juncture, he could not help but inquire, where is our child? Now that we are divorced, you should bring him back at your earliest convenience. We must be together as a family. After Shun Qingruo returned, she moved into Jiang Ruofeng's residence, yet they had not discussed their child. Initially, he believed Qingruo refrained from bringing the child due to concerns about public gossip, but now that matters had settled, it would be best to reunite with the child. A flicker of panic crossed Shun Qingruo's eyes as she composed herself, responding, the child is with his grandmother. I will bring him back in a few days. That is agreeable. Once they had clarified their plans, they enjoyed a harmonious meal together, wrapped in sweetness. However, Shun Qingruo began to plot, astonished at how much Ruofeng valued that child. As the workday came to a close, Sang Chu still showed no intention of leaving when a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Hearing the footsteps, Sang Chu did not look up and inquired, "What is it?" The individual did not respond, yet the footsteps grew increasingly nearer, eventually stopping right before her. "Is it considered engagement to pick up one's girlfriend from work?" A familiar voice echoed, and Sang Chu abruptly lifted her head, only to find Pei Chun leaning on her desk, smiling genuinely at her. She blinked in surprise. "What brings you here? Did I not mention? I came to pick up my girlfriend from work." As Pei Chun spoke, he moved beside Sang Chu, gently shifting her chair to face him, transforming their positions into a direct confrontation. He rested his hands on the armrests of her office chair, encircling her in an almost cage-like embrace. Pei Chun appeared quite satisfied, leaning in slightly to meet her gaze, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Sang Chu looked at him, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "I still have work to finish." Pei Chun dismissed her concern. "You work all day, never having shared a meal with me, while you dine with other men. Does this mean I hold lesser importance in your heart than they do?" He gazed at her with a mix of grievance and accusation. Sang Chu felt her frustration mount. To avoid further entanglement in this topic, she inquired, "Who let you in?" It was surprising how he had entered so brazenly without her assistant notifying her. Pei Chun firmly grasped her hand, playing with it as he casually remarked, "I told your assistant I was your boyfriend, and she let me in. What's so wrong about that?" Sang Chu retorted, "Everything is wrong." Shen Xiaoyu chimed in, "I'm sorry, Sang Zong, but he is just too handsome." She wore a helpless expression, clearly aware of Shun Xiaoyu's thoughts. "Sister hasn't answered me yet. Do I matter to you, or does Gu Xingji?" Here we go again, this endless cycle. Wait, how do you know about Gu Xingji? Even if Zhang Ruofeng mentioned him, he never specified name. Unless, you investigated me? Her eyes turned cold, her expression darkening. The feeling of being thoroughly investigated while remaining oblivious to his circumstances was quite disconcerting. Yet, Pei Chun seemed unfazed. "I was merely worried about you. If you don't like it, just tell me directly, and I won't invesigate anymore." "Are you implying it's my fault?" Chapter 56, A Kiss in the Car. "How could that be? Sister is never at fault. I only care for you." Pei Chun recognized that failing to respond appropriately would only irritate her, so he quickly added, "Sang Chu." She shot him a glare, remaining silent. Pei Chun, undeterred, pressed on, "Sister still hasn't told me her answer." "Sang Chu sai in a sapfatino." "Can we change the subject?" Pei Chun obediently shifted gears. "If I and Gu Xingji fell into a river, who would you save?" Sang Chu replied, "I wouldn't save either. You must choose one." Sang Chu felt utterly drained. "Fine, I'll save you." Pei Chun beamed with satisfaction, resting his face in her palm, cheerfully declaring, "I knew you favor me the most." Sang Chu pushed him away, "Don't." Yet Pei Chun, sensing her displeasure, remained unfazed, clinging to her insistently, insisting on a kiss. "Sister, have we not yet spent time in the office?" Pei Chun held Sang Chu tightly in his embrace, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What are you talking about?" Sang Chu's face flushed instantly. What on earth is this person thinking? Does he not feel any shame? Does sister not desire it? His gaze was teasing. Hadn't she once been captivated by his appearance? Sang Chu felt her cheeks burn. She realized that when it came to thick skin, she could only concede defeat to Pei Chun. As he leaned in closer, his breath nearly brushing against her face, she hurriedly pushed him away, standing up and grabbing her bag and coat to leave. Pei Chun, observing her hasty retreat, quickly followed. "Sister, why are you leaving? Aren't you supposed to be working?" "I will accompany you." A voice filled with exasperation came from ahead. "Aren't we supposed to eat? If we delay any longer, I will change my mind." A triumphant smile flashed in Pei Chun's eyes as he eagerly trailed behind her. Just as Sang Chu settled into her car, Pei Chun casually opened the passenger door and sat beside her. "Where would you like to eat?" she inquired, glancing at him. Pei Chun chuckled. Where else would sister be going to eat with him? Fine, she understood now. He was doing this on purpose, pretending as if he didn't already know. Sang Chu started the engine, preparing to drive away. "Wait a moment." The person beside her protested again. Sang Chu looked over helplessly. What now? Why did she feel as if their roles had reversed? Who was truly the boyfriend here? Pei Chun glanced down, indicating, "Don't you think you're missing something?" "Missing what? Did sister not notice that I'm not wearing my seatbelt?" Sang Chu rolled her eyes, and so? Pei Chun blinked innocently. "So wouldn't sister help me buckle it?" Reluctantly, to prevent him from causing a scene, Sang-Chu leaned over to assist him. She was certain that if she refused, he would have another trick up his sleeve. Just as she leaned in, Pei-chun seized the opportunity to steal a kiss from her lips. Before she could glare at him, he wrapped his arms around her, pressing her head down to kiss her deeply. Unlike tender and pitiful words, Pei-chun's kiss was fierce and passionate, imbued with an irresistible dominance, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Sang-Chu felt herself melting in his embrace. The confined space filled with hurried breaths and intimate sounds, amplifying in her ears, drawing her deeper into a haze of desire. After what felt like an eternity, when Sang-Chu's mind was a whirlwind, Pei-chun finally released her. Rather than letting go, he rested his forehead against hers, a soft laugh escaping his lips. His voice husky and magnetic. "Sister, why are you still holding your breath? Are you trying to suffocate yourself?" Sang-Chu's ears turned crimson as she shot him a fierce glare. This person was insufferable, taking advantage of her and then feigning innocence. Little did she know, her flushed face and glistening eyes from their earlier fervor made her glare appear more like a playful pout. Pei-chun's gaze darkened slightly as he gently pecked her slightly swollen lips. "Sister, are you thinking of me pouting? Do you want more?" Sang-Chu shook her head, her eyes widening in clear refusal. Pei-chun gazed at her with an expression reminiscent of a feral wolf, breaking into laughter. With her current state of energy, did she truly dare to seek others? He pressed his hand against her crimson lips, warning her that should she disobey, he would impose a punishment she would undoubtedly prefer to remain ignorant of. "Since you desire it, I shall indulge you," he declared, kissing her once more. Sang-Chu struggled fiercely against him, yet he held her firmly in his embrace. The more she resisted, the more fervent his actions became, until she eventually succumbed, relinquishing her will to him. By the time he next set her down, she was utterly drained of strength. Seizing the moment while her eyes glazed over, Pei-chun lifted her effortlessly, and before she could regain her senses, she found herself seated on his lap in the passenger seat. "Let me go. What are you doing?" she protested, squirming. Pei-chun's voice came softly. "Are you certain you wish to provoke me further?" Instinctively sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Sang-Chu fell silent, regarding him with a look that conveyed her disquiet. Pei-chun smirked. "Sister, please do not look at me like that, or I might suspect you're inviting me." "Who invited you?" "Be quiet," she retorted, covering his mouth with her hand, her eyes burning with indignation. Pei-chun shrugged, raising an eyebrow. In an instant, Sang-Chu stiffened. "You pervert." She quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a flush of heat radiating from her palm. Fearing that she might truly incite his ire, Pei-chun enveloped her in his arms, assuring her, "Relax, I shall not do anything here. I'm merely driving." Her skeptical gaze lingered on him. It was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, his lack of credibility in her eyes rendered her cautious. "Or do you wish for something to happen?" he teased. "Just drive," she urged, giving him a light shove. With a resigned sigh, Pei-chun took his place in the driver's seat. As he turned to speak, Sang-Chu swiftly fastened her seatbelt, the sound of the click echoing with her satisfaction. Pei-chun felt no regret in having his thoughts exposed. He started the car and departed. Along the route to Wangjiang Pavilion, Pei-chun attempted conversation, but Sang-Chu remained aloof, clearly miffed. Upon arrival, before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, she flung open the door and strode ahead with purpose. Pei-chun hurriedly parked and rushed to catch up with her. As he closed the distance, he found her confronted by two women. Drawing nearer, he overheard their taunts. "I heard you divorced President Jiang, becoming a woman with no one to claim you, and you still have money to dine here?" One of the women sneered at Sang-Chu, her tone dripping with sarcasm. In their social circle, secrets were scarce. News of Sang-Chu's divorce from Jiang Ruofeng and her quarrel with the Sang family had spread like wildfire. Now, Sang-Chu was neither the esteemed Mrs. Jiang nor sheltered by the Sang family, clinging instead to a small, struggling company. Essentially, she was nothing. As a child, she had once been proud and adored. A princess of the Sang family, with President Jiang by her side and even the mayor's daughter as a friend. In those days, she was a force to be reckoned with, commanding respect and fear from all around her. Yet, at an indeterminate point in time, Seemingly after the demise of Sang Chu's mother, her father swiftly found a new companion. From that moment forth, Sang Chu underwent a profound transformation. No longer maintaining her previous lofty demeanor, enchantingly beautiful, she radiated like a resplendent red rose, and each time she graced the scene, she instantly became the center of attention. A thorn in the side of the esteemed daughters of Lin City. When the rose withered, it was only natural for everyone to wish to trample upon it, especially under the tacit approval of Mr. Jiang. Another woman, addressing the one who had spoken earlier, remarked, "Ah, you are unaware, I presume? It is said that Mr. Jiang's beloved has returned, promptly sweeping certain individuals out of the picture." "Ah, is that so?" The listener's eyes widened dramatically. Some individuals are seeking divorce and pursuing other men, perhaps in an attempt to catch Mr. Jiang's eye. Yet, to their dismay, his favored one has returned, leaving no room for their antics. Indeed, they ought to open their eyes and recognize their own worth. It was she who had driven the other away back then. Truly malicious. The two women exchanged barbs in a duet of mockery directed at Sang Chu. It seemed that as long as they witnessed Sang Chu's misfortunes, they felt an elevated sense of superiority. This was not the first time Sang Chu had heard such remarks. During her 3 years of marriage to Jiang Ruofeng, she had endured every conceivable insult. Initially, she would retort, but as the insults multiplied and Jiang Ruofeng consistently intervened, she grew indifferent over time. After all, it would not cost her a piece of flesh, and Jiang Ruofeng would be spared from further agitation. Thus, she chose to let it slide. However, circumstances had changed. She was no longer associated with Jiang Ruofeng, and she would not permit these individuals to continue their tirades. Yet, before she could utter a word, a hand settled upon her shoulder, drawing her into an embrace. With a cold gaze directed at the women before them, he remarked, "Isn't this Wangjiang Pavilion a renowned restaurant in Lin City? How is it that we can still hear the barking of dogs?" Upon seeing Pei Chun, the two women's eyes sparkled momentarily. This man was strikingly handsome, yet his words were far from pleasant. Their expressions shifted instantly. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying we are dogs? Do you even know who we are?" Pei Chun cast a disdainful glance at them before allowing his gaze to rest upon Sang Chu's face, his attention seemingly fixated solely on her, rendering them unworthy of his consideration. "I care not who you are. Do you think my woman is someone you could disparage?" His cold demeanor exuded an intimidating presence, devoid of warmth, and his unruffled tone instilled a sense of fear. The two women found themselves inexplicably unsettled in his presence. Though they did not recognize him, his aura was more daunting than that of their fathers, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. Yet, as they observed him defending Sang Chu, they questioned her worth, speculating that she could not possibly be acquainted with someone formidable. Perhaps he was merely pretending. "You, stop your charade. You are right. Anyone can enter Wangjiang Pavilion, but do you possess the qualifications?" Her words prompted another to respond, her cold gaze fixated on Sang Chu. "I have heard whispers of your involvement with another man outside. Is he the one?" The two women exchanged knowing glances, both considering the possibility. After all, what they saw was merely a silhouette, oblivious to the man's true appearance. Even if he were handsome, his youthful demeanor, seemingly younger than Sang Chu herself, could not possibly belong to someone of remarkable stature. Moreover, how could they not recognize the people of Lin City? This individual was a stranger to them, undoubtedly a toy boy sought by Sang Chu. The two harbored a silent resentment, thinking how fortunate Sang Chu was, having divorced Mr. Jiang. She still managed to find such a striking young man. With her arms crossed, Sang Chu observed the two women before her, and upon noticing the faint glimmers of jealousy in their eyes, she couldn't help but smile. Her smile was enchanting, rendering her even more captivating. "What's wrong? Do you wish to find someone as well?" She appraised them from head to toe, shaking her head with a hint of mockery. "I fear that with your current state, you may not attract anyone's attention." "You." One of them pointed accusingly at Sang Chu. "What do you think you are, Sang Chu? Do you still consider yourself Mrs. Jiang to speak to me in such a manner? Today, I must show you my true power." Sang Chu shrugged, completely unfazed. "Regardless of my identity, you both repulse me." Their anger surged, their chests heaving, eyes reddened with fury. Pei Chun smirked, finding his sister rather formidable. Evidently, she treated herself well and never spoke so disparagingly of herself. Someone, expel them. The security guard promptly entered, caught in a dilemma as he surveyed the two groups. Both factions appeared affluent and noble. Clearly not individuals he could afford to offend, leaving him momentarily speechless. What are you still doing here? Hurry and throw them out. I am the daughter of the Chun family. You wouldn't want to lose your jobs, would you? The security guards exchanged glances, wavering slightly. Go, call your manager. At once, they felt like they had been granted a reprieve and hurried off to fetch the manager. What useless fools! The woman claiming to be the daughter of the Chun family muttered. The other, seeing their call for the manager, looked triumphantly at the individuals across from her. While the manager isn't here yet, you still have a chance to apologize. If you were thrown out later, it won't be pretty. I strongly advise you to recognize your position. If the people from Wangjiang Pavilion toss you out, your reputation will be in shambles by tomorrow. Imagining their disheveled state, both women couldn't help but chuckle. The Chun family's heiress gazed at the two striking faces, gently addressing Pei Chun, this handsome man. Sang Chu is already divorced and cast aside. Who doesn't he know she has nothing left? What could she possibly offer you? She threw a flirtatious glance at Pei Chun, suggesting, why not come with me? I assure you I can provide you with far better than she ever could. The thrill of stealing another woman's man right in front of Sang Chu exhilarated the Chun heiress. Pei Chun, however, ignored her, casting a pitiful look at Sang Chu, feigning innocence as he lamented. Sister, she's trying to undermine you right in front of your eyes. Sang Chu raised an eyebrow, seeing through his pretense, and nonchalantly replied, so what? Are you truly willing to let that ugly woman tarnish my reputation? Pei Chun pressed. Ugly woman? The Chun heiress retorted, don't push your luck. Even if I'm not as beautiful as Sang Chu, I'm still a beauty. Being called ugly is something I cannot tolerate. Chapter 58. Could sister possibly be unable to eat? Sang Chu observed the frantic individual across from her, amusement bubbling within her. She reached out to caress his face and remarked on his commendable appearance, understanding why he had attracted attention. As Pei Chun heard her complimenting his looks, he felt a moment of joy. However, it quickly dissipated when she looked up at him and suggested, it seems like a favorable proposition. Perhaps you should consider it? His expression immediately darkened. How could sister be so heartless? Sang Chu chuckled once more and chose to disregard him. His playful demeanor suggested he was not genuinely fearful. After all, this person had managed to have food delivered to her by Wangjiang Pavilion, indicating a potentially significant relationship with its owner. He might even be the proprietor himself. There was little reason to believe he would be intimidated by the Chun family's daughter. The Chun family's daughter, ignored by both individuals, was seething with rage, yet felt powerless. Just as she was on the brink of an outburst, the security personnel finally returned with the manager in tow. Upon seeing the manager, her eyes sparkled with determination as she seized his arm and pointed at the two, commanding, quickly expel them. The manager, recognizing the urgency in her tone, promptly prepared to comply, instructing the security to act on Miss Chun's orders and remove the intruders. With a command issued, the security approached Pei Chun and Sang Chu. The Chun family's daughter and her companion exchanged smug glances, eager to witness the downfall of their adversaries. This was the consequence of offending her. Miss Chun, are you satisfied now? Well done, she smirked. However, before the security could advance, Pei Chun's calm voice caused the manager's legs to turn to jelly. Is this how you conduct yourself as a manager? The manager suddenly shouted. Stop this at once. His voice boomed, startling everyone present. The security personnel instinctively froze, paralyzed by the unexpected command. The two exchanged despairing glances, lamenting their unfortunate predicament. How had they found themselves embroiled in such a situation? This was far from an enviable task. The manager strode forward, addressing Pei Chun with exaggerated politeness. Why did you not announce your arrival? Had I known, I would have come to fetch you, ensuring you faced no discomfort. His demeanor was far more obsequious than it had been when he encountered the Chun family's daughter. The expression on the Chun family's daughter soured, panic creeping into her heart. Someone treated with such deference by the manager of Wangjiang Pavilion was undoubtedly extraordinary. Reflecting on her earlier remarks, she felt her knees weaken. Had she inadvertently provoked a significant figure? Would this bring trouble upon her family? Oh no, her father would surely reprimand her severely. Pei-chan raised an eyebrow, his tone inscrutable. How could I have known you wield such influence? The manager, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. You yist. As Pei-chan regarded him with an enigmatic smile, he turned and glared at the two security personnel, still standing idly, commanding, Why haven't you disposed of these two women? Ensure they are never permitted to step foot in Wangjiang Pavilion again. Yes, the security guard, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly intervened and efficiently escorted the two individuals out. Upon witnessing their removal, the manager immediately turned his attention to the esteemed guest before him. With the troublesome patrons dealt with, he inquired, Shall we proceed to the finest private room? Pei-chun, however, did not respond to him, but instead directed his gaze towards Sang-chu, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Sister, what do you think? If you prefer not to dine here, we can certainly change venues. The manager, catching on to the fact that she was the true decision-maker, smiled at her. Sang-chu, not one to fuss over such matters, considered it unnecessary to relocate at this point since the issues had been resolved. Let's remain here, she decided. The manager, grateful for her acquiescence, gestured, Please, follow me. Exchanging a glance, Pei-chun wrapped his arm around Sang-chu and accompanied the manager. True to his word, the manager led them to the establishment's most luxurious private room, one that Sang-chu had never encountered before, despite her numerous visits to Wangjiang Pavilion over the years. Even during her time with Jiang Ruofeng, she had never set foot in such opulence. It was evident that Pei-chun was far more formidable than she had previously assumed. Pei-chun pulled out a chair for her, waiting until she was seated before he took his place beside her. He glanced at the manager, still lingering nearby, who promptly understood the silent cue. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. I shall step out to attend to other matters. Do not hesitate to summon me if needed. Relieved that the esteemed guest had not objected, the manager exited the room, signaling to a waiter with precise instructions. Ensure you take excellent care of the guests inside, understood? The waiter nodded vigorously. Having witnessed the earlier commotion in the lobby and knowing full well the gravity of the situation, satisfied that the message had been received, the manager dismissed her. Once the coast was clear, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he recognized the voice of the boss who had called him in recent days, thus avoiding a grave mistake. Had he failed to discern this, his position would surely have been jeopardized. Reflecting on the past few days when the boss had personally requested meals to be delivered, the manager resolved to be exceedingly attentive to that young lady in the future. Inside the private room, once the manager had departed, Pei-chun noticed Sang-chu regarding him with an expression that suggested amusement and scrutiny, as if he were a miscreant. Sister, why do you look at me like that? Are you perhaps enchanted by my charm? He grinned, radiating youthful exuberance. Indeed, Master Pei possesses considerable allure. Otherwise, why would anyone attempt to undermine me? In a bold move, he pulled her onto his lap. What are you doing? Put me down. Sang-chu protested, striking his chest in indignation. They found themselves face to face, her sitting in his embrace reminiscent of their earlier encounter in the car. And she feared he might once again act unpredictably. Pei-chun's strong hand rested at her waist, holding her firmly. Leaning down, he pressed his forehead against hers and teased. Sister, you weren't feeling jealous just now, were you? What nonsense are you spouting? She retorted. How could I possibly refrain from eating? I would rather you be admired by someone else, preferably not clinging to me. She smiled at him, her face brimming with delight. Pei-chun was uncertain if her words were sincere, yet they resonated harshly, leaving him in a gloomy mood. Sensing her triumph over him, Sang-chu raised her chin slightly, as if celebrating a victory. Despite his daily displays of affection and submission, Sang-chu realized she was often led by the nose. Witnessing his frustration brought her joy. When she smiled, she resembled the most exquisite rose in bloom. Infuriated, Pei-chun bit her. Chapter 59. Thank you for your hospitality, Sang-chu winced in pain, a metallic taste spreading in her mouth as she shot a fierce glare at him. He wore a smug smile, his eyebrows raised as if to challenge her to retaliate. It seemed he was eager to leave with visible bite marks. Sang Chu's cold voice echoed as she prepared to retaliate, but noticed a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. She immediately halted. She had no intention of rewarding him. "Why have you stopped biting, sister?" Seeing her pause, he leaned closer, subtly urging her. She smirked disdainfully, as if seeing through his intentions, and turned her head away. Unbeknownst to Pei Chun, Sang Chu's temper was escalating, gradually becoming unabashed, reminiscent of the once spoiled princess of the Sang family. Frustrated by his unsuccessful thoughts, Pei Chun, in a fit of pique, bit her lip again, then obediently ceased his movements. On their first outing for a meal, Pei Chun held her close as they perused the menu. "What would you like to eat, sister?" he gently inquired. Initially, Sang Chu felt awkward in his embrace, but soon surrendered to the moment. After all, he would not release her. If he wished to hold her, so be it. It was not she who would tire. Ideally, she would exhaust him instead. Sang Chu decided to be unreserved, directly ordering the most extravagant dishes upon hearing his question, harboring thoughts of making him spend lavishly, even though she knew it would be futile. As expected, Pei Chun did not even furrow his brow. He found her antics endearing. He selected a few additional appealing dishes. The food arrived promptly, as the staff recognized their esteemed guest and dared not linger. The server, upon witnessing the scene in the private room, averted their gaze, placing the dishes down before swiftly exiting. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sang Chu struggled a bit, but Pei Chun firmly restrained her. She felt displeased and somewhat humiliated, pinching his thigh in frustration. However, he, though seemingly slender, was all muscle, solid as a rock, rendering her efforts futile and only aggravating her further. Pei Chun chuckled softly, leaning closer. "Would you prefer to pinch here?" Not one to miss an opportunity. Sang Chu seized the moment and pinched him with vigor, satisfied to see a hint of color rise on his handsome face. With her mood lifted, her appetite naturally flourished. During the meal, Pei Chun continually served her from his bowl, barely touching his own food. In the end, Sang Chu felt her stomach swell while he had scarcely eaten. "I'm done. I'm full." She noticed that Pei Chun was still trying to serve her food, and she declined. Pei Chun, ever accommodating, placed the food into his own bowl, gazing at Sang Chu with a smile in his eyes. "Since sister is full, might I be fed?" "What?" Sang Chu turned to look at him, doubting her own ears. Yet, Pei Chun appeared entirely sincere. With a hint of grievance, he said, "I've been taking care of my sister and hardly eaten anything. Shouldn't she also care for me?" "I never asked you to take care of me." Sang Chu replied with a mischievous smile, shrugging her shoulders, clearly unwilling. After all, he was doing this willingly, and she would not oblige him by feeding him. Is sister truly unwilling? His voice dropped, laced with an implicit threat. Sang Chu was undaunted. She raised her chin defiantly, affirming her refusal. A flicker of amusement crossed Pei Chun's eyes. "Then do not blame me for being impolite." He lowered his head and grasped her chin, kissing her fiercely, unapologetically exploring her mouth with an air of undeniable authority. Sang Chu could only tilt her neck back in acceptance. This was madness. Since when did a disagreement lead to a kiss? Who taught him this? Initially, his kissing skills were rather inexperienced, with her as the dominant one. But somewhere along the line, she had become the passive partner. She pushed against him repeatedly, yet he seized her hands, her resistance only inviting more fervent kisses. After a moment, Pei Chun released her, though his lips lingered gently against hers. "Delicious. Thank you for the treat, sister." Sang Chu's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening, appearing enchanting. Pei Chun, captivated by her beauty, felt an urge to kiss her again. However, he restrained himself and softly inquired, "Sister, would you care to feed me? If not, he would have to take matters into his own hands." His implication was clear. He would continue kissing her until she consented. Sang Chu felt weak all over, but managed to nod. She feared that if she hesitated even for a second, this beast would truly continue. Pei Chun, satisfied, tenderly arranged her hair and caressed her small face, smiling, his handsome features looking exceptionally charming. This is how a good sister should be. It would have been better if you had been like this from the start. Sang Chu felt a surge of resentment, but could only accept the chopsticks he offered and began to feed him bite by bite. With Sang Chu's feeding, Pei Chun relished his meal immensely. By the time they finished eating, it was already quite late. Exiting from Wangjiang Pavilion, Pei Chun took the lead, guiding them to the car, and they drove straight to Minjiutang. Sang Chu's protests fell on deaf ears. She suddenly felt as if she were the one being pampered. She regretted the day she had first entangled herself with Pei Chun. Upon arriving at Minjiutang, Sang Chu did not get out of the car. Pei Chun opened her door, observing her sulking demeanor without irritation. Does sister want me to carry her out, or does she wish to change locations? Shall we continue this afternoon's escapade? What escapade from this afternoon? Naturally referring to the absurdity that occurred in the car. Sang Chu glared at him, filled with indignation at his audacity. She finally understood that he was utterly shameless. First, he would act coy, then threaten, and ultimately he would resort to force, persisting until he achieved his goals. She was denied even the right to refuse. Initially, she merely sought to adopt a charming little pup, only to find herself entangled with a cumbersome burden. I wish to end this relationship, she stated coldly, her face betraying no emotion. Having previously endured the likes of Jiang Ruofeng, Sang Chu held no expectations regarding matters of the heart. The arrangement of keeping a little pup was meant to fulfill mutual needs, devoid of emotional entanglements, with meetings occurring solely when necessary. However, now that he had assumed the role of an official boyfriend, she found the situation intolerably burdensome. His insistence disrupted her work, and his coercive demeanor was exceedingly aggravating. More importantly, his ambiguous identity rendered her averse to further contact. Sang Chu yearned for a tranquil life, devoid of such complications. With calm resolve, she addressed Pei Chun. The last time she had mentioned breaking up, he had forcibly brought her here. This time, she was resolute. Pei Chun's expression darkened, his voice icy. Sister, do you understand what you're saying? Sang Chu nodded, unflinching, her demeanor unwavering. Pei Chun smirked. Do you recall the recording I possess? You declared that I should be your boyfriend. Well, I've fulfilled that role, but there is no stipulation against ending it. Chapter 60. Sang Chu discovers Pei Chun's identity. Sang Chu spoke with unwavering confidence. She had no intention of pursuing romance, despising such entanglements. Although Pei Chun softened his approach to win her over, he ultimately sought to manipulate her to achieve his ends, which Sang Chu found unacceptable. Previously, Jiang Ruofeng had exerted similar control, compelling her to comply like a marionette. After finally liberating herself from him, she was confronted once more by Pei Chun. She equally detested this form of subtle coercion. Her words momentarily left Pei Chun speechless. As he pondered his next move, Sang Chu's declaration stilled him. If you force me again, I will end my life right before you. Pei Chun's eyes instantly reddened. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. Unmoved, Sang Chu transitioned from the passenger seat to the driver's, driving away. Through the rearview mirror, she noticed a man standing still, gazing in her direction. Upon her return to Qing Shui Bay, she was surprised to find Aunt Zhang waiting for her at the door. Welcome back, Mississippi Aunt Zhang. Draped in a shawl, placed a pair of slippers at her feet. Aunt Zhang, why are you still awake? Sang Chu inquired, taken aback. Given Aunt Zhang's age and her penchant for health, she typically retired early, and Sang Chu had never required her to wait. I heard some noise in the courtyard and guessed you had returned. Sang Chu rubbed her temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. In that case, please rest early. I shall retire as well. Once inside her room, she collapsed onto the bed in a starfish position. In a moment of anger, she had unleashed all the thoughts that had been festering within her. At that moment, it felt cathartic, as though she had regained a measure of control, and she had driven away. Yet, as time passed, an inexplicable sense of loss began to creep in. How melodramatic of me, Sang Chu murmured to herself as she rose and made her way to the bathroom. After all, she had spoken her mind, and considering their brief acquaintance, it seemed best to leave things as they were. Flower brew. He Qinggan gazed at the individual, who had remained silent and merely sipped his drink since his arrival, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Today, he had the rare opportunity to retire early, only to be summoned out by a phone call from his person. Once outside, it was one thing, but the silence after his arrival was disconcerting as he merely consumed alcohol. The palpable aura of melancholy surrounding him made He Qinggan want to distance himself, wary of being engulfed in his troubles. Clearly, this man was ensnared by matters of the heart. He had known Pei Chun since childhood. A natural prodigy, he had advanced through schooling effortlessly. The quintessential example of a perfect child. Despite being younger than many, everyone deferred to him. He Qinggan had never witnessed Pei Chun in such a state. He was no fool. Connecting the dots with recent events, he surmised that a woman was involved. Clearing his throat, he tentatively inquired, "Have you had a quarrel?" Pei Chun shot him a glance that nearly made He Qinggan yield and surrender. Nevertheless, it appeared his guess was correct. Though angered, Pei Chun did not dismiss him, clearly indicating a desire for further conversation. Arguments between the two were commonplace. A little coaxing would suffice. Coaxing? What if it was a breakup? The thought of an impending separation jolted He Qinggan from his drowsiness. He had anticipated a quarrel, but never a breakup. Stealing a glance at Pei Chun, he could not suppress a smirk. "So, even you have found yourself in such a predicament. Heartbroken over love? Who would believe it? Just the other day, he had been boasting about her divorce, and now he was facing a breakup, as if Sang Chu was running a wholesale business." He Qinggan's fingers itched to capture this moment. Yet under Pei Chun's unwavering gaze, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. This situation, at the brink of a breakup, was indeed serious. Pei Chun astutely detected a glimmer of hope. Was there still a chance for reconciliation? He Qinggan snapped his fingers in realization. Bingo! What should be done? He felt a newfound confidence. Standing tall, ready to offer advice to Pei Chun. Coaxing someone was simple. It boiled down to one thing: money. Noticing Pei Chun's frown, he quickly added, "Just keep spending. Eventually, there will be a moment that stirs her heart. If not, it merely signifies you haven't spent enough." Moreover, there was the element of seduction. He appraised Pei Chun, stroking his chin. "Since she noticed you at the bar, it indicates your looks have caught her attention. You must learn to leverage your advantages. Don't be shy. If the moment calls for it, shed your reservations. The rest, I trust you can manage." He Qinggan winked, his expression rather provocative. Pei Chun began to contemplate the feasibility of He Qinggan's suggestions. The next morning, Sang Chu instinctively reached for her phone, only to find it devoid of any notifications, eerily quiet. In the past, Pei Chun would bombard her with messages daily, regardless of her responses. The sudden silence felt disconcerting. Habits can be formidable. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had grown accustomed to his presence. However, she dismissed it, believing it would pass in a couple of days. Her current focus lay on the investments at Pei's company. Without Pei Chun, Sang Chu dedicated herself entirely to her work over the past few days. And soon the weekend arrived, the day she had arranged to meet with the Pei family. This time, Sang Chu brought along Shen Xiaoyu to demonstrate her respect. She arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion half an hour early. She had reserved a private room in advance, and upon her arrival, the staff greeted her with exceptional warmth. "Ms. Sang, I didn't expect their attitude to be so amiable," Shen Xiaoyu remarked, as it was her first visit to the renowned upscale restaurant in Lin City, of which she had only heard tales but never experienced. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the warm reception. Sang Chu understood that this cordiality stemmed from Pei Chun's influence, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Upon entering the private room, she was taken aback to find someone already present. "You must be Ms. Sang." A middle-aged man in a suit stood up, exuding a particularly friendly demeanor. The two individuals beside him also rose to their feet. "You must be Mr. Pei, the head of the Pei family. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Oh no, you've misunderstood, Ms. Sang. I am not Mr. Pei. You can call me Old Wang," the man hastily replied, clearly not daring to claim such a title. Sang Chu felt a flicker of suspicion in her heart as she took a seat at Old Wang's invitation. "Forgive my bluntness, but isn't Mr. Pei interested in investing in Tianxiabacho? Where is he?" Old Wang chuckled. "Rest assured, Ms. Sang, the investment is not an issue. Whatever amount you require, we will agree to it. As for Mr. Pei, he feared that you might not wish to meet him, hence his absence." This left Sang Chu even more confused. Why would she not want to meet Mr. Pei? Wait a moment, Pei. In that instant, her previous conversations with Pei Chun and her own speculations coalesced into a startling realization. The Mr. Pei you speak of wouldn't he happen to be Pei Chun, would he? Sang Chu asked hesitantly, her heart silently praying that it was not so. Yet, inevitably, the very thing she dreaded the most came to pass. Old Wang nodded without hesitation. Our Mr. Pei is indeed named Pei Chun. Did you not know, Miss Sang? He shook his head, puzzled. This project was personally arranged by Mr. Pei, and we were instructed to collaborate closely with you. I've never seen Mr. Pei take such an interest in a project. We thought you must have been acquainted for quite some time. Sang Chu chuckled softly, realizing the truth. No wonder Pei Chun had such an imposing demeanor, as if nothing were beyond his grasp. Indeed, he possessed such capability. Wangjiang Pavilion must be under the Pei family's influence. It was no surprise that he dared to dismiss Jiang Ruofeng, for in his eyes, the Jiang family was of little consequence. Sang Chu, being somewhat of an outsider in Lin City, had no connections. After her divorce from Jiang Ruofeng and her quarrel with her father, she had no means to learn about the arrival of the Pei family's young heir. However, as the wealthiest family in the country, she had heard rumors about the Pei family's remarkably talented heir, yet no one had ever seen his visage, nor did the residents of Lin City even know his name. It was no wonder he so boldly revealed his name. She had never considered the implications. After all, one cannot simply associate with the signs of the capital based solely on a surname. Sang Chu offered an awkward smile and couldn't help but inquire. If I may be so bold, when did the Pei family arrive in Lin City? Half a month ago, replied the assistant. The chairman appointed President Pei to establish a branch here. If possible, he will take over the Pei family upon his return. Half a month ago, that was precisely when she had encountered Pei Shun at the bar. So, had she forcibly dragged him to a hotel and spent the night with him right after his arrival? Sang Chu felt as if her world was crumbling. Who would have imagined that the young heir of the capital could be so clingy? Shouldn't he be aloof and distant? No, Pei Shun did seem that way with Jiang Ruofeng and others, but he was entirely different in her presence. What kind of heir behaves like that? Sang Chu was overwhelmed with despair. Her kept man was, in fact, the young master of the capital. How could a penniless individual like her dare to maintain a relationship with the wealthiest person in the country? Did he even regard her as worthy? She recalled the meager sum she initially provided him and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Even more terrifying was the fact that just days prior, she had boldly declared to her affluent benefactor that she wanted to break up. How shocking it was that her ex-boyfriend had transformed into a client overnight. Had she known this would occur, she would have refrained from making such a statement. At the very least, she could have waited a few days. And what of this collaboration? Sang Chu cautiously probed, eager to discern Pei Shun's intentions. Old Wang chuckled and said, President Pei mentioned that if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. We will comply. There's just one condition. Sang Chu's heart began to race. We will comply, but you must discuss specifics directly with President Pei. He smiled slightly, and Sang Chu felt an overwhelming chill. Wasn't it said that he hadn't appeared because he feared she did not wish to see him? Why then was she being urged to initiate a meeting? Sang Chu gritted her teeth in frustration. Old Wang remained unfazed, adhering to Pei Shun's instructions. President Pei is concerned that you may not wish to meet him, so he suggests that when you feel inclined to see him, you may approach him for a discussion. He welcomes you at any time. Sang Chu realized the implication. He was unperturbed, and the course of action was entirely in her hands. If she felt anxious, she could seek him out. If not, she could refrain from doing so. After all, the collaboration hinged upon her. This man was insidiously clever. He spoke of accommodating any requests while simultaneously ensuring she took the initiative to find him. The prerequisite for fulfilling any conditions was to approach him first. Truly, he was the quintessential heir of the capital, an expert in cunning. No, rather, a youthful schemer. Sang Chu's expression shifted as myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Old Wang observed her with amusement, making no effort to hurry her along. He was simply a smiling tiger. Initially, he found Pei Shun's newfound amiability puzzling. When had President Pei become so approachable, requiring someone to seek him out? Upon meeting Miss Sang, everything fell into place. It became evident that President Pei was pursuing a romantic interest. He clearly held feelings for Miss Sang, orchestrating circumstances for her to approach him. Yet, it was uncertain why Miss Sang seemed to have just discovered President Pei's true identity. Had he been concealing his status all along? Regardless of his inability to comprehend, he understood that Miss Sang must not be offended in the future, for she might very well become their young mistress. Shen Xiaoyu sat beside Sang Chu, minimizing her presence. In a brief span, she had caught the scent of gossip. It seemed that President Pei held an unusual regard for President Sang, akin to pursuing someone. What a domineering CEO! It felt as though a novel had leaped into reality. Yet, President Sang appeared to have a boyfriend, who was rather handsome. She had seen him waiting for President Sang after work the last time he came to the company. On one side was a strikingly handsome boyfriend, and on the other, a wealthy and assertive president. One wondered whom President Sang would ultimately choose. The thought alone sent a thrill through her. I understand. I shall personally approach President Pei, Old Wang declared contentedly, feeling that he had successfully accomplished his task for the day. President Sang, please enjoy your meal. We have already taken care of the bill and shall not disturb you further. Old Wang and his companions did not linger, for they dared not dine in the company of President Sang. After all, she was the object of President Pei's affection. Once they departed, Sang Chu gazed at the steaming dishes before her, untouched, and let out a gentle sigh. President Sang, are you truly going to seek out President Pei? Shen Xiaoyu inquired, observing Sang Chu's melancholy and unable to suppress her curiosity. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. While President Sang was in distress, she felt exhilarated. If only President Sang would take her along, it would allow her to savor the spectacle firsthand. Sang Chu nodded. Everything is for the sake of investment. She mused on how surprisingly accommodating Pei Corporation had been. Even taking the initiative to propose an investment, it seemed they had been waiting for her arrival. Indeed, were it not for Pei Chun, Pei Corporation would not have taken notice of them. It appeared that the previous claim that the investment in this production was due to Gu Xingji was also a fabrication. In a hushed tone, Shen Xiaoyu expressed her anticipation. May I join you? I have yet to visit Pei Corporation, the largest enterprise in the nation. I wonder what it is like. Although Lin City was merely a branch, it surely could not be lacking. Upon turning, Sang Chu met Shen Xiaoyu's sparkling eyes and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will take you along. This would also serve to bolster her courage. Now, let us eat. As for when we shall go, I will ponder that further. Shen Xiaoyu quickly nodded. No rush. President Sang, please take your time. She served Sang Chu some food. President Sang, do eat, were it not for following you. I would never have had the chance to dine here. Chapter 62. Shun Xingrua encounters Sang Chu having heard that Jiang Ruofeng had been repeatedly denied the opportunity to meet the heir of Pei Corporation. Shun Xingrua decided to try her luck. She gazed at the imposing Pei Corporation building, and a slow smile crept upon her lips. The foremost enterprise in the nation was indeed exceptional. Even as a branch, it occupied the prime location in the city center, encompassing an entire office building, something Jiang Corporation could not rival. Previously, she had considered Jiang Ruofeng to be quite formidable, yet upon arriving at the Pei Corporation building, she found herself regarding Jiang Corporation as less significant. The fact that Jiang Ruofeng had faced multiple rejections in his attempts to meet the heir of Pei Corporation, leaving him in a state of distress, spoke volumes about the prowess of this heir. If such an illustrious figure were to take an interest in her, would it not mean a life of admiration and envy from others? As Shun Qingrua entered, her heart warmed slightly. With her limited edition handbag in hand and high heels clicking against the floor, she walked into the building. Upon entering, it was evident that this place was far more upscale than the Jiang Corporation. The lobby's decor bespoke luxury, with even the sofas crafted from genuine leather. Approaching the front desk, Shun Qingrua offered a gentle smile and politely inquired, "Hello, I am here to see President Pei." The receptionist, possessing both beauty and a soft-spoken demeanor, did not display any bias despite her unfamiliarity with Shun Qingrua. "Hello, may I ask if you have an appointment?" Shun Qingrua shook her head, replying, "I am the wife of Jiang, and I have some official matters to discuss with President Pei. Could you please check if he is available?" The receptionist shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, President Pei does not meet with anyone. I would kindly ask you to return. In the past fortnight, Numerous individuals had sought an audience with President Pei, representing various enterprises, yet all had been turned away. Assistant Su had expressly instructed that without an appointment, President Pei would not entertain visitors. However, this was the first instance of a wife arriving in such a manner. She was aware of Jiang Corporation's reputation. Only a few senior employees at Pei Corporation had transitioned from the Kyoto headquarters alongside President Pei, while many newcomers were local to Linqing. As the leading enterprise in the area, Jiang Corporation would naturally have been the first choice for Linqing residents had Pei Corporation not arrived. Shen Xingruo was well informed. She knew that the president of Jiang Corporation had married young and had been wed for 3 years. So this was indeed Jiang's wife. Jiang had previously visited, initially sending representatives before coming in person, and now even his wife had come, demonstrating an unwavering commitment. Nevertheless, President Pei had rules which she could not contravene. Upon being denied by the receptionist, Shen Xingruo's expression soured. Even when she had first returned, the employees of Jiang Corporation had not recognized her. But their perceptions had shifted over time, leading them to tread carefully around her. Yet here, the receptionist did not even relay her presence, dismissing her outright, which she found utterly intolerable. Following the divorce of Sang Chu and Jiang Ruofeng, Shen Xingruo often visited Jiang Corporation to deliver meals to Jiang Ruofeng, and now, who among them did not recognize her? She relished the admiration and envy she garnered from others. Shen Xingruo considered herself distinct. Now, being treated in such a manner by the receptionist, despite her smile and courteous demeanor, left Shen Xingruo with the impression that the receptionist was mocking her. Feeling dissatisfied, her tone became less amiable. Please inform President Pei that Jiang's wife has urgent matters to discuss. I implore you to let him know. She had conveyed to Ruofeng her intention to try her luck here, approaching this meeting with the expectation of success. When she finally met the heir of the Pei family, not only could she earn his respect, but she could also become more appealing in Ruofeng's eyes. Achieving what he could not would surely set her apart. The receptionist, having encountered countless visitors, immediately perceived the shift in Shen Xingruo's attitude, noting the hint of disdain in her gaze. Remaining steadfast, she reiterated without an appointment, President Pei does not meet with anyone. If you truly have pressing matters, perhaps you could call President Pei directly. If he agrees, I will gladly allow you to ascend. The receptionist's demeanor remained considerate, leaving no room for reproach. Yet internally, she felt a growing displeasure towards the woman before her. Originally thought to be a promising opportunity, it swiftly became apparent that it was not sustainable. Shen Xingru, upon hearing this, shot a fierce glare at the individual before her, fully aware that this person was intentionally obstructing her. If only she possessed President Pei's contact number, she would not find herself conversing with a mere receptionist. This individual was clearly intent on preventing her from ascending. Nevertheless, Shen Xingru quickly regained her composure and proceeded to the lobby to take a seat on the sofa. If she could not ascend, she would wait in the lobby. She refused to believe she could not eventually meet President Pei. If she could capture President Pei's affection, she would certainly ensure the receptionist was dismissed. Sang Chu wavered for 2 days, but ultimately decided to visit the Pei Corporation in search of Pei Chun. After uttering those words to Pei Chun, their communication dwindled to nothing apart from that solitary encounter at Wangjiang Pavilion. Compared to the previous times when she would receive messages from him regarding trivial matters, these past 2 days, Pei Chun seemed to have evaporated from her life entirely. As Sang Chu gazed at the messages he had sent her, they felt like remnants from another world. The content was overly sentimental. Could this truly be the legendary heir of the Pei family? Apart from his appearance and demeanor, why did he increasingly resemble a counterfeit? However, compelling her to seek him out certainly exemplified the characteristics of a decisive and powerful CEO. President Sang, shall we proceed inside? Shen Xiaoyu observed Sang Chu's hesitant expression and could not help but remind her. Standing in front of the Pei Corporation building, Sang Chu inhaled deeply, summoning her courage as she declared, "Let us go. If I am to face social death, so be it. One mustn't concern themselves with dignity in life. Hello, I am Sang Chu, the president of Xingji. I am here to see President Pei." Could you please announce my arrival? Upon hearing her name, the receptionist's eyes brightened immediately, and she responded, "No need for an announcement. Assistant Su has instructed that you may proceed directly upstairs." Sang Chu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting it to be so simple. "President Sang, let's hurry upstairs," Shen Xiaoyu giggled, finding the scene quite reminiscent of a powerful CEO's demeanor. Just as Sang Chu was about to ascend with Shen Xiaoyu, a familiar voice called from behind. "Sang Chu, what brings you to the Pei Corporation? Surely, you do not intend to meet President Pei?" Shun Qingru, seated on the sofa and idly flipping through a magazine, recognized the voice and promptly approached. Given her demeanor, it seemed she had heard that the Pei family heir was in Linsheng and had come to seek him out. Sang Chu, upon spotting Shun Qingru, had no desire to engage and simply walked past her. Shun Qingru, however, swiftly blocked her path. "Wait, do you think President Pei is someone you can just meet at will? It seems you have not grasped the proper decorum, even if you wish to see President Pei. Barging in is not the way. I understand you feel cornered now, but you must not resort to despair. As a mere small company owner, how could President Pei possibly agree to meet with you?" After delivering her admonition, Shun Qingru anticipated that Sang Chu would react with embarrassment and that onlookers would mock her. However, she was met with a gaze from Sang Chu that suggested she viewed her as a fool. Shun Qingru's face flushed with anger, her eyes brimming with indignation. Chapter 63. Jiang Ruofeng's ineffectiveness. "I am merely offering you advice out of concern, fearing you may inadvertently invite trouble due to your ignorance of the rules. I know you harbor disdain for me, but that does not justify reckless behavior," Shun Qingru said, suppressing her anger as she attempted to counsel Sang Chu gently. Her appearance exudes purity, and her speech is gentle, seemingly genuinely concerned for Sang Chihao. The hall of the Pei family is bustling with people, all harboring sentiments akin to those of Shun Qingruo. Since President Pei has declined to meet them, they have decided to wait here for him. Initially, they had not paid attention to this side, but upon hearing Shun Qingruo's voice, they turned to listen to her words, and their expressions subtly shifted. Indeed, her intentions seem well-meaning. After all, it is no simple matter to gain an audience with President Pei. "I believe I recognize her. Isn't she from the Jiang family? You may not be aware, but she has divorced President Jiang and is no longer associated with the Jiang family." "What? Is that truly the case? If she is no longer a Jiang, how could President Pei possibly meet her? He doesn't even meet us. I heard that the current mistress of the Jiang family is someone else. It has been said that the lady from the Sang family is not favored by President Jiang, who has his affections elsewhere. It seems that this lady is the one in question. No wonder the other lady from the Sang family is so discontent." The murmurs of discussion around them were unreserved, completely disregarding the presence of the two women. Shun Qingruo and Sang Chihao naturally overheard these remarks. The receptionist, upon hearing this chatter, felt puzzled. Clearly, President Pei had given instructions indicating his concern for Miss Sang, while the lady who claimed to be Mrs. Jiang appeared somewhat out of place. A fan of palace intrigue, she sensed the underlying tension in the conversation and discreetly made a call. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions about Sang Chihao and noticing the peculiar glances directed at her, Shun Qingruo felt a sense of satisfaction. This is how it should be. How could Sang Chihao possibly compete with her? Even if she did not know the means by which she had ensnared that man, she remained a defeated opponent. Without that man by her side, let us see how she fares. Shun Qingruo awaited the day when that man would grow weary of her. She was unaware of his true identity. After returning home that day, she had instructed someone to investigate, yet there had been no news. If only she could ascertain who he was, she could prepare accordingly. The current situation left her feeling quite vulnerable. Nevertheless, she could still manage to embarrass Sang Chihao, provoking mockery from others. Sang Chihao, upon hearing the remarks around her, did not feel anger. Instead, she smiled. Observing the satisfaction in Shun Qingruo's eyes, she slowly remarked, "It is my first time witnessing such brazen behavior from mistress. I am indeed gaining insight. Even if Jiang Ruofeng does not favor her, they were legitimately married and had obtained a marriage certificate. In the eyes of Sang Chihao, Shun Qingruo is merely the mistress. As these words left her lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their scrutinizing gazes instantly landing on Shun Qingrua. Naturally, she sensed this and felt a surge of resentment. She had truly underestimated Sang Chihao. How can you say that? Jiang Ruofeng and I are innocent. Although we were together initially, upon hearing that you were to marry, I immediately stepped aside. We only came together after your divorce. Do not misunderstand. Jiang Ruofeng has never wronged you. She hurriedly explained to Sang Chihao, fearing that she might misinterpret Jiang Ruofeng's intentions. It turns out the two of them have long been together. It is indeed Sang Chu who has intruded upon their love. No wonder Mr. Jiang has shown her no affection over the years. The truth is quite astonishing. Sang Chu is utterly shameless. Out of her affection for Mr. Jiang, she has torn apart a couple, and now that they have finally united, she dares to label others as the third party. How disgraceful. The lady in question appears truly pitiful, subjected to such bullying from Sang Chu, yet she still kindly advises her. What a compassionate heart. Who could deny it? What a scandal. Such misfortune. Public opinion once again swings overwhelmingly against Sang Chu, and Shun Qingrua gazes at her with concealed triumph. She is not wrong. Had it not been for that old wretch insisting Sang Chu marry Ruofeng, she would have long since entered the Jiang family, sparing herself years abroad. In love, it is the unreciprocated who truly embodies the role of the third party. This is merely a matter of restoring order. Sang Chu coldly regarded Shun Qingrua, tauntingly remarking that if kissing qualifies as innocence, then they must indeed be friends of the lips. The vivid imprint of those crimson lips is so glaring that one cannot help but notice it. As for anything else, I cannot claim knowledge. After all, I cannot very well eavesdrop beneath your bed, can I? Sang Chu felt a sense of pity for Shun Qingrua, who had to perpetually feign gentleness, oblivious to the day her facade might crumble. If she did not flaunt her antics before Sang Chu, it would matter little to her, for it was not her burden. However, if this person insisted on provoking her, she would not shy away from confrontation. After all, who cannot retort? Either way, it would not be an easy time for Shun Qingrua. Shun Qingrua's face turned a shade of pale green. How could Sang Chu, a woman of high society, utter such vulgar words? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had suffered some great humiliation, and she bit her lip, saying, "But it seems Miss Sang was the one who strayed first? No?" Upon uttering the words, she immediately covered her mouth, casting an innocent glance towards Sang Chu. Indeed, the recent scandal of Sang Chu's infidelity had stirred considerable gossip. How could she dare to blame Mr. Jiang? Were it not for Madame Jiang's mention, she might have almost forgotten her own failure to uphold marital fidelity, yet she still chastises others for having lovers. Thankfully, Mr. Jiang has divorced her. How shameless. What say you? Sang Chu, once perched high above, how does it feel to be derided as shameless now? She had not anticipated Sang Chu's infidelity. This was information she had gleaned. Although the man in question held a notable status, Sang Chu was not limited to one. There was another. This individual was merely a star, incomparable to Ruofeng. She could hardly believe that these men would be enamored with Sang Chu. After all, she was just a divorced woman, destined to be spurned eventually. Shen Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. Having followed Mr. Sang for so long, she was well aware of the life she led and secretly wished for Sang Chu's infidelity. Yet here was someone turning the tables on her. In her view, it was almost a disservice to Mr. Jiang that Sang Chu had waited so long to stray. Why did Sang Chu cheat? Was it not due to Ruofeng's inadequacies as a man? Shun Xiaoyu exclaimed, causing shockwaves among the others. To claim Mr. Jiang was not a man. Was she not out of her mind? She seemed unperturbed by the possibility of being expelled from Lin City. Even Shun Qingrua gazed at her in astonishment. Under the scrutiny of all, Shun Xiaoyu shrank her neck and feigned calmness. Sang Chu burst into laughter. Others gazed at her as if she were a fool. Shun Xiaoyu sighed in relief, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sang Chu. Sang Chu clapped her hands, regarding Shun Xiaoyu with admiration, and exclaimed, "Well said. Everyone claims I am unfaithful, yet little do they know it is Jiang Ruofeng who is lacking. For all these years, I have endured such hardship, all while tending to his fragile male pride. Was it easy for me? Chapter 64. The president sent me to fetch you. Sang Chu's words resonated like thunder, exploding in the hearts of all present. What had they just heard? Such secrets of the affluent could be spoken so freely? Upon learning this confidential information about President Jiang, would they not find themselves targeted by him? The attendees cursed their own ears for not being deaf. After the shock wore off, they began to contemplate the plausibility of her claims. Jiang had been married for many years, yet it was rumored that they had lived apart. Could it indeed be due to his inadequacy? They scrutinized Sang Chu, and despite her less than stellar reputation over the years, her beauty as the fairest maiden in Lin City was undeniable. While the new Mrs. Jiang was not without charm. When standing beside Sang Chu, she seemed to pale in comparison. The new Mrs. Jiang, with her innocent allure, resembled a delicate jasmine flower. However, in the presence of Sang Chu, she appeared somewhat insipid. Sang Chu, akin to a vibrant red rose, exuded grace with every movement, captivating all who beheld her. Such a striking beauty, were it not for President Jiang, they would have wished to pursue her themselves. Yet, the fact that President Jiang had not acted upon his interest for 3 years raised suspicions. Previously, they had perceived President Jiang as being excessively harsh with Sang Chu, leaving them puzzled. Now, a dawning realization struck them. Sang Chu must be privy to a significant secret of President Jiang. Their gazes towards Sang Chu turned tinged with sympathy. If what she claimed were true, their understanding of the situation would shift considerably. You lie. How could that be? Ruofeng is certainly not inadequate. Shun Qingruo exclaimed in frustration. How could he possibly lack in that regard? That night, Sang Chu raised an eyebrow, unfazed by her accusations. Oh, have you tested it? But just moments ago, did you not assert that your relationship with Jiang Ruofeng was entirely innocent? We have only been divorced for a few days. Have you moved on so swiftly? Or was there already an undercurrent of deception? Shun Xiaoyu chimed in. Indeed, if you had no connection. How could you possibly know whether he is capable? Sang Chu was undeniably clever, deftly leading her adversary into a trap. Seeing Shun Qingruo floundering, Shun Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction. We are of course innocent. Shun Qingruo could not retract her previous statements, lest everyone realize she had been lying, leaving her with no face in Lin City. I trust you, but I would advise Miss Shun to take care of herself. Sang Chu replied with a fa of concern, echoing Shun Qingruo's earlier sentiments. Shun Qingruo's denial only served to solidify the belief among the onlookers that Sang Chu's assertions were indeed credible, sealing Jiang Ruofeng's inadequacy with an undeniable stamp of truth. This led Jiang Ruofeng to receive gifts for health replenishment from partners in the days to come, though that is a tale for another time. At present, Sang Chu was in high spirits after a resounding victory and was preparing to leave when she was persistently called back by Shun Qingruo. Miss Sang, President Pei is not someone you can meet at your whim. Why do you doubt this? Shun Qingruo, aware that Jiang Ruofeng's situation had reached an irrevocable point, could only feign victimhood and once again urged Sang Chu. Just as Sang Chu turned to respond, the elevator doors opened and a hurried Su Ji rushed to her side. President Sang, you have arrived. The president heard of your presence and sent me to personally welcome you. He bowed deeply, exuding an air of utmost respect, causing Shun Qingruo's expression to stiffen. The receptionist, having witnessed the unfolding drama, realized it was time for her to make an appearance. Her heart racing with excitement as she approached Su Ji. Assistant Su, she addressed, instantly clarifying Su Ji's identity to those who were previously unaware. Since the Pei family heir's arrival in Lin City, his whereabouts had remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew his appearance, where he resided, or even his name. Many were oblivious to the fact that he had come to Lin City. Only a select few well-informed individuals were privy to any details. However, even those who knew would never dare to leak such information, each hoping to make a favorable impression on the Pei heir and secure a potential collaboration with the Pei family, which would grant them unassailable influence in Lin City. It was not merely a matter of gossip. Some even went to lengths to suppress the information. Thus, despite the Pei heir having spent half a month in Lin City, those who were privy to the Pei heir's existence spent their days yearning to meet him. either seeking an audience at the Pei establishment or loitering near his residence. Some, after considerable effort, discovered that the Pei heir was in Lin City due to his grandmother's origins. The owner of the opulent villa complex that occupied a prime hilltop in Lin City was none other than the Pei family, and it was said that the Pei heir resided there. However, despite their all-night vigils, they had yet to spot the Pei heir returning home, leading them to suspect that the information might be erroneous. Little did they know that on the very night the Pei heir arrived in Lin City, he was whisked away to his villa and had never returned since. With no other recourse, they abandoned their vigil at the villa and resorted to waiting at the company, convinced that had they persisted just a few more days, they would have caught a glimpse of Pei Chun, who had been sent back after his breakup with Sang Chu. Thus, they missed the opportunity entirely. Returning to the matter at hand, while some had never encountered the Pei heir, they had seen his assistant, Su Ji. After all, the Pei family had established a branch in Lin City, necessitating Su Ji's involvement in numerous affairs. As they witnessed Su Ji hastily descending with a respectful demeanor to receive Sang Chu, they were left in a state of disbelief. Their expressions shifted from shock to indignation as they cast angry glances at Shun Qingrua. If Sang Chu was granted such preferential treatment by Assistant Su, then her prior intent to approach was genuine and not an unwarranted intrusion. Thus, it dawned on them that she had deliberately sought confrontation, misleading them all along. Let us not dwell on other matters. When has Assistant Su ever shown kindness to anyone, and now he treats Sang Chu in such a manner? What does this imply? It indicates the attitude of the heir to the Pei family. Assistant Su's demeanor mirrors that of the Pei heir, regardless of Sang Chu's past. As long as she garners the Pei heir's attention, none will dare to offend her in the future. Yet this woman has allowed them to thoroughly offend Sang Chu. Whether or not she is the favored one of General Jiang, their feelings towards Shun Qingrua have soured, even leading to resentment. They once had the opportunity to please Sang Chu and connect with the Pei heir, but now everything is lost. It is a miracle they are not met with disdain. Can Jiang Ruofeng possibly compare to the Pei heir? Did one not notice that even he sought an audience with the Pei heir? Shun Qingrua, however, disregards all that. She is now even more astonished and furious than they are. Chapter 65. A meeting with Pei Chun, the assistant of the Pei family, actually came personally to escort Sang Chu, and it was arranged by President Pei himself. When did Sang Chu establish such a connection with the Pei heir? Shun Qingrua need not speculate. She is acutely aware that she has become a subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. She has spent the day mocking Sang Chu, only to discover that she truly knows President Pei. What was her earlier jesting for, then? Ridiculous. Shun Qingrua felt her face flush with embarrassment, as if struck by lightning. She forced a smile, her expression stiff, and addressed Sang Chu. Since you know President Pei, you could have explained earlier, and I would not have to worry about you. Sang Chu crossed her arms, regarding the nearly contorted face of Shun Qingrua with a smile that barely concealed her amusement, and replied coolly, "Would you believe me if I told you?" Shun Qingrua froze in place. Indeed, even if Sang Chu were to enlighten her, she would remain skeptical. Were it not for Su Ji's arrival, she would have absolutely dismissed it. Indeed, I let President Sang go up, and yet this Madame Jiang obstructed her from leaving. The front desk interjected at the perfect moment. Life indeed presents opportunities for a well-placed jab. She had discerned the play unfolding. This person was clearly not virtuous and looked down upon her. Now that it was her turn to strike while the iron was hot, she could not let the chance slip away. Shun Qingrua's smile was on the verge of faltering. Yes, President Sang was about to ascend, yet she was held back by her. We all witnessed it. It was she who interfered. She even misled us, causing us to misunderstand President Sang. It was utterly outrageous. Those who had been spectating earlier chimed in, eager to curry favor with Sang Chu, lest they offend her. Shun Xiaoyu, filled with pride, let out a triumphant hum. Casting her gaze upward at Shun Qingrua, let her bully President Sang. Su Ji, at this moment, also grasped the situation. As an assistant, he was all too familiar with the intricacies within. He understood better than anyone how much President Pei valued the present President Sang. When the front desk had called him earlier, he had been reporting to the president in his office. Suddenly hearing his phone ring, He thought it was a dire situation. He intended to ignore it, but was taken aback when President Pei insisted he answer in front of him. Under the piercing gaze of the president, he connected the call, hoping that the front desk truly had something important to convey. Soon, the voice on the other end informed him that President Sang had arrived but encountered an unexpected issue. Before he could inquire further, the president promptly dismissed him. Upon hearing that President Sang had arrived, President Pei fidgeted restlessly, attempting to feign composure. Yet the urgency in his demeanor betrayed his agitation. Naturally, he hurried down with great haste. It soon became apparent that this unforeseen circumstance referred to Madame Jiang. Su Ji regarded Shun Qingrao with a cold gaze and stated solemnly, "If the Jiang family troubles our esteemed guests at Pei, it is tantamount to troubling us. Henceforth, the Pei family shall not extend any welcome to the Jiang family, nor shall we entertain any members of your clan. Please take your leave." The words, devoid of compassion, effectively condemned the Jiang family to oblivion, placing them firmly on Pei's blacklist. Shun Qingruo's complexion paled. She grasped the gravity of the situation. She had come today to assist Jiang Ruofeng, hoping to garner his attention while also contemplating a potential connection with the heir of Pei. It was said that this heir was quite young and presumably inexperienced in matters of love, perhaps presenting her with an opportunity. Who would have thought that Sang Chu would outmaneuver her? She initially intended to witness Sang Chu's embarrassment and seize the chance to ridicule her, only to find herself in the humiliating position instead. Following Su's remarks, who would dare collaborate with the Jiang family in the future? Jiang Ruofeng would undoubtedly harbor grievances against her once he realized she had ruined everything. Shun Qingruo could scarcely fathom the implications. She stood there in a daze, forgetting even to utter an apology. Sang Chu displayed no sympathy whatsoever. "President Sang, President Pei is waiting for you. Please follow me," Su Ji said, treating Shun Qingruo as though she were invisible, then slightly bowing to Sang Chu. Surprised by Su's demeanor, Sang Chu nodded and followed him, accompanied by Shun Xiaoyu. As they departed, others could not help but cast mocking glances at Shun Qingruo. Previously, they had shown some restraint in addressing the Jiang family. But Su's statement had undoubtedly sealed their fate. Who would dare collaborate with a company blacklisted by the Pei family, which was now on the brink of bankruptcy? Who would fear such a Jiang family? Finally, Shun Qingruo came to her senses, biting her lip and clutching her bag tightly, leaving the Pei building in disgrace. Sang Chu followed Su Ji into the exclusive elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. The pinnacle housed the president's office, occupying an entire level. The outer area was designated as the secretary zone, managing various affairs for Pei Chun, with a cadre of over a dozen secretaries, all of whom adhered to Su Ji's directives. Within was Pei Chen's office. Su Ji halted at the entrance, stating, "The president is inside. I shall not accompany you. President Sang may enter alone." Surprised and somewhat anxious, Sang Chu did not wish to be alone with Pei Chun, yet was evidently unavoidable. Regardless, she was compelled to undertake this project, necessitating a meeting with Pei Chun. Whether she faced a blade by stepping forward or retreating, she would proceed. After all, he had just assisted her. Surely he would not harm her. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door and stepped inside. Reflexively, Shun Xiaoyu attempted to follow, but was blocked by Su Ji. She looked puzzled, and Su Ji smiled faintly. The president only saw Mr. Sang alone. Assistant Shun was still waiting outside. Shun Xiaoyu had no choice but to give up, yet she felt somewhat perplexed. How did this person know her surname was Shun? Had she introduced herself? It seemed not. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ji had already conducted an investigation on Sang Chu and had a general understanding of everything about her. Coupled with his remarkable memory, he naturally remembered her. As Sang Chu pushed the door open, she saw Pei Chun seated behind the desk, engrossed in handling documents. Clad in a black suit, he appeared serious, a stark contrast to his demeanor in her presence. It must be said that it is often remarked that men are more attractive when they are working. Indeed, he seemed even more captivating in this context. His face exuded the essence of a domineering president, radiating an imposing aura. Little did she know, she had initially thought he was merely a wealthy heir. Silently, he had drawn her into a significant affair, leaving her feeling quite constrained. Standing before the desk, noticing that he remained oblivious to her presence, Sang Chu cleared her throat twice, attempting to draw his attention. Alas, he still did not lift his gaze. It dawned on her that he was being deliberately dismissive. For the sake of work, she endured the moment, lifted a smile, and initiated the conversation. Hello, President Pei. I am Sang Chu from Xingji. I have come today to discuss the investment in Tianxiaoshang. May I inquire if you have a moment to spare? Only then did Pei Chun leisurely raise his head to regard her. A calm voice resonated within the office. What if I say I do not have time? His hands were intertwined, leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed intently upon the standing Sang Chu. Today, she had come to discuss work, dressed in a professional suit, with a skirt paired with high heels, exuding the essence of a corporate elite. This was the first time Pei Chun had seen her in such attire, and his eyes darkened slightly. The formal clothing coupled with her earnest expression was simply irresistible, igniting a desire to tear her garments apart. Such a poised sister seemed all the more tempting to tease. Pei Chun's mind was filled with mischievous thoughts. Sang Chu's visit felt like a lamb entering a wolf's den. Yet, as the unsuspecting lamb, Sang Chu remained oblivious. Faced with Pei Chun's deliberate provocation, she did not take offense. Prior to her arrival, she had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, she felt no discontent. Maintaining a professional smile, she responded amiably. Then I shall return when it is convenient for President Pei. Pei Chun frowned, clearly displeased. Is this how you treat your clients? Just like that, you intend to leave? Why not give another try? Perhaps I would agree. Sang Chu, unaware of his thoughts, simply believed her demeanor was commendable. The client was currently unavailable, so she would return when he was free. What was amiss with that? What did he mean by treating a client in such a manner? What were his thoughts, then? To avoid offending her significant investor, she had to persist in her composure. Pei Chun remained dissatisfied. What do you mean by what I think? Do you not have an opinion of your own? Are you truly so impatient with yourself? They have only exchanged a few words. Then my opinion is to finalize the contract directly. President Pei, what do you think? As Sang Chu raised a sweet smile, she gently inquired. If not for today, she would have remained oblivious to how difficult Pei Chun could be to please. She found herself nostalgically recalling his previous demeanor, when he was remarkably agreeable, accommodating her every request, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed to his current disposition. It seems he indeed held her in high regard before. Sang Chu contemplated that signing the contract was not out of the question. It would simply depend on how she performed, considering there was no longer any relationship between them. Naturally, she would not go easy on him. Pei Chun's dark eyes were fixed intently on Sang Chu, and the implication of his words was unmistakable. He was still preoccupied with the events of a few days prior. Such an obvious hint would render her foolish if she failed to comprehend it. What exactly did Mr. Pei expect from her? Had she known he was the heir of the Pei family, she would have been more circumspect in her words. Was she the sort to bend for mere trifles? Indeed, she was. Had she realized this golden opportunity was so substantial, handsomely endowed, and fiercely compelling, what could she not endure? Pei Chun fell silent, merely observing her. Sang Chu understood this was an invitation for her to ponder. She was not naive. He had orchestrated this scenario deliberately, and it was certainly not merely for the sake of venting his frustration. The fact that Mr. Wong and others had compelled her to seek him out personally, alongside Assistant Sue's involvement, indicated one thing. He still harbored feelings for her. Yet, affection aside, the previous grievances had yet to dissipate. Otherwise, he would not be intentionally maintaining a standoffish demeanor. Was he waiting for her to placate him? Why was he upset? Was it not simply because she had initiated the breakup? If that were the case, she tentatively proposed, "How about you initiate the breakup this time? Am I to be the one rejected?" Pei Chun's expression darkened instantly. Was he truly angry because he had been the one to be rejected? No, he was indeed upset over the rejection. But was this truly what he desired? Did she even understand? The temperature in the office plummeted as Pei Chun exuded an aura of discontent. He let out a cold laugh, his dark eyes continuing to bore into her. Sang Chu chuckled lightly, clarifying that she had merely been jesting and that there was no need to take it seriously. It appeared that a breakup was still off the table. She tentatively suggested, "How about we reconcile?" Pei Chen's expression softened slightly. He remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing, seemingly waiting to hear more from her. With no response from him, Sang Chu pressed on, admitting that her previous outburst had been a mistake. And in a moment of anger, she had hastily mentioned the breakup. She implored him to forgive her, appealing to his magnanimity. Upon hearing her words, Pei Chen's demeanor visibly improved, and the atmosphere in the office became more relaxed. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, and then what? Sang Chu was puzzled. What more was there to say? Had she not already expressed her desire to reconcile and sought his forgiveness? What else was required? Pei Chen's expression darkened once more. Was this the extent of her sincerity? A mere apology, and that was all? No substantive actions to back it up? What more could possibly be done? Sang Chu found herself even more bewildered. She had articulated everything and taken steps, yet he remained dissatisfied, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Pei Chen fell silent again, arms crossed as he regarded her. After the previous exchange, Sang Chu no longer felt intimidated by him. Upon unexpectedly learning that he is the heir of the Pei family and considering him as her significant benefactor, she arrived with a sense of trepidation. However, after exchanging a few words, she quickly realized that he remained the same person she knew, still quite juvenile in demeanor. With this revelation, her fears dissipated. More importantly, she discerned that he harbored affections for her, which instilled her with newfound confidence. How do you intend to explain your concealment of your identity as the Pei heir? I haven't even accused you of deceit yet, she challenged. Pei Chun, taken aback, wondered why she seemed to be confronting him when it was she who had sought his assistance. Feeling a surge of irritation, he chose to ignore her. Noticing his indifference, she decided to approach him directly, leisurely crossing the office to stand before him. Pei Chen's dark eyes flickered momentarily, and he maintained a stoic silence. With a playful smile, she mimicked his previous visit to her office, gently turning him to face her. Positioned above him, she rested her hands on the armrests of his chair, effectively enclosing him within her space. Pei Chun regarded her with interest, remaining still, eager to see her next move, willingly becoming her prey. She noted his apparent desire for this dynamic. Upon her arrival, his gaze had shifted, revealing his attraction. How delightfully repressed he was. She extended a finger, lightly tapping his belt, producing a soft, crisp sound. Gradually, her hand ascended, halting at his chest. With a hint of amusement, she poked his heart, and suddenly seized his tie. The force of the pull brought him closer, their noses nearly touching, both acutely aware of each other's breath. Pei Chen's lips curled into a slow smile, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He was taken aback, but also pleased by her unexpected boldness. She gently pecked his lips, a teasing gesture mingling with tenderness. This fleeting contact was inexplicably provocative, igniting a yearning within him. As they parted, he instinctively leaned in, their lips brushing together once more. Chun, shall we make amends? Chapter 67. Sister, as my personal secretary, Pei Chen's mind erupted in disbelief, staring at her in astonishment. What did you just call me? His bright, dark eyes resembled those of an eager puppy. In that moment, she felt as though he was an entirely different person from the man she had first encountered. Previously, he had appeared earnest and distant, embodying the lofty persona of the Pei heir. Yet now, he bore no semblance to that aristocratic aloofness, instead aligning with the memory she held of him. Confirming their shared gaze, she realized that he indeed was the Pei heir. With a hint of exasperation, she repeated, Chun? Pei Chun struggled to contain his amusement, a smile creeping onto his lips. Good, call me that once more. With a bemused sigh, she obliged. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Consequently, she lost count of how many times she had called him before he finally appeared content. I did not agree. This was his first utterance after reaching satisfaction. She nearly struck him in exasperation. Why must he be so infuriating? He examined himself, a smile stretching across his face, nearly reaching his ears. And yet he claimed to disagree? If he disagrees, so be it. As long as there is agreement on the collaboration, that suffices. Sang Chu forced herself to lift a smile and inquired, What about our collaboration? What collaboration? I am unaware of any such arrangement. His expression was one of blatant denial. Unmistakably a shrewd businessman. Gritting her teeth, Sang Chu remarked. Isn't President Pei dissatisfied with your earlier demeanor? Pei Chan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated on her lips, implying, "What do you think?" Realizing his intention, Sang Chu tugged at his collar and pressed on with her inquiries. Neither of them closed their eyes, clearly perceiving the emotions flickering in each other's depths. Sang Chu reminisced about their previous kisses, gentle and tender. Pei Chan neither initiated nor rejected, simply allowing her to kiss him, leaving Sang Chu feeling a pang of frustration. She released him and rose from his side. No more kissing. This man is truly difficult to please. He takes advantage and yet refuses to acknowledge it. She would not indulge him any longer. Pei Chan adjusted his collar, gazing at her with a smile. Is that how quickly your patience wanes? Sang Chu remained silent, merely looking down at him. As for the contract, as I mentioned before, there is no issue. I can even defer to your wishes. He looked up at her, reiterating the same sentiment. Compared to his earlier aloof demeanor, he had reverted to his previous self in her presence, though he was less amenable than before. Were the terms? Sang Chu was skeptical of his willingness to acquiesce so readily. What if he toyed with her again like before? Pei Chan did not immediately divulge his terms, but instead shifted the conversation. Your sister's company should be relatively unoccupied, am I correct? A sense of foreboding crept into Sang Chu's mind. As far as I know, the current project of Pei's investment is indeed your sister's major undertaking. Sang Chu remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. This was information easily obtainable, especially since the man before her had already uncovered her secrets. Pei Chan chuckled, though he was the one seated. Sang Chu felt as though he held the upper hand, the one in control of the situation. If your sister agrees to be my personal secretary for a week, I will consent to sign the contract with her. How does that sound? The ominous premonition materialized, causing Sang Chu to let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. A personal secretary? You certainly know how to play. Pei Chan remained noncommittal. So your refusal to reconcile is merely to indulge in role-playing? Reconciliation isn't off the table, but it depends on your sister's sincerity this week. Currently, she is pursuing me, not the other way around. Pei Chan smirked. Does your sister agree? Sang Chu's gaze swept over him, intending to glare fiercely, hoping to make him uncomfortable. Yet to her surprise, he seemed to revel in her scrutiny, as if her gaze excited him further. I seem to have no reason to refuse. After leaving Pei's, Shen Qingruo immediately took a car to Zhang's. Being blacklisted by Pei's assistant was not something she could keep under wraps for long. Sooner or later, it would reach Ruofeng's ears. Given this, she preferred to come forward with the truth before he found out, thus seizing the initiative. At Zhang's, naturally, no one dared to stop her as she strode straight to the top floor. Upon arriving at the president's office, she pushed the door open and immediately locked eyes with the two individuals inside. The one delivering a report was the president's cherished one, who promptly read the atmosphere and said, "The president is busy, so I shall take my leave." Jiang Ruofeng noticed a hint of peculiarity in Shen Qingruo's expression and nodded in acknowledgement. Once the other person departed, Shen Qingruo swiftly approached him. "I'm sorry, Ruofeng." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she threw herself into Jiang Ruofeng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Ruofeng, taken aback, hurriedly enveloped her in his arms. "What has happened, Qingruo? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall ensure they pay for it." In Lin City, there was no one who dared to provoke Jiang Ruofeng. Shen Qingruo lifted her face, feeling a surge of emotion, but then seemed to recollect something, biting her lip and shaking her head. She presented an image of someone wronged, yet unwilling to speak of it. This expression of quiet suffering tugged at Jiang Ruofeng's heart. He gently patted her back, continually offering solace. "Please do not cry. Tell me what is troubling you, all right? Otherwise, I shall worry." Shen Qingruo clutched his shirt, weeping for a while longer, and finally, after gathering her thoughts, she hesitantly spoke. "I went to the Pei Corporation today, but I was turned away by their assistant. He stated that we, from the Jiang Corporation, are not welcome." As she recalled the humiliating moment, her expression twisted in pain, and her eyes reddened once more. "What? How could this happen?" Jiang Ruofeng exclaimed, his surprise evident as his voice rose involuntarily. Shen Qingruo felt the pressure of his grip on her shoulders intensify slightly, prompting a soft gasp. Realizing he had caused her discomfort, Jiang Ruofeng quickly released her. "My apologies, Qingruo. I was merely taken aback." He began to apologize, though his demeanor suggested he was somewhat distracted. Shun Qingruo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, yet recognized that this was not the moment for grievances. "It's all right, Ruofeng. It is all my fault. I am useless, and you have every right to be angry. Feel free to scold or hit me. It is I who have ruined everything by rushing to the Pei Corporation." Her words were laden with concern for him. After expressing her feelings, Jiang Ruofeng could hardly hold any resentment towards her. "You sought to alleviate my burdens. I do not blame you. To claim indifference will be disingenuous. After all, it was the Pei Corporation. Why, of all places, the Pei Corporation?" The promise he made to support Shun Qingruo felt like a sharp slap to his face, stinging painfully. Yet he knew he had to find a way to resolve the matter. "Qingruo, could you tell me what transpired during your visit to the Pei Corporation?" For Assistant Su to react in such a manner, it must have been significant. However, Shun Qingruo had always been gentle and kind. She hardly seemed the type to offend anyone. Chapter 68. The alluring Secretary Jiang Ruofeng, puzzled, could only inquire further of Shun Qingruo. She understood that the subsequent words were crucial for altering Jiang Ruofeng's perception. "I wished to meet with President Pei, but I was unable to gain access and merely waited in the lobby, hoping for a chance encounter." Jiang Ruofeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, they did not permit entry. However, after a while, Miss Sang arrived, followed closely by Assistant Su, and they began conversing. Seeing their familiarity, I thought to ask Miss Sang for assistance in meeting President Pei. But it was then that Assistant Su forcefully expelled me. Shun Qingruo became increasingly vague, shifting the focus on Sang Chu and attributing all matters to her. Her ambiguous statements compelled one to ponder deeply. After meeting Assistant Su, Sang Chu promptly dismissed her, which evidently indicated Sang Chu's intentions. What astonished him further was that Sang Chu actually knew Assistant Su. How could he have been oblivious to this? When did this occur? If Sang Chu truly had an acquaintance with Assistant Su, then her directive to have Qingruo expelled was undoubtedly aimed at him. It was no surprise that Sang Chu, who had always held disdain for Qingruo, could act in such a way. However, if she genuinely knew Assistant Su, the situation could become rather complicated. Did I make a mistake? Shun Qingruo asked anxiously, gazing at Jiang Ruofeng. Jiang Ruofeng, coming back to his senses, saw her anxious demeanor and reassured her. "This is not your fault. Sang Chu's dislike for us justifies her actions. Do not blame yourself too harshly. You were simply trying to assist me. Had it been me attending instead of Qingruo, Sang Chu would have acted similarly. Her current animosity is merely an act of vengeance. Is that truly the case?" Shun Qingruo queried uncertainly. Jiang Ruofeng nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, Qingruo." She shook her head. "I merely wished to do something for you. It was not burdensome at all. But what should we do now? I have heard that the Pei family wields considerable influence. If we offend them, could it impact you?" Shun Qingruo's concern was palpable, as she weighed the implications should Zhang's enterprise falter, especially before their marriage. "Do not fret. Even if Sang Chu knows Assistant Su, so what? Assistant Su is not the president of the Pei family, and he certainly cannot dictate terms." Shun Qingruo's vague remarks led Jiang Ruofeng to assume that Sang Chu was advocating for her through Assistant Su, unaware that Assistant Su's actions were merely in accordance with the Pei family's president's wishes. It was rumored that a banquet hosted by the president of the Pei family would take place in a week, inviting enterprises from Linqing. "I will personally speak with President Pei then. Currently, it is impossible for the Pei family's heir to meet with them. Approaching them for clarification is futile. This way, other enterprises will not be privy to the situation either. We shall wait to address it at the banquet." "All right, I will follow your lead, Ruofeng." Shun Qingruo nestled in his embrace, her eyes filled with reliance. Seeing that he did not question her, she felt a sense of relief. Sang Chu, that wretched woman, has indeed struck luck by knowing the president of the Pei family before me, resulting in my disgrace today. Yet, she convinced herself that it mattered little. Even if she had made an acquaintance first, she could still reclaim what was hers. After all, had she not known Ruofeng before? Was he not hers now? If she could establish a connection with the president of the Pei family, what would it matter if she returned Ruofeng to her? As Jiang Ruofeng held Shenqing Ruo, his thoughts lingered on the relationship between Sang, Chu, and Assistant Su. Though they were entwined in each other's arms, their minds were occupied with divergent concerns. Indeed, the news of Jiang's enterprise being blacklisted by the Pei family spread rapidly throughout Linqing. Numerous enterprises hastily severed ties with Jiang, even incurring penalties, fearful of attracting the Pei family scrutiny. In an instant, Jiang Ruofeng found himself in a state of utter disarray. Meanwhile, the news of Sang Chu's acquaintance with the president of the Pei Corporation spread throughout the social circle, causing quite a stir as everyone speculated about the nature of their relationship. Some individuals even began to curry favor with Sang Chu, yet they could not locate her at the company or the Sang residence. This was, of course, due to the fact that Sang Chu had already joined the Pei Corporation as Pei Chen's personal secretary. Change into this, Pei Chen commanded, tossing a garment into Sang Chu's arms. She glanced at the dress in her hands and instinctively rejected it, exclaiming, "No way." The form-fitting black silk outfit was far too revealing for her taste. "Are you even here to work?" he retorted with a cold, merciless tone from his office chair. "I am here to be his secretary, not your mistress," Sang Chu protested, feeling humiliated by the attire. She had never worn anything like it in her life. Pei Chen shrugged indifferently and innocently remarked, "If I can be your sister's lover, what is wrong with my sister being my mistress? Or are you questioning her decision to collaborate?" Sang Chu was taken aback by his audacity. "What are you talking about? This is merely a uniform for work. Is there a problem with that? Are you doubting your boss's choice?" Pei Chen blinked, disregarding her anger. The moment he first saw her in professional attire, an idea had taken root in his mind, leading to his request for a personal secretary. Had it not been for this incentive, he might have succumbed to her earlier when she suggested reconciliation. Sang Chu shot him a fierce glare, gritting her teeth as she reluctantly acquiesced and took the dress into the lounge of the office. Pei Chen's office was vast, encompassing not only a workspace but also a lounge area. Upon entering, she found it akin to a spacious apartment, fully equipped for comfortable living. In recent days, aside from a visit to his mountain villa, Pei Chen had spent most nights here, which explained why so few could catch a glimpse of him. He exclusively used the president's private elevator, avoiding the lobby entirely. Sang Chu was astonished the first time she entered. The disparity between her modest office and Pei Chen's was staggering. Such was the grandeur of the Pei Corporation, and one could only imagine the splendor of the headquarters. Shaking off her thoughts, she began to change into the dress. Outside, Pei Chen periodically glanced towards the lounge door, eagerly anticipating her appearance in the outfit. It dawned on him that this was the first time he had prepared clothing for her. However, when silence lingered, he wondered if something had gone awry or if she was merely shy. "If you don't come out soon, I will extend your time here by a week," he called out, effectively cornering Sang Chu. Before long, the lounge door swung open, and Pei Chen's gaze immediately shifted, darkening at the sight before him. The last time he gazed at his sister, something felt amiss. Now, upon seeing her slender legs adorned in black stockings, he felt a sense of completeness. What an alluring secretary she was. Chapter 69. To the floral brew his eyes glimmered slightly as he beckoned her over. Standing at the entrance of the lounge, "Sanchuti mai motion." She was aware of her reflection in the mirror inside. She looked utterly shameful. She found it impossible to move. Were it not for this individual possessing her fate, she would have liked nothing more than to hurl that object at his face. What was this incessant turmoil in her mind? If her memory served her right, they had both shared their first experience that night, hadn't they? In such a brief span, what had he done to evolve into this? Sang Chu could not fathom how he had transformed under her influence. Pei Chen's gaze was fixed intently upon her as he remarked, "Secretary Sang, are you about to defy your superior's command?" Secretary Sang, how could she dare? Sang Chu glared at his face, gritting her teeth in frustration as she approached him in her high heels. Upon noticing her approach, a smile graced Pei Chen's face, and he felt a surge of validation in his decision to appoint her as a secretary. Wasn't this an opportunity to secure some personal benefits? Pei Chen swiveled his chair, arms wide open, gesturing for her to come closer. Reluctantly, Sang Chu pursed her lips and trudged over, moving slowly, taking her time to reach him. Pei Chun, growing impatient, suddenly pulled her closer, but Sang Chu, unaccustomed to high heels, lost her balance and found herself kneeling on the floor. As Pei Chun sat with his legs spread, she ended up directly between them. In her fluster, she instinctively sought something to grasp for support when a muffled groan escaped above her. Realizing the situation, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not raise her eyes, caught in a state of indecision. Caught in a similar predicament was Pei Chun, who looked down at her round head, feeling both exasperated and resigned. His voice emerged, strained as if forced through clenched teeth. Secretary Sang, "How much longer do you intend to hold on?" Sang Chu, feeling as if she were scalded, quickly released her grip, attempting to stand. The more anxious she became, the more chaotic the situation turned. She struggled for quite some time, leaning against Pei Chun, evoking both pleasure and discomfort in him. Once she finally stood, she kept her head bowed in silence, staring at her toes. Would he believe her if she insisted it was unintentional? Now, she was the fish and he the knife. Perhaps it was best to remain submissive. Pei Chun observed the trembling culprit, who resembled an ostrich trying to hide, and could not help but chuckle in frustration. "I had no idea Secretary Sang could play such a game. It seems I have underestimated you. I know far too little about you." Pei Chun's voice floated through the air, and Sang Chu felt her cheeks flush. She replied softly, "If you hadn't pulled me so suddenly, I wouldn't have fallen." "So, is it still my fault?" Pei Chun stared at her incredulously. "This ungrateful woman." Sang Chu chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It shouldn't be too bad, right?" Pei Chun looked at her, sensing a hint of schadenfreude in her demeanor. If something were to go awry, Secretary Sang would bear the responsibility. Sang Chu pouted in silence. What use would it be if it broke? Why should she be held accountable? Her refusal was too conspicuous, which greatly irritated Pei Chun. Are you so unwilling to even feign interest? If there truly is a problem, it is you, my dear sister, who will regret it. His words rendered Sang Chu speechless. How could she be the one to regret? Pei Chun discerned her thoughts with a mere glance. "After work, come with me. You need not return home for the next few days." "Why?" Pei Chun's smile was ominous. "Do I need to remind Secretary Sang what a personal secretary entails? If we do not share the same bed at night, can it still be called personal?" She bit her tongue. Sang Chu forced a smile, responding, "All right, Mr. Pei." Due to the earlier incident, Pei Chun's mind was devoid of other distractions. He instructed Sang Chu to work at the adjacent desk while he attended to his paperwork. Elated, Sang Chu returned to her desk. This was a space specifically arranged for her by Pei Chun, positioned directly across from his own, allowing him to see her with a mere glance. In contrast, the other secretaries were situated outside the office. Sang Chu had previously voiced her objections, only to be rebuffed by his insistence that a personal secretary must always be in close proximity, his exact words, with her protests falling on deaf ears. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Pei Chun indeed had matters to attend to. Following Sang Chu's divorce, he planned to host a banquet, scheduled for the following week. He also found some tasks for Jiang Ruofeng to occupy his time, preventing him from becoming too idle and losing control of his subordinates. As for other concerns, although Pei Chun had come to Lin City seeking a respite and was not eager to assume control of the Pei family business just yet, he still had obligations to fulfill. Having vowed to establish a branch of Pei Enterprises in Lin City, he was determined to excel. He needed to facilitate collaborations with local enterprises and impose necessary restrictions, all of which required his decisive input. Time flew by, and before long, a day had passed. As the clock signaled the end of work, Pei Chun took Sang Chu and prepared to leave. Where were we headed? Sang Chu had already changed back in her previous attire. Curiously, no one had ventured out of the office all day. Even their meals had been ordered by Assistant Sue, which Pei Chun had fetched. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of being seen, but soon realized there was no one around, except for Pei Chun. A flicker of doubt crossed Sang Chu's mind. Could it be that he had deliberately made her dress this way for his own viewing pleasure? If that were the case, he was truly insufferable. She pondered this and voiced her thoughts, only to see Pei Chun nod in unreserved affirmation. "Don't you find this to be a form of amusement, dear sister?" He chuckled, stating that after such exhausting work, one must treat oneself well. Seeing her lifted his spirits. Sang Chu, how reasonable. She found herself at a loss for words. If only she could be so carefree someday. Yet, she remained ensnared in a cycle of exploitation. Pei Chun led Sang Chu out of the office and into the private elevator, descending to the underground parking lot. The secretarial office was slightly taken aback. The president was leaving with Sang Chu. The two had yet to emerge from the office together. Speculations about their relationship circulated among the staff, though no one dared to voice them. Among the crowd, a pair of eyes fixated on the retreating figures of the two individuals. Sang Chu followed Pei Chun into the car, oblivious to his destination. It was only when the vehicle halted at the entrance of the bar that she realized their whereabouts. As they disembarked, Pei Chun opened the door for her. Sang Chu hesitated, questioning why they had come to a bar, for she had no desire to indulge in alcohol, having encountered Pei Chun during her previous 2 drinking escapades. She was reluctant to repeat the experience. Pei Chun smirked, addressing her, "Doesn't my dear sister wish to revisit the site of our initial encounter? Must I comply merely because you say so?" Pei Chun's expression darkened, and she immediately understood the implication. With no other choice, Sang Chu exited the car. Just as she stepped out, Pei Chun grasped her hand, leading her inside. The bartender, recognizing her, was about to greet her when he noticed the man beside her, the one who had forcibly taken her away that fateful night, and promptly quelled the thought. Chapter 70. Do you so despise me? He Xiao has been awaiting your arrival upstairs. The manager, spotting Pei Chun, swiftly approached and escorted the pair upstairs, only departing once they reached the entrance of the private room. Pei Chun pushed the door open, and upon their entrance, all eyes within the room turned towards them. Pei Xiao has arrived, and this must be the little sister-in-law. Seeing is believing, and indeed, the little sister-in-law was a remarkable beauty. He Qingyan immediately stood, striding towards them, brimming with curiosity about this little sister-in-law who had captured the heart of the seemingly aloof Pei family heir, transforming him into a lovesick romantic. What extraordinary individual she must be. Regrettably, she had remained elusive until now. He had encountered her twice before, but had not seen her face, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Today, however, he finally beheld her, and it became clear why Pei Chun had succumbed to such feelings. Sang Chu was indeed a rare and enchanting beauty. Yet, Pei Chun did not appear to be a man unfamiliar with beautiful women. What was it about her that had captivated him so? He Qingyan discreetly assessed Pei Chun from head to toe. Could it be that he relished a more assertive approach? One could only commend him for his choice. "Hello, I am Sang Chu." She relaxed as she noticed He Qingyan's warm demeanor and approachable nature. She contemplated correcting him about not being a little sister-in-law, but, casting a glance at Pei Chun, decided against it. It was perhaps best not to provoke him. "Greetings, I am He Qingyan, a childhood friend of Pei Xiao. If you don't mind, you may call me brother." Although the group of childhood friends were older than Pei Chun, he had never referred to them as brother. Rather, he had always teased them. If he could elicit such a title from Sang Chu, it would be a noteworthy achievement. In essence, it was as if Pei Chun himself had called him brother. He Qingyan's thoughts were not lost on Pei Chun, who merely replied, "Just call me by my name." A cold glance from him quickly silenced He Qingyan. Sang Chu nodded, choosing not to speak further to avoid offending anyone. As Pei Chun led her deeper into the room, she noticed yet another figure standing there. "Fu Yunqi, what are you doing here?" Sang Chu exclaimed, recognizing the man before her, surprise evident in her voice. Fu Yunqi was evidently taken aback upon seeing her. He stared at her in astonishment, then glanced at Pei Chun, finally settling his gaze on the hands they were clasping together, his expression quite remarkable. It was clear that the two were acquainted and had a significant relationship. Pei Chun, somewhat displeased, coldly inquired, "Do you know each other?" Sang Chu immediately discerned his thoughts and clarified, "He is the fiancé of my best friend. We have known each other since childhood." Fu Yunqi, sensing the awkwardness, added, "I also haven't seen Sang Chu in quite some time. I never anticipated that she would come here with young Master Pei." Their exchanges seemed to ease Pei Chen's tension. "Please take a seat. I shall have some food brought out. You haven't dined yet, have you?" He Qingyan noticed the tense atmosphere and urged them to sit down. Instructing the waiter to bring out some refreshments, thus alleviating the situation. Pei Chun guided Sang Chu to sit beside him, positioning them on the same sofa and placing her apart from Fu Yunqi. What a remarkable coincidence that young Master Fu is acquainted with my little sister-in-law. It truly is quite a stroke of luck. Fu Yunqi understood he was attempting to defuse the situation and responded, "Indeed, I never expected to run into her here. It's not so surprising, though. We are all from Linsheng, so it's quite normal to know each other." Sang Chu's voice rang out softly, by the way. "Do you know about Tingting's return?" She had been rather busy in recent days and almost forgot. Checking her phone, she realized it was indeed tomorrow. Fu Yunqi raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable, as he took in this information. He looked at Sang Chu and asked, "Does she know about your situation?" Before arriving, Fu Yunqi had never anticipated that the person young master he mentioned, whom Pei Chun favored, would be Sang Chu. Recently, news of Sang Chu's divorce from Jiang Ruofeng had spread throughout their social circle, with rumors of her infidelity circulating as well. To his astonishment, he was now face-to-face with the infamous mistress. And this mistress happened to be the elusive heir of the Pei family, someone whom everyone in Linsheng desired to meet. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Fu Yunqi could hardly have believed it. In recent days, there had been discussions in the circle about how Pei Chun had blacklisted the Jiang family after meeting Sang Chu, teaching Jiang Ruofeng a lesson. Fu Yunqi found himself intrigued. This was more than mere acquaintance. They were evidently together. It was no wonder Jiang Ruofeng had been so frazzled lately. He probably had no inkling of the situation. The Fu family ranked just below the Jiang family in Linsheng, and if the Jiang family faltered, it would bring him joy. Yet he wondered if those in the circle realized that the mistress they spoke of was actually the heir of the Pei family. What expressions would they wear upon discovering this? Fu Yunqi suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. He had a premonition that the banquet hosted by young Master Pei would be quite entertaining. And what a knowing! Although Sang Chu did not harbor the same disdain for Fu Yunqi as she did for others, she also felt no particular fondness for him. They had been betrothed since childhood, yet neither had any affection for the other. They preferred not to be acquainted at all. However, due to their engagement, they were bound together. Since childhood, their parents had insisted that Fu Yunqi play with Tingting. So, whenever Sang Chu and Lin Ting played, Fu Yunqi was always nearby. Thus, they had known each other since their youth. Fu Yunqi smiled, but remained silent. Pei Chun discerned that although the two individuals were acquainted, their relationship was rather superficial. "This is the person I intended to introduce you to last time, Master Fu Yunqi of the Fu family," He Qingyan explained to Pei Chun. After arriving in Lin City, he and Fu Yunqi struck up an immediate rapport and swiftly became friends. Hence, he sought to introduce the two. Additionally, He Qingyan had previously expressed a desire to meet Sang Chu, which led to her accompanying him, resulting in the current situation. Pei Chun nodded, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. Fu Yunqi, however, seemed unfazed, as it was known that the heir of the Pei family typically possessed such a temperament. For those who had been met with indifference, his treatment was indeed commendable. Before arriving, it was implausible that Pei Xiao was unaware of his presence. Evidently, he had tacitly approved of it. The atmosphere among the four was somewhat awkward, but He Qingyan's efforts to enliven the mood rendered it relatively harmonious. Sang Chu seized an opportunity to step outside for some fresh air. She declined the server's company and proceeded to the restroom alone. Unexpectedly, she encountered Jiang Ruofeng at the restroom entrance. His complexion was slightly flushed, and his gaze appeared somewhat hazy, as if he were intoxicated and seeking refuge from alcohol. Sang Chu felt a wave of misfortune wash over her and contemplated leaving. However, she soon realized that she had done nothing wrong and saw no reason to avoid him. Thus she approached directly. As they brushed past each other, they completely disregarded Jiang Ruofeng. Just as she was about to enter, he reached out and caught her arm. "Sang Chu, do you truly despise me so?" Jiang Ruofeng, who had noticed her presence earlier, was taken aback by her apparent blindness to him. Sang Chu shrugged off his hand and turned to face him. Chapter 71. Am I incapable? I do not harbor hatred towards you. Hatred implies love, and I have never loved you, so how could I hate you? Jiang Ruofeng nearly stumbled at her rejection, but managed to steady himself in time, avoiding a more embarrassing fall. As he regained his balance, he heard her words. "Sang Chu, eager to depart, had no desire to engage in pointless conversation. She considered it a waste of time. Presently, Jiang Ruofeng was nothing more than a drunken fool. What sense was there in conversing with someone in such a state? Jiang Ruofeng hastily called after her. Ignoring him, she continued forward, prompting him to attempt to grasp her arm once more. Sensing his intention, she recoiled in disgust. Frowning at him, "What madness has overtaken you, Jiang Ruofeng?" Sang Chu struggled to maintain her composure. Had he not achieved his aim? Why was he now clinging to her? It was truly absurd. Am I on my mind? Jiang Ruofeng incredulously pointed to his own face, staring at Sang Chu. Her unabashed disdain ignited a sense of dissatisfaction within him. If you do not hate me, then why ignore me? Why did President Pei blacklist the Jiang family? If not for you, would I be here drinking today? Jiang Ruofeng gazed coldly at Sang Chu, ultimately breaking into a laugh. It was precisely because of her that Assistant Su had spoken out, leading those opportunists to immediately shift their stance, even canceling collaborations. Consequently, the Jiang family found themselves in dire straits, and he was compelled to drink. Had it not been for her, would he have ever been reduced to such a state? When had it come to pass that he too would be partaking in alcohol? Did those people even deserve it? Was this not hatred? The audacity of Sang Chu claiming she does not harbor hatred towards him is nothing short of absurdity. This stands as the most ludicrous jest he has encountered this year. Sang Chu is nearly amused to the point of exasperation by this fool. In light of this, she has no urgency to depart. She refuses to let this inebriated man depart without clarifying matters. With her arms crossed, she regards him with frigid eyes, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Do I need to remind you? We are already divorced. Should I still greet my detestable ex-husband? Do you truly believe our relationship is amicable enough for that? She lets out a cold laugh while Jiang Ruofeng leans against the wall, rendered speechless. The notion that the Jiang family has offended the Pei family is utterly preposterous. The idea that her animosity towards him led to the Pei family placing him on their blacklist is an overestimation of both her and his worth. Jiang Ruofeng squints, scrutinizing her. What do you mean by that? With so many witnesses present at the Pei building that day, any casual inquiry among them would reveal the truth. If you insist on attributing this incident to me merely to alleviate your own discomfort, I have nothing further to say. Sang Chu's gaze roams over him, laden with meaning. Mr. Jiang, I fear you remain unaware that the whispers of your inadequacy have already spread throughout Lin City. The scrutiny directed at you may very well stem from the discovery of some monumental secret. She is fully aware that Jiang Ruofeng's physical state is intact. Otherwise, he would not have fathered a child with Shun Qingrua. Yet, others remain oblivious. The satisfaction derived from unsettling Jiang Ruofeng is rather delightful. Especially upon witnessing the shift in his expression, the discomfort etched upon his face brings her immense joy. Sang Chu's words stir a tempest within Jiang Ruofeng. Although he has received reports regarding the events at the Pei building, he had chosen to disregard them after learning from Qingrua. In retrospect, he realizes he may have overlooked something significant. Otherwise, Sang Chu would not exhibit such unbridled confidence. She appears to be speaking the truth. I am inadequate. The phrase resonates with Jiang Ruofeng. When has he ever been deemed inadequate? Suddenly, he recalls the subtle glances cast upon him by those in the private room, igniting a surge of anger directed at Sang Chu. So that was the reason behind their expressions of sympathy and curiosity. And Sang Chu had known all along. An instinctive realization dawns upon him that this entire affair is inextricably linked to her. Sang Chu shrugs and spreads her hands, feigning innocence. Who doesn't he know we were married for 3 years and then separated for a time? If others choose to think that way, there's nothing I can do. Her demeanor showcases a blend of helplessness and innocence. Jiang Ruofeng is momentarily taken aback, glaring at Sang Chu with a fierce intensity. Just because I haven't touched you, I am deemed inadequate? What kind of nonsensical logic is that? Enraged, he loses his composure, resorting to curses. He may not have physically engaged with Sang Chu, but that does not imply his inadequacy. He and Qingrua are perfectly fine, and they have a child. Then go tell others. After all, you have not refrained from embracing others over the years. Just ensure you clarify matters. Jiang Ruofeng wishes to distance himself from those individuals entirely, yet his throat feels constricted, rendering him voiceless. If Sang Chu were to discover such matters, it would only reinforce her belief in his inadequacy, further fueling her delight. Upon reflection, he remarked, "Indeed, I have been surrounded by admirers for many years, yet I find myself disinterested in you. For that, I must express my gratitude." Without a hint of concern, Sang Chu spoke and turned to leave. Having clarified her stance, she saw no reason to linger. Reconnecting? Who knows? However, Jiang Ruofeng was relentless, and, seeing her attempt to depart, rushed over to grasp her hand. Though he struggled to maintain his balance, he managed to seize Sang Chu's hand firmly, refusing to let go. Despite her persistent struggles, the intoxicated man, devoid of rationality, yet possessing considerable strength, rendered her efforts futile. "You cannot leave. You must clarify this matter with me." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ruofeng was unwilling to let her go. Since their divorce, he had not laid eyes on Sang Chu. All means of contact had been blocked, and he had been unable to reach out to her on behalf of the Pei family. Now that fate had finally brought them together, Jiang Ruofeng was determined not to squander this opportunity. "Jiang Ruofeng, release me. Have you lost your mind?" Sang Chu regretted divulging so much to him, as she found herself ensnared. Just as she contemplated removing her high heels, a familiar voice rang out. "Let her go." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Ruofeng was struck down to the ground, his eyes immediately resembling those of a raccoon. Pei Chun delivered a few more punches, and only when Jiang Ruofeng lay sprawled on the ground did he approach Sang Chu. He took her hand, wiping it on his shirt. "Are you all right?" Sang Chu glanced at Jiang Ruofeng, who lay on the ground, groaning in pain, his face a grotesque mask of bruises. Pei Chun had intentionally targeted his face. What was once a handsome visage had swelled grotesquely, appearing almost comical. Sang Chu felt her spirits lift. She shook her head, assuring him, "I'm fine." Noting Pei Chun's grim expression, she added, "Thank goodness you arrived in time." She observed a slight softening of his demeanor. "You must allow me to accompany you next time." Had he not worried about her prolonged absence, he might not have ventured out to find her, ultimately discovering her entangled with Jiang Ruofeng. Chapter 72. Lin Ting returns home. What if something had happened? Pei Chun could hardly bear to contemplate it. Sang Chu understood his concern for her, and considering that without his timely intervention, she might have struggled to escape Jiang Ruofeng's grasp, she refrained from contradicting him. Pei Chun was pleased with her compliance, taking her hand as they prepared to return to the private room. As they passed Jiang Ruofeng, he seized Sang Chu's foot. She retaliated with a kick. Jiang Ruofeng, wincing in pain, released her, his gaze shifting to Pei Chun. "You dare strike me? I will not let this go unpunished." This young man had attacked him, and he would ensure he paid dearly for it. If previously Sang Chu had harbored concerns for Pei Chun now, observing Jiang Ruofeng on the ground, she felt a twinge of sympathy mingled with schadenfreude. What expression would Jiang Ruofeng wear if he realized that the man before him, whom he could not meet, was none other than President Pei? Sang Chu found herself unexpectedly intrigued. She glanced at Pei Chun, wondering if he harbored a wicked sense of humor, concealing his identity merely to witness the shock on the other's face. As a prominent figure within the prestigious Beijing circle, could it truly be so? Sang Chu shook her head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Pei Chun grasped Sang Chu's hand, casting a glance at Jiang Ruofeng on the ground before delivering a swift kick to him, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk. "I eagerly anticipate that day." With that, he led Sang Chu away. Jiang Ruofeng, watching their retreating figures, pounded the ground in frustration. Once they were out of sight, he quickly retrieved his phone and called Gao Fei. "Inform me of everything that transpired at the Pei Corporation building." After Pei Chun escorted Sang Chu back to the private room, he grabbed her bag and pulled her out. "Hey, why are we leaving all of a sudden? What happened?" He Qinggan called out as he noticed their departure, sensing something was amiss. Their outing had been perfectly fine, yet their return was marked by an unsettling mood. He couldn't believe that nothing had transpired. Pei Chun remained silent, ignoring He Qinggan's inquiries as he continued to pull Sang Chu outside. With no other recourse, He Qinggan withheld his words. Sang Chu felt Pei Chun's grip tighten on her as they reached the entrance of the bar. He ushered her into the car, fastening her seatbelt before taking his place behind the wheel. As soon as he started the engine, the car sped off in haste. The atmosphere within the vehicle was thick with silence. Sang-Chu was perplexed. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Why the sudden shift into madness? Everyone seemed to be losing their composure, making it quite challenging to navigate the situation. Silently critiquing the unfolding drama in her mind, she dared not voice her thoughts. After all, he was her employer now, and her words were to be measured. Even if he weren't her superior, his influence made it unwise to offend him. In hindsight, she wished she had been more assertive previously, instead of feeling constrained now. Perhaps ignorance of his true identity had been blissful. Gradually, Sang-Chu realized they were headed towards Minghua Hall, the very place she had recommended for him to stay. What could this mean? Previously, he had been vague about their reconciliation, leaving her uncertain about his intentions. As these questions lingered in her mind, they arrived at Minghua Hall. Pei-chun exited the vehicle first, circling to the passenger side to open the door. "Get out." Sang-Chu hesitated, noticing his darkened expression, sensing that whatever was to come would not be favorable. Pei-chun smiled. "Sister, are you planning to stay in the car?" His voice was low and resonant, imbued with an enigmatic allure. After contemplating, Sang-Chu decided she would rather not remain there. Seeing her compliance, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Pei-chun's eyes as he shut the car door. They stood before the entrance, momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, Pei-chun swept her into his arms. Instinctively, Sang-Chu wrapped her arms around his neck, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Noticing her gaze, he lowered his own to meet hers. The two stood before the villa in a princess carry, the streetlights casting elongated shadows behind them. Pei-chun gazed at Sang-Chu, having missed her dearly during their separation. Now, with her warmth in his embrace, he could no longer resist the urge to lean in closer. As Sang-Chu Chien felt his head lower, his strikingly handsome face gradually drew closer. She swallowed nervously and slowly closed her eyes. A soft laugh reached her ears, and just as she was about to feel annoyed, his kiss descended upon her. This kiss exuded an indescribable tenderness, imbued with a hint of comfort, appeasement, and a trace of longing. Sang-Chu Chien had not consumed any alcohol that evening. He Qingyan, being considerate of her as a female, had ordered her some juice. Yet now, she found herself inebriated. The faint taste of wine, brought by Pei-chun, lingered in her mouth, and surprisingly, she did not find it unpleasant. Instead, she relished it. Pei-chun opened his eyes to see her, like a little kitten seeking food, obediently allowing him to take charge, even leaning closer to him, which softened his heart immensely. She believed it to be gentle reassurance, unaware it was merely a prelude to a beast's feast. Sang-Chu Chien felt a lightheadedness, unable to discern her surroundings, engulfed by a sense of emptiness. When she regained her senses, she discovered she was already inside the house, seated upon the shoe cabinet. Pei-chun stood before her, gazing up at her. The cabinet was quite tall, making her appear loftier than Pei-chun while seated. From her elevated position, she looked down at him, while he had to tilt his head back to reach her lips. Yet, as she observed his closed eyes, she refrained from acting immediately. Instead, she playfully pinched his lips, transforming them into a duck's bill. Pei-chun opened his eyes in dissatisfaction, only to meet her amused gaze. Sang-Chu Chien found his expression endearing, and she let out a soft laugh. His irritation dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Sang-Chu Chien did not release him. Instead, she leaned down and gently breathed into his ear, whispering, "This time, I shall be on top." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard his breath deepen. She smiled triumphantly, releasing his mouth to press her lips against his once more. Thus began another night of indulgence. The following day, both were late, neglecting their work obligations. Sang-Chu Chien awoke to find it was already noon, stirred by her phone ringing. "Hello, who is this?" "Chu Chien, do you realize what time it is? Did you forget you were supposed to pick me up today?" The irritated voice on the other end jolted her awake, prompting her to sit up in bed. Just a little longer." Sister immediately, a body wrapped around her from behind, a large hand encircling her waist. Sang-Chu Chien shivered and instinctively tried to silence her phone. But it was too late. Chu Qian, what are you doing? Is it a man's voice? It must be a handsome younger brother. Am I interrupting you too? Don't worry. Take your time. Bye-bye, darling. Before she could respond, the call ended abruptly, leaving her no time to react. Chapter 73. A chance encounter at Wangjiang Pavilion at the airport. As Sang Chu Qian stepped out of the car, she spotted a tall, slender figure. With long, lustrous black hair cascading to her waist and an elegant demeanor. Even behind dark sunglasses, her striking features were evident. The person, seemingly indifferent as they awaited someone, immediately dashed towards Sang Chu Qian upon noticing her, disregarding all decorum, and embraced her fervently. Chu Qian, it's been ages. Sang Chu Qian, her elegant beauty filled the schätzelt. It had been a long time since they last met. A whole year had passed. Chu, I've missed you so much. Lin Ting cooed, nestled in Sang Chu's embrace. Over the years, as she pursued her studies abroad, their reunions had become infrequent. Because of this, whenever Jiang Ruofeng, that scoundrel, bullied Chu, she was unable to stand up for her. But now she was finally back. Lin Ting incessantly expressed how much she longed for Sang Chu, and the atmosphere between them was exceptionally harmonious. Before Lin Ting could fully indulge in the embrace, she was abruptly pulled away by someone. Who is it? Lin Ting looked up in displeasure, only to be met by a handsome face, darkened with annoyance. Sang Chu hadn't anticipated his arrival, nor did she expect him to interrupt their sisterly reunion. She shot him a discreet glare. Why are you here? Go back upstairs. Pei Chen had accompanied Sang Chu. She hadn't intended to bring him along, believing that Lin Ting's return warranted some quality time just for the two of them. However, upon learning that she planned to leave, Pei Chen had objected vehemently, claiming that she was still his secretary and could not venture out without her boss. Sang Chu was naturally displeased, and Pei Chen, well aware of her sentiments, sought to delay her meeting with Lin Ting. Thus, he insisted that if she wished to go, he must accompany her. Consequently, they both arrived together. He had remained in the car while waiting, but upon witnessing Lin Ting throw her arms around Sang Chu, he could no longer contain himself and descended, forcibly extracting Lin Ting from her friend's embrace. Sister, do not forget that you are my personal secretary. How can you be so close to someone else? He stated with a sense of righteousness, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. After their intimate moment the previous night, his demeanor had improved significantly, yet he still refused to reconcile fully. Pei Chen relished the current dynamic. His sister was obliged to remain with him and cater to his whims, which delighted him. San Chu Fao Udali Mbazat, who taught him to speak so shamelessly. Normally, it would be tolerable, but now, with others present, it was mortifying. Lin Ting suddenly realized. So, you were the boyfriend that Chu mentioned? She circled around Pei Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, nodding occasionally. He was indeed handsome, far superior to that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng. His physique was exceptional, tall and slim. Clearly the type that would look good in both clothes and without them. Moreover, being youthful, he undoubtedly possessed great stamina. At first glance, Lin Ting was quite pleased. No wonder he had captivated Chu. He was genuinely impressive. With a mischievous grin, Lin Ting raised her eyebrows at Sang Chu, teasingly implying that their night must have been quite intense. Sang Chu's face flushed crimson, and she cleared her throat, shooting another glare at Pei Chen. If it weren't for him, she would have remembered to pick up Lin Ting and Wu Ti have been overheard. Pei Chen shrugged innocently, laughing. Lin Ting's comments pleased him immensely. Sister has fallen for me. Your friend has a delightful way with words and keen insight. He nodded at Lin Ting. Yet his subsequent remark was still unyielding. But you cannot embrace Chu. Before Lin Ting, Pei Chen altered his form of address. His possessive demeanor resembled that of someone fiercely guarding a treasure. Sang Chu found herself at a loss for words, bemused by his childishness. Yet, Lin Ting bore no semblance of anger. Instead, she was quite pleased. This young man exhibited a strong sense of possessiveness, a clear indication of his fondness for Chu, which was certainly preferable to that scoundrel Jiang Ruofeng. You are not bad yourself, they both thought, leaving Sang Chu somewhat perplexed, yet relieved that their initial impressions of one another were favorable. She felt somewhat bewildered, but ultimately decided to accompany them. As Sang Chu reached for Lin Ting's luggage, Pei Chen intercepted her, taking the bag and placing it down before ushering them into the vehicle. Sang Chu intended to sit beside Lin Ting in the back seat, but Pei Chen noticed her intention and firmly pulled her into the front passenger seat, securing her in with a seatbelt. Having completed these tasks with swift efficiency, he entered the car, started the engine, and left Sang Chu with no opportunity for protest. Feeling utterly speechless, she turned to Lin Ting, who was beaming at the two of them, radiating delight. Sang Chu mused that Lin Ting's heart must be racing with excitement. The sight of an attractive couple together was indeed a feast for the eyes, a delightful sight for her. After hearing Chu's previous accounts, she had been eager to meet them in person, and now that she could not help but feel elated, as if uncovering a cherished truth. The trio drove directly to Wangjiang Pavilion, intending to host a welcome feast for Lin Ting. With Pei Chun present, there was no need for reservations. They could simply walk in. Upon entering the hall, they encountered a familiar face. Ah, is that not Lin Ting? Has she returned? Fu Yunqi, surrounded by admirers, caught sight of the familiar figure and nearly doubted his own eyes. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized that she was indeed accompanied by Sang Chu and the enigmatic Pei Xiao, confirming her return. What Sang Chu had said the previous evening was true. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Ting turned to face the face she found rather irksome. It seemed almost unfortunate that her return coincided with this encounter. Crossing her arms, she regarded him with a sense of misfortune. What was meant to be a pleasant meal had turned into an encounter with someone she despised, which could only be deemed unfortunate. Fu Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement to Sang Chu and Pei Chun, refraining from addressing Pei Chun by name, as his identity remained undisclosed. Since you're feeling discontented, I shall take pleasure in this coincidence. Why not include me as well? Fu Yunqi had originally come to discuss business matters. Over the past 2 years, his father had gradually entrusted the family business to him, with the intention of preparing him to inherit it. Fu Yunqi, proving himself capable, possessed a natural acumen for commerce and managed the business adeptly. Observing this, Mr. Fu contemplated entrusting the entire company to his son. In Lin City, besides Jiang Ruofeng, Fu Yunqi was also a remarkable young talent. However, he was already bound by an engagement, arranged since childhood with the daughter of the mayor. Moreover, Fu Yunqi's sharp tongue had left many women rebuffed, causing them to refrain from seeking his attention over time, to the point that some even speculated about his disinterest in women. After all, to assert that he held a deep affection for Lin Ting would not be entirely accurate. Upon their encounter, the two individuals engaged in a quarrel, seemingly devoid of any deep-seated affection. In stark contrast, Jiang Ruofeng's evident disdain for Sang Chu was palpable. His amiable demeanor at social gatherings endeared him to women. Consequently, when discussing young talents, the majority tended to recall Jiang Ruofeng, seldom mentioning Fu Yunqi. However, it is worth noting that the Fu family is by no means inferior to the Jiang family. The Fu, Jiang, and Sang families rank among the most prestigious clans in Linqing. 3 years ago, the Jiang family faced an unexpected crisis, but after a strategic alliance with the Sang family, they resurrected their fortunes, ultimately surpassing both families to become the premier enterprise in Linqing. Chapter 74. The secret of Fu Yunqi. Jiang Ruofeng was dubbed a commercial prodigy, credited with the Jiang family's accomplishments. Yet, the arrival of the Pei family in Linqing heralded a shift in fortunes. The Jiang family found themselves blacklisted by Mr. Pei, resulting in numerous collaborations being severed. This presented Fu's family with an unparalleled opportunity. For many, Fu's family emerged as the optimal choice. In recent days, numerous parties sought out Fu's family, leaving Fu Yunqi exceedingly occupied. Initially, he remained cautious, suspecting that the Jiang family's plight might be temporary. However, after visiting Huanyang last night, he discerned that the Jiang family was indeed doomed. With Sang Chu present, Mr. Pei would not spare Jiang Ruofeng. His circumstances were bound to deteriorate. Thus, Fu Yunqi cast aside his reservations. Today, he was scheduled to dine with potential partners, but unexpectedly encountered 3 individuals at the venue. He gestured for them to proceed to the private room while he followed suit. Those individuals, eager to curry favor with Fu's family, complied readily. Lin Ting, though reluctant, found herself powerless against their insistence. The four entered the private room together. Observing the distinctive decor, Fu Yunqi's understanding deepened. Indeed, Mr. Pei was unlike any other. Sang Chu had long been aware of the situation and remained unperturbed. Lin Ting, however, fixated on glaring at Fu Yunqi, oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. "How shameless can you be? You are not welcome, yet you insist on following," she retorted, her poise forsaken in Fu Yunqi's presence, her words lacking in decorum. The daughter of the mayor, with a mother hailing from an esteemed scholarly lineage and serving as a university professor, Lin Ting had been groomed from a young age to embody the epitome of grace and elegance, rarely leaving room for criticism. Only a select few were privy to her true nature, one of whom was Sang Chu. In Sang Chu's company, Lin Ting was lively and candid, speaking without restraint. Their rapport, comfortable and unencumbered. The other was Fu Yunqi, yet her demeanor transformed entirely in his presence, shedding the airs of a refined young lady. Fu Yunqi made no effort to conceal his aversion towards Lin Ting. Their mutual disdain was palpable, as if they regarded each other as adversaries. Despite their betrothal and a seemingly cordial childhood, their interactions now were fraught with hostility. "You claim I lack shame, and yet my following you is perfectly reasonable," Fu Yunqi quipped, arching an eyebrow. His tone was particularly irksome. "Why the frown upon seeing me? I shall make it my mission to vex you. You insufferable wretch, ever the source of annoyance." Lin was infuriated, seizing a tissue from the table and hurling it at him. Fu Yunqi turned his head to evade it, breaking into a triumphant smile. "Look at him." Lin, unable to contain her frustration, turned to Sang Chu for support. Sang Chu, feeling helpless and at a loss for words, instinctively glanced at Pei Chun. Perhaps she herself was unaware that in moments of encountering the insurmountable, her instinct was to seek Pei Chun's assistance, subconsciously believing he could provide help. Pei Chun, of course, noticed this subtle detail. He felt a sense of joy in being relied upon by his sister. Immediately, he offered her a reassuring glance before turning to face Fu Yunqi with a stern expression. Often, Pei Chun's presence was overlooked in front of Sang Chu, giving the impression of a gentler demeanor. Yet, when he wore a serious countenance, his formidable aura would instantly resurface. It was only then that Fu Yunqi recalled Pei Chun's true identity, ceasing his playful antics. Rather than fear, it was the penetrating gaze of Pei Chun that left him momentarily stunned, questioning whether Pei Chun had seen through him. Lin Ting, witnessing his discomposure, felt a surge of satisfaction. "Look at you now, this is hilarious." She beamed at Fu Yunqi's foolish expression, reveling in the fact that he actually feared Pei Chun. "If you dare bully me again, there are plenty of people who will deal with you." However, Lin was astute and soon sensed something amiss. She turned her gaze toward Pei Chun. "Fu Yunqi actually fears you? Few can instill such fear in him. What is your identity?" Her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Pei Chun. Just as Sang Chu was about to speak, Pei Chun grasped her hand. "It's simply because I inadvertently uncovered a secret of Fu Xiao." Pei Chun directed his gaze at Fu Yunqi, inquiring, "Isn't that right, Fu Xiao?" Meeting Pei Chun's half-smiling, half-serious eyes, Fu Yunqi nodded. Sang Chu squeezed Pei Chun's hand, noticing a hint of curiosity in his expression. She was bewildered as to how Pei Chun had discovered any secret of Fu Yunqi. This must be a joke, right? Lin, however, was convinced, lowering her guard and looking at Pei Chun with eager anticipation. "What secret? Can you tell me?" With this knowledge, will that scoundrel dare to bully me again? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunqi's body stiffened, his gaze intensely fixed on Pei Chun. In that moment, both Lin and Fu Yunqi were focused on him, one with excitement, the other with anxiety. Pei Chun cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yunqi, acutely sensing his tension. Just when Fu Yunqi thought his secret was about to be revealed, Pei Chun's words relaxed him. "If I tell you this secret, it might no longer remain a secret." Pei Chun spoke with a meaningful tone. Lin felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. His words were a veiled refusal. Fu Yunqi inwardly marveled at Pei Chun's perceptiveness, silently thanking his luck that Lin was somewhat naive. "All right, Lin, let us choose dishes quickly. Today, you're the star. What do you wish to eat?" Sang Chu handed the menu to Lin, and the peculiar atmosphere in the private room dissipated. Fu Yunqi did not linger long, as he had others waiting on the other side. After eating a few bites once the dishes arrived, he departed. However, just as Sang Chu and the others finished their meal and prepared to depart, Fu Yunqi returned. "Let me take you home," he offered. Sang Chu grasped Lin Ting's arm, intending for them to share a ride. At that moment, Pei Chen retrieved Lin Ting's luggage and handed it to Fu Yunqi. "It would be better for Mr. Fu to escort her," he insisted. Before Sang Chu could protest, Pei Chen turned to Lin Ting and said, "Miss Lin surely wouldn't want to intrude upon our little world, would she?" "Of course not." Lin Ting was not oblivious. "You two go ahead. I can manage on my own." However, before Sang Chu could voice any further objections, Pei Chen dragged her into the car. The vehicle soon roared to life, and Sang Chu could only manage a fleeting goodbye. Once they departed, Lin Ting's beaming smile vanished in an instant, her expression shifting with remarkable swiftness. She reached out to reclaim her suitcase, but Fu Yunqi sidestepped her attempt. "What are you doing?" he queried, bending slightly to meet her gaze, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Naturally, I am escorting my fiancée home." Chapter 75, Sister. "You are truly adorable," Sang Chu gazed at the man beside her, who was focused intently on the road ahead and could not suppress her displeasure. "Why did you pull me away? You know Lin Ting dislikes Fu Yunqi. Why let him take her home? It wouldn't have taken much time." She remained perturbed by the earlier events, feeling somewhat irked at Pei Chen. Lin Ting had finally returned to the country. She should have been the one to see her home. Had her original plans unfolded, Pei Chen would not have been involved at all. It would have merely been her and Lin Ting. After picking Lin Ting up, they would have enjoyed a lavish meal before returning her home. Yet, not only had her plans been thwarted by his interference, but he also prevented her from accompanying Lin Ting. It made her seem as if she prioritized romance over friendship. More importantly, he had enlisted Fu Yunqi to take Lin Ting home. He had clearly noticed the discord between them during dinner, yet he proceeded with such arrangements. What was he truly thinking? Pei Chen, upon hearing her words, turned his head to glance at her. Noticing her irritated glare, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, how charming you are. How could you be so oblivious?" Reflecting on this, it was understandable why she had not perceived her own feelings earlier. Fortunately, he was not one to harbor secret affections, but spoke openly about his thoughts. Otherwise, she might still be unaware of his sentiments. As a man, even though Fu Yunqi pretended to be indifferent, Pei Chen immediately discerned that Fu Yunqi harbored feelings for Lin Ting. Despite Fu Yunqi's efforts to deceive others, he could not fool Pei Chen. Furthermore, Lin Ting did not appear entirely indifferent towards Fu Yunqi. She clearly behaved differently in his presence. It was simply that she had yet to recognize it herself. Thus, he felt compelled to assist them. Besides, they were engaged. It was possible they might marry in the future. Discovering their mutual affections would surely be preferable to harboring feelings for one another in silence. However, Pei Chen admitted he had his own selfish motives. He relished the opportunity to spend more time with his sister. What was the point of a group gathering when they could each enjoy their own romantic world? Sang Chu, upon hearing Pei Chen's words, wore a bewildered expression, utterly speechless. Why was he praising her so out of the blue? Meeting Pei Chen's affectionate gaze, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. It is indeed rather embarrassing. Hospital. Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang Ruofeng shook his head. He felt an intense pain coursing through his body, and his mind was clouded. What had transpired? After a moment, he began to recollect the events of the previous night. He had gone to Huanyang for a business negotiation, and it seemed he had encountered Sang Chu. Recently, due to the Pei family, the Jiang Corporation's fortunes had declined, compelling him to engage in drinking to entertain others. Halfway through, he found himself unable to endure any longer and made an excuse to step outside. It was then that he fortuitously bumped into Sang Chu, who was on her way to the restroom. He seemed to have pulled her aside for a brief conversation, during which she shared some information with him. Suddenly, that pretty boy had rushed out and knocked him to the ground. No wonder he was in such pain. Jiang Ruofeng touched his face, realizing that the pretty boy had aimed directly at it. How could he possibly face anyone like this? He still needed to seek partnerships. Next week, the Pei family's heir would host a banquet, which he must attend. He had to bring Qingrua along to apologize and seek forgiveness. Speaking of Qingrua, Jiang Ruofeng's expression darkened. He recalled Sang Chu's words. It turned out that what she said was entirely true. Gao Fei had divulged everything to him. That day at the Pei building, it was Qingrua's fault. She had instigated a situation to belittle Sang Chu, not anticipating that Sang Chu actually knew the Pei heir and had assistant Su come to fetch her. Rumors of his inadequacy had even spread. The incident had circulated throughout their circle, yet absurdly, he had remained oblivious until now. Contemplating how those individuals were mocking him behind his back filled Jiang Ruofeng with a murderous rage. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Jiang Ruofeng turned to see Shun Qingrua, her face etched with concern. His emotions were tumultuous. What Qingrua had told him that day contradicted entirely with what Gao Fei had conveyed. However, Gao Fei, having graduated from a prestigious global university, had followed him since graduation, demonstrating diligence and making few mistakes. How could he have mismanaged such a trivial matter? There was no reason for him to deceive himself. And what he said aligned with Sang Chu's account. The peculiar gazes from others also had an explanation. This could only indicate one thing. Qingrua had lied. Why would she do such a thing? In his heart, Qingrua was kind and innocent, devoid of guile, easily manipulated, and incredibly gentle. Someone who would feel sorrow even at the death of an aunt. She loved him dearly. Initially, when he harbored a secret crush on Sang Chu and discovered she did not reciprocate his feelings, it was Qingrua who stood by him, expressing her affection for him. The pain of unrequited love was something she claimed to understand deeply, and her empathy stirred his compassion, leading them to become involved. Yet, he had never anticipated that. In the course of their relationship, he would come to admire her so much, relishing the sensation of being with her. Subsequently, there was the incident where Sang Chu had driven her away. She left him while pregnant. Jiang Ruofeng had always believed it was Sang Chu's fault. But now he realized that Qingrua could also lie and instigate trouble. Was he not sufficiently aware of her true nature? Were there other matters about which she had deceived him? Ruofeng, you are awake? Is it not unbearable? I am utterly distressed, and seeing you like this pains me deeply. Upon sensing Jiang Ruofeng's doubtful gaze, Shun Qingru's heart sank, and she expressed her concern. Observing his battered face, resembling that of a pig, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. How could he have ended up like this? Having remained by Jiang Ruofeng's side, she was naturally aware of the Jiang family's recent troubles. Shun Qingru now recognized the formidable nature of the Pei family, which stirred her yearning even more. In the presence of the Pei family, Jiang Ruofeng appeared utterly powerless, akin to a mere pawn. Were there a better alternative? She would certainly not wish to squander her time with him. Moreover, the incident at the Pei building had left lingering repercussions. Upon noticing her genuine concern, Jiang Ruofeng's heart softened once more. Perhaps he had been overthinking. I'm not gravely injured, Qingru. You need not worry. He took her hand and gestured for her to sit beside him. Shun Qingru reciprocated the gesture, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Qingru, could you recount the events of that day at the Pei building once more? Her countenance remained unchanged, yet her heart skipped a beat. She was not naive. Jiang Ruofeng's inquiry indicated that he was already aware of what had transpired that day. At this moment, denying the truth would be unwise. The best course of action was to admit her fault. Shun Qingru hesitated for a moment, her expression turning bitter as she spoke in a subdued tone. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. It is all my fault. I lied to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruofeng felt a deeper conviction that he might have misunderstood Qingru. He should not have doubted her. Why did you feel the need to lie? Is there something you cannot share with me directly? Jiang Ruofeng asked, perplexed. Have I not treated you well? We are to be married. Chapter 76. Bringing the child back, it is precisely because you have been so kind to me that I've found myself in a state of anxiety, leading me to act in ways I cannot even accept. Shun Qingru seemed to reach her breaking point, tears finally spilling forth as she leaned over the hospital bed, her shoulders trembling softly with quiet sobs, evoking pity in those who beheld her. Jiang Ruofeng's heart ached immediately. Ignoring his own pain, he gently patted her shoulder, offering a soothing comfort. Do not cry. I harbor no ill will towards you. I was merely taken aback, as I wish for there to be no deceit between us." At his words, Shun Qingru looked up in surprise, disbelief in her eyes. "Really? You truly do not blame me?" Her eyes, swollen and glistening from tears, gazed at Jiang Ruofeng, resembling delicate blossoms weeping in the rain. How could he possibly remain angry in the face of such vulnerability? It is indeed true. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, Shun Qingru could not help but stammer through her sobs, "I did not intend to deceive you. I merely felt overwhelmed by the rapidity of it all. The happiness felt unreal. Moreover, whenever I think of how you belonged to another for 3 years before our marriage, I cannot help but feel envious. That sensation is terrifying. I recall the moments when I, along with our child, needed you, feeling utterly alone abroad while you were by another woman's side. It fills me with resentment. Yet I know I should not think this way, and I regret it. I should not have acted as I did. I feared that once you discovered the truth, you would be disappointed in me, which is why I did not dare to tell you. I lied to protect myself, fearing that once you realized, you would despise me. I truly cannot live without you." As Shun Qingrua spoke, she dashed into Jiang Ruofeng's embrace, her words interspersed with tears. Jiang Ruofeng's heart ached. He felt he had wronged her, that it was his fault. Had he not married Sang Chu, driving her away, she would not have been left to struggle alone abroad with their child. Her jealousy of Sang Chu was understandable. All of this was owed to Sang Chu. What fault did she bear, other than loving him too deeply? It was he who failed to provide her with a sense of security, rendering her so anxious and uncertain. Jiang Ruofeng held her tightly, gently patting her back, offering tender comfort. "It is all my fault, Qingrua. Do not blame yourself. Never think poorly of yourself. You merely found it difficult to see things clearly for a moment. All of this is what Sang Chu owes you." Shun Qingrua sniffled, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "As long as Ruofeng does not blame me, I will be all right. Otherwise, I would truly be heartbroken." Jiang Ruofeng smiled gently, though his bruised face made his smile somewhat painful to behold. Shun Qingrua slightly averted her gaze. "I will never blame you. You have sacrificed so much for me and our child. But what about President Pei? Will this affect you?" she inquired, concern etched across her face. At this, Jiang Ruofeng's smile faltered. The Pei family was indeed formidable. A single word from them had transformed the Jiang family's standing. Observing his expression, Shun Qingrua grew anxious. "I've seen you running around these past few days and even going out for drinks. It truly pains me to see you like this. Is it because of me that you are enduring such hardships?" Jiang Ruofeng shook his head. "There are indeed challenges at present, but you need not worry. Next week, the Pei family will host a banquet, and I will take you to apologize. Once I clarify matters directly with President Pei, he would have no reason not to choose me. In Lin City, he was regarded as the most exceptional young talent." Shun Qingrua felt a twinge of displeasure. Why should she be the one to apologize? Ultimately, was it not due to his shortcomings? Yet, the prospect of meeting President Pei brightened her spirits. She knew that without Jiang Ruofeng, she would never have the chance to meet the heir of the Pei family. "Then I shall be at ease. I will sincerely apologize to President Pei and seek his forgiveness." Jiang Ruofeng felt a pang of sympathy for her understanding nature. "I put you through so much." Shun Qingrua shook her head, nestled against him, and softly replied, "As long as I can be by your side. I do not feel wronged at all." Jiang Ruofeng's heart swelled with warmth. This was what he had always desired. This was the woman he loved. "Qingrua, when will you bring the child back?" Jiang Ruofeng longed for their family of 3 to be reunited soon. Shun Qingrua's expression changed. Fortunately, being in Jiang Ruofeng's embrace, he did not notice. "Why do you suddenly bring this up?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking that since we are to marry, the child should be present. We have been apart for so long, and the child will be 3 soon, having never met his father. I feel guilty for the child and wish to see him as soon as possible." Noticing that Shun Qingrua fell silent, Jiang Ruofeng gently released her, holding her shoulders and looking intently at her. "What's wrong? Do you not want the child to return? Or do you not want him to recognize me as his father?" Jiang Ruofeng's expression darkened. Shun Qingrua immediately shook her head. "Of course not. What concerns do you still harbor?" Shun Qingrua remained silent, and Jiang Ruofeng could only take a deep breath, reminding himself that he had wronged both her and her daughter. It was his fault, and her reaction was justified. He must exercise patience. Now you are aware that Sang Chu has spread falsehoods about me, and the outside world is whispering that I am inadequate. This tarnishes my reputation. How will others perceive me when I conduct business? Men cannot tolerate being deemed inept. And Jiang Ruofeng, being particularly sensitive to his image, felt this acutely. Once the child returns, the rumors will naturally dissipate. What harm could there be in that? Shun Qingruo felt somewhat conflicted, saying, I have no objections, but will this not lead others to believe I am not a virtuous woman? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ruofeng could not help but offer her comfort, stating, that child existed before I married Sang Chu. It was Sang Chu who tore us apart first. The fault lies with her. Who can dare to judge us? With that, Shun Qingruo reluctantly acquiesced, observing the worry etched on her face. Jiang Ruofeng mistook her concern for what others might think and jested. Do you wish for others to say your man is inadequate? Am I not capable? As you well know, he pressed her back against the bed, leaning in to kiss her. Shun Qingruo immediately blocked him, and meeting his puzzled gaze, she explained, You still have injuries. If I were to unintentionally hurt you, it would pain me. Looking at his indistinct features and the scent of alcohol that clung to him, she thought it best not to proceed with any intimacy. Indeed, Shun Qingruo was quite thoughtful. Jiang Ruofeng did not dwell on it further and rose from her. Previously, she had never rejected him. Though shy, she had always endeavored to open herself up for his sake, so it was unfathomable that she would now shy away from intimacy. Thus, he never considered that Shun Qingruo might find him unappealing in that regard. As he stood, Shun Qingruo sighed in relief and brought over the soup she had prepared. Subtly probing, Ruofeng, how did you discover that I deceived you? And who is it that bears such animosity, leading to your injuries? Chapter 77. You possess such awareness? She had confirmed that Jiang Ruofeng had not heeded the reports from below. Logically, he should not have discovered the truth. Shun Qingruo understood Jiang Ruofeng well. He was exceedingly proud, and if he did not inquire about the reports, he would never voluntarily ask someone else. Even if others spoke of it, he would dismiss their assertions, holding on to his preconceived notions. He only believed what he wished to believe. Shun Qingruo had contemplated the possibility of being unable to conceal the truth indefinitely. However, if he were to discover it, it should not have happened so swiftly, indicating that someone had alerted him. This individual must hold considerable influence. Otherwise, he would not have listened. Shun Qingruo formed a tentative hypothesis in her mind. She ladled out the soup and handed it to Jiang Ruofeng. He accepted it, yet his gaze flickered slightly as he replied ambiguously, I happened to overhear. It was indeed her. His reaction did not escape Shun Qingruo's notice. As for his injuries, he had been beaten yet refrained from seeking retribution. Likely due to that pretty boy, his pride would prevent him from admitting he had been bested by such a figure. Shun Qingruo silently scoffed at him, deeming him utterly useless. Only the identity of that young man remains a mystery to her, and it is likely more complicated than she initially imagined. However, the most pressing concern at the moment is the child. When Sang Chu received a phone call from Gu Xingji, she was somewhat taken aback. Over the past few days, she had been preoccupied with Pei Chun, nearly forgetting about him. She had intended to finalize the investment from the Pei family before reaching out to him. Yet he contacted her first. Was there something he needed to discuss? She inquired as such. Gu Xingji chuckled, asking if it was wrong to seek her out without a specific agenda. Sang Chu felt a bit awkward and clarified that was not her intention. She merely felt that their relationship extended beyond mere collaboration, as they had only shared 2 meals together. Perhaps she was still viewed as his nominal extramarital partner. It seemed many in their circle had already uncovered Gu Xingji's identity, with some mocking her for being involved with a celebrity. A CEO of the Jiang family and a star. Everyone knew which one to choose, believing she had traded something substantial for something trivial. However, she wondered if their opinions would change after witnessing Jiang Ruofeng's recent behavior. Regardless of whether her extramarital partner was the Gu Xingji they assumed or the male model Pei Chun she had once thought, she felt he was preferable to Jiang Ruofeng. Even if nothing were amiss with the Jiang family, her sentiments would remain unchanged. Fortunately, Gu Xingji did not linger on this topic and shifted the conversation. inquiring about the investment discussions with the Pei family. So, he had called to ask about this. If he had mentioned it sooner, it would have spared her some embarrassment. It seemed Gu Xingji was adept at feigning casualness. When it came to this matter, she was at a loss for words. It seemed to be progressing relatively smoothly. She managed a forced smile as she glanced at the person engrossed in their documents. It appeared they were interested, perhaps. She thought she heard his faint laughter. Did Gu Xingji find the situation absurd as well? Yet, the reality was as it stood. Pei Chen's attitude was exceedingly accommodating, allowing her to voice her demands. Yet he also insisted she serve as his personal secretary. She had yet to fulfill his requests, and with just 3 days remaining, she hoped he would agree after a week. To alleviate his concerns, she conveyed that everything was proceeding smoothly. Gu Xingji, uncertain of her sincerity, suggested that if things did not work out with the Pei family, he could introduce her to an investor. For a fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of excitement. However, she ultimately declined. She believed that even if she sought other investors, they would not be as amenable as the Pei family. After all, who could rival the Pei family in terms of wealth and generosity? Pei Chun would only complicate matters for himself, yet he would not impose difficulties on the project. She could endure some discomfort, but the project must not falter. Moreover, she was self-aware. Even though she held high hopes for this project and had secured the recently popular Gu Xingji to star as the male lead, there would still be investors reluctant to shoulder the risk. As for Pei Chun, whether one considered him discerning or favoring personal interests, she had no reason to refuse him. After all, this was a resource, and she would not foolishly relinquish it. Perhaps it was also because she did not harbor any aversion towards Pei Chun. Had that individual been Jiang Ruofeng, she would undoubtedly have declined with firmness. Such is the nature of her double standards. Gu Xingji, upon witnessing her refusal, did not press the matter further. It appeared that aside from their collaborative endeavors, the two were scarcely acquainted and had little to converse about. A moment of silence enveloped them, and regardless of Gu Xingji's feelings, Sang Chu found herself engulfed in embarrassment. Just as she contemplated ending the call, a voice emerged from the other end. "I heard Sang Zong has gotten a divorce." It seemed he had suddenly recalled this tidbit, casually inquiring. The news of her divorce had evidently spread far and wide. Even the seemingly aloof Gu Xingji had succumbed to gossip. Yes, it was a recent development. There was a hint of delight in Sang Chu's tone as she spoke, which Gu Xingji discerned. A smile graced his lips as he offered his congratulations. "Thank you." At this juncture, the conversation reached a natural conclusion, and they terminated the call. Sang Chu did not dwell on this exchange. However, upon setting her phone down, she was startled to find someone unexpectedly seated at her desk. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." Pei Chun did not apologize, but instead regarded her with a somber gaze, asking in a low tone, "Who were you on the phone with?" Sang Chu rolled her eyes in response, retorting, "Do I need to inform you of whom I converse with? Is there a rule among personal secretaries regarding this?" Pei Chen's expression darkened at her silence. "Have you found someone behind my back?" he asked, feigning a sense of grievance. His lips pursed as he began to lament. It seems that even the role of a mistress ultimately leads to heartache. Sang Chu promptly raised her thumb in approval. "I never imagined you possessed such awareness. Is it too late to realize that neither of us are virtuous individuals?" She replied with a playful smile, refusing to engage further. It was a jest, for she had long since seen through his true nature and was well aware of his capacity for swift changes in demeanor. Thus she would not be swayed by his pitiful complaints. Pei Chen attempted to retort, but was promptly silenced by Sang Chu's words. "If memory serves me right, we seem to lack any relation at present, and certain individuals have yet to agree to a reconciliation." Pei Chen had not anticipated that his earlier stubbornness would leave him vulnerable. He shot her an irritated glare before storming off. Sang Chu settled into her seat with a sense of triumph. She had won this round. After Gu Xingji ended the call, the smile in his eyes deepened. Having confirmed the information he sought, his mood was rather buoyant. Just as his assistant approached, he was taken aback to witness his boss smiling. Doubt crept into his mind as he rubbed his eyes, questioning his own perception. However, upon lowering his hands, he realized it was indeed true. Others may not be aware, but he, who had been closely following his boss, understood well that the rumors of Gu Xingji's gentleness were mere fabrications. The notion of a serene and detached boss was a myth. Once the performance concluded, in the presence of his own team, his demeanor was as frigid as that of an ethereal being devoid of human emotion. Even his smiles towards others lacked warmth, appearing distant. Fans would claim that his eyes were as tender as flowing water, filled with affection even towards dogs. To this, he could only concede that there was some truth to it. Have you ever considered that he merely appears to be so? More often than not, his demeanor is devoid of expression, occasionally exuding an air of inscrutability. The assistant finds the boss rather intimidating, certainly not someone to provoke. He has rarely witnessed such a smile from the boss. Apart from acting, this is a rare occurrence. At that moment, he began to believe the words of a fan, perceiving that his employer indeed radiated a gentle warmth, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Yet, in the next instant, a chilling gaze shot in his direction, and he realized it was merely an illusion. "Boss," the assistant chuckled lightly, addressing him. Gu Xingji reverted to his usual expression and looked at him, inquiring, "What is it?" The assistant, known as Xiao Lu, remembered his duties. "Everything is ready. Sister Zhang has asked you to come over." Sister Zhang is Gu Xingji's manager. Since his debut, Gu Xingji has garnered significant recognition and established his own studio. Both Zhang and Xiao Lu are part of his team. Today, he is attending a charitable event, visiting an orphanage to offer them care and support. Recently, Gu Xingji's fame has soared, with an increasing number of people becoming aware of him. However, it is precisely at such a moment that one must remain humble and engage in charitable deeds, which also serves to uphold his positive public image, a strategic marketing approach. After winning the Best Actor award, many events have been declined, as he prefers to avoid public appearances when possible. Sister Zhang believes this is an opportune moment to capitalize on his success and enhance his visibility. Yet, her artist is not inclined towards such endeavors. Indeed, the fans are not entirely mistaken. In terms of reputation, Gu Xingji remains quite understated. He is indifferent to such matters. Sister Zhang feels somewhat helpless, but cannot alter her artist's perspective. Gu Xingji is resolute. Apart from his dedication to acting, he remains indifferent to the rest. This time, after much persuasion, he finally agreed to attend, prompting Sister Zhang to prepare meticulously. Currently, Gu Xingji is at the entrance of the orphanage, while Sister Zhang negotiates inside, leaving him to wait in the car. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, he nodded and exited the vehicle. Gu Xingji, tall and slender with striking features, captivates attention even in the simplest attire of a t-shirt and jeans. He could easily be mistaken for a fresh university graduate. Despite always being by his side, Xiao Lu still finds himself awestruck by his boss's charm. It is no surprise that the boss is so well-liked. His acting skills aside, his looks are truly remarkable. He believes that his boss's appearance ranks among the finest in the entertainment industry. Coupled with his exceptional talent and an impeccable reputation devoid of scandals, success is inevitable. The saying goes, an actor's skill is the finest form of beauty enhancement. Moreover, the boss is inherently handsome. "Xingji, over here." Sister Zhang, a decisive woman in her middle years with a short haircut, exudes competence. Upon seeing Gu Xingji, she immediately beckons him over. Gu Xingji approaches her slowly. "I have finalized the arrangements. Once the camera starts rolling, we will have our small donation ceremony, followed by playing and engaging with the children, and then we will conclude. Is that acceptable?" Gu Xingji raised no objections. However, upon seeing the donation amount set at 1 million, he remarked, "Let us make it 5 million. "What?" Sister Zhang was momentarily perplexed. Gu Xingji reiterated, "Let us donate 5 million. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Sister Zhang pondered, believing that philanthropy primarily served to enhance one's image while simultaneously doing good deeds. 1 million would suffice. 5 million seemed rather extravagant. "It will be deducted from my account." He cast a glance at the innocent children gazing at him, their eyes brimming with yearning. Despite their humble attire, they radiated joy. Reluctantly, Sister Zhang acquiesced. The director of the orphanage, overhearing this, immediately turned to Gu Xingji with gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks. With such a substantial donation, the orphanage would be free from financial worries for an extended period. facilities could be renovated, and the children's meals could be improved. For them, it was akin to a timely blessing. Regardless of whether these individuals were performing for show or had ulterior motives, she regarded them as kind-hearted. The donation amount was adjusted, cameras positioned, and the donation ceremony commenced. Once the ceremony concluded, Gu Xingji engaged in games with the children, the director accompanying him throughout. At that moment, someone approached the director and whispered something in her ear. The director smiled, nodded in Gu Xingji's direction, and departed with the individual. Gu Xingji paid it little mind. Was it true that someone wished to adopt a child? The person nodded, and she felt elated. The director, being compassionate, accepted all children brought to the orphanage, nurturing those unadopted. She even ensured they received an education. Some orphans had potential adopters, yet hesitated to leave. She never forced them. Gradually, the number of orphans in the facility increased. However, with the rise in numbers, financial resources dwindled. Over the past 2 years, the orphanage had run out of funds, compelling the director to take on odd jobs, which were still insufficient. Therefore, the donation today brought them great joy. Little did they know, this day held more than one fortunate event. Someone wished to adopt a child. A young woman, strikingly beautiful and seemingly well-off, approached, expressing her desire to adopt and pledging a donation of 500,000 as a gesture of gratitude towards the orphanage. Upon hearing this, the director's smile widened. Financial matters were secondary. They had received a donation, alleviating immediate concerns. As long as her intentions towards the children were sincere, that was what truly mattered. I share your sentiments. Director, shall you meet this individual? The director nodded and was escorted to the office. Though termed an office, it was merely a simple table and a bench, quite austere. Upon entering, the woman seated on the bench stood up. You must be the director. Her pure appearance and gentle demeanor evoked immediate fondness. Indeed, I am. I heard you wish to adopt a child. Forgive my curiosity, but you are quite young. Why consider adoption instead of having your own children? The director observed that the woman appeared to be in her 20s, finding it unusual for someone so young to contemplate adoption. She felt compelled to seek clarity for the sake of the children. The woman's expression turned sorrowful as she gently caressed her abdomen. Once, I too had a child, but fate dealt a cruel hand, and I lost him. Upon hearing this, the director's eyes filled with sympathy. So that is the reason. Have you married? Here, we require documentation. Have you brought the necessary materials? Chapter 79, Adoption of a Child. The young woman retrieved her documents from her bag and handed them to the director. After a careful examination, the director confirmed there were no issues. What age of child do you intend to adopt? Almost 3 years old. The director regarded her with a hint of curiosity. Such specificity? The young woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice slightly choked. If my child were still with me, he would be around this age. With this revelation, the director's reservations eased. She glanced at the person beside her, who nodded slowly in affirmation. Indeed, we have children in that age range. However, we cannot guarantee their willingness to be adopted by you. If you have a child in mind who is agreeable, we have no objections. But we do have one condition. You must treat the child with utmost care. The young woman beamed with joy and earnestly assured, rest assured, I will cherish him as if he were my own. As for mutual consent, I fully agree. The child's wishes are of paramount importance. The director nodded, increasingly fond of the young woman. She stood up, saying, in that case, let us go and meet the children. As they walked toward the playground, the director remarked, your timing is fortuitous. We have just received a donation, and a benefactor is currently playing with the children. We can observe from a distance. And if you find someone you like, I shall bring him over to inquire about his preferences. The young woman had no objections. Along the way, the director engaged her in conversation, nodding in understanding. Gu Xingji was entertaining the children with a game of eagle catches chicks, assuming the role of the mother hen. The children adored him, drawn to his handsome appearance. An older child played the role of the eagle, attempting to catch the chicks behind Gu Xingji, who skillfully thwarted the attempts, inadvertently facing away from the director and her companion. The director, hearing the children's joyous laughter, smiled in delight. After a moment of watching, she recalled the presence of her guest and inquired, do you have a child in mind? The director, open-hearted and welcoming, would not reject any child. Even those with health challenges left at the doorstep of her orphanage, she would ensure they received the care they needed. Thus, there were many children available, fitting the desired age bracket. It remained to be seen whom she had chosen. That little boy in the blue outfit. The director recognized whom she meant. I will bring him over once the game concludes. Please wait for me in the office. The young woman offered a gentle smile and nodded, following her lead. Gu Xingji evaded the sudden lunge of the eagle, and as they spun around, he caught a glimpse of the director beneath the house. Instinctively, he glanced to the side, as if recognizing a familiar silhouette. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the final day of Sang Chu's serving as Pei Chen's personal secretary. She felt quite content, a smile gracing her face throughout the day. Due to her role as Pei Chen's personal secretary, they were inseparable, spending every moment together, even sharing the same sleeping quarters, save for the occasional trip to the restroom, which they somehow managed to avoid together. The thought of bathing together was best left unmentioned. Finally, the last day approached, marking the end of this exhausting arrangement. How could she not feel a sense of relief? Over the past couple of days, she had received numerous invitations to go out, but each time, she had to decline due to Pei Chen's presence. Surely, once this was over, the collaboration with the Pei family would be secured. As the heir of the Pei dynasty, Sang Chu believed that Pei Chun was a man of his word. It was impossible for Pei Chun, who was always attentive to her, not to have noticed her dissatisfaction. A smirk played upon his lips, and a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Let her revel in her temporary joy, he thought. As soon as the clock struck the end of the workday, Sang Chu hurried to the lounge to change out of her mortifying attire. For an entire week, she had donned different outfits each day, yet all were equally embarrassing. She wondered where he had procured such shameless garments. It was utterly disgraceful. Because of this, even though Pei Chun was present in the office, all matters were handled online, and he had not permitted her to change her clothes. She suspected some hidden machinations were at play. With both a man and a woman confined in the office all day, the very thought made her uneasy. If anyone dared to assure her that nothing was amiss, she would not believe them. Yet, it was undeniable that the office was devoid of any distractions. The thought of this infuriated Sang Chu. Although she had not encountered anyone in the office, on the day she came to seek Pei Chun, everyone had seen her and knew her identity. Her reputation had taken another hit. No, she had to make him feel the same way. While she could not confront him now, tomorrow was another matter. Once the collaboration was finalized with ink on paper, she would ensure Pei Chun faced the consequences. Suddenly, Pei Chun felt a chill run down his spine and looked up to find Sang Chu staring at him with a sinister expression. Pei Chun raised an eyebrow. Noticing his gaze, Sang Chu flashed him a sweet smile, which only deepened his confusion. Could it be that she was so elated about no longer being his secretary? Was she truly this happy? Pei Chun felt a twinge of displeasure. He resolved to present her with a grand surprise. Both were harboring mischievous intentions, yet kept them concealed from one another. Was it now time to discuss the collaboration? After changing her clothes, Sang Chu produced the contract proposal she had meticulously prepared and handed it to Pei Chun. He reclined with his long legs crossed, exuding a relaxed demeanor. In that moment, he truly embodied the legendary heir of the Pei family. His commanding presence and composed aura left Sang Chu momentarily taken aback. He accepted the contract from her hand and perused its contents. After a brief pause, he remarked, well prepared, "Shall we proceed to sign?" Sang Chu felt a surge of happiness. Her week of effort had not been in vain. "You wish to sign the contract?" she inquired, nodding in agreement. "That is indeed possible, but I have one condition." Sang Chu's expression instantly soured. She had underestimated his ruthlessness, mistakenly believing that being his personal secretary would grant her some leeway. "What condition?" she asked, her tone growing cold. Pei Chun, seemingly oblivious to her discontent, replied, "Accompany me to a banquet tomorrow night. Once the event concludes, I will promptly sign the contract. I always keep my word. A banquet tomorrow night? Is it merely attending a banquet? Surely, there can't be any ulterior motives." Sang Chu had not received any news regarding Pei Chen's invitation to host a banquet for all the prominent families in Lin City. Logically, given the recent rumors that she was acquainted with President Pei, she ought to have been informed. Yet, it remains unclear whether it was assumed she was already aware, or if Pei Chun deliberately concealed it, leaving her in the dark. Pei Chun nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, stating that it was just a banquet and requested her to be his companion. Sang Chu found it somewhat acceptable and gritted her teeth in agreement. A fleeting smirk of triumph flashed in Pei Chen's eyes. However, upon receiving a call from Lin Ting that evening, she immediately regretted her decision. Chapter 80. It is indeed a banquet hosted by the Pei family, with Jiang Ruofing invited. What did you say? Sang Chu exclaimed in astonishment, her voice rising uncontrollably. Yes, tomorrow night, the heir of the Pei family is hosting a banquet for all the elite families in Lin City. My father has already received an invitation. Did you not receive one? Lin Ting could not comprehend why Sang Chu was so agitated by this news. Could it be that her lack of an invitation prevented her from attending the banquet? This seemed plausible, considering her current estrangement from her family and her recent divorce from Jiang Ruofing. She likely hadn't received an invitation. Furthermore, the Sang family would most likely not take her along. With this thought in mind, she added, if you haven't received an invitation but wish to attend, you can come with me. We can tag along with my father and just say that you are his daughter. Lin Ting felt this idea was splendid and secretly delighted. Completely unaware of what was truly troubling Sang Chu, it dawned on Sang Chu why Pei Chun had insisted on her accepting the condition of being his companion. Tomorrow, all the high society of Lin City would be present, and her appearance as Pei Chen's partner would undoubtedly signal their connection. Everyone would be aware of their relationship. Sang Chu was not naive. She understood his intentions. The upper echelon of Lin City had looked down upon her, yet now, she would be transformed into someone they could not easily attain. How would they reconcile this disparity in their perceptions? Their expressions would surely be entertaining, and she would relish the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Pei Chun aimed to bolster her standing and deliver a blow to those who had scorned her. From this moment on, no one in Lin City would dare to belittle her. Sang Chu was entirely willing. This was indeed advantageous for her, and she would not be so proud as to refuse. Having shared an intimate relationship, she felt no shame in leveraging his influence. The crux of the matter, however, was that the social circle was aware of her indiscretions, but they mistakenly believed that the person in question was not Pei Chun. It seemed Pei Chun was still oblivious to the fact that Gu Xingji had taken the blame for her actions. Reflecting on this, Sang Chu realized she had never disclosed the truth to him. How others perceived him was no concern of hers. In fact, she harbored a certain wicked anticipation. He had not informed her of the banquet he was attending, so she would reciprocate by withholding the details of her own actions. Consider it a matter of mutual exchange. Perhaps a sudden smile crept upon her face, and she genuinely laughed. Lin Ting, hearing Sang Chu's laughter on the other end of the line, mistakenly believed she was overjoyed by her suggestion. Is it really that exciting? It's just an invitation to a banquet. Your sister is back now, and I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Chu is truly pitiable. Merely attending a banquet brings her such joy. One can only imagine the hardships she endured prior to this moment. In the past couple of days since her return, I have heard numerous tales about Chu, most of which are not flattering, all centering around that despicable Jiang Ruofing bullying her. Even though Lin Ting was not present, she felt a surge of indignation upon hearing these accounts. If I, as an onlooker, feel such distress, how much more despair must Chu be experiencing? As it stands, I still did not comprehend why Chu suddenly married Jiang Ruofing. It was evident that she did not harbor deep affections for him. Their relationship seemed more akin to friendship. Yet, she acquiesced to his every demand, enduring grievances along the way, until she ultimately believed she was deeply enamored with him. However, she has suffered greatly. Lin Ting has consistently urged her to abandon this repulsive affair, yet Chu would either smile faintly or fall silent. Fortunately, she has now undergone a profound realization. There is still time for her to rectify this. I will be attending the banquet tomorrow, though I may not be able to accompany you. Nonetheless, we can meet there. Lin Ting felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. She had hoped we would make a grand entrance together, dazzling those unseeing souls with Chu's beauty. Chu couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, Chu, I just learned that the Pei family has sent an invitation to that wretched Jiang Ruofeng. Lin Ting Sun the Excelema, her excitement turning to discontent. ISNT, the heir of the Pei family, supposed to dislike Jiang Ruofeng? Why would he extend an invitation? The thought dampened Lin Ting's spirits. Initially, she had held a degree of admiration for the Pei heir, believing him to possess keen insight in recognizing Jiang Ruofeng's true nature. She had assumed he would prevent Jiang Ruofeng from attending, yet here we are with an invitation being sent. Does this mean we will have to endure his presence tomorrow? Her mood soured further. Speaking of which, it seems Chu is acquainted with that President Pei. Lin Ting suddenly exclaimed, realizing her earlier assumptions were misguided. I thought you hadn't received an invitation, but knowing President Pei, how could you possibly miss out? I heard that he intervened on your behalf to blacklist Jiang's company after that little white lotus bullied you. I worried for nothing, which only fueled my excitement. Only then did Chu realize she had yet to inform Lin Ting of Pei Chen's identity. When Lin Ting returned to the country, it had slipped her mind. Pei Chen's sudden appearance, coupled with Fu Yunqi's subsequent arrival, had caused her to forget to introduce them. Chu couldn't help but facepalm. What was she thinking? Lin Ting, I seem to have forgotten to tell you something important, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. I hope you won't be upset once you learn the truth. I did not intend to keep it from you. What is it? Please go on. Lin Ting inquired nonchalantly, assuming it was merely a trivial matter. In truth, that pretty boy is, just then, someone called Lin Ting's name from afar. Chu, I can't continue this conversation. My mother is calling me, saying that the Fu family has arrived. I must hurry downstairs. We can discuss this face-to-face tomorrow. Until then, Lin Ting hurriedly ended the call and rushed down the stairs. Chu, staring at the disconnected line, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Upon your arrival tomorrow, do not hold me accountable. There is no need for her to say anything. The mere appearance of Pei Chan will suffice. As for the matter of inviting Jiang Ruofeng, Sang Chu likely has an inkling of the situation. Her previous suspicions have manifested into reality. Indeed, this individual harbors a cunning disposition. This realization inexplicably fills her with anticipation for the banquet to come. Soon, the dawn of the next day arrived. Sang Chu was unceremoniously extracted from her slumber by Pei Chun. Sister, rise and prepare your makeup and try on your gown. She mumbled in a daze. Her eyes heavy with sleep. Let me rest a bit longer. It is still early. It was amusing that he, who usually awoke later than she, now summoned her to rise. Pei Chun forcibly lifted her, jostling her body. Sister, awaken. Guests have already arrived. Reluctantly, Sang Chu powered on, her heart brimming with irritation. Upon gazing at his handsome visage, she seized a pillow and hurled it at him. Had you not stayed up so late last night, would I be in this predicament? And now you demand that I rise? Go to hell. She struck him repeatedly, her fury unabated. She was exasperated. Last night, he had insisted on his antics, sneaking into the bathroom while she was bathing. Otherwise, how could she be so fatigued? This rascal dared to disturb her dreams. Chapter 81. A different circumstance, Pei Chun allowed her to vent her frustrations. However, after a few feeble strikes, Sang Chu found herself drained of energy. Exhausted from the previous night, her body was devoid of strength. Pei Chun, despite being struck, looked at her with an amused smile, his gaze affectionate. Sister, do you still wish to take out your anger? As long as it delights you, feel free to hit as you please. His cheerful tone strangely encouraged her to continue. Sang Chu shot him a look of exasperation, responding, I lack the strength. Shall I assist you? He inquired. Sang Chu, with a mischievous grin, suggested, how about slapping myself instead? Pei Chun appeared to sense her eagerness. He feigned a wounded expression. Would you truly do that? Sang Chu nodded without hesitation. After all, it wasn't her own face, and she wouldn't have to lift a finger. His expression shifted to one of greater grievance. Last night, when I pleaded with you, you weren't so reluctant. Sang Chu was no longer swayed by his feigned victimhood. This individual, despite his pretense of vulnerability, wielded an undeniable authority, controlling every aspect of their interactions. To trust him again would be sheer folly. Upon hearing her words, Pei Chen's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief, appearing both handsome and endearing. That was different, The more you beseeched me, the more exhilarated I became. How could I possibly acquiesce? Sang Chu felt her face flush. Her mind flooded with memories of the previous night. She shot him a glare. What are you talking about? Pei Chun gazed at her innocently. Did you not say that first? With this exchange, no matter how sleepy Sang Chu felt, she was fully awake now. She had no choice but to indulge Pei Chun's whims. He seemed particularly invested in her appearance, circling around her, more concerned than she was about the gown and makeup. Sang Chu, disinterested in such matters, allowed him to take the lead. By the end of the day, the stylist and makeup artist were left utterly astounded, ultimately rendered speechless by his meticulous scrutiny as they dared not voice any objections. Yet, they quietly admonished themselves never to provoke Sang Chu again. The shock they felt when they realized that the person in Pei Xiao's embrace was indeed her still lingered in their minds. The stylist and makeup team were the finest in Lincheng, having worked with numerous affluent families in the area, and naturally, they were familiar with Sang Chu. Upon learning that today's assignment was for the heir of the Pei family, they were overwhelmed with excitement, even rescheduling previous clients to ensure they could deliver their utmost for the Pei heir, hoping to catch his discerning eye. If he were to notice them, their future business prospects would surely be secure. Upon arriving at the villa, they were somewhat taken aback, feeling that this residence hardly befitted the stature of the Pei heir. While the villa was rather nice, rumors suggested that the heir possessed an entire mountain. In comparison, this modest abode seemed rather shabby. Yet, despite their doubts, they swallowed their thoughts. When the Pei heir finally made his appearance, they were momentarily stunned. He was extraordinarily handsome, tall with long legs, exuding an innate nobility, resembling a living mannequin. Had he chosen to pursue modeling, he would undoubtedly be among the elite. However, he merely cast a cursory glance at them before instructing them to wait downstairs as he ascended the stairs. They bore no complaints, obediently remaining in place. Time passed, and to their astonishment, Pei Xiao descended, cradling a woman in his arms, adopting the posture of one carrying a child. A mere glance revealed that he held a deep affection for her. With their extensive experience in the industry, they could discern that this woman was undeniably exquisite. It was not surprising that Pei Xiao as partner would be breathtaking. They had prepared themselves for such a revelation. However, when her face turned towards them, they were taken aback. Was this not the much-derided Sang Chu from Lincheng's social circles? Being part of the upper echelons, they had heard their fair share of gossip, and Sang Chu's name had surfaced repeatedly, though seldom in flattering contexts. Gradually, they had developed a distaste for this so-called Lady Jiang. Recently, they had heard whispers that she had finally agreed to a divorce, yet they never expected to encounter her here. It became clear why the Pei family treated the Jiang family with such familiarity. They were not only acquaintances, but entangled in a relationship. Perhaps the biases held by the public were too deeply ingrained. Although there had been rumors of Sang Chu's acquaintance with Pei Xiao, no one had envisioned this particular development. One could easily imagine the expressions of the various socialites upon learning of this affair. Tonight promised to be quite the spectacle. Pei Chun, as expected of a prince in the capital, possessed impeccable taste. Under his discerning gaze, the results of her transformation were nothing short of remarkable. Sang Chu appeared almost ethereal, a striking beauty, transformed into a captivating enchantress, alluring and mesmerizing. Pei Chun nodded in satisfaction, declaring that tonight she would undoubtedly be the most radiant presence in the room, capturing the attention of all who had previously underestimated her brilliance. The venue for the Pei family banquet was chosen to be the villa complex that monopolized an entire mountain, an enigmatic sight that had long piqued the curiosity of all in Lincheng. They had never had the opportunity to enter until now, and at last they were able to do so with pride. A procession of luxury automobiles ascended the mountain, heralding the arrival of the prominent figures of Lin City. Over the past few days, the receipt of an invitation from the Pei family had become a matter of pride, even serving as a criterion for determining one's status among the elite of Lin City. To be without such an invitation was tantamount to a declaration of insignificance, branding one as merely a nouveau riche. In preparation for today's grand banquet, attendees had resolutely canceled all other engagements, meticulously orchestrating countless details to shine before the esteemed Pei Xiao. This occasion was indeed a rare opportunity, a pivotal moment that could propel one's fortunes to new heights. Securing Pei Xiao's favor today would undoubtedly pave the way for future advancements. Rumors had circulated that Pei Xiao was still unmarried and without a girlfriend, prompting families with daughters to adorn their young ladies with exquisite attire and makeup. The unspoken hope lingered that if their daughters caught Pei Xiao's eye, it could elevate their family's status significantly. A well-dressed matron clutched her daughter, earnestly imparting her advice in a secluded corner. Did you hear what I just said? Today is your sole opportunity. If you fail to seize it, the Chen family will be doomed. The young woman, clearly having made a considerable effort in her appearance, wore a resplendent gown and sported an elegant visage. If Sang Chu were present, she would recognize this individual as Chun Yao, the Chen family's daughter, recently cast aside by Pei Chun. Mom, I understand. You needn't worry. I will strive to win Pei Xiao's heart. Following her dismissal from Wangjiang Pavilion, the Chun family's fortunes had plummeted, enduring a severe setback. The same fate had befallen the companion who had accompanied her. It was evident to them that the young man was the orchestrator of their misfortunes, seemingly intent on avenging Sang Chu. Chapter 82. The Chun family's plans unbeknownst to her. The young man possessed considerable influence. His actions had prompted her father to chastise her, even striking her, a first in her life. Chun Yao, the Chun family's daughter, recognized the gravity of the situation. Were it not for their family's dire straits, her father would never have treated her so harshly. He was renowned for his affection towards his wife and daughter, and her temperament was largely a product of his indulgence. Realizing the trouble she had caused, Chun Yao sought to make amends by locating the young man to offer her apologies and seek forgiveness. The Chun family had finally reached this critical juncture. She could not allow her actions to lead to their downfall. She refused to accept that her days of prosperity were at an end. However, despite her relentless search, she could not uncover any information about him, leaving her uncertain about where to direct her apologies. She considered approaching Sang Chu, but by the time she arrived, Sang Chu was also nowhere to be found. In this period, Sang Chu was immersed in the role of a personal assistant, playing a supporting role. With no avenue for apology, the Chun family had to devise alternative strategies. Just then, a glimmer of hope emerged as they received an invitation from the Pei family to attend a banquet. This indicated that the Pei family still recognized the Chun family's worth. Hope surged within them. Determined to make a favorable impression on young Master Pei, they resolved to prepare diligently. Mr. Chun hoped to seize a stroke of luck. If young Master Pei took a liking to them, the Chun family would be saved. Meanwhile, Chun Yao and Madame Chun expressed their desire for Chun Yao to give it a try, believing that if young Master Pei favored her, their lives would be filled with endless riches and honor. The three of them were filled with delight as they awaited young Master Pei's appearance. Lin Ting, albeit reluctantly, clung to Fu Yunqi's arm, standing at the entrance of the Pei family's villa. In front of them, their parents were engaged in cheerful conversation. The two families shared a long-standing friendship. Mr. Fu and Mr. Lin had served together in the military, bonded by the trials of war. Due to injuries sustained during their service, they retired together to Lin City. Mr. Lin chose a political career, while Mr. Fu ventured into business. Both men excelled in their respective fields, having been formidable soldiers and later achieving significant success. Coincidentally, both families experienced similar life milestones, falling in love, marrying, and having children around the same time. They deemed it a rare coincidence that their offspring were a boy and a girl, thus solidifying their bond through a betrothal arranged at birth. Although the two children initially shared a close relationship, they eventually grew distant and began to quarrel. Their parents, witnessing this estrangement, felt helpless. Now that Lin Ting had returned, they sought to rekindle the connection between the two. Just yesterday, the Fu family had approached Lin Ting, suggesting she accompany Fu Yunqi as his partner. Lin Ting harbored a dislike for Fu Yunqi, but cherished his parents, who had watched her grow up and treated her like their own daughter. Given their close proximity and her frequent stays at the Fu residence during childhood, she felt compelled to heed their wishes. Thus, the current situation unfolded. It was indeed unfortunate to enter the event not alongside her dear friend, but instead with this insufferable individual. Casting a glance at their parents, Lin Ting turned her head toward Fu Yunxi, gritting her teeth. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet her face bore a refined smile, the epitome of a well-bred young lady. Only Fu Yunxi, standing close by, could discern her words. Moreover, her grip on his arm was so tight it seemed she wished to pinch off a piece of flesh. A fleeting, imperceptible smile flickered in Fu Yunxi's eyes as he retorted, equally unyielding, "You think I desire to be your partner? Countless heiresses harbor secret affections for me. And yet here I am, bound to a fiancé who has shattered many hearts." A shiver ran down Lin Ting's spine, akin to hearing a joke, as she looked at him with disdain. "I truly wonder what your skin is made of, to be so shameless," she scoffed. Fu Yunxi chuckled lightly, assuring her that such concerns need not trouble the mayor's daughter. Thus, the two entered the venue, their expressions fade of civility, compelled to maintain a cordial appearance in front of their parents. "Once Choo-Choo arrives, I shall never be seen with you," she declared, glaring fiercely at his infuriating face. Seeing her expression, Fu Yunxi appeared to realize that she was still unaware of the affair between Sang Chu and Pei Xiao, and a knowing smile crept onto his face. "You might find yourself disappointed when the truth unfolds," he remarked. Lin Ting was preoccupied, scanning the crowd for a glimpse of Sang Chu, oblivious to his words. When she failed to spot her, she turned to him and inquired, "What did you just say?" Fu Yunxi made his mind in silence. Lin Ting shot him an exasperated glance before pulling him to a nearby seat. He complied and settled beside her, his gaze subtly lingering on her. Today, Lin Ting donned a strapless white gown that accentuated her figure beautifully. With her inherent grace and that strikingly delicate face, she truly embodied the essence of an esteemed lady. It was no wonder that many women in their social circle considered her the ideal daughter-in-law. Indeed, as the daughter of the mayor and hailing from a cultured family, she exuded an air of sophistication that many sought in a daughter-in-law. In stark contrast, the reputations of Lin Ting and Sang Chu in their circles could not have been more disparate. This disparity often sparked discussions among the socialites, leaving many puzzled as to why Lin Ting and Sang Chu shared such a close friendship. Such popularity also explained Lin Ting's quick access to information. She was genuinely well-liked. However, those who engaged in idle chatter were merely playing social games, while Sang Chu held a special place in her heart as a true friend. Feeling slightly parched after their earlier conversation, Lin Ting noticed a beverage on the table and reached for it. As she bent to take a sip, her alluring neckline became momentarily visible, catching Fu Yunxi's attention, which deepened with intrigue. "When unflattering dress," he muttered dismissively. Lin Ting, having just taken a sip, was taken aback by his sudden remark. "Not only are you lacking in judgment, but you also seem to have a few screws loose," she retorted, placing her drink down and glancing at her exquisite gown, handcrafted by a renowned foreign designer. "How could you possibly call it ugly?" She shot him a disdainful look. "Thank goodness your outfit is courtesy of Mother Fu. Otherwise, I shudder to think how atrocious it could be," she pouted, unable to fathom the possibility. The two occasionally exchanged playful barbs to pass the time. After a while, they heard a commotion by the entrance and turned to see Shun Qingrua, adorned in a white gown, entering with Jiang Ruofeng, who was clad in a matching white suit. Their coordinated attire left no doubt about their relationship. Chapter 83. Lin Ting confronts Jiang Ruofeng recently. Jiang Ruofeng had become the center of attention, with a series of incidents causing quite a stir in their social circle. Previously, he had been a topic of discussion, often receiving praise or sympathy. With Sang Chu in the picture, it was only natural for Jiang Ruofeng to evoke compassion. An exemplary man burdened with such a wife stirred empathy, and many held a favorable impression of him. Occasionally, they would lament the unfortunate circumstances of such a talented youth marrying young, who wouldn't feel a tinge of regret. However, in recent days the tide had shifted. Initially, when Jiang Ruofeng and Sang Chu divorced, many believed that Sang Chu had finally come to her senses and decided to no longer cling to Jiang Ruofeng, prompting some wealthy young women to see an opportunity. However, a small faction speculated that Sang Chu had not truly given up. Rather, Her actions were merely a ploy to capture Jiang Ruofeng's attention, employing the strategy of feigned indifference. Even the appearance of a handsome suitor was thought to be orchestrated. After all these years, Sang Chu had always been at Jiang Ruofeng's beck and call, and the onlookers were well aware that feelings could not simply vanish. Initially, there were mockeries directed at Sang Chu, with many expressing relief for Jiang Ruofeng. Yet, it wasn't long before some became aware of the existence of Shun Qingrao. The return of the white moonlight was a revelation that explained Sang Chu's departure. With the reemergence of the white moonlight, it seemed a foregone conclusion that victory was assured. Despite this, they continued to ridicule Sang Chu, and after hearing that she had a fierce argument with President Sang, their disdain only intensified, deeming her foolish and predicting her downfall in the social circle. However, the tide began to turn once news broke that Sang Chu was acquainted with young Master Pei. The Pei family, with its boundless wealth, was a force to be reckoned with. Should Sang Chu manage to secure an alliance with the Pei family, the affluent families of Lin City would certainly regard her with newfound respect. Furthermore, young Master Pei had indeed expressed his ire towards the Jiang family due to Sang Chu, and astute observers quickly discerned where loyalties would lie in the future. The crowd now mocked Jiang Ruofeng for his rejection of Sang Chu in favor of the white moonlight, a situation he had brought upon himself. Yet, one could not entirely blame him. Who could have foreseen Sang Chu's fortuitous turn of events? Recently, the Jiang family had fallen into turmoil, with numerous partners swiftly severing ties, leaving Jiang Ruofeng scrambling for allies. Many speculated that he would be unable to attend the event, especially given young Master Pei's evident disdain for him. To everyone's surprise, he not only showed up but also brought his own white moonlight along. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, a blend of schadenfreude filling the air, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Some instinctively sought out Sang Chu's presence, only to find her absent. Just as disappointment began to settle, Sang Zemin entered with Baiwan. As the former father-in-law and son-in-law, their reactions to one another were highly anticipated. Upon entering, Sang Zemin noticed the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, which were decidedly unfavorable. Puzzled, he then spotted the couple ahead, one of whom was Jiang Ruofeng. Recognition dawned on him, clarifying the meaning behind the collective stares. Jiang Ruofeng, too, sensed the attention behind him, and upon turning, found himself locking eyes with Sang Zemin. In that moment, both men's expressions soured. Previously, even after Sang Chu's divorce, Sang Zemin would greet Jiang Ruofeng with a smile. However, given the current predicament of the Jiang family, having offended the Pei family, the future remained uncertain, and they were no longer the foremost enterprise of Lin City. Thus, maintaining a facade of harmony seemed unnecessary. While Jiang Ruofeng may have had his reasons, his treatment of Sang Chu was nothing short of slap in the face to Sang Zemin, who held his reputation in high regard. After all, he was still the father-in-law of Jiang Ruofeng, the esteemed elder. Jiang Ruofeng harbored no fondness for Sang Zemin. Just after the passing of Aunt Sang, Sang Zemin had begun an affair with his secretary, which led to a rather unfortunate encounter with Sang Chu. In a fit of anger, Jiang Ruofeng fled to the seaside, resulting in a fall into the sea and several days of fever. To him, Sang Zemin epitomized a poor father. Everyone was watching, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of their misfortune, yet they refrained from saying much. Un so shang, un bai. Sang Zemin nodded and addressed Jiang Ruofeng, inquiring if he had been under duress lately, advising him to avoid overexertion and take care of his health. Jiang Ruofeng's expression stiffened. Was this not a veiled mockery of the tribulations he had recently endured? Shun Qingrao echoed Jiang Ruofeng's call to Sang Zemin and Baiwan. She understood that even if she wished to remain silent, in such a public setting, she had to uphold her image and play along. Shun Qingrao presumed that despite the unspoken mutual disdain, they would at least acknowledge her for the sake of appearances. However, she was taken aback as Sang Zemin did not even spare her a glance, treating her as though she were invisible. Baiwan mirrored Sang Zemin's sentiments, ignoring her entirely. Shun Qingrao's smile nearly faltered. She cast a desperate glance at Jiang Ruofeng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her being disregarded ignited a spark of indignation within Jiang Ruofeng. Their treatment of Qingrua not only undermined her dignity, but also struck a blow to his pride. With all the prominent figures of Lin City gathered here, if he were to swallow this humiliation, would it not invite further disdain from all? Jiang Ruofeng had endured considerable affront in recent days, harboring a simmering frustration within. The continued invitation from the Pei family indicated that Pei Xiao's relationship with Sang Chu was tenuous at best, suggesting he would not further complicate matters for the Jiang family. The previous incident might have merely served as a warning. This realization offered Jiang Ruofeng a glimmer of hope. Once Pei Xiao agreed to collaborate, the Jiang family would reclaim its status as Lin City's foremost enterprise, perhaps even ascending to greater heights. By what right did these individuals look down upon him? And on what grounds could they compare themselves to him? Thus, Jiang Ruofeng resolved that he could not let this indignity pass. Moreover, the infidelity of Sang Chu was a betrayal she initiated. If apologies were to be made, it was Sang Zemin who owed him one. Uncle Sang, Qingrua merely wished to greet you. There is no need to make things difficult for her. Before Sang Zemin could respond, Lin Ting burst into laughter. As the crowd remained engrossed in the unfolding drama, not wishing to become entangled in the farce, silence enveloped the room. Lin Ting's laughter rang out, jarringly out of place, drawing all eyes towards her. Jiang Ruofeng cast a glance in her direction. Being a friend of Sang Chu, he recognized Lin Ting. In fact, during their childhood, Jiang Ruofeng, being somewhat older than Sang Chu and Lin Ting, had played with them. Who would have thought she had returned from abroad? However, the camaraderie of their youth had nearly faded. Is it truly amusing? Jiang Ruofeng furrowed his brow, his tone icy as he regarded Lin Ting. Fu Yunqi, noticing the tension, also directed his gaze towards him. It is indeed comical to flaunt a new lover before the parents of an ex-spouse and expect them to remain indifferent. What could be funnier? She remarked with another laugh. Have I been abroad for so long that the country has changed so dramatically? Lin Ting gazed at Jiang Ruofeng with unwavering courage, clapping her hands. Naturally, one must give face to the mayor's daughter, and her words rang true. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, were they not merely inviting rebuke upon themselves? I perceive her actions as deliberate. They all inhabit the same circle. Who does not know whom? I too believe she is merely a radiant white lotus, a vessel of tea's flavor. Whispers of gossip filled the air. Everyone present belonged to the elite circle. None were naive. Who among them was unaware of Shun Qingruo's modest capabilities? Observing Shun Qingruo, many felt disappointment. They had anticipated Jiang Ruofeng's infatuation to be directed towards someone of remarkable beauty, yet it seemed that Sang Chu surpassed her in allure. Moreover, there lingered an air of cunning about her. As Shun Qingruo overheard the laughter surrounding her, a swell of anger surged within her. This marked her debut in high society, yet it had devolved into this mockery. These individuals were all intentionally cruel. It should not have unfolded this way. It was all Sang Chu's fault. Sang Zemin, her father, was the catalyst behind this turmoil. Lin Ting, is this what your studies abroad have taught you? You are deliberately targeting Qingruo on Sang Chu's behalf. Jiang Ruofeng's eyes darkened as he spoke bluntly to Lin Ting. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingruo realized that Lin Ting too harbored animosity towards her due to Sang Chu. 3 years prior, while Lin Ting was abroad, Sang Chu seldom divulged her own matters to her, fearing it would cause worry. The knowledge she possessed was largely relayed by others within their circle. It was understandable that Shun Qingruo remained oblivious. Sang Chu had not drawn Lin Ting into this web. The realization that Lin Ting's disdain stemmed from Sang Chu, leaving her humiliated, only intensified Shun Qingruo's ire towards Sang Chu. I hold no grudge against the young lady. Why does she mock me so? Is it merely because of my relationship with Ruofeng? Yet, our love is genuine. With tear-filled eyes, Shun Qingruo looked at Lin Ting, appearing utterly pitiful. Some soft-hearted men, witnessing her plight, immediately turned their allegiances. It seemed she had committed no wrongdoing. There was no need for such treatment. She appeared rather unfortunate. Was Lin Ting not being excessive? Jiang Ruofeng, too, was among these individuals, feeling a deeper pang of sympathy. Had Qingruo not harbored feelings for him? She would not endure such indignities. It was he who failed to safeguard her. Lin Ting, if you have grievances, direct them at me. What purpose does this serve? Is this the upbringing one receives in the mayor's household? Jiang Ruofeng, exasperated, even disregarded the influence of Mayor Jean Lin. This sentiment ought to be directed solely at you. What satisfaction lies in a grown man bullying my fiancée? Fu Yunqi rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Ting, casting a hostile glance at Jiang Ruofeng. In the days when Sang Chu was your wife, you never stood up for her. You allowed others to bully her. Now that the tides have turned, you suddenly play the protector? How peculiar, indeed, is this affection? His words dripped with sarcasm. Only then did the crowd recall that Jiang Ruofeng had previously permitted Sang Chu to be mistreated without intervening. Now a different individual had assumed the role of protector. In this stark comparison, one could not help but feel pity for Sang Chu. It was no wonder that infidelity had occurred, placed upon them. They too could not endure it. What concern is Fu Yunqi to you? Jiang Ruofeng never anticipated that he would become the target of scrutiny today, a situation he had not encountered before. Who had not once held him in high regard? Surely this is related to me, right? A familiar voice resonated, prompting the crowd to turn their gaze. Upon seeing Sang Chu, adorned in elegant attire, a flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes. Undoubtedly, Sang Chu was beautiful. Yet in the past, she seldom adorned herself, or perhaps due to preconceived notions, her beauty was subconsciously overlooked. However, now she radiated like a pearl, long obscured by dust, finally illuminating the room with her brilliance, dazzling to the point of being hard to look away from. Her striking red gown outshone all others. The collective breath of the onlookers instinctively softened. How did Sang Chu descend from upstairs? That necklace around her neck. Is it not the precious ruby necklace that recently fetched an astronomical price overseas? Am I mistaken? It was rumored to have been purchased by a mysterious individual for 500 million. When did Sang Chu amass such wealth? Surely it cannot be a counterfeit? Hearing the murmurs around her, Sang Chu realized the immense value of the necklace adorning her neck. It was placed there by Pei Chun after her styling, and she had thought it exquisite, even inquiring whether it was expensive. After all, the ruby appeared to be pigeon blood red and quite large, suggesting it was anything but inexpensive. Sang Chu, not particularly attuned to the fashion world, was far less informed than other affluent socialites. Pei Chun had casually remarked that it was not worth much, leading her to genuinely believe it was of little value. To her astonishment, it was worth far more than she expected. While surprise blossomed within her, she maintained a composed exterior. It was not until she approached Lin Ting that the crowd finally reacted. "Chu, you look stunning today," Lin Ting exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight upon seeing Sang Chu. Sang Chu smiled back. "You have endured so much." After her styling, she had arrived with Pei Chun, having come earlier than the others, though she had remained upstairs. Pei Chun had initially intended to make a grand entrance with Sang Chu once everyone had arrived, but upon witnessing Lin Ting being repulsed by Shun Qingrua, Sang Chu had left Pei Chun and descended on her own, resulting in this moment. "What grievances do you bear? You are the one who has suffered, entangled with such despicable men and women for so long. Indeed, thankfully it is all over now." Shun Qingrua, upon seeing Sang Chu's resplendence, was consumed by envy as she clenched her fists in frustration. Why could Sang Chu never fade away? Why did she not simply disappear? Hearing Lin Ting's unrestrained rebuke directed at them only fueled her anger and humiliation as she turned to Jiang Ruofeng, only to find him fixated on Sang Chu. His gaze a tapestry of complex emotions. In his eyes, she perceived awe intertwined with a deeply concealed regret. Undoubtedly, Jiang Ruofeng's astonishment was palpable. All present were equally captivated by Sang Chu's allure. In this moment, Sang Chu reminded everyone of the former illustrious Miss Sang, whose brilliance had been momentarily concealed. Yet her intrinsic pride as the eldest daughter of the Sang family remained unchanged. "You are genuinely in love, and no one can tear you apart. Am I not graciously making way for you?" She raised a glass of red wine towards the two and offered toast, wishing them a century of bliss and a lifetime of unity. With that, she downed the drink in one swift motion. Sang Chu's smile bore a hint of sarcasm and a touch of indifference. Under such scrutiny, it seemed as though the two were mere jesters. The crowd, witnessing Sang Chu's demeanor, realized she had seemingly let go of Jiang Ruofeng. As for Miss Shun's comment about teasing you, that was merely a misunderstanding. She was only trying to offer a kind reminder. After all, my father is not a benevolent man, and I fear you might inadvertently provoke him, inviting unnecessary troubles. Chapter 85. Pei Chun takes action. Sang Chu's words ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the room. Did she truly imply that her father was not a good person? Even Shun Qingruo appeared taken aback, followed by a flicker of delight within her. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed accurate. Sang Chu had fallen out with her father. No longer the esteemed daughter of the Sang family, that man would likely come to despise her as well. Rebellious daughter, what are you saying? Sang Zemin's eyes bulged with fury as he regarded her, his gaze devoid of paternal affection, more akin to that of an adversary. Sang Chu, have you lost your mind? Jiang Ruofeng exclaimed in disbelief. He felt that Sang Chu had indeed transformed. If it were merely directed at him, it would be one thing, but now she seemed unafraid to scorn her own father. Did Sang Chu truly comprehend her actions? Lin Ting gently prodded her arm, expressing her concern. Was she truly indifferent toward her father? Lin Ting feared she might regret her words. After all, they had grown up together, and she knew well how devoted Sang's parents had been, a rare model couple in high society. She had witnessed it firsthand during their childhood. When Sang's mother was still alive, Sang Chu was cherished and nurtured, growing up carefree, proud yet not despised. However, all of that had changed. With Sang's mother gone and his father with Bai Wan, Sang's perception of her father had irrevocably shifted. By speaking thus in front of everyone, she had irreparably severed ties with him. Even the facade of harmony could no longer be maintained, signifying her complete disillusionment with her father. Though she appeared composed, Lin Ting sensed the turmoil within her. She quietly grasped Sang Chu's hand, offering silent support. Sang Chu met her gaze with an assuring glance, acknowledging her concern. In the past, she would certainly have worried, for he was her only remaining kin in this world. The bond of blood is not easily discarded. Yet now, she had come to understand that she only wished to surround herself with those who genuinely cared for her, while those who did not deserve a place in her heart were akin to festering wounds, left uncleaned, believing that the act of cleansing would be painful, unaware that neglect would only intensify the agony. If your hearing is not quite right, perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order. Is my meaning so difficult to grasp? Sang Chu laughed, her makeup today suiting her perfectly, her smile radiant and confident. Sang Chu, in a fit of indignation. Sang Zemin's chest heaved as he prepared to confront Sang Chu, his fury palpable. Bai Wan hastened to follow, urging him to refrain from violence, yet her voice lacked conviction, offering only token resistance. Deep down, she understood that should Sang Zemin strike, the bond between father and daughter would be irrevocably severed. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, held their breath in anticipation. Initially, Sang Zemin had intended to merely feign aggression. However, as no one intervened, his pride compelled him to act. With a deep breath, he swung towards Sang Chu, but just as his hand was to make contact, it was halted by a firm grip. As long as I'm here, I will not allow anyone to harm Sang Chu, not even her biological father, declared Pei Chun, his eyes ablaze with fury. What had begun as a minor issue had escalated, with his sister defiantly stepping into danger on his territory, an absurdity he could not tolerate. Pei Chun, having meticulously investigated all connections surrounding Sang Chu, recognized Sang Zemin as her father. A near miss. Had he not intervened, Sang Chu could have been struck. Who are you? Sang Zemin, feeling humiliated by the presence of a younger rival, scowled and spoke rudely. What are you doing here? Do you even deserve to be here? As Jiang Ruofeng noticed Sang Chu had avoided harm, relief washed over him, only to be replaced by ire upon spotting Pei Chun. A mere pretty boy dares to show up here? You really have no sense of propriety. Sang Chu, you brought him here? Just a pretty face. And yet you invite him to the Pei family gathering? Is this your affection for him? The crowd exchanged glances, sensing the underlying bitterness in his words. Sang Chu, pleased by Pei Chen's timely arrival, regarded Jiang Ruofeng with a mix of pity and disdain. as if he were a fool. Good luck to you, she thought, bemused by how astonished he would be upon learning Pei Chen's true identity. After all, if you can bring a partner to the banquet, why can't I? She retorted, causing Jiang Ruofeng to falter momentarily. The spectators, exchanging glances, were astonished to realize that this was Sang Chu's companion. Yet, the last time they had seen her, he was a well-known celebrity, leading them to speculate if Sang Chu had not only a third party, but perhaps even a fourth. In an instant, the gaze of the crowd shifted towards Sang Chu, now fully convinced of her disinterest in Jiang Ruofeng. Surely, such theatrics could not be mere pretense. Upon closer inspection, they noted that this pretty boy appeared even more handsome than Jiang Ruofeng and significantly younger. Just moments ago, he rushed out to protect Sang Chu, appearing far superior to Jiang Ruofeng in every conceivable aspect. In the past, Jiang Ruofeng was affluent, but that is no longer certain. This handsome young man possesses striking features. If only I could afford to pamper someone like him, I would have no need for Jiang Ruofeng. How comforting it would be to solely focus on my charming younger brother. Why am I unable to encounter such splendid company? Where did Sang Chu find him? I'm so eager to inquire. Viewed from his perspective, Sang Chu seems to be living quite a prosperous life. Lin Ting also found Bei Chun's action of stopping Sang's father to be exceedingly impressive, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunqi cast a nonchalant glance in her direction. Why didn't she praise herself like this when he stood up to defend her? Sang Zemin has also discerned who Bei Chan is, and his expression immediately turned disdainful. After all, he is merely a plaything for the wealthy. Does he truly consider himself significant? He looked towards Sang Chu, questioning if this was the reason she intended to divorce Jiang Ruofeng. Bei Chan initially wanted to retort, but upon hearing this statement, he too turned to Sang Chu, eager to see how she would respond. Sang Chu, receiving their gazes, felt speechless. Could she possibly say no? Wouldn't that amount to betraying Bei Chun? Naturally, was his allure truly inferior to Jiang Ruofeng's, rendering him unworthy of my abandoning Jiang Ruofeng? Bei Chun's eyes instantly brightened, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the allure of young Master Bei is unparalleled. Chapter 86. Astonishing the crowd. At the sound of the commotion, everyone turned to see a man clad in an exquisite suit approaching. His handsome visage was complemented by an audacious aura that harmonized splendidly with his vibrant red attire. Those who recognized his identity gasped in astonishment. Isn't that young Master He from the capital? It is known that young Master He and young Master Bei are childhood friends, having grown up together in close camaraderie. Yes, indeed, young Master Bei's understated nature is in stark contrast to young Master He's flamboyance. Originally pleased with his ostentatious entrance, He Qing's smile faltered upon hearing those words. Well said, perhaps it would be better not to mention it again. He Qing is famously known as a wealthy heir in the capital. Unlike Bei Chen's subtlety, he is notoriously ostentatious, not only making waves in social circles, but also gaining some notoriety online. This is largely due to his flamboyance, which inadvertently flaunts his wealth and attracts a significant following eager to glimpse the lives of affluent heirs. A notable advantage to this is that he is recognized wherever he goes, requiring no self-introduction. However, Sang Chu was unfamiliar with him, possibly because she had been preoccupied with Jiang Ruofeng, leaving no time to pay attention to such matters. Even if she were to become acquainted, her profession would lead her to focus more on figures in the entertainment industry, rendering her knowledge of wealthy second-generation heirs rather scant. A perceptive individual soon noticed something amiss. What did young Master He just call him? Did I hear him address Bei Chun? Young Master Bei has made an appearance. Where is he? If I heard correctly, he seemed to refer to Sang Chu's boyfriend. Upon uttering this, all eyes turned to the young man beside Sang Chu, who was currently glaring at He Qing and with evident displeasure. Who told you to wear red? The voice was frigid, seemingly eager to expel the person from the vicinity. He Qing wore a puzzled expression, inquiring about any issues with his preferred red attire. In his innocence, he approached the source of his discomfort. However, upon nearing Sang Chu, adorned in a resplendent red dress, he immediately discerned the reason behind the ire of this formidable figure. You didn't inform me that my sister-in-law would be in red. Had you mentioned this earlier, I would never have donned such a hue. Those unaware might think we are a couple. How utterly embarrassing. He Qingyan was uncertain if he had intentionally provoked Pei Chen's anger, but upon uttering those words, Pei Chen's countenance darkened further. Get lost. He had been careless, forgetting that this individual favored red at gatherings. Yet, the color did complement his sister beautifully, accentuating her features and drawing the gaze of onlookers. It was indeed fitting for her to wear red. Ultimately, the fault lay with He Qingyan for being so ostentatious. He Qingyan understood that while there could be negotiations regarding other matters, Pei Chun was particularly serious about issues concerning Sang Chu. If he did not appease him, he might find himself facing unforeseen obstacles. This fellow bore grudges. I shall change my attire at once. He Qingyan navigated the villa with the familiarity of someone who had frequented it before. Though he had departed, the remaining individuals stood in stunned silence, particularly Jiang Ruofeng and Sang Zemin, both caught in a whirlwind of confusion. The atmosphere seemed to crackle with the sound of slaps, echoing painfully in their ears. Sang Chu's seemingly delicate companion was, in fact, the fabled Pei Xiao, the very person they had longed to meet but had been denied access to. What an astonishing twist of fate. What had they just said about him? Unworthy of being here. A mere pretty face serving others. Jiang Ruofeng's gaze was complex, leaving him at a loss for words and unsure of his reaction. He had initially intended for Qing Ruo to apologize to Pei Xiao today. Yet, facing the individual he had previously ridiculed, he found himself unable to utter a word, especially since this man was now Sang Chu's new love interest. Acknowledging that Sang Chu had divorced him for someone better was more painful than death itself. Only now did he realize that the once derided pretty boy possessed a wealth of exquisite items, far beyond his initial assumptions, which he had foolishly thought were purchased with Sang Chu's money. After 3 years of marriage, he should have known that, given Sang Chu's financial status, she could never afford such luxuries. As for Shun Qingruo, she had long suspected that Pei Chun was not an ordinary individual, but had never connected him to the esteemed Pei Xiao. His background was far more substantial than she had anticipated. Now, she was utterly convinced that the Jiang family was doomed. Sang Chu had indeed ascended to Pei Xiao's favor. Explaining her abandonment of Jiang Ruofeng, she believed she had triumphed, unaware that it was Sang Chu who had deemed him unworthy. Moreover, she realized that she was merely a pawn in Pei Xiao's game, summoned solely to facilitate Sang Chu's divorce. Shun Qingruo clarified all the intricacies of the situation in her mind, promptly dismissing any thoughts of seducing Pei Chun. If he truly was Pei Xiao, he would undoubtedly be aware of his actions over the years and the kind of person he had become. He would certainly not look upon her favorably again. Thus, she found herself with no choice but to remain tied to Jiang Ruofeng. At present, Jiang Ruofeng is indeed the finest individual she can find. However, when compared to Pei Xiao, what is Jiang Ruofeng worth? Shun Qingruo felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Having encountered someone superior and more formidable, how could she accept that her man paled in comparison to Sang Chu? Previously, Sang Chu had been her defeated foe. Bai Wan maintained a facade of calm. Yet her heart felt heavy. The fact that Sang Chu had aligned herself with Pei Xiao was something she did not wish to witness. Lin Ting glanced at Pei Chun, then at Sang Chu, her eyes wide with disbelief. No one had informed her that the charming younger brother Sang Chu had found was none other than the heir to the Pei family. Finally, she cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yunqi, observing his composed demeanor, devoid of any surprise. Recalling his earlier caution around Pei Chun during their dining experience, it became evident. So, you had known all along, hadn't you? Lin Ting shot him a glare, realizing that his earlier deference towards her was merely to avoid inciting Pei Xiao's ire. Why hadn't he informed her sooner, leaving her in ignorance and needless worry? How foolish she had been to feel anxious when Pei Xiao encountered Sang Zemin. It seemed entirely unwarranted now. It made one ponder who should truly be concerned. Fu Yunqi shrugged, cheekily remarking that she had not inquired. Lin Ting felt an urge to strike him. Among the crowd, many were astonished, including Chun Yao's family, as well as several who had previously mocked Sang Chu. now grasping the truth behind Pei Xiao's amicable rapport with Sang Chu. He had severed ties with the Jiang family for her sake, revealing they were indeed a couple. Those who had once bullied Sang Chu now trembled in fear. Pei Xiao was undeniably striking, a paragon of elegance and charm, truly deserving of admiration. Once Sang Zemin comprehended the situation, he loudly praised Pei Chun, clearly echoing Sang Chu's earlier sentiments, entirely forgetting what he had previously declared. He epitomized the adage that as long as one remains unembarrassed, it is others who feel the awkwardness. The onlookers could only gaze at him in a mix of disbelief and discomfort, yet they awkwardly joined in the accolades. Pei Xiao truly was a youthful prodigy, a model for the younger generation. Young people ought to take Pei Xiao as their example. Chapter 87. Slapping Zhang Ruofeng's face. The crowd shifted from their previous amusement to shamelessly extolling Pei Chun. Their words were undoubtedly a slap in Zhang Ruofeng's face, rendering her increasingly uncomfortable. The women who had previously lavished compliments on Pei Chun fell silent. Their earlier bravado in front of Pei Xiao now seemed reckless. Nevertheless, some were secretly stirred by ambition. The fact that Pei Xiao could be interested in Sang Chu, a divorced woman from a prominent family, might mean he could also find them appealing. Who would he wish to marry into the Pei family? It was a dream of wealth and prosperity for many. To marry into the Pei family would ensure a life devoid of worry and elevate their own families, possibly even leading to opportunities in the capital, with children destined for greatness. A gamble worth taking, from luxury cars to yachts. What do you think? Do you still have objections to my bringing a pretty boy into the mix? Sang Chu did not let Zhang Ruofeng off easily, addressing her directly. Zhang Ruofeng understood that this was a deliberate mockery. This was the Pei family's villa, and Pei Xiao entering her residence was a matter of compatibility. He remained silent, engaging in a wordless standoff. As if by not responding, he had not lost it all. Shun Qingrua, feeling somewhat anxious, tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Ruofeng remained unresponsive. She silently lamented his lack of ambition, thinking how such a man could be of any use. No wonder he lost to Pei Xiao. Of course he could come. This was Pei Xiao's own home, and Miss Sang was merely jesting. Shun Qingrua was not naive. She had noticed He Qingyan's familiarity with Sang Chu, even referring to her as little sister-in-law, indicating that Pei Xiao held a special regard for Sang Chu. Pei Xiao stood up for Sang Chu, even feeling jealous over He Xiao and Sang Chu wearing similar colors, which demonstrated that Sang Chu was indeed cherished by Pei Xiao. Delving deeper, the invitation extended to Zhang Ruofeng took on a rather intriguing implication. It might not necessarily indicate forgiveness. It could also be a deliberate provocation, allowing him to witness the now radiant Sang Chu. Perhaps this was the sentiment shared among the group. If that were the case, Sang Chu's significance in Pei Xiao's heart would surely elevate even further. Sang Chu gazed at Shun Qingrua, who smiled warmly at her, and the smile deepened. Indeed, she was no ordinary person, a person capable of bending and yielding, even harboring resentment, yet still greeting others with a smile. In comparison, Zhang Ruofeng paled significantly. Last time at the Pei Corporation building, I had misunderstood Miss Sang, and I sincerely apologized to her here, hoping she can forgive me and not hold it against me. Shun Qingrua's purpose for being here today was to apologize, and even with the revelation of Pei Chen's identity, her resolve would not waver. By doing so, she could salvage the image she had painstakingly built. Indeed, upon her utterance, others perceived her as being compelled to bow to Sang Chu under pressure, acknowledging her faults and appearing rather pitiable. Naturally, those present did not include Sang Chu and her companions. However, it seemed that General Jiang was somewhat reluctant. Could it be that he was not here to apologize? What could his purpose be? Surely, he was not here to settle scores with Pei Xiao. Lin Ting gazed at Zhang Ruofeng with an expression of astonishment, seemingly impressed by his audacity. Although Chu Chu had not informed her of the situation, leaving her momentarily blindsided. With an enemy present, she naturally aligned herself with her companions. The reckoning would come later. Zhang Ruofeng clenched his fists, directing his gaze toward Lin Ting. He harbored no such intention. Lin Ting's words were akin to placing Zhang Ruofeng in the scorching flames. If he did not clarify his purpose, Rumors might spread that he had come to confront Pei Xiao. Had Pei Xiao been someone else, he would have already apologized, resolving the misunderstanding for better cooperation. But Pei Xiao was the very young dandy Jiang Ruofing had always looked down upon, and their conflicts extended beyond this single incident. He had previously spoken ill of Pei Xiao. How could matters be so easily resolved? Jiang Ruofing regarded Pei Chun, who wore a calm expression, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement as it fell upon him. This was a mockery of his foolishness. The two locked eyes, a myriad of emotions swirling between them, and the surroundings inexplicably fell silent. An instinctive hush enveloped them. Shun Xingrua feared that Jiang Ruofing might act impulsively, completely offending someone, and she quietly tugged at him. Does he truly understand that he can no longer provoke Pei Xiao? The Jiang family has already deteriorated to this extent. If he angers Pei Xiao once more, the Jiang family will be irrevocably doomed. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Even though the Jiang family is facing a crisis, it is still more substantial than an ordinary enterprise. With no better options at hand, Shun Xingrua has aligned herself with Jiang Ruofing, and the high society of Lin City is acutely aware of this. Hence, she must firmly cling to Jiang Ruofing. Knowing that she has offended Pei Xiao, it is unlikely anyone in Lin City would want to associate with her now. Therefore, she has no choice but to hold on tightly to Jiang Ruofing. For the Jiang family must not encounter any further troubles. Fortunately, Jiang Ruofing has not allowed his bitterness and jealousy to cloud his judgment. He has regained his composure. He is not yet qualified to compete with the Pei family, but that does not imply that others lack the qualification. For now, he must stabilize the situation. The Jiang family is not only his life's work, but also his father's, and he cannot allow it to perish under his watch. Indeed, Xingrua did err last time. I have brought her here today to apologize to Sang Chu and to clarify the misunderstanding with Pei Xiao. Jiang Ruofing finds it utterly humiliating to have his woman bow before another, especially when that person is his ex-wife, the one he once held in contempt. Is that so? Pei Chan faintly curled his lips, but I do not perceive any misunderstanding. His invitation to Jiang Ruofing today was merely to humiliate them. He would not easily let them off the hook. With a snap of his fingers, Assistant Su promptly brought forth two robust bodyguards clad in black, who proceeded to throw Jiang Ruofing into the swimming pool. Yes, Pei Xiao. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards seized Jiang Ruofing and dragged him away. What are you doing? Although Jiang Ruofing regularly exercises, his time spent in the office renders him no match for the elite bodyguards of the Pei family. Reluctantly, he was taken away, shouting in despair. Being tossed into the swimming pool today would leave him unable to hold his head high in Lin City in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, would you care to accompany me? His words were merely a symbolic notification. Having spoken, he led Sang Chu towards the swimming pool. Shun Xingrua was startled and quickly followed suit. The others, too, dared not voice any objections and hastened to follow. By the time they arrived at the pool, Jiang Ruofing had already been thrown in and was flailing about, attempting to rise. Pull him back. The two bodyguards immediately stationed themselves at the edge, ready to kick him back down should he show any inclination to surface. After several attempts, Jiang Ruofing had no choice but to steer clear of the pool's edge. What is happening? Why has everyone gathered here? He Qinggan, having changed into his attire, curiously called out. To distinguish himself from Pei Chen's dark ensemble, he had chosen a sapphire blue suit specifically. It seems he has truly grown fearful of this jealous tyrant. Chapter 88. Let Jiang Ruofing retrieve the necklace. Just as he was ready, he heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him a clear view of the unfolding events in the pool. Ah, swimming, what a leisurely pursuit. Qinggan chuckled upon seeing the figures in the water. In a moment of buoyant spirits, he instinctively sought the shoulder of another to share the experience of the grand performance before him, a spectacle too rare to miss. He initially aimed to lean upon the nearest shoulder of Pei Chun, but before he could do so, he was met with a cold glare from Pei Chun. Swiftly, he redirected his attention to Fu Yunqi's shoulder instead. With no other acquaintance present aside from Pei Chun, he had no alternative. Fu Yunqi regarded him with a slight frown, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lin Ting discreetly cast a glance. revealing that Fu Yunqi was already aware of Pei Chen's true identity and even maintained a close rapport with him. What, exactly, were Pei Chen's intentions? Although the weather was not particularly cold, the dampness of his suit weighed heavily upon him, rendering him a spectacle for onlookers, devoid of dignity. Much like a monkey on display, Jiang Ruofeng was decidedly unwilling to endure such treatment. In fact, Pei Chen's actions had almost driven him to the brink of fury. Were it not for Pei Chen's esteemed status, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses. What a good question. Pei Chen clapped his hands, smirking. I imagine the sensation of being submerged is rather unpleasant. Regrettably, it is not winter at present. What do I require? My belongings have fallen, and I have heard that General Jiang is quite the philanthropist. Might you assist me in retrieving them? His words were laced with feigned politeness, yet the chill in his gaze betrayed his true sentiments. Oh dear, He Chi, evidently a long-time compatriot of Pei Chen, deftly removed a necklace from around his neck and tossed it directly into the pool. Now we have something to retrieve. He deliberately threw it far, prolonging Jiang Ruofeng's search. Jiang Ruofeng's initial intentions to voice his grievances were stifled, for it was clear that Pei Chen intended to prevent him from emerging until the item was recovered. Those around him were unlikely to aid him, nor would they risk offending the Pei family on his behalf. If he wished to leave this place today, he had no choice but to comply. He lingered there for a moment, hesitating before plunging into the water. This scene was achingly familiar, the spectators on the shore and the isolated figure in the pool. Jiang Ruofeng recalled the times he had subjected Sang Chu to similar indignities. Not only he, but others also remembered. Had he not once treated Sang Chu in such a manner? Was Pei Chen not avenging her in this instance? Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns, and perhaps it was a reminder to cultivate virtue. In retrospect, Sang Chu had endured far too much suffering. As Pei Chen had declared his intention to cast Jiang Ruofeng into the pool, Sang Chu recognized that he was acting for her sake. She turned to gaze at the strikingly handsome and aristocratically poised man, her heart softening. No one understood better than she the sensation of utter abandonment, the absence of any outstretched hand in times of need, the onlookers either mocking or reveling in her plight, leaving her feeling as though she had been stripped bare of all dignity. Gradually, she grew numb to the cruelty of her circumstances, relinquishing all hope for salvation, merely waiting for the passage of 3 years to conclude. She had resolved to endure, considering it her penance for the wrong she had done to Jiang Ruofeng. Until now, at long last, someone was willing to stand by her side. It had been a long time since she had felt such support. Perhaps it had begun after her mother-s incident. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The intensity of Pei Chen's gaze did not escape Jiang Ruofeng's notice. His heart ached even more, and in that fleeting moment, he wished for Jiang Ruofeng to sacrifice even more. Was it truly such a moving gesture? Sang Chu nodded, candidly admitting it. Her forthrightness, however, rendered Pei Chen somewhat uneasy. I also purchased some clothes. Sister, will you model them for me tonight? Sang Chu responded, such sentimentality does not exist, clearly still granting him some face. She offered him a stiff smile, inviting him to ponder its implications. Instantly, Pei Chen's smile vanished. He turned to unleash his frustration upon Jiang Ruofeng. Jiang, you ought to hurry. Otherwise, you will delay everyone, and you shall bear the blame. Pei Chen laughed derisively at Jiang Ruofeng, his gaze laced with malice. The others, upon hearing this, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as various looks were cast towards Jiang Ruofeng. Shen Qingruo felt a sinking sensation. If all the influential families in Lin City came to despise him, how could she possibly remain there? She immediately turned her worried gaze towards Jiang Ruofeng in the pool, her face etched with concern. Ruofeng, please hurry and retrieve it. If you delay any longer, how will your body withstand it? I feel such pity for you. When you return, I shall prepare ginger soup for you. Despite her worried appearance, her eyes reddened. She inwardly berated Jiang Ruofeng. How had she ever been enamored by him? He was such a foolish being, utterly oblivious to the situation, dragging her into this embarrassment. He needed to act swiftly. The longer he hesitated, the more people he would offend, and the greater the humiliation would become. Was this truly a time to show off? At this moment, Jiang Ruofeng profoundly understood Sang Chu's previous sentiments. He had indeed been excessively harsh before. It had been winter then. It must have been quite cold. Her predicament would certainly be more challenging than the present. He suddenly cast a guilty glance towards Sang Chu, sharing a moment of sympathy. Sang Chu Thima, thank you for being so considerate. Pei Chun stepped forward, obstructing his line of sight. Shun Qingrao struggled to maintain her expression. Here she was, anxiously watching him. Yet he paid her no heed, instead directing his attention towards Sang Chu. Men truly had a propensity for fickleness. Now, he felt regret. It was too late. Someone better had already found her. Once she discovered someone superior, she would not tolerate such an embarrassing affair any longer. Ruofeng, hurry. Jiang Ruofeng, upon losing sight of Sang Chu, felt a pang of disappointment, but was soon comforted by Qingruo's voice. Her eyes brimmed with concern, devoid of disdain for him, which softened his heart. Indeed, no matter where she was, her thoughts and gaze were solely for him. This realization brought forth a wave of guilt. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Sang Chu, which was unfair to Qingruo. Reflecting upon his actions, he nodded towards her, determined to make amends with Shun Qingruo. He then swiftly swam backwards, beginning his search for the necklace. He vowed to treat Qingruo well. This predicament was merely temporary. He refused to believe that the Pei family was truly omnipotent, that no one dared to oppose them. Jiang Ruofeng etched this humiliation into his memory, diligently searching for the necklace in the water. The Pei family's pool was vast, the water regularly changed and pristine, although the necklace was small. Finding it was not an insurmountable challenge. Jiang Ruofeng was nurtured from a young age to become an heir, with swimming being a fundamental skill in which he excelled. It was not long before he spotted a necklace and picked it up, exclaiming, "I found it." Chapter 89. Pei Chun kicks Jiang Ruofeng into the water. Jiang Ruofeng held the necklace aloft, gazing at Pei Chun on the shore. Pei Chun signaled, and the bodyguards immediately retreated from the water's edge. Jiang Ruofeng managed to climb ashore. "Pei Xiao, is this sufficient?" he asked, drenched and standing before Pei Chun with a composed expression. Though resentment simmered beneath the surface of his gaze, he was compelled to bow his head, unable to voice his anger. Never had Jiang Ruofeng experienced such humiliation. He vowed to remember this disgrace and repay it in kind when the time came. As he contemplated this, his eyes inadvertently drifted to Sang Chu by Pei Chen's side, and his emotions became tumultuous. Today, he realized just how excessively he had treated Sang Chu in the past. Even though she had driven away Qingruo and caused her to bear a child far from home, he should not have treated Sang Chu in such a manner. The sense of humiliation was overwhelming. If possible, he wished to make amends, but feelings could not be mended. Now that he was with Qingruo, he could not betray her. It must be said that Jiang Ruofeng still possessed a considerable amount of self-confidence. He believed that if he merely apologized, Sang Chu would forgive him. Pei Chen's actions today were clearly an attempt to avenge Sang Chu. But why the vengeance? It was evident that Sang Chu still harbored resentment towards him. Love breeds hatred. Sang Chu's divorce and subsequent relationship with Pei Chun were merely efforts to provoke and resent him. If he offered an apology, he was convinced that Sang Chu would absolve him. Her previous behavior towards him was solely due to his lack of an apology. Unbeknownst to him, his furtive glances were fully perceived by Pei Chun. Anger flared in Pei Chen's eyes as he glared at Jiang Ruofeng, then, without warning, delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing back into the water with a resounding splash. Jiang Ruofeng was caught off guard, floundering in the water like a drenched dog. As he regained his composure and faced Pei Chun on the shore, he shouted, "Pei Xiao, what is the meaning of this? You invited me here today. Is this how the Pei family treats their guests?" Enduring repeated humiliation, Jiang Ruofeng could no longer contain himself. Even a clay figurine has its pride. Pei Chun was treating him with utter disdain, persistently belittling him. He too had been raised in adoration. Why should he endure such indignities? Even if he had erred in the past, it was a debt owed to Sang Chu, not to Pei Chun. Pei Chun had no right to treat him in such a manner. "If your gaze strays again, I wouldn't hesitate to assist in your donation," he retorted coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth as he sneered at the figure in the pool. He found it laughable that Jiang Ruofeng was only now realizing the excesses of his past actions. Had he not been subjected to the same treatment today, he might never have acknowledged his faults. Such individuals only grasp their mistakes when they are faced with consequences. When Jiang Ruofeng met Pei Chen's piercing gaze, he felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare before him, sending a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. The young Pei Xiao is indeed remarkable, living up to his family's reputation as the wealthiest in the nation. Many around have noticed Jiang Ruofeng's gaze earlier. It seemed that a mere glance at Sang Chu led to him being reprimanded by Pei Xiao. It appears that Sang Chu holds a significant position in Pei Xiao's heart. From now on, she can only be regarded as an ally and must never become an adversary. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of clarity, silently reminding themselves of this fact. Pei Xiao's demeanor was undeniably domineering. Jiang Ruofeng's chest heaved with indignation. Despite his restraint, he could not help but voice his discontent. Shun Qinghua silently cursed him for being foolish and quickly interjected, suggesting that if Ruofeng acknowledged his mistake, perhaps Pei Xiao would forgive him this time. She approached Pei Chun with a look of regret, pleading earnestly. Shun Qinghua, with her pure appearance and penchant for white dresses, indeed appeared somewhat pitiable, easily evoking sympathy. Her earlier attempts to plead for Jiang Ruofeng had swayed a few hearts. After all, Jiang Ruofeng's new wife demonstrated loyalty, standing by her husband and apologizing on his behalf. Others might have been moved, not to mention the party in question, Jiang Ruofeng himself. Qingruo gazed at him with compassion, touched by his plight. It was his inadequacy that had led to her enduring such grievances. Shun Qingruo, feeling a pang of sorrow for him, could not help but curse under her breath, wishing he would refrain from provoking Pei Xiao further. The key was whether he could handle the situation. That foolish man. She had witnessed everything. If it weren't for the fear of losing their hard-won, opulent lifestyle, she would not have bothered with Jiang Ruofeng. Truly, he was a burden. Yet, to outsiders, their bond appeared profound. Even in such circumstances, they exchanged lingering glances filled with affection. Sang Chu observed from the side, giving them a thumbs up. True love. Pei Chun turned to her and saw her wearing a look of detached amusement, as if the situation did not concern her. He felt a mix of helplessness and grievance. Here he was, defending her, while she merely watched the drama unfold without a care. It seemed she had no pity for him at all. Feeling wronged, Pei Chun concocted a mischievous idea, turning to Shun Qingruo and saying, "The one who should apologize is not me." Shun Qingruo immediately grasped his intention and glanced towards Sang Chu. Sang Chu, taken aback by her gaze, quickly realized that Pei Chun was envious of her spectator role. Was she not merely an observer? The dignified Pei Xiao reprimanding someone. How impressive. Sang Chu discreetly pinched him. Pei Chun exaggeratedly cried out in pain, looking at her with feigned innocence. He was met with averted gazes from He Qingyin and the others, all equally astonished. Pei Xiao, in front of Sang Chu, was indeed quite different. Goodness, would they be silenced for witnessing this? Shun Qingruo lowered her head, feeling a flicker of unease. She perceived Sang Chu's actions as a display of superiority. Apologizing to Pei Xiao posed no challenge for her, but doing so to Sang Chu, whom she had always looked down upon, was a source of great discomfort. This would mean acknowledging her inferiority to Sang Chu. Previously, she had felt a subtle sense of superiority in Sang Chu's presence, but now the roles had reversed, and she found it unbearable. However, Shun Qingruo could no longer contain her indignation, fully aware that she must act in this manner. "Miss Sang, it was our fault previously. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Overlooking our minor transgressions, she bowed her head in apology, too ashamed to meet her gaze, fearful of revealing the resentment flickering in her eyes. Sang Chu, understanding her inner turmoil, found solace in the fact that her discontent brought her a measure of satisfaction. "Then you may leave at once. I have no desire to see you," she declared. Jiang Ruofeng had already saved her life, and their debts were settled, as long as they remained uninvolved. All be well. The ideal state was mutual non-interference. As for Shun Qingruo, Sang Chu recognized the animosity she harbored, yet she had never taken any substantial action to harm her. Ultimately, It was Jiang Ruofeng's own folly. Sang Chu felt a sense of gratitude toward Shun Qingruo's presence, for it facilitated Jiang Ruofeng's swift divorce. Otherwise, they might still be entangled. Nevertheless, the sight of them vexed her. Chapter 90. Slapping Sang Zemin's face, Shun Qingruo felt utterly humiliated, her countenance betraying her discomfort. Being publicly dismissed was not her intention. Today, she had adorned herself splendidly, hoping to leave a lasting impression on young Master Pei. Yet, she found herself the subject of ridicule. Resentment brewed within her heart, but she could only acquiesce. She pulled Jiang Ruofeng forward, only to be ushered out by the servants. Although Jiang Ruofeng felt frustrated and unwilling, he had no choice but to accompany Shun Qingruo. Remaining would only deepen their disgrace. The invitation felt more like expulsion, especially since Jiang Ruofeng was still drenched, lacking even a change of clothes. Their ejection signified that they would be ostracized by all the elite families in Linsheng, forever barred from the upper echelons of society. The atmosphere grew notably lighter. He Qing mused, today's banquet has proven unexpectedly thrilling. It was certainly worth attending. Is it now your turn? Pei Chen turned, his gaze landing on Sang Zemin. He had taken note of Sang Zemin's earlier derogatory remarks about women. Sang Zemin's expression shifted, meeting Pei Chen's gaze, aware that what was meant to come would indeed arrive. Surely, young Master Pei is jesting? I am Sang Chu's father, he replied, his smile strained. If you truly care for Sang Chu, you ought to weigh your words carefully. You cannot treat me as you did Jiang Ruofeng. The crowd was taken aback by Jiang Ruofeng's departure. Now it was Sang Zemin's turn. Even Sang Chu's father was not spared. They sensed that young Master Pei's presence at this gathering was perhaps to support Sang Chu and to discipline others on her behalf. A wave of anxiety washed over everyone, fearing they might be next. Regret seeped in, wishing they had refrained from mocking Sang Chu and attending the banquet at all. Your earlier remarks about disobedient daughters hardly reflect a paternal affection for Sang Chu. It seems you forget that had it not been for my intervention, your hand would have struck. Pei Chun did not randomly seek retribution. He had conducted thorough inquiries. The man before him could scarcely be deemed a father. For reasons unknown, the sister had altered her stance toward Jiang Ruofeng years ago, ultimately agreeing to wed him when the Jiang family faced turmoil 3 years prior. After their marriage, the Jiang family experienced a remarkable revival, thriving more than ever, while the Sang family, in stark contrast, dwindled in prosperity. Such a phenomenon could hardly be attributed to mere coincidence. The year their mother passed away, Sang Zemin soon became involved with his secretary, and shortly thereafter, the sister's attitude towards Jiang Ruofeng shifted dramatically. Undoubtedly, there were matters at play that he remained oblivious to. Pei Chen's gaze fell upon Bai Wan, who stood behind Sang Zemin, gradually darkening. Perhaps he could commence his inquiries with her, potentially uncovering delightful surprises. Bai Wan sensed his scrutiny and felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Should Pei Xiao take an interest in her, the deeds she had committed might soon come to light. However, she quickly reassured herself. That woman had perished in a car accident. It was her own misfortune and could not be attributed to her. There should be no repercussions. Bai Wan composed herself. Sang Zemin felt uncomfortable. Yet he had navigated through the social scene longer than Jiang Ruofeng and understood the necessity of not offending the wrong people. His skin had grown thicker. Pei Xiao may have misunderstood. I was merely joking with Xiao Chu. She is my only daughter, and how could I not be concerned for her? He chuckled lightly, reclassifying the earlier incident as a jest. Xiao Chu, I know you're upset with Dad, but you mustn't speak ill of me in front of outsiders. This time, I shall forgive you, but such disrespect cannot happen again. Sang Zemin cast a reproachful glance at Sang Chu, asserting his elder's authority. Sang Chu was utterly speechless, finding her father shameless beyond measure. He effortlessly brushed aside their prior quarrel. It was quite impressive. I believe you are mistaken. My daughter is entitled to her audacity. Pei Chun interjected, grasping Sang Chu's hand tightly, his fingers intertwined with hers, as he directed his gaze at Sang Zemin. I trust her implicitly. She has never been disrespectful. If she appears so towards you, perhaps you ought to reflect on your own conduct. What do you think, Mr. Sang? Pei Chen's words left no room for Sang Zemin to save face, stripping away his fade. A surge of anger welled up within Sang Zemin. He wished for his daughter's allegiance, yet insisted on being addressed as Mr. Sang, even avoiding the title of uncle. What did this imply? To have his dignity publicly undermined was intolerable. While Jiang Ruofeng could be excused, Sang Zemin felt that a reprimand was warranted. But he was Sang Chu's father. Did he not fear offending his own kin? He turned to Sang Chu, shooting her a glare, hoping she would intercede and persuade Pei Chun. If he could not control his own daughter, what use was he? Unable to confront Pei Chun directly, he resorted to urging Sang Chu to mediate. Upon catching his eye, Sang Chu turned her head, completely disregarding him. Sang Zemin, exasperated, wished to publicly chastise his rebellious daughter. Sang Chu was no fool, with Pei Chun coming to her defense. Why should she risk undermining him by attempting to placate her father? Did he not fear that Pei Chun's displeasure would extend to her as well? This father of hers truly was self-serving and utterly selfish. Pei Chun observed the entire exchange with a somber expression and an impassive demeanor. Not only did Sang Zemin fail to reflect upon his actions, but he also had the audacity to threaten Sang Chu before him, unrepentant in his ways. When Pei Chun wore a stern expression, his aura was unreservedly displayed, causing those around him to feel a heaviness in their hearts, instilling fear within them. Sang Zemin could only manage a smile, nodding repeatedly, acknowledging that Pei Xiao was indeed correct. The fault lay with him, and he needed to engage in some profound self-reflection. Xiao Chu, do not blame your father. He is also concerned for you. Baiwan interjected at the opportune moment, striving to assert her presence. She understood that by supporting Sang Zemin in this instance, she could evoke a deeper sense of sympathy from him. As expected, Sang Zemin's gaze softened as he looked at her. Baiwan's words salvaged his image and extricated him from the predicament. Historically, her tactic had been infallible, showcasing her magnanimity while intensifying the conflict between father and daughter. However, today, her scheme was destined to fail. Forgive my candor, but I fail to see any signs of him being concerned for Xiao Shaozi. Not even a trace, He Qingyan remarked testily. Having witnessed numerous power struggles and intrigues within affluent families throughout his life, he easily discerned that Baiwan was far from simple. In his mother's presence, such antics were hardly impressive. His father was even more flamboyant. Unlike his father, however, He Qingyan was often entangled in affairs, with countless mistresses who frequently caused a stir before his mother. Observing his mother's adept handling of people, He Qingyan had developed a keen eye. This stepmother of his resembled those who used to present themselves before his mother, fair of face but venomous of heart. Chapter 91. Pei Xiao, Sang Chu has a mistress. It was no wonder that Xiao Shaozi encountered difficulties, for some men were indeed blind and foolish, falling for such tactics. His irresponsible father was particularly fond of this type. After all, his mother was an exceptionally strong-willed woman, managing the entire family. His father, feeling a lack of significance, gravitated towards those who indulged him. Was Xiao Shaozi's family similarly structured? He cast a glance at Baiwan, chuckling softly, yet it was evident that he felt a twinge of sympathy for her. He Qingyan clicked his tongue and shook his head, the irony palpable. The crowd suddenly understood. They glanced at Baiwan, then at Sang Chu, finally resting their gaze on Sang Zemin. He Qingyan's observation was indeed accurate. It appeared that he exhibited little concern for his daughter. In the realm of the affluent, secrets were scarce, as everyone was astute. With He Qingyan's subtle reminder, the onlookers' expressions towards Baiwan shifted to one of profound significance. They were seasoned players in this game of pretense. What was there to feign? Under the intense scrutiny of so many, Baiwan felt a pang of regret and experienced the discomfort that Jiang Ruofeng had earlier. Had she known, she would have simply kept to herself, avoiding the scrutiny that made her feel like a spectacle. Sang Zemin, too, felt a surge of anger as he perceived the looks directed at him, as if he were a scoundrel or an unworthy father. Had he ever wronged Sang Chu's mother? It was that wretched woman who had betrayed him. Sang Zemin's chest heaved with indignation, feeling as though he might suffer a heart attack. The two dared not speak further, fearful of retaliation and of being treated like a spectacle. They left in a huff. What a rebellious daughter. Once outside the Pei family villa, Sang Zemin could no longer contain his frustration. Bai Wan's heart was filled with frustration, yet she could not express it as openly as Sang Zemin did, for that might arouse his suspicions about her. After all, it was that wretched woman who betrayed me first. I kept silent for her sake. Sang Zemin was indeed incensed. How could she, after believing that we had wronged her, conspire with outsiders to bully her own father? Has she forgotten that I am her father? Bai Wan quickly soothed him, speaking in a gentle tone. Xiao Chu merely lacks understanding. She does hold you in her heart, does she not? You mustn't be angry with her. Finding Pei Xiao is a good fortune for her, and you should rejoice in her success. Upon hearing her words, Sang Zemin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, it was unexpected that she could capture Pei Xiao's attention so profoundly, showcasing her capabilities. After all, she's my daughter. While he remained angry, there was a flicker of pride within him. With her connection to Pei Xiao, the Sang family would surely benefit. Given how Pei Xiao regarded her earlier, it was evident that he valued her greatly. No matter their current discord, she would always be his daughter. A glint of intrigue flashed in Bai Wan's eyes before quickly dissipating. To her surprise, this old man still held affection for his daughter. She understood that Sang Zemin, being a man of interests and reputation, would undoubtedly cherish Sang Chu now that she had allied herself with the Pei family. Perhaps he would even consider passing the Sang family legacy to her in the future, especially since she was his only daughter. Bai Wan's hand instinctively brushed her abdomen, pondering whether the old man was unable to father more children, as there had been no signs of life for years. She was already 30. If she could not bear a child soon, time would run out. Should she remain unable, her resolve hardened. Why not mend a rift and invite her back? Along with Pei Xiao, after all, they are family, and Xiao Chu still recognizes you as her father. Sang Zemin contemplated her suggestion, finding merit in her words. I shall find an opportunity to bring her back. Though their thoughts diverged, both left with a sense of reassurance. After Sang Zemin's departure, the remaining individuals harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere growing tense. If Sang Zemin, as Sang Chu's father, had been dismissed, what fate awaited them? Chen Yao also sought a chance to escape. She had originally intended to seduce Pei Xiao, only to discover that the young man at Wangjiang Pavilion was indeed Pei Xiao. The despair washed over her as she recalled her earlier remarks about wanting to financially support him. Who would have imagined that Sang Chu's charming companion was Pei Xiao? She should have anticipated it. Among the powerful youths in Lin City, who else could it be but the enigmatic heir of the Pei family? While she once entertained fantasies of seeking Pei Xiao's forgiveness, that notion had since evaporated. The way Pei Xiao had looked at her was terrifying, and she had no desire to endure such humiliation again. Seizing the moment before he recognized her, she decided it was best to depart swiftly. However, her parents and the Chun family remained oblivious to the identity of the man she had offended, still encouraging her to pursue him. Although Sang Chu possesses beauty, she is, after all, a divorced woman. In contrast, Yao Yao is young and lovely, yet she remains unmarried. Why should that be a disqualification? They restrained Chen Yao from departing. Chu Chu, now you may explain yourself. You ought to speak to me earnestly, lest I choose not to forgive you. Lin, upon hearing that the loathed individuals had been dismissed, could no longer contain herself and approached Sang Chu with a confrontational demeanor. Seeing Lin Ting's aggressive stance, Sang Chu felt a wave of embarrassment and guilt wash over her. I can genuinely explain this. In truth, I only just found out myself. Initially, I was unaware, Sang Chu exclaimed, pointing a finger at Pei Chun, shifting the blame entirely onto him. Pei Chun raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance to her silent plea for help, and remarked nonchalantly, "But did I not inform my sister beforehand? Did she not relay this to Miss Lin? I had assumed Miss Lin was already aware." Sang Chu retorted, "That scoundrel." Upon raising her head, she noted that Lin Ting's expression had darkened even further. Resisting the urge to physically confront Pei Chun, she turned to Lin Ting and explained, "Though I did forget earlier, I genuinely intended to inform you last night. However, just as I was about to, you hung up the phone. This truly cannot be laid at my door. I had thought you would discover it today without incident." Who could have anticipated such turmoil? She offered Lin Ting a conciliatory smile. Is that so? Lin Ting replied, her tone laced with skepticism. Last night, it appeared Sang Chu had something significant to disclose. But she had been distracted by the arrival of the Fu family and had to leave, prompting Sang Chu to present the matter in person today. Very well. I suppose I have my own issues to address. I shall forgive you this time, but in the future, if there is any major news, you must capture my attention. I'm not so pressed for time. It is essential to prioritize matters of significance. Even if she had obligations at that moment, she could have stopped her. Surely, there would always be time for gossip. Sang Chu felt somewhat helpless and agreed. The parents from both the Fu and Lin families approached, engaging Pei Chun in conversation. Pei Chun maintained a cordial demeanor towards these families, remembering those who treated his sister well. As they exchanged pleasantries, a voice suddenly interrupted, calling out to Pei Chun, "Young Master Pei, Sang Chu has a lover on the side." This proclamation seized the attention of all present. It was common knowledge that Sang Chu was involved with the actor Gu Xingji, yet the audience was not blind. Just moments ago, young Master Pei had clearly shown his fondness for Sang Chu, supporting her openly. Who would dare to confront him at such a moment? It was sheer folly. They understood that offending Sang Chu at this juncture was ill-advised. If anything needed to be said, it should be addressed privately. In doing so, they could subtly inform young Master Pei of Sang Chu's indiscretions without exposing themselves, thus eliminating Sang Chu in a manner advantageous to all parties involved. Hadn't the previous revelations been grave enough? Did this fool possess any common sense? Everyone was eager to identify this imbecile. That imbecile was Su Jinju, the Su family. Having risen to prominence as a second-tier elite in Lin City due to their association with the Jiang family over the past 2 years, felt the repercussions of the Jiang family's recent decline, yet still received an invitation from the Pei family. When she received the invitation, she was nearly beside herself with joy. Pei Xiao, a young and accomplished figure, eclipsed even her cousin in terms of prestige. The mere thought of winning his affection and securing a place in the Pei family brought her immense joy. What were the recent troubles of the Su family compared to that? Surely, they were trivial matters that could be resolved with just a flick of Pei Xiao's finger. Su Jinju promptly prepared herself, donning her most exquisite gown and jewels, and began her beauty regimen 2 days in advance, determined to dazzle at the upcoming gala. Dazzling she was, but it was the presence of Sang Chu that truly captivated the audience. Before she could revel in the spectacle, her cousin became the center of attention, leaving her feeling diminished. Her cousin was dismissed, and even Sang Chu's father left in disgrace, while Sang Chu stood beside the handsome and affluent Pei Xiao, her radiant smile blinding. Su Jinju was consumed by jealousy, her eyes burning with resentment. How could Sang Chu transform into Pei Xiao's girlfriend, treating her cousin so disdainfully? She was merely a divorced woman, unwanted even by her cousin. What right did she have to Pei Xiao's affection? What if Pei Xiao discovered her actions and turned his disdain upon her? The thought of a grim fate loomed over her. With Sang Chu out of the picture, wouldn't she have a chance to shine? Imagining the moment when Pei Xiao defended Sang Chu, she felt his formidable presence. Neither her cousin nor President Sang dared to speak against him. Who wouldn't desire such a powerful man by their side? Su Jinju recognized Pei Xiao's protection of Sang Chu, yet she believed that such privilege should not belong solely to Sang Chu. What fascinated her more was Pei Xiao's defense of his girlfriend. If only he could come to loathe Sang Chu, then she could step in as his new beloved. Blinded by jealousy, Su Jinju had lost her ability to reason. She could not bear to see Sang Chu thriving and only wished for her downfall, eager to take her place. No one knew better than her that Sang Chu had another man. She had witnessed it herself and even captured it in photographs that had circulated widely. It could be said that the news of Sang Chu's infidelity had spread thanks to her. Soon after, her cousin divorced Sang Chu. Now, she intended to inform Pei Xiao once more, just as she had before, confident that he would abandon Sang Chu. Sang Chu, that capricious woman, deserved nothing but scorn. She was unworthy of Pei Xiao's affection. Pei Chun turned towards the source of the commotion and spotted Su Jinju, shunned by the crowd. While some admired her audacity, others deemed her mad, unwilling to associate with her. They wished to distance themselves from her reckless behavior. Yet, There were those who wanted to observe the unfolding drama, eager to witness Pei Xiao's reaction upon learning the truth. Su Jinju, feeling a sense of pride under the scrutiny of the crowd, raised her chin. She relished this attention. Amidst the gazes of many, she approached Pei Chun, phone in hand, her heart racing as she beheld his striking features. The closer she drew, the more captivating he appeared. With Sang Chu's cousin gone and her having latched onto Pei Xiao, it seemed like fortune was on her side. However, that luck was about to wane. Pei Xiao, you may not be aware, but Sang Chu has been hiding a third party behind your back. I have evidence on my phone. Su Jinju gazed at Pei Chun, while Sang Chu exuded an air of triumph, asserting her claims with evidence in hand, rendering any denial from Sang Chu futile. Pei Chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Su Jinju felt perplexed. Rather than displaying anger, he seemed to harbor a sense of anticipation. Could it be that he was rendered foolish by his own vexation? She harbored doubts and retrieved the photographs taken that day. This was captured at Wangjiang Pavilion, where Sang Chu was seen behaving intimately with a man, none other than the hottest star in the entertainment industry, Gu Xingji. She enlarged the image and presented her phone to the crowd, ultimately holding it before Pei Chun. Lin Ting stealthily approached Sang Chu, lightly tapping her shoulder. Well done, sister. This adds another twist. Sang Chu cast her a resigned glance and softly explained, there is nothing to it. If there were, would I not confide in you? I only have this one. She raised her chin and looked at Pei Chun. Lin Ting was merely jesting. She was well aware of her sister's nature. Maintaining a sugar baby was one thing, but two? Did she possess the courage for that? All right, this is going to be entertaining. I refuse to believe Pei Chun is unaware of this. Just observe his expectant gaze. He is likely concocting some mischievous scheme, she mused. His lack of surprise, coupled with a hint of delight, suggested he had anticipated today's revelations. How could the esteemed Pei Chun possibly be oblivious to such matters? He was merely biding his time. Sang Chu turned to Lin Ting in surprise. Who would have thought you could discern his true nature so effortlessly? The earlier charming facade had led her to believe he was merely an affable male model. She had not sensed anything amiss until the truth was revealed by another. By the way, Pei Chun was the one you picked up at the bar, right? Perhaps we should go together someday and see if I can find someone as handsome, wealthy, and protective as your boyfriend. I'm genuinely